I couldn't believe that I made 22,300 yuan in one go. What's even more unexpected is that the wealth that made me rich actually came from ancient treasures. Once upon a time, I was just an ordinary worker in a big city. Years of working have made me feel helpless about this kind of life. Feeling discouraged, I decided to return to my hometown and inherit the inconspicuous little supermarket. That day, I got up and went to work as usual, yawning while organizing the shelves. Suddenly, there was a slight noise from the back door of the supermarket. I looked over in confusion and saw a young and handsome figure slowly approaching. The man was dressed in ancient armor and looked like a general walking out of an ancient mural. Before I could react, the man who looked like a cozer took out a silver ingot, pointed at a box of compressed biscuits, and asked in a steady and powerful voice, "What is this?" "I'll exchange it for the silver ingot." I felt impatient for a moment, thinking, this guy really speaks like an ancient person, and he actually used a silver dollar toy to fool me. But I never expected that the silver dollar was actually real. I was secretly delighted. This real silver ingot was worth a lot of money. I nodded quickly, and the deal was done. Since then, this ancient cozer has come to my supermarket many times to buy things. As I traded more and more with him, the silver ingots and gold he gave me made me rich quickly. If I continue to get rich like this, then those annoying blind dates and relatives can just go away. However, behind this seemingly lucky encounter, there is actually a shocking secret. Could it be that I, Xiao Ingchun, really discovered a time tunnel that leads from the ancient world to the real world? Is that ancient cozer really a general? I can't help but wonder. What's even more outrageous is that these treasures from ancient times gradually made me fall into a huge vortex. After my many contacts with the ancient general, I learned that his name was Fu Chainan. He is not the kind of cozer I thought he was. He is most likely from the Liang dynasty in ancient China. This is really a ghost. In order to avoid the trouble of passers-by seeing me, I decided not to open the front door today. After all, the arrival of this ghost general cannot be underestimated. Soon after, the door chime rang and I knew Fu Chainan was here. When he walked into the store, his eyes were immediately attracted by a pile of compressed biscuits and mineral water by the wall. His eyes paused for a moment, then turned to me. "Are all these ready?" I smiled and nodded, saying in a relaxed tone, "Are these enough?" Fu Chainan did not take out the money immediately, but walked around to check. His eyes stayed on the compressed biscuits, and he seemed to be very interested in this dry food. "What is the most filling thing here?" I pointed to the compressed biscuits without hesitation. "This is it. It's easy to carry and filling. This is military rations, which soldiers often use when they are on a forced march in the wild." Fu Chainan nodded, and then asked, "How much of this kind of dry food can you prepare?" I answered with some pride, "As many as you want." When the sound of gold coins jingling rang in my ears, an electronic prompt sounded immediately. The supermarket's turnover is 26,000 renminbi, 50 taels of silver, 56 copper coins, and 100 taels of gold. I was stunned. How could my small supermarket have become a cross-time supermarket? I was a little confused and couldn't wrap my mind around it for a while. My years of experience in playing games tell me that this system can definitely be upgraded. Now is just the beginning. In the future, we may be able to do business with people from other time and space. When I thought about this, I couldn't help but get excited. It turned out that all the bad luck in my early life was paving the way for this great opportunity. I couldn't wait to open the warehouse function of the system. Hey, isn't it my own warehouse? This floor has a space of 90 cubic meters, enough to store tens of thousands of boxes of compressed biscuits and mineral water. My thoughts suddenly became clear, and it seems that I can really help the general of Dalian get these goods. Now that I have decided to help him, I have to first check whether the deposit is real or not. With trepidation, I opened the cloth bag. Inside were 10 gold ingots, plain and flat in shape, with ancient seals on them. I checked the price of gold online and had an idea in mind. So I took 2 gold bars and prepared to go to the pawn shop to verify their authenticity and exchange them for some money. When I walked into Xinlong pawn shop with a shoulder bag on my back and no makeup on, Dai Hengxin recognized me at first sight. His face was full of smiles, and he introduced the old man sitting in the store, Dai Wangyan, doctoral supervisor of cultural relics appraisal at Beijing University. Although I was still a little wary, after verifying the other party's identity online, I let down my guard and sat down. Then, I took out the 3 copper coins and showed them to them. Dai Wangyan was very interested in them. He examined them carefully and gave me a fair price of 2,000 yuan each. I thought I had a lot of coppers left, so I agreed without hesitation. Next, I tried to take out one of the gold ingots. As expected, They were shocked when the gold ingot appeared. After carefully examining and weighing it, Dai Wangyan gave me a price that I couldn't believe, 800,000. I was stunned for a moment, then decisively agreed and took out a second gold ingot from my bag. The two gold ingots totaled 1.6 million, enough for me to handle the next large order. After leaving the pawn shop, I immediately contacted the wholesaler Uncle Yang to order compressed biscuits and mineral water. Although water was not a problem, 5,000 boxes of compressed biscuits needed to be shipped from all over the city and even other cities. I told him calmly that there was no limit on the brand or packaging, as long as the quantity was sufficient. Everything is arranged properly, and I feel much more at ease. It seems that the cross-time and space business has just begun, and I have to plan the next step carefully. When I thought that this big order was almost completed, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. I was one step closer to achieving financial freedom, and I had to take this opportunity to prepare all the necessary materials. I also helped the ancient general buy medicine. Wait for me for a moment. The medicine and liquor may take some time. I'll take care of it right away. As I said this, I took out my phone and started contacting the medicine supplier. Send the medicines for treating external injuries as soon as possible, mainly wound disinfectants, hemostatics, and strong liquor. I spoke quickly on the phone, explaining everything in detail. After all, these were the materials that the ancient people urgently needed to fight in wars, and there couldn't be any mistakes. After hanging up the phone, I took a look at the silver in my hand and couldn't help but smile. Time was running out and I couldn't waste a minute. I quickly called up the system interface, hesitated for a moment, and finally selected the emergency material delivery function. Although this will cost me more money, I can't bear the pain at the moment. As long as I can complete this transaction smoothly, I will definitely earn much more than I spent. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the medicines and liquor were delivered quickly. The automatic sorting function started again, and all the items were neatly stacked. I watched everything go on in an orderly manner and nodded with satisfaction. Fu Chainin also showed up on time, with a solemn and murderous aura around him. It was obvious that their action was imminent. He glanced over the newly arrived supplies, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. "Boss Xiao, your efficiency is amazing." I smiled and said, "This is nothing. When doing business, efficiency is what matters." After Fu Chainin left, I sat back at the counter and thought about everything that had happened in the past few days. Ever since I was connected to this cross-time and space supermarket system, my life seems to have entered a highway. Fu Chainin and I had a tacit understanding, and neither of us mentioned the price. I don't know the market price of wartime medicines, but Fu Chainin understands how precious these medicines are in their environment. Especially in wartime, medicines are almost equivalent to lives, and no amount of money is too much. At first, I wanted to buy medical alcohol from the pharmacy, but how much alcohol would I need to face an army of 10,000 people? When I was asked at several pharmacies what I was going to do with so much alcohol, their tone was full of suspicion. They were even worried that I was going to do something illegal. After all, alcohol can be used to start fires. I was speechless for a moment and finally gave up this idea. Come to think of it, what alcohol is not made of wine? So I called Uncle Wu, the owner of a winery in the urban village. Uncle Wu has been brewing wine for more than 20 years, and his reputation is very good, and his price is also cheap. I bought 300 kilograms at one go, and Uncle Wu drove a tricycle to deliver the wine to my door, and the transaction went smoothly. As the sky gradually darkened, Fu Chainin appeared in front of me again. This time he looked even more miserable than last time. His body was covered with dark red blood stains, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. He took a look at the medicines I had prepared, and I quickly explained the usage of these medicines. I also specially labeled the instructions for use of each medicine. After all, he could not recognize these modern words. Fu Chainin grabbed the pen I gave him and wrote their names on the labels one by one. He was not used to writing with modern water-based pens at first, but he soon got the hang of it. I saw him finish writing quickly, so I pointed to the dozen or so plastic barrels filled with wine and told him that they contained strong liquor. He just nodded and didn't try the drink. It seemed that there were important operations tonight, and drinking was strictly prohibited. Finally, Fu Chainin used a small trailer to transport all the supplies away. Before leaving, he told me that if the medicines were effective, he would come again. I smiled and nodded, calculating the profit of the transaction in my mind. $50,000 worth of medicine and wine in exchange for 10 gold bars. If we calculate based on one gold ingot worth 800,000, this is an income of nearly 8 million. Adding on the previous income, I suddenly felt like I was about to get rich. When the back door returned to calm, I quickly stuffed the gold bars into the safe, then opened the front door, ready to deal with the visits of the wholesalers Uncle Yang mentioned. It was dark, but the night was still hot, and there was a watermelon vendor on the street shouting. I called out to him and asked him to pick out 2 of the biggest and sweetest watermelons for me. My neighbor, Grandpa Zhao, happened to pass by and joked with a smile that my supermarket was closed every day and it looked like it didn't have much business. I quickly called him over, cut the watermelon, and asked him to eat it with the neighbors. Everyone ate the watermelon and chatted, while I kept looking towards the village entrance, waiting for tonight's discussion. Without much effort on my part, the old neighbors gathered around naturally. While eating watermelon, they began to curiously ask me about my recent situation. Some were concerned about whether I had found a partner, some were curious why I suddenly returned to the small supermarket, and some asked why my aunt didn't continue to run the store. I took this opportunity to pour out my bitterness and talked about my aunt Guchunyu. She actually asked me to pay her salary before she would continue to run the store, and she even owed a large amount of money for goods on credit, which gave me a headache. Upon hearing this, the old neighbors were immediately filled with righteous indignation and began to discuss the matter. Some said that my aunt was really too much, and that she was clearly using my family's shop, but she actually wanted me to pay for it. Others reminded me that I must not pay off the debts for her goods on credit, otherwise it would be a bottomless pit. I was just telling everyone helplessly that a supplier might come to my house in the evening to collect debts and was still worried when my neighbors expressed their support. They decided to stay and support me and said that if those people were unreasonable, they would take them to court. This touched me but also made me feel a little guilty. After all, was I taking advantage of everyone's kindness? Not long after, a car stopped at the door, and 4 people got out and walked straight into the small supermarket. I knew who they were. Sure enough, they were suppliers who came to collect debts, and one of the men even asked directly about my mother. I told them calmly that my mother died in a car accident last year, and now she has to go to another world to find her creditors. Then they began to explain their purpose, which was mainly to recover the money my aunt owed them for goods on credit. I took out the contract that I had signed with my aunt, explained the division of responsibilities, and told them that they had to ask Gu Chunyu for the bill. Wei Xiang, the boss of Feixiang Wholesale Department, looked unhappy after reading the contract. Apparently, he also realized that he was deceived by my aunt. Others around him were also somewhat unwilling, but they could only accept the fact. One of the men refused to give in and said that since we are all family, it is only natural to repay debts. He also mentioned that I had done big business recently, implying that I had the money to repay the debt. I was speechless for a moment and responded directly. I can't take the blame for my aunt just because I made money. No matter how close we are, we have to settle the accounts clearly. My neighbors also helped to testify at the appropriate time, saying that my aunt and I had clear accounts, and that we had made things very clear when we gave the shop to her. After this conversation, Wei Xiang suggested, since the debt is difficult to collect, I might as well purchase goods from them when I do big business in the future, which will be a win-win situation for everyone. Seeing his sincere attitude, the people around him nodded reluctantly, so I agreed to his proposal. However, I also put forward conditions that the quality of the goods must be good and the price cannot be higher than other places, and they quickly agreed. Afterwards, Wei Xiang walked around the store and was obviously interested in the business of my small supermarket, especially the fact that I had recently bought a large number of compressed biscuits, which made him associate my background with it. Looking at his expression when he left, I guess he probably thought I had some powerful backer behind me. Maybe in his eyes, my small supermarket is just a cover, and the big business is all done in the dark. After everything was settled, several people got in the car and left. I stood at the door and watched their backs. I felt a little dazed. Is this the end of the matter? But thinking of my aunt's fussy nature, I vaguely felt that the matter was not over yet. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening, when I closed the door of the small supermarket, that I remembered that I had forgotten to have dinner. However, thinking about the more than 10 million I earned today, with these beautiful thoughts, I had a good dream. But I didn't expect that at this time, Fu Chainan had already led his soldiers to attack Yangzhou City at night. Early this morning, I sat in the supermarket waiting for Fu Chainan. The medicines and drinks were ready, just waiting for him to pick them up. When Fu Chainan came, I took him to the plastic stool outside the counter and asked him to sit down first. Fu Chainan skillfully handed me a bag of gold ingots. It seemed that this was the payment method he had prepared. When I opened it, I saw another 30 gold ingots, worth more than 20 million. I was a little excited and felt that this transaction was indeed worth it. I took out the medicine list from my phone and showed it to him, pointing to the contents on it. It will take 3 days to get all these medicines. Will you have enough time? Fu Chainan seemed relieved when he saw the eager expression on my face and my big eyes with long eyelashes fluttering. He nodded, indicating that there was no problem with time. After all, the order to evacuate would not be issued so quickly, and it would take time to capture Yongzhou City. He explained with a little worry that the medicines were not to be used now, but to be stored for the future. He mentioned that the doctor in the army suggested that he stock up on some medicine while he was still here, in case he had no place to buy it when he was transferred later. I was stunned when I heard this. It turned out that he was worried that he would not be able to come here again in the future. Then I had an idea and answered immediately, "Actually, you can always enter this shop. No matter where you are, you just need to silently say Space-Time Supermarket in your mind. Then walk 50 steps north and then 20 steps east, and you will see the door here." Fu Chainin looked stunned, as if he had never heard of this news. He asked repeatedly, "Really?" I smiled and nodded. "If you don't believe it, you can go out and try it." He immediately went out to try it out excitedly, while I waited for the results in the store. Not long after, Fu Chainin was seen walking north step by step in an open space. After walking for a distance, he continued to walk east. Seeing him so serious, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Several soldiers were also discussing, some guessing whether he was rejected, and some worried whether something had happened to him. As Fu Chainin walked step by step into the fog, the soldiers became increasingly worried and quickly ran to inform Fu Zhonghai. When Fu Zhonghai arrived at the scene, he asked Dr. Niu to check whether the mist was toxic. After Dr. Niu confirmed that the mist was non-toxic, Fu Zhonghai was relieved. He sent people in to confirm and found nothing unusual, so he told the soldiers to make a decision after the fog cleared. At the same time, Fu Chainin returned to the store excitedly and confirmed with me, "You can really come in?" I just walked in on flat ground. He seemed very excited, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was my magic weapon to get rich. I excitedly tried to sell him these snacks. These dried meats are preserved and vacuum-packed. They won't go bad even if you store them for a month. If you bring them to the battlefield, it won't be a problem at all. Fu Chainin became more and more interested and expressed his desire to buy all the small packaged foods. I packed up all the snacks on the shelf, calculated the prices, and even felt a little embarrassed to continue selling them. Then, Fu Chainin mentioned the plastic barrels for wine. He thought these barrels were better for holding water than cowhide water bags. He hoped to buy this kind of bucket in the future, and I enthusiastically introduced plastic buckets of different specifications. He chose the 10-pound variety, and I was happy because it meant he would keep coming back to my supermarket. Fu Chainin came again today, with full demands as usual. My job is to try my best to meet all his requirements. Although he is not a talkative person, he always brings me some extra fun. Today, he was particularly concerned about the soldiers' diarrhea medicine. I remember he mentioned before that some soldiers had stomach discomfort recently, probably because they ate too much beef and mutton. Hearing this, I naturally thought of drugs such as zhengchang pills and norfloxacin. So, I called Uncle Yi and asked him if he had any ready-made intestinal regulating pills. As I expected, he said that this medicine is very famous in Hong Kong, has good effects, smells bad, but works. I asked him to send dozens of bottles of zhengchang pills and norfloxacin directly and put them at the door of the warehouse. Fu Chainin is still the same Fu Chainin, always sensitive to time. Once he needs something, he can't wait to deal with it immediately. When he saw the medicines were delivered, he quickly asked me to send them to the warehouse. Seeing him carefully affixing the labels and indicating the usage, I couldn't help but feel that this person really cared about his subordinates. Time passed unknowingly, and when it was almost mid-afternoon, Fu Chainin was obviously still reluctant to leave, but he also knew that it was time for him to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered to pay the bill and asked me how much the medicine cost. I smiled and said, "Just pay whatever you think is right." It was not because of anything else, but because he bought too much. I already made enough money, and I felt a little guilty about asking a higher price. However, Fu Chainin misunderstood what I meant, thinking that I was deceived by him, and even emphasized in a panic, "Give as much as you should give. I can't take advantage of you." He suddenly took out a gold ingot worth 10 taels of gold and asked me if it was enough. I nodded quickly, sighing silently in my heart, with tears in my eyes. I earned hundreds of thousands of dollars, so of course it was enough. Before leaving, he asked me to prepare another 1,000 plastic buckets. I agreed, but also reminded him that the number was a bit large and it might take some time. Only after seeing Fu Chainin off did I have a chance to catch my breath, thinking to myself, this guy is really a laughable person sometimes. However, for such a large order, I am willing to work on it even if I have to work until mid-afternoon. After I put the gold ingots away properly, I called Uncle Wu and asked him to help me order 1,000 Tianjin plastic buckets as soon as possible. Uncle Wu agreed immediately, and my task was temporarily completed. At this time, my stomach began to remind me that it was past lunchtime. Just as I was about to go out to find something to eat, when I opened the door, I saw Grandpa Zhao and Dai Hengxin walking side by side. They seemed to have been waiting for me for a long time, so I quickly cheered up and went to greet them. After all, business had to go on. Grandpa Zhao was holding a palm leaf fan in his hand, and it seemed that he was going to walk Dai Hengxin for a while. The custom in the village is that outside the convenience store is considered out of the village, and the convenience store is often used as the boundary for picking up and seeing off people. I resisted the urge to scratch my head, forced a smile, and greeted him, "Grandpa Zhao, I just went out for something and just came back." Dai Hengxin seemed relaxed. He picked up a bottle of water and placed it on the counter, then casually asked me if I had any food recommendations. He obviously didn't come to buy water, but was curious about me, or maybe he had some other thoughts. I naturally understood this situation. Faced with such inquiries or interests, it is useless to escape. It is better to face them calmly. So I didn't refuse and nodded, indicating that I hadn't eaten yet. Dai Hengxin seemed not to have expected that I would agree, and was a little surprised, but he quickly concealed it. After he paid for the water, he took me out of the village and casually chatted about where to go for dinner. Finally, we decided to go to Wanda in the city, and he drove a luxurious Mercedes-Benz GLS. I casually complimented his car, and he replied in a relaxed tone, "You can always afford it if you want." This left me speechless. After all, I had just made a lot of money from Fuchanan and could indeed afford a car like this. Seeing that I didn't respond, Dai Hengxin stopped talking and asked me what I wanted to eat. Finally, we decided to go to Hadaleo for hot pot. Along the way, Dai Hengxin gradually let down his guard and began to talk about his college life and work experience. He joked that his uncle had persuaded him to choose his major, but when he went out to find a job, he found it was not easy and the salary was not high. So he ended up opening his own pawn shop. I couldn't help but become interested in the industry he was engaged in, especially the identification of cultural relics. After all, it is a delicate job. He mentioned that if he encountered illegal cultural relics, he would simply refuse to accept them and would never call the police, which gave those people a way out. I am more curious about how pawn shops deal with identification areas that they are not good at. He smiled and said that he would find helpers, such as his uncle. It turns out that even professionals have areas that they cannot solve, and this is true in every industry. I slowly let my guard down and felt that although the meal was a little awkward at first, the atmosphere became more and more relaxed as the conversation progressed. After dinner, Dai Hengxin insisted on sending me home. Before we parted, I finally made up my mind and mentioned one thing. "I still have some things there. Can you help me take a look tomorrow?" He was obviously very happy to accept the offer and agreed without hesitation. We also made an appointment to meet at his shop at noon the next day. I couldn't help but think to myself, his attitude probably means he's not just interested in the things in my store, right? Grandpa Zhao smiled with pride and praised his grandson, as if he was hinting at something. I could only smile and respond perfunctorily, then quickly turned back to the store to sort out the shelves. Looking at the empty snack shelves, I called Uncle Yang and asked him to send some more goods tomorrow. "It's so hot today that the wind from the fan is hot. It seems like it's time to install an air conditioner." After thinking about it, I placed an order for one directly on JD.com, and soon I received a call to confirm the installation time. Just after hanging up the phone and preparing to settle the bill, a familiar figure walked in from outside the door. "Xiaoing Chun, the person who owes money for goods has come to my house. Why haven't you paid back the debt yet?" I looked up and saw the person standing at the door. It was my aunt, Gu Chunyu. I sat at the counter, my head still a little dazed. What just happened caught me off guard, and what my aunt said when she suddenly came to my house left me at a loss. As soon as she came, she started to mock me, saying that I had made a lot of money but was unwilling to pay back the money I paid for the goods, as if everything was my fault. The situation was clearly clear at the beginning. She wanted to take over the store herself, but she failed to run it well and lost money. Now she is putting the blame on me. She also said that she worked for a year for nothing, as if she was giving me charity. However, this shop was the foundation of our family, and I didn't treat her unfairly at that time. Why did she think I owed her? Her words were like thorns that pierced my heart, but I knew in my heart that it was useless to argue with her. So, I gritted my teeth, interrupted her, and suggested inviting my grandmother, my uncle's family, and my aunt's family to sit down and have a meal together tomorrow to talk this matter out. She was obviously very pleased with my surrender. She agreed with a smug look on her face and left the store with a twist of her waist. I was so angry that I sat at the counter in a daze. Thinking back to those things at my grandparents' house, it was really chilling. My grandma and grandpa are very partial to each other. My uncle is the only boy in the family and has never had to suffer from hardship since he was a child. As for my aunt, she always manages to get benefits by relying on her good mouth. As I thought about it, tears started to flow down my cheeks. Just as I was wiping my tears, Uncle Yi suddenly appeared. He was about to go out for a drink and passed by the store. Seeing that I was in a bad mood, he forced me to tell him what had just happened. After listening to me, Uncle Yi thought for a while and actually suggested that I use some money to quickly get rid of this trouble, and even said that it would be best to sever the relationship with my aunt. I found it a little unbelievable at the time. How could relatives just break off their relationship so easily? Uncle Yi saw that I was stunned, sighed, and said that he couldn't reveal more now, but he was doing this for my own good. Although I had some doubts in my mind, I knew that Uncle Yi was genuinely thinking about me, so I didn't ask any more questions and just nodded silently to thank him. After Uncle Yi left, I no longer had the heart to do business, so I simply closed the shop, booked a private room at Yue Restaurant for tomorrow, and posted it in the family group, explaining the reason for the incident. The next morning, when I turned on my phone, the group chat was already buzzing. My uncle and aunt wondered if I had made a fortune. My grandparents were concerned about my recent situation, and only my aunt, with a hint of pride and grievance, said that I had to give her an explanation in front of everyone. When I saw these messages, I replied with just one word, yes. The group suddenly fell silent. I didn't say anything more and ate a bowl of noodles with a heavy heart, and then went to Uncle Wu's place. Uncle Wu told me that the plastic buckets from his place were on the way, faster than I expected. Not long after I got home, the plastic buckets arrived as expected. I simply put them all in the warehouse and finally felt relieved. As soon as the back door of the Space-Time supermarket was opened, Fu Chainan walked in. He was dressed in a crimson robe, with his hair tied up with a jade crown, and he was so handsome that people couldn't help but take a few more glances. I was stunned and casually asked him if he had been waiting for a long time. He nodded and said that he walked into the fog according to my instructions, but the door did not open, so he simply waited there. Hearing that he didn't wait long, I didn't ask any more questions and directly took him to see the plastic bucket. He didn't rush to take it away. Instead, he looked at the empty snack shelf and asked me if I could get some more snacks for him and the soldiers. It seems that they are really addicted to these modern snacks. I smiled and promised that new stocks would be delivered soon. He nodded and asked me with interest what the delicious food was, looking at the colorful packages. This happened to be my favorite thing to do, so I immediately brought over several snacks and introduced them to him. This is shredded squid, made from fish from the sea. Some people think it's fishy, but some people love it. You can try it. Then, I pointed at other snacks and introduced them one by one. This is liliumii, which is similar to the candied fruit you have. There are also drunkard peanuts, which are especially good with alcohol. Here are all biscuits, cakes, and small breads in various flavors. Take your pick. Seeing his serious look, I couldn't help but laugh. It seems that today's business is really an unexpected gain. Today is another busy day that started early in the morning. After Fu Chainan entered the store, although he said he was here to get the plastic bucket, his eyes were always looking at the snacks. After trying a few, he bought everything except the squid shreds. I watched him clear out 2 shelves, and I couldn't help but feel a little proud. I couldn't help but offer, wait, I'll prepare some food for you that you haven't tried before. Pick out the ones you like, and then tell me so I can help you get more. After all, as the only top VIP customer of the Space-Time supermarket, he naturally deserves such service. Next, we talked about the needs of the Fu family army. I originally thought he was here to purchase some ordinary supplies, but he was very direct, saying that he wanted to stock up this time and buy as many supplies as possible for the Fu family army. Hearing this, while I was still thinking about what he needed, Fu Chainan turned around and dragged in a big box. When I opened it, it was full of gold ingots. He pointed at the gold calmly and told me to help them buy it quickly because time was running out. At that moment, I was stunned. 5,000 taels of gold, 18 kilograms of gold. This is simply a sky-high price. I quickly calmed down and immediately started planning the supplies we needed to purchase with him. Cotton clothes, cotton shoes, hats, and a cauldron for 10,000 people were all listed. Considering the compressed biscuits and medicines he mentioned before, I even think that 3 million may not be enough. Not enough money? Fortunately, Fu Chainan brought so much gold this time. I told him that these gold ingots must be converted into cash before I can continue to purchase goods. Hearing that time was pressing, Fu Chainan didn't waste much time, took his things and left. Before leaving, he also asked about the price of those plastic buckets. I waved my hand and said I didn't need them. The gold he brought was enough to pay for all the orders, and there was still some left over. After he left, I looked at the pile of gold ingots with some worry. The safe has long been full, and there is really no place to put it. Just when I was distressed, the system suddenly prompted me to deposit these belongings into the supermarket's own cashier system. I tried it a few times with suspicion, depositing gold ingots and taking them out, and found that this function actually worked well. This time, I finally felt at ease and no longer worried about losing money. After everything was settled, I put on my backpack, called a DD car, and went directly to Xinlong pawn shop. I had a big order to discuss today, and I was a little nervous, but also a little excited. As soon as I arrived at the door of the pawn shop, I saw Dai Hengxin. He came very early today, obviously to receive me, an important guest. Dai Hengxin was indeed a man who knew his limits. As soon as Xiaomei came out of the pawn shop, he asked me to discuss business with him alone. When Xiaomei saw me, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes, probably because she didn't expect that a girl like me, who was dressed simply, would be received alone. Walking into the pawn shop, I couldn't help but think of my previous experience. When I sold 2 gold bars last time, I had already established some trust with Dai Hengxin, but today's order was much larger than last time. I don't know if this transaction will go smoothly, but no matter what, I know that I have enough confidence to face every next step. When I came to Xinlong pawn shop today, I was still a little nervous. After all, the things I brought were quite heavy, and even made me a little confused. When I pushed the door open, I saw Dai Hengxin boiling water to make tea. He was obviously ready to receive me. I nodded and said hello. Compared to before, we were indeed more familiar with each other this time. Perhaps it was because of that meal that we both relaxed a lot. After I sat down, Dai Hengxin quickly locked the door and said that I was the only guest that morning and would not be disturbed easily. I nodded in understanding, then took out the jewelry box inlaid with gold, silver, and shells. Looking at Dai Hengxin's eyes at that moment, I realized that this box might be unusual. He pulled down the curtains, turned on the lights, and prepared the work very seriously. After he put on gloves, he carefully picked up the box and even told me a little nervously that such an exquisite box should not be used to hold things casually. If it was scratched, its value would be greatly reduced. I was shocked. Could this box really be so valuable? He then opened the box, and the jewels inside stunned him for a moment. Seeing his expression, I was also a little nervous. As he recovered and began to take out the jewels one by one and place them on a large velvet tray, my heart grew heavier. With so many jewels on display, he had to get a second tray to put them in. He couldn't help but guess the value of these things. Dai Hengxin was obviously a little excited, but he tried to stay calm. After he finished examining the box, he began to explain to me in a serious tone. This thing was made of agarwood, with mother-of-pearl craftsmanship and inlaid with gold and silver threads, and the craftsmanship was top-notch. He also mentioned that a similar box had been sold at an auction in the past for a whopping 20 million. I was stunned. It was hard to believe that a box could be worth so much. Seeing that I looked unhappy, he comforted me by saying that it was not illegal as long as I didn't show it to outsiders easily, because such precious things would easily attract coveted. I nodded and promised not to show it to others easily. Then he began to analyze the jewels in the box one by one, saying that although the craftsmanship of these jewels was good, their value was not as high as the box, and the total value was only more than 1 million. I was so shocked that I couldn't describe it. It turned out that this was really a situation of buying the box and returning the pearls. The jewelry was not as valuable as the box itself. Seeing that I was obviously at a loss, Dai Hengxin kindly gave me a few velvet jewelry boxes and personally helped me pack the jewelry one by one. Finally, he helped me put the jewelry box into a large box and prepared a sports bag to put it in. After all this trouble, the box obviously couldn't fit into my backpack. For convenience, I didn't refuse his offer to take me home. After sorting out everything, Dai Hengxin casually asked if there was anything else that needed to be identified. I thought about it and asked him if he still accepted gold ingots. Of course he accepted it, so I carefully took out 4 gold bars wrapped tightly with toilet paper from my backpack and explained that I didn't hit them hard. Seeing how careful I was, he was speechless, but he could only force himself to hold back his smile. He opened the 4 paper packages and found that there were indeed 4 Tinliang gold ingots. Dai Hengxin looked at the gold ingots in front of him and obviously felt that this was a big deal. He couldn't help but suggest inviting his uncle to come over and take a look. I didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. After all, for a business worth millions, it was reasonable to call in people. I don't have any concerns in my mind. I know all these things anyway. The key is to see how they value and trade. Today's transaction process at Xinlong Pawn Shop made me feel both nervous and smooth. Dai Hengxin directly called his uncle, Dai Wangyan, who was an antique appraisal expert. He was sweating profusely when he came in, but after a simple tidying up, he seemed much calmer. He carefully examined the gold ingots I brought and confirmed their authenticity after a short look. Afterwards, Dai Hengxin readily gave me 3.2 million, which made me very satisfied with the deal. After the transaction was completed, I wanted to take a taxi back by myself, but Dai Hengxin insisted on giving me a ride. He even picked up my sports bag and reminded me, "Do you dare to take a taxi with such a valuable thing in your hands?" I thought about it and decided that I shouldn't take the risk, so I agreed to his suggestion. Along the way, he took me home and we chatted about some simple topics while driving. The atmosphere was relaxed. Just as I got off the car and was about to open the store door, I ran into Yu Bin. I didn't expect him to suddenly appear, stare at me seriously, and asked me who the person who had just sent me back was. This sudden question startled me, and I almost dropped my bag. Uncle Yi always cared about me, but he looked so serious. Obviously, he had misunderstood something. I had to tell him that the person who just sent me off was Grandpa Zhao's grandson, Dai Hengxin, who ran a pawn shop, and it was purely a business transaction. Uncle Yi obviously didn't believe it completely, but after hearing this explanation, his attitude softened a bit. He reminded me not to go astray, saying that recently people in the village have been talking about the situation in my store, especially the goods that come in and out, which makes him wonder if I am doing some shady business. Listening to Uncle Ye's concerns, I felt a little cold in my heart. After all, these supplies were indeed shipped through the space-time supermarket. On the surface, it seemed that something was really not normal. My heart sank, and I quickly made up an excuse to tell him that I recently opened an online store, and the business has improved, so I purchase goods frequently and often work until midnight. This reason is reasonable, and Uncle Yi was relieved after hearing it. Although he was still a little worried, he finally gave a few instructions and left. After Uncle Yi left, I quickly put the things in my bag into the system space of the space-time supermarket, and finally felt a little more at ease. Then, thinking about the storage problem of these goods, I sent a message to Dai Hengxin, asking him if he could help me rent a warehouse. Unexpectedly, he replied immediately, saying that he had a friend who was engaged in warehousing and logistics, and even took the initiative to call me and suggested taking me to see the warehouse directly. I immediately felt that things were moving in a better direction. After all, with the warehouse, we could better arrange these large quantities of materials. The next thing needed to be done step by step. A lot of things happened today, and I was a bit overwhelmed. After talking to Dai Hengxin on the phone this morning, I decided to go directly to the warehouse he recommended. Although I was a little hesitant, he joked that I was his biggest customer and that serving a god like me would not delay anything. I laughed when I heard that. After all, I had sold several million gold and silver ingots to him during this period, so I could be considered a big customer. Not long after, he drove his Mercedes back and stopped at the store entrance. The neighbors were all whispering, and it seemed that everyone was speculating about the relationship between Dai Hengxin and me, but I didn't care at all. Dai Hengxin told me that he had a junior high school classmate who worked in logistics and warehousing, and he took me to that classmate for help. I happened to need a warehouse recently, so I followed him. On the way, I couldn't help asking him about the antiques. Ever since his words scared me, I have been worried that I would accidentally step on the red line of the law. Hearing my direct question, Dai Hengxin patiently explained to me the rules of antique trading. He told me that legal antiques are usually handed down from ancestors, or antiques with clear purchase certificates from auction houses. If the source of the item is unknown, you have to be careful, as it may even cause some legal trouble. I listened carefully and understood the rules more and more. I felt relieved when I thought that my treasures were all stored in the system space. As long as I didn't show them, no one would find them. Soon we arrived at the storage company of Dai Hengxin's friend Feng Xiangning. Although this man was dressed a little greasy, he was quite enthusiastic. He took me to see several warehouses, and I finally chose one that was remote but conveniently located. The warehouse was of moderate size, with a steel frame structure, a small guard room next to it, air conditioning, and a toilet, which met my requirements perfectly. After we agreed on the price, I paid the money without hesitation. Feng Xiangning was also very generous. He didn't ask for a deposit and gave me the key directly. This easily solved the warehouse problem, and I felt much more at ease. After finishing the warehouse work, Dai Hengxin took me to a buffet. This buffet was really good, with an average of more than 200 yuan per person and a rich variety of dishes. I was very satisfied with the meal. I casually mentioned that I wanted to buy a car, and Dai Hengxin immediately recommended one to me. Although I had a lot of cash, I still decided to buy a cost-effective car suitable for running a warehouse, and finally chose a Mazda of about 150,000 yuan. Dai Hengxin was a little surprised, and didn't seem to understand why I didn't choose a more expensive car. But I knew that buying a car was for the convenience of work, not for luxury. At about 2 p.m., I picked up my new car at the 4S store, feeling very happy. When I said goodbye to Daiheng Xin, I smiled and said to him, I have some urgent things to do these 2 days. I will treat you to dinner after I am done with my work. He said yes, and I drove back without thinking much. When I got home, Uncle Yang had already delivered the instant noodles and snacks I ordered, which were more than what Fu Chainan had ordered. After all, the shelves had to be filled and could not always be empty. Seeing my new car parked at the door, Uncle Yang took a closer look but didn't say much. I opened the door of the warehouse, asked him to unload the goods, and then settled the bill with him. The front door closed, the back door opened, and the Space-Time supermarket entered the working state again. As soon as the back door opened, Fu Chainan came in. Looking at him, I felt a little embarrassed. Have you been waiting for a long time again? He shook his head. It was obviously not too long, but it was also obvious that he had gotten used to trying to enter the supermarket from time to time, and it seemed that he was becoming more and more dependent on this place. Fu Chainan seemed a little different today. His eyes stayed on me for a moment, especially when he saw the light green cotton and linen dress I was wearing today. His gaze lingered a little longer. Unfortunately, I didn't think much about it, and was just busy introducing him to the instant noodles and snacks that had just arrived. Fu Chainan didn't hesitate to take all the snacks away, saying that his soldiers all liked the fresh food. He also specifically asked to take more lollipops and QQ candies, saying that his father and soldiers all liked these snacks. Hearing this, I couldn't help but imagine the image of General Fu Zhonghai eating a lollipop in my mind, and I almost couldn't hold back laughing out loud. I told Fu Chainan that the cotton-padded clothes, cotton-padded shoes, and compressed biscuits he ordered would be delivered as early as tomorrow afternoon. He agreed, but he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he continued to look around. I simply introduced him to some products he had never seen before, especially ice cream. When I told Fu Chainan that the ice cream could be kept in the freezer for a long time without melting, he seemed particularly surprised and even a little unbelievable. Finally, he couldn't help but buy a whole box, saying he would take it back to let the soldiers try it. At this time, I reminded him that eating too much ice cream can easily cause diarrhea, and he smiled and said, "It's okay, your medicine works well." After seeing Fu Chainan off, I closed the back door and started to take care of my own business. Soon, the air conditioner installer came and helped me install the new air conditioner. After that, I handled a few individual customer orders, and it was soon past 5 in the afternoon. I cleaned up the shop, cleared the dust, took 2 bottles of Jiananchan and a few drinks, and drove to Yuelu. I had an appointment with my family to have dinner today to clarify the matter with my aunt. After arriving at Yuelu, I ordered the dishes in advance. My grandparents and uncle and aunt arrived soon, and then my aunt came as well. The last time we met was during the Chinese New Year. I greeted them politely and asked them to take a seat with a smile on my face. Everyone looked at me with some scrutiny and speculation. My aunt asked gently, "Ing Chun, is there something good that you are inviting us to dinner this time?" I smiled and replied, "Let's eat first, and then talk. Otherwise there would be a quarrel, and no one would be able to eat. This kind of thing needs to be done slowly, and we can't be in a hurry to talk about it." I listened to Gu Chunyu telling me about her grievances with a smug look on her face, but I felt a little amused. Since she is so eager to speak, let her speak first. She first mentioned that she had lost money by helping to look after the shop. Every word she said emphasized her selflessness and sacrifice, and these words were undoubtedly paving the way for herself. After she finished speaking, I was not in a hurry and added with a smile, "At the beginning, I said that I didn't want to open a small shop anymore. It was you who took the initiative to take over and signed a contract to be responsible for your own profits and losses. Now you haven't made any money and you owe money for goods, but you want me to pay it back? This is probably unreasonable." He spoke slowly, as if he was chatting about family matters, but I could feel that the expressions of everyone at the table were changing, especially the expressions of my uncle and aunt. It is clear that they did not know the whole story before. My grandparents were also a little embarrassed. Gu Chunyu's previous version made them think that she had been wronged, but they did not expect that the actual situation was completely different. Then, I mentioned the matter of the wholesaler coming to collect the debt, which was more than 120,000 yuan owed by Gu Chunyu for goods. I had never purchased goods from these wholesalers, so I naturally could not admit the responsibility, so I asked them to contact Gu Chunyu. Now that the matter has been brought to court, I asked her directly, "Aunt, is this true?" When Gu Chunyu heard this, her expression began to become unnatural. She hurriedly defended herself. "I did buy on credit, but that was because I didn't make any money. If I had money, of course I would pay it back." I still kept smiling and said slowly, "Those goods worth hundreds of thousands should be able to pay off the debt even if I sell them at wholesale prices, unless you throw them all into the river. The sarcasm in my words was not concealed. Obviously, Gu Chunyu borrowed the goods, but did not use the money to repay the debt, but instead regarded it as his own income. She became anxious and started shouting that it was very hard to run the store every day, and that she felt a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was not too much. I responded with a smile. So, what you mean is that you didn't make any money and you think I should give you 10,000 yuan in salary? Because I didn't give you that. You used the money you owed for the goods as your salary? Is that right? She was so touched by my words that she was speechless for a moment, and everyone around her fell silent. Her children and husband also lowered their heads and dared not say a word. It was obvious that they knew the truth about this matter, but chose to play dumb for their own benefit. I looked around at my grandparents, uncle and aunt, and said calmly, "My aunt asked me to pay back the money last night, but I don't think it makes sense. So I invited everyone here today to listen to the opinions of the elders. Do you think I should help her pay off the debt?" Grandma's face turned ugly, and she was obviously dissatisfied with Gu Chunyu's behavior. "You signed the contract, so it's your business. Why don't you pay back the money? And you let them find Chun. This is your own problem." Gu Chunyu's face darkened, and he started to act like a spoiled brat. "It's not that I don't have money. Chun, you've done big business and made a lot of money. You just need to pay back this little money. Everyone knows it. Why make such a fuss?" I sneered. "Where did you hear the rumor that I made a lot of money? Even if I really made tens of millions, it was earned by me myself and has nothing to do with the debt you owe me." I paused and pointed at my uncle. My uncle also earns 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, and my aunt is a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, earning more than 10,000 yuan. Why don't you let them help you pay back the debt? My uncle and aunt were obviously shocked, and they quickly said with a smile, "How does this involve us? You should solve it yourselves." It was obvious that they didn't want to get involved. At this moment, Gu Chunyu suddenly sneered and changed the subject. "You keep mentioning the court. Since we are talking about the law, what about your parents' inheritance? The court originally awarded a compensation of 1 million yuan. Grandpa and Grandma should also have a share, right? Did you mention it?" Hearing this, I felt a chill in my heart. It turned out that Gu Chunyu's real purpose was here. She was coming for the compensation. Sitting there, looking at them, I didn't know whether my heart was chilled or completely awakened. Favoritism and injustice in the family have always been nothing new, but I never expected that when things really involve interests, even the most basic fairness and family affection can be completely ignored. I choked up and spoke, recalling everything that happened after my parents' car accident. "Uncle, you participated in the whole process. The truck driver had no money to pay compensation, so he was sentenced to 950,000 yuan, but he didn't give me a penny. You know about this, right?" My uncle nodded and admitted that he knew more about the matter than anyone else. He had even checked the family situation and found that they had no ability to pay compensation. I continued, "In order to save my parents, all the savings in the family were used up, and I borrowed money everywhere. You all know about this, right?" This time, my aunt nodded. "Yes, we all know." Then, I spread my hands helplessly. "So, what other inheritance is there to divide?" "Ashes." I looked at Gu Chunyu, and she immediately retorted, saying that the house is not considered an inheritance. I was so irritated by her shamelessness that I laughed. When the houses were demolished and distributed, my uncle got 3, my aunt got 2, my grandparents kept 1, and when it was my mother's turn, she was only given a piece of land. The house was built with money my father borrowed. It's just over 100 square meters and is located in a village on the edge of the city. Can it be sold for 300,000? Even if the court rules that the 5 first-line heirs, me, my grandparents, and my grandparents, can share equally, my grandparents can only get 120,000 yuan at most, right? And then it will be divided among you. Do you think you can get 120,000 yuan? My uncle and aunt's faces turned ugly, and they obviously began to realize that the plan was not as good as they thought. I told them again, the property rights of the house have long been in my name. In order to avoid tax, the house was directly written in my name, so it is not considered an inheritance and has nothing to do with my aunt. Gu Chunyu was so angry that she continued to argue. "That land was given to me by my grandparents. How can it be irrelevant?" I didn't want to argue with her anymore, so I turned to ask my grandparents, "How did you decide? After all, you have the final say." Grandpa and Grandma looked at each other, and finally Grandpa said, "Your parents' things are left to you. We don't want them. As for the payment, you can discuss it with your aunt." When I heard this, I felt even bleaker. It turned out that there was really no reason for bias. No matter what I said, they would stand on Gu Chunyu's side. I slowly asked, Grandpa and Grandma said they didn't want any, but you still think you deserve more than 120,000 yuan. What's the logic behind this? Gu Chunyu knew he was in the wrong, so he just started to cheat. I just don't have any money. Let them sue me. The worst that can happen is that I go to jail. At this moment, cousin Xiaolin suddenly exploded and threatened viciously. If mom goes to jail, I will kill people and burn things. I sneered in my heart. Is this what they call family? I looked at them, and each of them had a calculating look on their faces. Then, I expressed my thoughts. Grandpa and Grandma, my mother and I have felt wronged for so many years. You favored my aunt and uncle, and we didn't have any houses when you divided them up. I didn't say anything. Now my aunt sold an extra 20,000 yuan worth of goods from the supermarket and didn't pay me, and I didn't say anything. But you asked me to pay back the 120,000 yuan, and I don't want to. If my aunt insists on doing this, then we'll see you in court. Whatever happens, I can just close the supermarket, leave the house empty, and go out to work. Anyway, I can feed the whole family by myself. When I said this, everyone was stunned. Gu Chunyu also became anxious and changed her words. How about this? I really can't pay back the 120,000 yuan. I pay half and you pay half. How about that? It turned out that all my money was used to buy a house for her son. I looked at them, and my heart was completely chilled. So I took out an agreement from my bag and put it on the table. Since you all want me to help you pay back the money, I am willing to pay half. But there is a condition. You all have to sign this agreement. Gu Chunyu quickly snatched the agreement, and after seeing the terms, his face changed drastically. What do you mean? As long as I pay back the 60,000 yuan, your grandparents' support, medical care, and funeral will have nothing to do with you in the future? Are you trying to sever all ties with us? I sneered and responded, yes, that's my condition. From now on, your house and money will no longer have anything to do with me, and the compensation will have nothing to do with me either. At this point, my uncle and aunt were silent, and it was obvious that they understood what this meant. If I signed this agreement, I would no longer have any financial responsibility for them, and they would not be able to get a penny from me. Although they were reluctant, they obviously did not dare to argue any further. Seeing them fall silent one by one, I smiled and said, don't look at them, just eat while watching. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. As soon as I finished speaking, the four young people took the lead in picking up their chopsticks, while the older elders remained silent, not knowing how to face my decisive agreement. Chapter 23 was prosecuted. Finally, under the instigation of Gu Chunyu, my grandparents and my uncle and aunt signed the agreement. Gu Chunyu actually gave some of the milk, shikima, and other things that he bought on credit to his uncle, aunt, and grandparents. How my uncle's family and my aunt's family discuss responsibilities and how to divide my grandparents' property is their business. The banquet was over, and no one except Gu Chunyu and the 5 young men had a good meal. Xiaoing Chun was very polite. Standing at the entrance of Yue building, she said goodbye to the elders one by one. Grandpa and Grandma, I will come to pay New Year's greetings to you two every year. My aunt was polite. Ing Chun, how about I take you back? Xiaoing Chun said no. There is no point in doing nothing at the critical moment and then being a good person now. But her aunt insisted on sending her off. You see, it's not that close. How about I take you there? She even tried to pull her off. Gu Chunyu laughed and said, you don't have a car now, so if your aunt wants to send you, just ask her to do it. The family car was totaled in a traffic accident. Xiaoing Chun was helpless. I drove here, so there's no need to trouble my aunt. Oh. Everyone looked at Xiaoing Chun. Xiaoing Chun took out the key and pressed it. The lights of the brand new white Mazda SUV flashed and the lock opened. Gu Chunyu's eyes widened. New car. Xiaolin also came forward and said, just bought it? This car costs hundreds of thousands. Gu Chunyu felt upset. Ing Chun, you already have enough money to buy a car. Why are you still arguing with your aunt about that little money? Xiaoing Chun smiled faintly. Aunt, if you say so, then I won't bear the money. I still say that even if I make 10 million from one order, it's still my money. You used the money you owed on my store to make the down payment for your new house, and you won't give me half of it, will you? Gu Chunyu. Xiaolin pulled Gu Chunyu's arm unhappily. Go, go, go. They don't intend to help you, and they are about to break up with you. Why are you still saying this? He actually looked like he had suffered a loss. Xiaoing Chun smiled without saying anything and watched them leave. Looking at the brand new car, my aunt realized that Xiaoing Chun might not be as incompetent as she had thought before. She sighed and said, okay, drive slowly and send me a message when you get home. Aunt, it's not far. I'm fine. Xiaoing Chun said goodbye and left, and ultimately did not send any safety message in the group. My aunt didn't ask any further questions. In order to prevent Xiao Yingshun from thinking about her grandparents' last house, the family seemed to have tacitly distanced themselves from Xiao Yingshun. Xiao Yingshun returned home and lay in her little room, feeling uneasy. She thought of her parents and the injustices they had suffered in the past. Finally, she could only say silently to the dark night, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will live a good life." Xiao Yingshun can indeed live a good life. I got up early the next day and ate some rice noodles leisurely. Uncle Yi said he would bring some medicine over. After eating, I returned to the store and began my half-day job guarding the shop. With air conditioning, Xiao Yingshun no longer sat outside the shop, but sat directly inside the counter, during which time she took the medicine sent by Uncle Yi and the goods sent by Uncle Yang. Surprisingly, Wei Xiang, the wholesaler who had come to collect the debt before, also came. He heard from Gu Chunyu that Xiao Yingshun was willing to help pay 60,000 yuan, so he came here specifically to confirm. Xiao Yingshun admitted it. Wei Xiang looked at Xiao Yingshun deeply, as if judging whether what Xiao Yingshun said was true. Xiao Yingshun grinned. "I paid the money to completely break off relations with my aunt, not for you. You don't have to feel weird." Wei Xiang suddenly realized, "When will you give me the money?" "When your lawsuit is over and her money is paid, you can come to me for the remaining part." Wei Xiang thought for a moment and said, "Then I might have to include you in the prosecution list. This is the safest way." Xiao Yingshun didn't care. "Okay, you list them." Wei Xiang didn't expect Xiao Yingshun to agree immediately. He was surprised. "You don't mind being the defendant?" Xiao Yingshun grinned. "Life is so long. It's quite fresh to be a defendant for once." Wei Xiang gave Xiao Yingshun a thumbs up. "Your mentality is awesome." Wei Xiang had just seen Uncle Yang's delivery truck leave. Seeing the goods that Xiao Yingshun had not yet unpacked and the empty shelves, he took the initiative to say, "How about I help you sort the goods?" Xiao Yingshun hurriedly stopped him. "No need. I can do it myself." Wei Xiang's purpose was certainly not to help with the inventory, so he said, "I also have these snacks, and the price I offer is not high." As he spoke, he took out a pen and wrote the prices of the snacks on the blank cigarette cases on Xiao Yingshun's counter. "Compare them. If you think they are suitable, call me." Xiao Yingshun looked at the prices and found that several items were slightly lower than Uncle Yang's, while the prices of a few others were the same as Uncle Yang's. Xiao Yingshun smiled, promised to consider it, and sent Wei Xiang away. Uncle Yang is an old acquaintance, and although the price is a little higher than Wei Xiang's, it is still within a reasonable profit point. The reason why Wei Xiang offered such a price was probably more to grab business. "I don't mind the price difference of a few cents, and Uncle Yang is always reliable in his work. In this case, why should I change suppliers and increase my workload?" Near noon, Xiao Yingshun received the first delivery call, saying that cotton coats, cotton shoes, and cotton hats had arrived. Xiao Yingshun drove over, and the other party brought their own workers to unload the goods. Both parties counted and unloaded the goods on the spot, and after the inventory was completed, Xiao Yingshun settled the bill on the spot. After the others left, Xiao Yingshun put the things into the warehouse of the space system. 10,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes and cotton shoes filled up the warehouse. Fortunately, the cotton coats and cotton hats can compress the air out, otherwise it would not be able to hold any space. After packing up and having a quick meal on the roadside, Xiao Yingshun returned to the store, opened the back door, and the space-time supermarket opened again. Fu Chainan came in quickly. Seeing the two trailers full of cotton-padded clothes and hats, Fu Chainan was also surprised. Is it really that fast? How powerful is this era? They actually managed to get enough cotton-padded hats and coats for 10,000 people in just one day. Xiao Yingshun didn't hesitate. "Hurry up and take them away. There are pots, pans, cotton shoes, and compressed biscuits next. You will have to come 2 or 3 more times to get them all." Fu Chainan then started to work quickly. Fortunately, Xiao Yingshun had the system's automatic sorting function to help with loading, and Fu Chainan had many soldiers who could unload the goods, so the efficiency was extremely high and all the cotton coats and hats were quickly taken away. Xiao Yingshun went to the warehouse 3 more times to pick up the goods, and finally handed all the goods to Fu Chainan. By the time we finished the work, it was almost dark. Fu Chainan was sweating from exhaustion, and Xiao Yingshun didn't want to move anymore. It was such a hot day, and she felt tired running back and forth to the warehouse. Seeing that Fu Chainan looked exhausted, Xiao Yingshun suddenly remembered something and asked, "How about I treat you to a meal?" Chapter 24. Starting a business together. Fu Chainan was a little surprised. "You can still eat here?" Xiao Yingshun grinned. "What's the difficulty?" Xiao Yingshun directly heated up 2 boxes of self-heating rice. Xiao Yingshun guessed that Fu Chainan had a big appetite, so she made 4 servings. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice, beef bamboo shoots rice, twice-cooked pork rice, and Taiwanese braised pork rice. Fu Chainan watched Xiao Yingchun pour cold water directly into the box, throw a small bag in, and cover it with the dry and cold food. Soon hot steam came out of it. After a while, Xiao Yingchun opened the box and found a hot and fragrant meal was ready. Try it. Xiao Yingchun happily pushed one of them over. Fu Chainan picked up the spoon hesitantly and took a bite. The next second, Fu Chainan's eyes widened. He glanced at Xiao Yingchun, and seeing Xiao Yingchun's smiling and nodding face, he couldn't hold back any longer and finished the meal in one gulp. When he finished eating and looked up, he found that Xiao Yingchun had only taken 2 or 3 bites of her meal. Xiao Yingchun pointed to the other 2 and said, "They are all prepared for you." Fu Chainan didn't hesitate and finished the other 2 meals in no time. After finishing their meal, 2 people, one holding a Coke and the other holding boiled water, sat on a small stool and chatted. "Why does this get hot when you put cold water in it? Have you ever seen lime poured into water?" Fu Chainan understood, but a new question came up. Why did the rice cook after just a short while? It was already cooked, but it was dehydrated before. Now it is heated again, so it will heat up quickly. I don't think this dish is dry. Why is it packed like this? How long can it be kept like this? This can be stored for more than half a year. It is vacuum-packed, there is no air inside, and preservatives may also be added. What are preservatives? Fu Chainan asked questions one after another, and Xiao Yingchun tried his best to answer them. If he couldn't answer them, he would search on Baidu. When Xiao Yingchun came to her senses, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chainan and said, "It's late. Why don't you go back first? If you need anything else, come back tomorrow." Fu Chainan suddenly realized and stood up to say goodbye. "Then I'll leave first." He said he was leaving, but he was looking around, obviously reluctant to go. Seeing the shelves filled again, Fu Chainan chose to clear them out again, and packed up everything including the self-heating rice and took them away. Fu Chainan wanted to give money, but Xiao Yingchun said it was not necessary. He had given too much before, and she felt embarrassed to ask for more money. Fu Chainan looked at Xiao Yingchun seriously and said, "If it's not enough, tell me anytime. I won't let you suffer any loss." Xiao Yingchun nodded. This business of mutual trust and huge profits is simply so exciting. The client was particularly handsome, and it was pleasing to the eye to sit and talk with him. By not letting the middlemen make a profit from the price difference, Xiao Yingchun saved a lot of money after shipping a few trucks of goods. He calculated that these goods cost more than 2.8 million yuan in total, and after including the money for buying the truck, there was still a lot left. She felt relieved and slept soundly. Who knew that when she woke up early the next day, she saw a message from Dai Hengxin, saying that he had something to discuss with her and asked her if she was free in the morning and wanted to chat. It turned out that Dai Hengxin discussed Xiao Yingchun's situation with Dai Wangyan after returning yesterday. The 2 people agreed that Xiao Yingchun might have been someone else's white glove. Otherwise, how could the daughter of an ordinary convenience store owner, who had only worked outside for a year, suddenly have so many good things in her hands? Guessing that Xiao Yingchun still had many good things in his hands, they were itching to get them. But they were also afraid that the things in Xiao Yingchun's hands were of illegal origin, and if he was taken to the police station, it would implicate them. Dai Hengxin wants to show his cards. Xiao Yingchun naturally would not refuse Dai Hengxin's invitation. When it comes to selling antiques, she currently only has Dai Hengxin as her contact. After agreeing on the time and place, Xiao Yingchun arrived at KFC in advance. There were not many people in KFC in the morning, so the 2 found an empty corner and sat down. Dai Hengxin lowered his voice and expressed his concerns. "You probably still have a lot of things to sell, right?" Xiao Yingchun thought for a while. "I only have more than 200,000 yuan in cash on hand. If I want to continue supplying Fu Chainan, I will definitely need to sell gold and silver ingots or other things." So Xiao Yingchun nodded. Dai Hengxin looked around and whispered like a thief, "You are selling this stuff in large quantities in China, and it will be easy to have problems over time. Then the relevant departments will come to ask you where these things came from. Can you explain it clearly?" Xiao Yingchun. "Of course it's hard to explain." Her expression became serious. "You don't accept it here?" Dai Hengxin waved his hand. "It's definitely okay in the short term, but if you sell like this for a long time, I'm still a little scared." Xiao Yingchun thought about it. Dai Hengxin would not come to me just to reject the acquisition. What does he mean? Dai Hengxin met Xiao Yingchun's obviously puzzled look and finally expressed his thoughts. "What I mean is, why don't we form a partnership and open an art auction company?" Dai Hengxin explained for a long time, saying that the auction company could sell many things in a clear way, so that Xiao Yingchun could also sell the things without any danger. Of course, there is another way, which is that these things can be sold overseas. But how do these things get abroad? Smuggling? That's against the law. After listening to Dai Hengxin's words, Xiao Yingchun felt like a new door had been opened. Yes, these things can be exported. Even if others can't do it, I can. Because I have a space-time supermarket system. I can store all the antiques and cultural relics in it. However, Dai Hengxin can also start a company in partnership here. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said seriously, first, I don't know how to manage a company, and second, I don't know what to do with this kind of company. If we cooperate, how should we cooperate? When Dai Hengxin heard Xiao Yingchun's reluctance, he was immediately overjoyed. I'll take care of it. You just need to be responsible for providing the things. The next thing to talk about is the profit sharing. Dai Hengxin's idea was simple. Except for the commission that should be paid to the auction company according to convention, all the money from the auction will belong to you. It is equivalent to Xiao Yingchun's antiques were just provided by ordinary outsiders, and the same amount should be given to outsiders as that to Xiao Yingchun. As for the auction company's dividends, they will be divided according to our subsequent profits and our respective shares. But Dai Hengxin came up with a new idea. If I want to expand the company, my foundation is not enough. I need to bring in more people. It's not about getting the other party to pay, but about the other party's circle and the background behind him. Xiao Yingchun nodded. Okay, but the person must be reliable. That's no problem. Chapter 25. The partner is a middle school student. The two parties agreed that Dai Hengxin would take the opportunity to invite Xiao Yingchun to dinner. Xiao Yingchun offered to pay the bill. I said I would treat you to a meal last time. How about today? Dai Hengxin didn't expect that she could calculate it so clearly. After thinking about it, he smiled and agreed. As soon as the two men walked to the entrance of Hadaleo, they ran into a few young people dressed in colorful clothes. Xiao Yingchun always kept her distance from young people with colorful hair and immediately gave way to them. Unexpectedly, the one in the front suddenly exclaimed, Old Dai, why are you here? Who is this? Dai Hengxin couldn't help laughing when he saw him. Mr. He? I was just thinking of looking for you, and I didn't expect to see you. It just so happens that I have something to ask you. Would you like to have dinner together? Soon, He Liangzong, Xiao Yingchun and Dai Hengxin sat together on the outdoor balcony of a music pub. Sister, the owner of this shop is my friend. They run a nightclub, and there are basically no customers during the day. We have reserved this pub, so it's convenient for us to talk. He Liangzong smiled at Xiao Yingchun, his eyes sparkling. He Liangzong has had this expression since the moment Dai Hengxin said Xiao Yingchun was not his girlfriend. There was a strong interest in the boy's eyes, and it was obvious. He wanted to hook up with Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun was helpless. If Dai Hengxin had told her earlier that this was the kind of partner he was looking for, she would have probably refused directly. She really couldn't trust this middle school boy with red, green, yellow, blue, and purple hair. It doesn't look like he can do anything. Are you sure it won't be bad? Xiao Yingchun still maintained basic politeness on the surface. Thank you, Mr. He, for your thoughtfulness. Hey, you're so polite. Just call me Brother Kong. Xiao Yingchun sighed. Maybe I am older than you? How is that possible? He Liangzong laughed exaggeratedly. Xiao Yingchun smiled faintly and asked, How old are you? He Liangzong, I'm 26. Xiao Yingchun looked at Dai Hengxin in disbelief. Is this kid who dresses so childishly really 26? Dai Hengxin nodded beside him. Yes, he is 26. Xiao Yingchun. Looking at his outfit, he looks like a 16-year-old will-o'-the-wisp boy. He Liangzong was not stupid. He could tell at a glance that Xiao Yingchun didn't believe him. He jumped up anxiously and said, Hey, why don't you believe me? Do you want me to show you my ID card? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand and smiled, but her smile was not sincere. No, I believe you. He Liangzong said angrily. I know. You must not believe me because of the way I'm dressed. Just wait. I'll spruce myself up and I guarantee you'll be amazed. Xiao Yingchun quickly refused. No, just be yourself. He Liangzong was stunned for a moment, looking at Xiao Yingchun and then at Dai Hengxin, not knowing whether Xiao Yingchun's words were sincere or sarcastic. Dai Hengxin had no way to answer, so he had to change the subject. I came to you today because I have something to discuss with you. After Dai Hengxin finished speaking, He Liangzong nodded hurriedly. That's great. I've always had high hopes for you, old Dai. I knew you were capable, but look, it hasn't been long since you've made it to the next level. Dai Hengxin pointed at Xiao Yingchun and said, the company should also bring her along. She has the goods behind her and can support the auction company. He Liangzong was surprised for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that this beautiful girl in simple clothes was the one who supported old Dai to open an auction company. Although He Liangzong was confused, he came from a prominent family after all, so he did not question it in public. Just then, the steak and various dishes were served. and He Liangsong hurriedly invited Dai Hengxin and Xiao Chun to eat. The three of them did not talk about cooperation at the dinner table. After dinner, Xiao Chun wanted to pay the bill, but He Liangsong yelled, "Sister, are you slapping me in the face? You are paying for my territory?" The boss also smiled and said that Xiao Chun didn't need to pay the bill, as He Liangsong also had shares in this pub. Xiao Chun had no choice but to give up and drive home by himself. As soon as Xiao Chun left, He Liangsong looked at Dai Hengxin with distrust. "You said she has someone behind her? It doesn't look like there is anyone behind it. Which of those young girls who have someone behind them is not covered in luxury goods? The total value of the person just now is less than 1,000 yuan. Dai Hengxin said helplessly, "I have received goods from her more than once." He Liangsong thought about Dai Hengxin's major and was half believing and half doubting. Then she is good at making plain noodles. At first glance, she is a girl from an ordinary family, not like a rich girl. Dai Hengxin deliberately looked He Liangsong up and down and said, "That's right. In the circle you hang out in, there has never been a girl who doesn't admire vanity. No wonder you can't adapt." He Liangsong seemed to have his tail stepped on. Hey, why are you swearing?" In the end, He Liangsong still believed Dai Hengxin, because Dai Hengxin said, "Even if she is fake, we will have no business at most if we set up an auction company. Will we lose a lot of money?" He Liangsong thought, "It's true. For Prince Tsonga, who can open hundreds of thousands of bottles of wine in one night, what does that little money mean?" He Liangsong agreed without even asking his family's opinion. Dai Hengxin was not in a hurry. He would wait until Xiao Ingchuan's auction items were taken out, and then let He Liangsong take the information home to show his elders at home. After saying goodbye to He Liangsong, Dai Hengxin called Xiao Chun and told her the results of the discussion. I also told her that she didn't need to worry about anything else, and that she just had to provide the necessary documents during the company registration process. What Xiao Chun is going to provide next is the auction items. All the gold jewelry in the agarwood and mother-of-pearl jewelry box can be auctioned. Then, what are often auctioned at major auction houses are famous paintings and calligraphy and porcelain. Of course, if there are other things, Xiao Chun can also show them to Dai Hengxin, and then decide whether they can be auctioned after he has reviewed them. Don't take pictures of the agarwood and mother-of-pearl jewelry box. That thing is too precious and it is easy for things to get lost. Dai Hengxin sighed again. If we were overseas, there would be no such risk. Xiao Chun agreed with a smile. At this time, she had already opened the supermarket door and was guarding the shop. With the supermarket organizing system, cleaning is not a problem. The counters, floors, shelves, and floor-to-ceiling glass doors are spotless, as if they had been wiped with a windshield wiper. She just needs to sit back and wait for people to come and buy things. I made more than 500 yuan in sales in the afternoon, with the main revenue coming from cigarettes, alcohol, ice cream, and water. In the past, Xiao Chun would probably be very excited. This turnover is pretty good for a summer afternoon, but now she is calm. People who earn hundreds of millions a day are no longer excited about a mere few $100s. Uncle Yang came to deliver all kinds of food again. He was even more nervous today and took the initiative to ask, "Sister Chun, is Wei Xiang here to see you?" Xiao Chun nodded, "Yes." Chapter 26 Antiques in a Warehouse. "I saw his car coming. I can give you the same price he gave you," Uncle Yang said, offering to lower the price. Xiao Chun decided to reassure Uncle Yang. "I will continue to buy things from you. I won't consider Wei Xiang for the time being." Xiao Chun even took the initiative to express her own thoughts. "I don't care about the difference of a few cents, but we have been working together for such a long time. I trust you to do the work, and I don't have to adapt to others all over again." Uncle Yang was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Sister Chun. I will definitely supply the goods seriously and say what I mean. I will never cheat." "That's fine. But I hope Wei Xiang doesn't know what I said to you today. She doesn't want to be nosy." "Don't worry, I won't." It was almost time for dinner when Uncle Yang left. Xiao Chun thought about it and ordered a takeout. "Steamed mandarin fish with blanched vegetables and rice. We can afford good food now." Just as I picked up the chopsticks, there was a ding-dong sound coming from the back door. Xiao Chun looked up and saw Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan was wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt today. There was also a gray cloth band on her head to tie her hair up. Xiao Chun looked at him in surprise. "What's your style today?" Fu Chainan understood Xiao Chun's surprise and took the initiative to explain. "I came out of the camp quietly. The imperial envoy of the court came, and I couldn't let him know of my existence, so I dressed like this." It turns out that the imperial envoy sent by His Majesty the Emperor arrived in Yongzhou City today to announce the imperial decree. Just as Fu Chainan and Fu Zhonghai said, the court asked Fu Chainan to return to the capital early tomorrow morning and Fu Zhonghai led the Fu family army to garrison Yongzhou City. Although his speculation came true, Fu Chang'an did not feel happy, but felt very disappointed. He knew that he would have to leave tomorrow. Even if he could enter the space-time supermarket, it would be too long a journey for him to deliver it to the Fu family army. Therefore, he took the opportunity to come here tonight to ask Xiao Yingchun what else he could buy for the Fu family army. Fu Chang'an was hesitant to speak, probably thinking that Xiao Yingchun had no contact with anyone close to Daliang and would not leak the secret. Fu Chang'an finally said it. I'm afraid that Fu Jiejun will be in danger in the future, but I'm not around. I want to ask you, young lady, is there anything I can buy that can help Fu Jiejun? How could Xiao Yingchun think of anything else in such a hurry? She looked around and her eyes suddenly fell on the stepladder in the corner. There seems to be an aluminum alloy fire escape staircase. That thing could get pretty high. Maybe they could use it as a siege ladder. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, wait a minute. I'm going to go out for a while. You can come back in the evening. If there is any, I will get it for you overnight. You can come back in an hour. Xiao Yingchun first searched for nearby outdoor goods stores and firefighting equipment companies on the map, then called the phone numbers left by the sellers, and soon found a store selling fire escape stairs. She immediately drove over and bought a fire escape staircase, a climbing hook, a climbing tool for the feet, a small umbrella for fishermen and other things. Wait for her to have someone deliver the goods to the warehouse, and then go there to pick them up in person. 2 hours passed in total. When handing the things to Fu Chang'an, Xiao Yingchun explained the purpose of these things and asked Fu Chang'an if he understood. Of course Fu Chang'an could understand. What he didn't understand was, why was this ladder so light if it was so long? This claw hook is cleverly designed, yet so strong and hard. The small umbrella on the head is also extremely light and practical. It can be used on sunny days or rainy nights to keep soldiers out of the sun, avoid rain, and reduce the risk of illness. With these things, the father can find a local blacksmith to copy them, and it will not be difficult to use them in large quantities in the future. Fu Chang'an solemnly clasped his fists towards Xiao Yingchun and bowed deeply. Girl, I, the Fu family army, owe you a huge favor. From now on, if you need anything, I will do my best to help you. Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. You're welcome. We are mutually beneficial. Time was running out, so Fu Chang'an took his things and left. Xiao Yingchun generously allowed him to clear out all the food on the shelves again, including several large bags of lollipops and QQ candies. Fu Chang'an was extremely grateful and told Xiao Yingchun before leaving that he did not dare to disappear rashly because there was an envoy from the imperial court going back with him. So after the messenger team sets out tomorrow, it will take him about 10 days to come to the space-time supermarket again. Xiao Yingchun expressed her understanding and told Fu Chang'an about her needs. Various porcelain, jade, etc. Fu Chang'an nodded repeatedly, saying that he would find a way to get a batch for her and ask her to open the door early tomorrow morning. Xiao Yingchun naturally agreed, and nothing happened that night. The next morning, when it was still light, Xiao Yingchun opened the back door. As expected, Fu Chang'an came in very quickly. When Xiao Yingchun saw what Fu Chang'an brought in, her eyes shrank. What is this? Fu Chang'an placed the 2 porcelain jars in his arms on the counter. I picked them out from the spoils of this battle. These 2 are of the best style and have no defects. There are still some more. You wait? With that, Fu Chang'an went out again. Soon, Xiao Yingchun's front was filled with all kinds of bottles and jars. What surprised her was that there were actually several pieces of cloth and a few sets of clothes among them. This dress is new, and the material used is considered good in the capital. This piece is made of Keisai material. Take a look and see if it can be used. And this? Inside the box are jade pendants, jade song, jade plaques, jade rings. Xiao Yingchun looked at the box of various jade ornaments, the thin fabric and the exquisitely embroidered clothes, and nodded, hiding her shock. Thank you very much. Fu Chang'an looked at Xiao Yingchun deeply and said, why are you thanking me so much? If I don't give it to you, the imperial envoy will take it all to the capital tomorrow. In fact, the imperial envoy even disdained some of the bottles and jars, and they might have ended up being thrown directly into the military camp to be pickled. Since Xiao Yingchun could use him, he would naturally follow Xiao Yingchun. After putting down all his things, Fu Chang'an seemed very anxious and turned around to say goodbye. Xiao Yingchun put all the things into the warehouse of the space-time supermarket, making sure that no one else could see or take them, and he felt relieved. Knowing that Fu Chang'an would not come for the next 10 days, Xiao Yingchun was not in a hurry. While waiting for Dai Hengxin to handle the formalities, she opened the store as usual every day. On the 3rd day, Xiao Yingchun received a notice from the court. Wei Xiang had sued himself as well, and the trial would begin in 3 days. Xiao Yingchun sent a message to Wei Xiang saying that he had received it and would appear in court on time. On the other side, Dai Hengxin also happily sent a message to Xiao Chun. The company has been registered and the address is next to the pawn shop. The rent of shops is not expensive nowadays, so he directly rented 2 large shops next to the pawn shop. Xiao Chun also happily told Dai Hengxin to come over and take a look. When Dai Hengxin entered the supermarket and saw the warehouse full of things, his eyes widened. These are all of them? Chapter 27, He Liangsong must take the right path. Xiao Chun nodded. Yes, you can see which ones can be auctioned and which ones cannot be auctioned. Dai Hengxin hesitated for a moment. Can I ask my uncle to come? Xiao Chun was speechless. The quantity is too large, so we need to call for help? Just call someone. After Dai Hengxin finished the call, he started to look through the things. After looking through the items, Dai Hengxin picked out a few and said, keep this pair of porcelain jars and these items for now. Don't show them to my uncle. Xiao Chun, are these not valuable? No, these are too precious. If you want to auction them in China, you need to go through a clear path. You can't tell others about this. Being too precious is also a problem. Xiao Chun had no choice but to move those things upstairs and put them into the storage space of the space-time supermarket. No one could see the things that were put away except Xiao Chun. When Dai Wangyan came over, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. The two of them used flashlights and magnifying glasses to observe the scene in great detail and came to a conclusion. These are antiques, dating between the Tang and Song dynasties. Because the piece is complete, the auction price will start at least 100,000. In this way, the total value of this batch of things must be more than several million. If the auction is conducted well, it is normal to get over 10 million. Dai Wangyan really saw Xiao Chun's strength. You can take out so many things at once, and they are all things that have never been seen on the market. Miss Xiao, you are amazing. Xiao Chun smiled and waved her hand. I am also a shareholder, so I must do my best. Dai Hengxin was already excited. These plus the gold and gem inlay jewelry from last time are enough to support an auction. Especially this piece of Keisai material. This is the first time I have seen a complete piece of Keisai material that is so well preserved. Dai Wangyan was also excited. Seeing so many good things at once is no different from watching a top exhibition. And he had no doubt that he was the first domestic expert to review this batch of things. Dai Hengxin thought for a moment and said, Chun, I plan to have someone take photos of these things in the next 2 days so that we can make a picture album for promotion. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Chun nodded. No problem. You decide. Dai Hengxin became excited. Then I'll bring the contract over and we'll sign it. Although Xiao Chun is one of the shareholders, she is also the owner of these things, so it is naturally better to sign a contract. After the contract was signed, Dai Hengxin brought a pile of boxes and packed the things one by one and took them away. Xiao Chun continued to guard the shop. During this period, Gu Chunyu came once, and her words were all about Xiao Chun making money, and asked if he could lend her more than 60,000 yuan to pay off the debt first. Xiao Chun refused and made it clear that if she wanted to make a fuss about it, he would not bear the 60,000 yuan. Anyway, from a legal point of view, I don't need to bear any debt. Gu Chunyu was afraid that Xiao Chun would go back on her word, so after crying poor and pretending to be pitiful to no avail, he gave up. Xiao Chun simply took advantage of these few days to have someone reinstall light tubes in the supermarket ceiling, replace the shelves in the supermarket, and place a set of 4-person tables and chairs near the door. To the outside world, Xiao Chun means that it is convenient for guests to have a place to eat instant noodles and other convenience foods. After the renovation, the whole supermarket looks brand new. Now that the repairs are completed, it's time to respond to the lawsuit. Dai Hengxin has a wide network of contacts. When he learned that Xiao Chun was going to defend herself in a lawsuit, he took the initiative to help her make an appointment with a lawyer friend for consultation and asked her to prepare everything. After receiving the other party's instructions, Xiao Chun had a general idea in mind. Because of Xiao Chun's prior warning, Gu Chunyu did not insist much, and after the verdict came into effect, he directly stated that he would not appeal. Xiao Chun stated the facts clearly and said that he had no obligation, but was willing to bear the 60,000 yuan out of the last bit of family affection. At the same time, she will no longer be responsible for any debts of her grandmother, uncle, and aunt's family, and her parents' inheritance matters will be cleared. After explaining everything clearly, Xiao Chun did not insist and directly gave 60,000 yuan in court to settle the matter. After coming out of the court, Xiao Chun stretched and felt relaxed all over. After signing the contract, no matter how much his grandparents wanted to argue with him, they would not be able to do so. She was about to drive home when she unexpectedly saw Dai Hengxin standing by the car. Why are you here? Xiao Chun looked at Dai Hengxin in surprise. Dai Hengxin smiled politely. Come to celebrate that you have solved another big problem. Are you going to have lunch with Liangzong at noon? And by the way, check out the newly printed promotional brochure. Since it was a business matter, Xiao Yingchun was naturally embarrassed to refuse. Okay, you didn't drive? No, I came here by taxi. Can I take your car? Good. It's still the same music bar, and it's still privately owned. As soon as Xiao Yingchun walked onto the terrace, she was stunned. He Liangzong was sitting in his old seat, and his colorful hair had been dyed black, with a well-fitting suit and shirt and an upright figure. If you ignore the dazzling diamond earrings, he looks like a workplace elite. Xiao Yingchuan's shock successfully pleased He Liangzong, who stood up on his own initiative and jokingly said, "Why? Sister, are you shocked? I can be serious whenever I want." Well, it still tastes the same when you open your mouth. Xiao Yingchun suppressed his laughter and nodded. He is indeed quite serious. He looks much more handsome than that day. He Liangzong was even more proud. Really? I think so too. Dai Hengxin pulled out a chair very gentlemanly for Xiao Yingchun to sit down and took out a beautifully printed brochure from the paper bag beside him. Take a look. Is this brochure okay? Xiao Yingchun looked at the objects that were photographed beautifully and looked high-end, and felt that these things could probably be sold at a good price. He Liangzong also stopped laughing at this time. Sister, where did you get all these good things? I brought one back to show my grandfather yesterday, and my grandfather was so excited. Xiao Yingchun smiled but said nothing. Fortunately, He Liangzong didn't really wait for her to answer, and immediately said, "In the future, we will follow you to make a fortune, sister. You don't know, my parents didn't believe me when they knew I wanted to start a company with old Dai. They thought I was joking. But when they saw me dye my hair back and bring back this brochure, they almost cried. My mother said right away, as long as I am willing to follow the right path, she will accept this company even if it doesn't make money. Brother, if I follow you in old Dai, I will definitely make money. Then I will impress my parents and grandpa. He, all thanks to you. You really make me proud." Amid He Liangzong's chatter, Xiao Yingchun finished reading the album and returned it to Dai Hengxin. "I'm not an expert in this area, just go ahead if you think it's okay." "Well, I'll have someone print a batch of them according to this, and Mr. He will be responsible for distributing them to people who have the financial resources and are interested in this area. Is that okay?" "No problem. Leave it to me." He Liangzong patted his chest and agreed. Chapter 28. Demolition is possible. Everyone was happy with the meal. Compared with last time, He Liangzong quietly raised Xiao Yingchuan's position a level higher. He truly regarded Xiao Yingchun as a partner, not just a pretty girl who could be picked up. Therefore, He Liangzong showed more respect for Xiao Yingchun in his words. Dai Hengxin took the initiative to talk about the arrangements for the auction. The first auction was scheduled for half a month later. The venue had been found, and he had asked a wedding company to arrange the specific arrangements and reception staff, while Xiaomei was responsible for following up. The auction company needs an auctioneer. I have already contacted a top auctioneer in the country. She promised to make time to come over for a day. For security, I found a security company owned by a friend. He is a former soldier, and the security personnel are all retired Special Forces soldiers. They are trustworthy. Dai Hengxin explained the past few days in a rambling manner, and Xiao Yingchun felt a little guilty. "Won't all these things delay the business of your pawn shop?" Dai Hengxin laughed. "What's the delay? I just made a phone call. I don't have to do everything myself." Speaking of this, Dai Hengxin seemed to remember something and began to explain. "When the company does auctions, there must be someone to do the daily chores. Xiaomei is a distant relative of mine, and she is also very attentive, so I let her take care of some of the daily trivial matters. Her salary comes from my dividends and does not increase the company's expenses." Xiao Yingchun waved her hands when she heard this. "No need." Seeing Dai Hengxin was stunned for a moment, Xiao Yingchun hurriedly explained, "Her salary will be paid from the company account. Although we are a small auction company and we won't be auctioning precious antiques worth tens of millions, it should be no problem to support one person, right? It doesn't need to be borne by you alone." He Liangzong nodded when he heard this. Yes, all expenses will be paid from the company account. If it doesn't work, pay from my account. How much money does a little girl make in a month? It's not even enough for me to open a bottle of wine." Dai Hengxin glared at He Liangzong, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I know you have money." In this way, her salary will be paid into the company account. The company will give her 4,000 yuan a month, and the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund will be paid from Xinlong Pawn Shop, so there is no need to pay repeatedly. Can you please stop annoying me with your extravagant spending? All 3 of them laughed. The food was served. Today we had lobster fried rice, caviar with razor clams, and sea cucumber with green onions. The whole table is full of seafood. Liangsong was particularly enthusiastic. Sister, please try it. I specially asked the boss to prepare it. How does it taste? Xiaoingchun ate the food and thought, it is delicious, but this meal must cost at least several thousand, right? That is to say, a young man like Liangsong never treats himself badly when eating and always has the best food. Dai Hengxin glanced at Liangsong and said, it's my treat today. Don't fight with me. Liangsong looked at Dai Hengxin with an unconvinced look. Old Dai, you are being too polite, aren't you? This is a restaurant I have invested in. How can I let you two pay for it? Dai Hengxin said directly, then I won't come to this restaurant to eat anymore. Xiaoingchun also smiled and said, I won't come either. Hey, can you two not be so unanimous? You really are a family? Dai Hengxin glanced at Xiaoingchun and said, don't talk nonsense. But his eyes were smiling. Xiaoingchun paused and said seriously, this company belongs to the three of us. It's not okay to ask you to pay the bill all the time. How about this? In the future, if the three of us have a meal together, we can either pay on the company's bill or take turns paying. If you don't let me pay, when you order food in the future, we will all go out to eat rice noodles or fast food. After hearing this, Dai Hengxin and Liangsong were stunned. The two men looked at each other. Dai Hengxin took the initiative and said, then let's take turns. Last time it was Mr. He who treated us, this time it's me, and next time you treat us, okay? This proposal sounded reasonable, so Xiaoingchun agreed and ate happily. After Xiaoingchun said goodbye and left, Liangsong said to Dai Hengxin, old Dai, I finally understand. This sister looks easy to talk to, but she is actually very opinionated. Not easy to soak. Dai Hengxin also nodded, yeah, she is quite special. Liangsong patted Dai Hengxin on the shoulder and expressed deep sympathy. Brother, if you want to pursue her, you have a long way to go. Dai Hengxin was stunned. What do you mean? When it comes to pursuing girls, Liangsong undoubtedly has much more experience than Dai Hengxin. He looked at Dai Hengxin seriously. Don't think that she is always smiling. Don't you notice that she keeps a distance from you and me? Dai Hengxin thought, it's true. But isn't it normal for girls to keep their distance from boys they're not familiar with? Liangsong waved his hand in disdain. Who said it's normal? Do you believe that I can drive a Porsche around the street and take a girl to a hotel in a few minutes? I still don't know the girl's name after this. Dai Hengxin looked at Liangsong speechlessly. That's a gold digger. Brother, don't say that. Not all of the girls who can get on my car and follow me are gold diggers. There are people from all walks of life here. Dai Hengxin was helpless. Okay, you are experienced and you have the right to speak. But she is different. That's why I said it's not easy for you to succeed. Dai Hengxin, what do you mean by success? I'm serious. I'm going to get married. What are you talking about? Liangsong sneered. Come on. If you really want to marry her, can you get past your parents? Dai Hengxin. When Dai Hengxin left in a bad mood, Liangsong suddenly realized, fuck. If you two are together, then I will be an outsider, right? Old Dai, wait for me. Xiaoingchun returned home, opened the front and back doors as usual, and sat behind the counter to look after the shop. In the afternoon, the business did not have much turnover, but several groups of neighbors came to show concern for Xiaoingchun, all asking how the court session went for Xiaoingchun today. Xiaoingchun told the whole story with a smile. The neighbors then sighed, criticized Gu Chunyu, sympathized with Xiaoingchun, and praised Xiaoingchun for being so kind to his relatives. However, Yubin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Xiaoingchun said. He hesitated for a long time before speaking quietly. I heard that this place is going to be demolished. It would be best if you could end your relationship with them for tens of thousands of dollars and sign an agreement not to involve the division of property in the future, before they come and make trouble again. Xiaoingchun was shocked. What? Yubin looked around quickly and said, it's enough for you to know about this matter, but don't tell anyone else. I know, I won't tell anyone. Xiaoingchun suppressed her panic and made repeated assurances, and only then did Yubin leave in his slippers. Xiaoingchun was very worried. She didn't care about the money from the demolition, nor was she afraid of the noise from her grandmother's side. What she was worried about was, if the house was demolished, what would happen to the space-time supermarket? Can the space-time supermarket be relocated? If the space-time supermarket cannot be relocated, and I firmly disagree with the demolition, will it be demolished forcibly? If it is not demolished, it will be a nail house. Will others think I am stupid? Chapter 29. Being a director is shameless. Compared with the demolition compensation, a business order worth hundreds of millions or even tens of millions is too attractive. Even a fool knows how to make a choice. When Xiao Yingshun was frowning and worried, the door was pushed open again. Just look for yourself if you want something. Xiao Yingshun greeted habitually without even raising her head. The person who came in walked straight to the counter and said excitedly, Yingshun, I finally found you. Xiao Yingshun looked up suddenly and saw a greasy face. Lu Weiman? Xiao Yingshun couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them and found that the person was still there. Director Lu? Lu Weiman laughed. What director? Call me Brother Lu. Xiao Yingshun, unable to shout out. Lu Weiman didn't care. After looking around, he took the initiative to put his backpack and suitcase on the table by the window. Yingshun, why did you suddenly resign? Do you have any opinion about me, Brother Lu? Or is there any misunderstanding between us? As Lu Weiman was speaking, he successfully locked onto the tissue paper on the counter and quickly pulled out 2 sheets to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Xiao Yingshun ignored him and looked at Lu Weiman seriously. Director Lu, are you here to give me a commission this time? Lu Weiman's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly. Yingshun, I don't have the final say on the commission, but didn't you say at the beginning that you were the one who made the order and asked the boss to give you the commission? Xiao Yingshun pressed on. She had no intention of giving any face to this bastard who stole her commission and caused her to resign in anger. Lu Weiman didn't know what to think. He gritted his teeth and said, Give it to me. Since it's your commission, of course I'll give it to you. Xiao Yingshun didn't respond, but just silently stretched out his hand. Then give it to me. Lu Weiman's smile froze again. Oh, that's right, I didn't get it either. Then what are you doing here? Xiao Yingshun returned to the original point. Lu Weiman paused and suddenly looked at Xiao Yingshun with sincerity. Yingshun, this is what I thought at the time. You also know that this order is large. If it is counted on you, the commission will only be 2%, which is only 100,000 yuan. If it's counted on me, there will be 3 points, which means 150,000. My boss will think more highly of me because of this, and I might even be promoted to a higher level. Then you can take my position, right? It's all my fault that I told my boss right away when I thought of it and didn't explain it to you in advance. Then I thought about giving it to you as a surprise after I got the money, but who knew your aunt would resign? Oh my, I regret it so much. If I had explained it to you earlier, there wouldn't be this misunderstanding. I've been searching for so long that my throat is burning. Is there any water? While Lu Weiman was asking the question, his eyes were already on the bottle of mineral water on the counter. Xiao Yingshun was not fooled. Director Lu, what you said sounds very nice. So what are you doing here today? If it's an apology, I got it. But I won't accept your apology until the money arrives. If the money arrives, I'll treat you to a meal. I was petty before, and I apologize. Okay. Lu Weiman was so thirsty that he reached out to get the mineral water. Xiao Yingshun reminded calmly, 2 yuan a bottle, no credit. Lu Weiman's hand paused, but after thinking about it, he picked up the mineral water. With his other hand, he took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, while making self-righteous jokes. Oh my, the little girl has a bad temper. I understand. After gulping down half a bottle of water, Lu Weiman seemed to finally calm down a little, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Yingshun, although you are my subordinate in the company, you are only 6 years younger than me. To be fair, I treat you as my younger sister. I targeted and suppressed you before, but I didn't realize it until you left. It was because I was afraid that I cared about you too much. After you left, I always thought of you and dreamed of you. Then I realized that you were already in my heart. I came here on purpose for my vacation this time. I said I was here to see my uncle, but actually I wanted to come and see you. I want to tell you that I like you, and I want to be with you. Xiao Yingshun lowered her head silently, looking at the goosebumps all over her arms. He stole my orders, suppressed and discredited me in various ways, and then came all the way here to confess his love after I resigned. It's so fucking disgusting. She didn't say anything, but waited patiently for Lu Weiman to finish all the speeches he had prepared along the way. Then she asked calmly, Have you finished? Lu Weiman's eyes were full of affection. I'm done, Yingshun. Can you accept me? I really want to marry you and have you as my bride. I really think about it day and night. Xiao Yingshun seemed not to hear this. If you have finished speaking, it is my turn to speak. First of all, I really hate you. Whether you give me that commission or not, I will not accept your confession. I don't want to have anything to do with you now or in the future. If you are here to buy something, please buy something and leave. If you are here to harass me, please leave immediately. Lu Weiman didn't expect Xiao Yingshun to be so tough. He thought that with the bait of commission, Xiao Yingshun would at least pretend to be nice to him. This way I would have the opportunity to get close to her and PUA her. Who would have thought that Xiao Yingchun would refuse without saying a word, and his attitude was particularly firm. Yingchun, please don't be like this. What do you mean by me? Are you going to buy anything or not? If not, get out. Xiao Yingchun picked up the broom and pretended to hit someone. Lu Weimin had never seen such a fierce Xiao Yingchun before. His expression changed several times, and he finally gritted his teeth and gave in, I'll buy it. Isn't it okay for me to buy it? Then Lu Weimin started to ask about the price and taste. Xiao Yingchun soon lost her patience again. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. If you keep nagging, I won't sell it to you. Lu Weimin was shocked and quickly picked out some snacks. I'll just buy these, you pay for them. Xiao Yingchun looked at the mess of small packages of snacks and packaged, weighed, and calculated the money expertly, a total of 56 yuan and 80 cents. While paying, Lu Weimin gave Xiao Yingchun a greasy and affectionate smile. Yingchun, I'm going to stay at my uncle's house for a few days this time. I won't give up on you. I'll come to find you again. Xiao Yingchun rolled her eyes without disguising her feelings, confirmed that the payment had been received, and ignored him. Only then did Lu Weimin leave with his things in embarrassment. Xiao Yingchun looked at the gate, frowned, and thought about Lu Weimin. Why did he suddenly change from a director who made things difficult for her and encroached on her commission to her pursuer? This is not normal. Chapter 30 Peach Blossoms in Bloom. Memories go back to the past. Last summer, Xiao Yingchun, who had just graduated from college, suddenly heard the bad news that both his parents had been in a car accident and were in critical condition. She went home and spent all her savings and borrowed money from relatives, but still died. After taking care of the funeral, he left the supermarket to his aunt and turned around to go to Haicheng to find a job. After interviewing at several companies, I joined the company at that time and became a subordinate of Lu Weimin, the marketing director. Lu Weimin is a typical Phoenix man. He lives in the countryside and has a younger brother who is studying at university. Since he started working, he has to pay for his brother's tuition and his parents' medical expenses. This directly led to Lu Weimin having no house or car and still not having a partner to marry at the age of nearly 30. Lu Weimin worked very hard for this. To his superiors, Lu Weimin was servile and flattering to the point of being disgusting. But to his subordinates, he exploited and suppressed them and took advantage of them to the fullest. Many female subordinates have been sexually harassed by Lu Weimin, but Lu Weimin did not want to find them as girlfriends, he just wanted to take advantage of them. He has high standards when it comes to finding a partner, and wants to find a girl who is richer and more capable of making money than himself. It is said that Lu Weimin once pursued the marketing director of another area of the company, but the other person was outstanding in all aspects and looked down on him. Lu Weimin also pursued the company's vice president, but the vice president looked down on him. Xiao Yingchun didn't understand. Why did Lu Weimin, who only cared about money and power, come all the way from Haicheng to confess his love to her? Does he know that he earns 100 million a day? This is impossible. So it must be something else. Xiao Yingchun thought about it, looked up the WeChat of his former colleague, and asked about Lu Weimin's situation in a tactful way. My colleagues didn't know either. They just said that Lu Weimin asked for annual leave from the company a few days ago, saying that he had something to deal with. If you can't figure it out, just throw it aside. It's not worth bothering with such a person. As dinner time was approaching, Xiao Yingchun was looking through Mate 1 to order takeout when Grandpa Zhao suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Yingchun, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Xiao Yingchun saw Zhao Jiping and greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Zhao, not yet. Why are you here at this time? Is there no soy sauce or vinegar at home? Zhao Jiping smiled and waved his hand. I came here to tell you not to order takeout. I'll bring you food later. Xiao Yingchun was so shocked that she stood up. No. I can eat anything by myself. Please don't be polite. How can you be polite? I heard from Xiaoxin today that he and you are doing business together. Then you are one of us. It's not good to eat too much takeout. It's hard for me to cook by myself, so I'll just make some extra. You're helping me out. Zhao Jiping looked like he would not tolerate any refusal and was about to leave after he finished speaking. Xiao Yingchun didn't dare to agree. Really? I've already ordered garlic shrimp. Zhao Jiping was stunned. His family only stewed a chicken today and didn't prepare any seafood. Xiao Yingchun smiled and sent Zhao Jiping out. Thank you, Grandpa Zhao. I'm alone. Sometimes I just eat something and that's it. You don't have to worry about it. Zhao Jiping smiled with emotion. Little girl, you have been having a lot of meals. I see you are quite busy recently. How about? I'll bring you some chicken stewed with matsutake mushrooms later. Just treat it as a side dish. After saying this, Zhao Jiping ran away, fearing that Xiao Yingchun would refuse. Xiaoyingchun had not originally planned to eat the shrimps, but now, in order to avoid being exposed, she was forced to eat the shrimps. She ordered a plate of garlic shrimp and a serving of greens. When Zhao Jiping brought the chicken soup, she had just received the takeaway and was ready to eat. Zhao Jiping had obviously eaten, so he placed a bowl full of chicken stewed with matsutake mushrooms on the small table and enthusiastically asked Xiaoyingchun to try it. Xiaoyingchun smiled awkwardly, thanked him, and at the same time, took a set of bowl and chopsticks for Zhao Jiping and invited him to eat shrimp. Zhao Jiping did not refuse. After eating two for the sake of politeness, he watched Xiaoyingchun eat with a smile. The old man looked at his grandson's wife with such loving eyes that Xiaoyingchun felt a little bored. My family members, who can bear this? After waiting for Zhao Jiping to leave, Xiaoyingchun immediately sent a message to Dai Hengxin. What did you say to your grandfather? Dai Hengxin. He brought me chicken stew with matsutake mushrooms today. Dumb emoji. Dai Hengxin. Ha 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 ha. He must have misunderstood and thought you were my girlfriend. Hilarious emoticon package. Xiaoyingchun almost begged, brother, I beg you. Can you tell your grandfather not to send me chicken soup? I'm so embarrassed. I have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I couldn't taste the food the whole time. Dai Hengxin sent a string of hilarious emojis and finally replied with 3 words, no problem. After a while, he apologized again. I'm sorry. My grandpa was too enthusiastic and too anxious, which caused you trouble? Xiaoyingchun. Forget it. I won't bother with the old man. After this incident, Xiaoyingchun no longer had the heart to open the shop, so he simply closed the front door. When he was about to close the back door, he suddenly heard an electronic reminder sound of welcome. She looked up in surprise, only to see a face very close to her. It turned out to be Fu Chainan who came in. Fu Chainan was wearing a brown brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. He seemed to have drunk some wine. His cheeks were slightly red, his eyes were moist, and he looked at people straightly, but there was still a smile on his face. Xiaoyingchun's eyes widened and she took a step back. Why are you here at this time? Are you in the capital? Fu Chainan, not yet. Will arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow. Today, I went to a state capital and was entertained by the local governor. They were all drunk, so I pretended to be drunk and went back to the courtyard. Xiaoyingchun quickly made way. Then shall I get you some honey tea? Okay. Fu Chainan walked to the round table and sat down, not forgetting to look at the supermarket that had obviously changed. Is this supermarket different? Xiaoyingchun took a bottle of honey grapefruit tea. I'll heat it up for you. The supermarket has been renovated these days. Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Fu Chainan saw the leftovers on the table. Xiaoyingchun heated up the grapefruit tea in the microwave and handed it to him, preparing to clean up the leftovers on the table. I've eaten it. This is what I didn't finish. Fu Chainan suddenly said, I'm not full yet. Xiaoyingchun paused and carefully observed Fu Chainan's expression. General Fu was staring at the 2/3 remaining dish of garlic shrimp, chicken stewed with matsutake mushrooms, and green vegetables in front of him, his eyes full of desire. Xiaoyingchun struggled internally for a moment. Well, this is what I left over. How about I make you some self-heating rice? General Fu didn't seem to mind. He pointed at the garlic shrimp and asked, I've never eaten this before. Is it a kind of insect? Xiaoyingchun. This is a shrimp from the sea, bigger than a river shrimp. Cut it in half, stir-fry it with minced garlic, and steam it until cooked. It looks like this. General Fu's eyes were full of longing and curiosity. Is it delicious? Chapter 31. General Fu is allergic to seafood. Xiaoyingchun swallowed hard and said, How about I heat it up for you and give it a try? General Fu actually laughed. Eating leftovers and still laughing, what? Okay, I'll just eat the leftovers. No need to prepare anything else. Xiaoyingchun, okay, wait a moment. I was originally planning to heat it up and continue eating it for the second meal, but since this distinguished VIP customer insisted on eating my leftovers, I might as well contribute it. Heat them one by one in the microwave and serve them on the table. Fu Chainan ate voraciously. How does this look like they just had a meal? It's like I haven't eaten for 3 days. Seeing that he had finished eating but was still not satisfied, Xiaoyingchun couldn't help but ask him, Are you full? How about I heat up another box of self-heating rice for you? Fu Chainan waved his hand. No, I just suddenly wanted to come and take a look. Xiaoyingchun sat opposite him and pointed at the hot honey grapefruit tea. Drink some of this, it will help you sober up faster. Okay. Fu Chainan, who was drunk, was very well behaved and obedient, and he really drank 2 sips of honey grapefruit tea. Xiaoyingchun made small talk. You guys have been on the road smoothly these days, have you been doing well? Yeah. Fu Chainan nodded, and suddenly his eyes turned red with some grievance. Today, the prefect actually stuffed someone into my room. It was a maid from their house. He asked me to throw her out. Before Xiao Yingchun could say anything, Fu Chanan added, they gave one to the eunuch too. Xiao Yingchun, you don't like it? Fu Chanan glanced at Xiao Yingchun and felt even more aggrieved. You don't understand. I know very well how these officials behave. If he really thinks highly of me, he wouldn't have sent a maid over here. He would have sent his concubine's daughter, or even his legitimate daughter over here to recommend me to his bed. He was afraid of getting into trouble if he made the wrong bet, and also afraid of missing out on a possible backer in the future, so he sent a pretty maid. This way, he can move in and out easily, and the investment is not too big. What do they take me for? Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips. How should I answer this? So Xiao Yingchun looked around and said, drink more. Fu Chanan obediently took 2 more sips of honey grapefruit tea and finished the whole bottle. Xiao Yingchun, do you want more? I'll get you another bottle. Fu Chanan glanced at the honey grapefruit tea in his hand, then looked at Xiao Yingchun with moist eyes and a smile. Okay. Xiao Yingchun heated up another bottle of honey grapefruit tea and asked, are you coming here because you are angry because others don't think highly of you? Fu Chanan shook his head. Why should I be angry about this? My father and I knew it would be like this. I just wanted to come and take a look. You. Xiao Yingchun smiled and said, okay, I will have tables and chairs here in the future. If you come over, you are always welcome. What do you want to eat? I will prepare it for you. Okay. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Fu Chanan looked at the wooden table and chairs in front of him, and his mood immediately improved. He smiled with moist eyes. Xiao Yingchun couldn't help laughing. You are my big customer. This is just a small thing. It's only natural. I want to eat this again tomorrow. Fu Chanan pointed to the empty box of garlic shrimp. Okay, I'll order another one tomorrow night, and you can come and eat then. Besides this, are there any other seafood? I'll buy some for you too. Okay. Fu Chanan looked at Xiao Yingchun with sparkling eyes. His eyes were too scorching, and Xiao Yingchun felt embarrassed for looking at them. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed a red rash on Fu Chanan's neck. She was stunned for a moment, thinking she had seen it wrongly. What's on your neck? Fu Chanan reached out to touch it. What? Hey, why did you get prickly heat? He was about to scratch it, but Xiao Yingchun was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Could Fu Chanan be allergic to seafood? Can't catch. Oh my god, if he is allergic to seafood, would it be considered that I have poisoned the Supreme VIP with my own hands? This is cutting off your own source of income. Have you ever eaten fish or shrimp before? Fu Chanan obediently put down his hand that wanted to scratch and nodded. I have eaten it. My father used to exchange pork for fish and shrimp from the fishermen next door. What about those in the sea? Some people are not allergic to freshwater fish, but are allergic to seafood. I haven't eaten it before. After just a few words, a rash began to appear on Fu Chanan's face. He began to feel itchy on his face and reached out to scratch it. Xiao Yingchun was anxious and grabbed his wrist. Don't grab it. You wait here. I'll go buy you some medicine. Fu Chanan agreed obediently. Xiao Yingchun opened the warehouse door and ran out, rushing to Uncle Yi to buy allergy medicine. When Uncle Yi heard this, he didn't care about anything else and quickly handed a box of loratadine and a box of chlorpheniramine to Xiao Yingchun. If the situation is serious, send him to the hospital as soon as possible. In serious cases, he may suffocate. I understand. Xiao Yingchun ran home with the medicine. When I saw Fu Chanan again, his face and neck were covered with red rashes. But he was really well behaved. Xiao Yingchun didn't let him scratch, but he really endured it, and his 2 hands became 2 big iron fists. Xiao Yingchun panted and took out a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and gave it to him, then took out the promethazine and let him take it. After seeing him take the medicine, Xiao Yingchun patiently waited for the medicine to take effect. At the same time, she was afraid that his drinking would affect the effect of the medicine, so she reminded him, drink more water. Finish this bottle of water. Fu Chanan obediently drank the bottle of water in one breath. I've finished it. My throat is a little hoarse. Xiao Yingchun's throat was also very dry. If Fu Chanan really suffocated to death due to allergies, her own source of income would be cut off. What's more, this is a human life. Or was he someone who had given me such a great help before? Xiao Yingchun stared at Fu Chanan's face and neck. Her nervousness and concern made Fu Chanan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. I'm fine. I feel much better now. It doesn't itch as badly. Really? Do you really feel much better? Xiao Yingchun still couldn't believe it. Yes, much better. Just a little sleepy. Fu Chanan said, and couldn't help blinking. Xiao nodded. The medicine seller told me that this medicine makes you sleepy. You need to sleep now, and take the medicine again when you wake up tomorrow. Then I'll go back. Fu Chainen forced himself to stand up. Xiao was worried about him. Can you go back like this? If not, can you rest here with me? Fu Chainen couldn't help but look upstairs. His eyes were full of honest yearning, but his mouth was full of responsibility. If I don't go back, those people won't be able to find me, which will arouse their vigilance, which is not good for the Fu family army. He took 3 pills and said, I'm with them now. It's not convenient to bring these pills with me. I'll find a chance to come back tomorrow. Xiao watched him go out the back door with some worry, and after thinking about it, she decided not to close the back door. Anyway, there is a dead end behind, and no one can get in except myself who has left a back door. While Xiao went to bed feeling uneasy, Fu Chainen sensed someone outside the moment he came out of the space-time supermarket. Chapter 32. The back door is always open. He entered the space-time supermarket from the yard where he lived. Because it was night and the gate was closed, the people outside did not come in. But they were guarding outside because they were obviously afraid that he would run away. Fu Chainen sneered in his heart and went back to his room to sleep. I slept until noon. It wasn't until the door was pushed open that Fu Chainen woke up in shock. Who? The Imperial Envoy's voice, relieved, came from the door. General Fu, I thought something was wrong with you. I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. I didn't expect that I was just drunk and slept late. As long as people don't run away, it's fine. Fu Chainen still looked sleepy. Sorry, Master Hu, I drank too much last night. I will wash up and come out soon. Please wait outside. How could Hu Jiaying care about this? He immediately led his men out. Not long after, Fu Chainen came out in high spirits. Master Hu, let's go. After getting up early, Xiao found that Fu Chainen had not shown up, and she was very worried. She didn't know whether the medicine she took last night was effective or not. Is his supreme VIP client well or dead? Xiao was feeling anxious but had no idea what to do. She didn't even have the heart to eat breakfast. But suddenly she thought that she didn't know when Fu Chainen would come, so should she prepare some food for him? So Xiao ordered a takeout of millet pumpkin porridge and 3 fresh noodle soup. He left the millet porridge for Fu Chainen and ate the noodle soup for himself. After finishing the noodle soup, Fu Chainen didn't show up, and Xiao was worried. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and Xiao ordered a steamed egg meat pie, a cured meat rice, and a pork tripe and chicken. The steamed egg meat patties were left for Fu Chainen. Half of the cured meat rice and half of the pork belly and chicken were left for Fu Chainen. Xiao only ate half a portion of pork belly and chicken and half a portion of cured meat rice. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and Fu Chainen still hadn't shown up. Xiao was restless. It's time for dinner. Xiao didn't feel like ordering takeout, so she just heated up the leftover food from breakfast and lunch and ate it. After eating, Xiao felt something was wrong. She had promised to order some food for Fu Chainen yesterday, but if he came, there would be nothing. Xiao also ordered him a plate of steamed glutinous rice with pork ribs and a portion of stir-fried beef. The takeaway was delivered, but Fu Chainen had not shown up yet. Xiao was feeling impatient, so she simply closed the front door and sat at the small round table waiting for Fu Chainen. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with a voice of welcome, Xiao suddenly stood up and looked towards the back door. He is coming? The person is not dead? Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Chainen looked at Xiao and the takeaway lunchbox in front of her. You haven't eaten yet? When Xiao mentioned this, she rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, I ordered this for you. Thank you very much. Fu Chainen's cheeks flushed slightly, but he didn't understand why she was suddenly unhappy. He strode over, crossed his long legs, and sat down. The pork ribs and steamed glutinous rice are just a steamer, and the stir-fried beef looks greasy and very tempting. Xiao adjusted her mood and handed him the chopsticks. I don't dare to order seafood for you today. You can eat this? Okay. Fu Chainen agreed and started to eat. Xiao was observing his situation carefully. Not bad. The rashes on my face and neck have basically disappeared. Only some traces are left in the most serious areas. Fu Chainen's cheeks were puffy from eating so much, and when Xiao looked at him like that, he realized what she was worried about. Fu Chainen swallowed the food obediently and took the initiative to explain. The rash has healed. I told them that the alcohol I drank last night was not right and I had a rash. They called a doctor, and they didn't dare to let me drink alcohol today. Xiao nodded and then breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad everything's okay. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fu Chainen ate all the food in one gulp, then patted his belly and said, I'm full. Xiao smiled after realizing it belatedly. You ate 2 meals in one night. Are you too full? Fu Chainan immediately denied. How is that possible? Afraid that Xiaoingchun would not believe him, he explained, I have been a big eater since I was a child. Almost all the money my father earned from slaughtering pigs went into my stomach. At that time, the neighbors laughed at me and called me Fu Dadu. They said that if I couldn't make money in the future, I would starve to death, let alone find a wife and raise children. Later, in order to avoid people looking at me differently, I only dared to eat 2 bowls of rice when I was outside, and at most only until I was 50% full. Xiaoingchun, where did all the food you ate go? Fu Chainan smiled. I practiced martial arts with my father, which consumed a lot of energy, so I grew so big. I am half a head taller than my father. Xiaoingchun now understood everything and asked with concern, Is this enough for you? If not, I'll get you something else. Enough, enough. Fu Chainan laughed foolishly. Fu Chainan will be able to go to Beijing tomorrow and meet the emperor. We will know how the emperor will arrange for him then. He will just give him an idle position and support him with a salary, but it will also keep him in a quandary. Because he didn't know what the situation would be like on His Majesty's side tomorrow, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to come tomorrow. Fu Chainan looked at the shelves full of food and said, I can't take the food here out. I can only wait until next time. Xiaoingchun thought for a moment and took a bag of pine candy from the shelf. Do you have this? Fu Chainan glanced at the greasy, paper-wrapped pine flour candy in the plastic bag and said, Yes, but they are slightly different. They don't use so much oil in the rice candy they sell. Xiaoingchun stuffed 3 packets into his hands and said, Take off the plastic outer packaging. The inner packaging is paper. Eat it when you are bored. Tomorrow, I'll buy some snacks that you can buy over there. Outsiders can't tell the difference, but the taste is different. Okay. Fu Chainan smiled, obviously very happy. Then I'll leave. You go to bed early. Xiaoingchun nodded and said, I won't close the back door. You can come anytime if you need anything. Fu Chainan was surprised. It's not closed at night? Xiaoingchun responded affirmatively. It's not closed at night. Besides you, no one else can get in anyway. If you need anything, just take it. If I'm not here at night and you don't have what you want, you can leave a message at the counter. Fu Chinan's traditional Chinese characters are a little difficult to recognize, but there is a way. There is Baidu. Facing Xiaoingchun's brilliant smile, Fu Chinan's eyes felt a little hot. Both father and son fought for Daliang in many battles and shed blood and sweat, but His Majesty the Emperor did not reward them, but was on guard against them. He left his old father at the border and allowed himself to return to Beijing as a hostage. Imperial envoy Hu Jiaying was afraid that he would run away, so he arranged for a number of people to surround his yard at night. The prefect was afraid that he would be convicted and imprisoned in the future, so he only dared to send maids as gifts, not even concubines. But this strange girl in front of him, who was clearly just a business partner, gave him great trust. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Fu Chainan suppressed the heat in his heart, bowed solemnly, turned around and left. Chapter 33 Blind Date. Xiaoingchun waved goodbye to Fu Chainan enthusiastically. You're welcome. This is what I should do. As the distinguished and only supreme VIP, Fu Chainan deserves this treatment. After all the goods in this room are not worth a single gold ingot. After making sure Fu Chainan was safe, Xiaoingchun no longer had any worries and went to sleep soundly. It was not yet 7 o'clock when the sunlight shone through the gauze curtains. Xiaoingchun got up and went to the counter first, but found that there was no message. Obviously, Fu Chainan didn't come last night. Xiaoingchun was not disappointed. She got herself ready, went to eat noodles, and then came back to open the shop. Who knew that as soon as he arrived at the door, he met his Aunt Pan Huame. Xiaoingchun looked at her Aunt Pan Huame in surprise. She was wearing a professional dress. Aunt, you came here so early. Is there something going on? Pan Huame stepped forward and was about to hold Xiaoingchun's hand, but Xiaoingchun took a step back. Pan Huame paused, then took her hand back and tucked her bangs behind her ears. Ingchun, after signing that agreement, do you really not recognize me as your aunt? That agreement only states that we have no economic inheritance rights to each other, but it doesn't say that we will never have any contact with each other, right? Seeing that Xiaoingchun just smiled and said nothing, Pan Huame smiled and took the initiative to explain her purpose. I came here today on behalf of a colleague to introduce you to someone. My colleague is the vice president of the company. She has a nephew from her mother's side who has seen you and likes you very much. This kid has a good income, is tall, and is ambitious. Xiaoingchun waved her hand directly. Aunt, I don't want to date recently. Pan Huame stepped forward and patted Xiaoingchun's arm persistently. Don't be so hasty to refuse. What I mean is that you should give your aunt a favor and have a meal together. As for whether you and him can get along after dinner, of course your aunt respects your thoughts. Xiao Yingchun looked at Pan Huamei with clear eyes. Aunt, you can't refuse that vice president. So you plan to drag me in to do the job? Pan Huamei smiled awkwardly. Although it sounds bad, it is indeed the case. It is my aunt who is incompetent. I feel sorry for you. Can you help me once? Some people say that your position in the other person's heart depends on the person he introduces to you. Because in the other person's mind, you should match that kind of person. Xiao Yingchun suddenly became very curious. What is she like in the eyes of her aunt who is always gentle and polite? Well then, use this opportunity to see clearly your true position in your aunt's heart. You said he had a crush on me. Obviously, he had seen me before. Who is he? Pan Huamei slapped her forehead and said, Oh, I forgot to ask the other person's name. But the other person wants to have dinner with us tonight. How about you see if you know him during dinner? It's just a meal. If you can see a person more clearly through it, it's not a loss. Xiao Yingchun raised her chin and said, Okay, I believe my aunt won't lie to me. After opening the door and sitting behind the counter, Xiao Yingchun was still thinking. What happened to me recently? Both making money and having good luck in love. TSK. After guarding the shop until the evening, Xiao Yingchun changed into a white dress and drove to Yuelu. This was exactly the place where Xiao Yingchun invited her grandmother and her whole family to dinner last time. I went upstairs and entered the private room. The table was already full of people. Yingchun, come here and sit here. Pan Huamei waved immediately. A man stood up in surprise. Yingchun, you're here. Xiao Yingchun's eyes fell from Pan Huamei to the man, and her professional fake smile froze instantly. It was Lu Weimin. Xiao Yingchun understood everything in an instant. Lu Weimin said he came to see his aunt, and it was obvious that his aunt was the vice president of his aunt's company. Lu Weimin asked his aunt to find a way to make the connection, and his aunt eventually found Xiao Yingchun's aunt. The bad thing about small cities is that if you go around in circles, you'll find people who are either friends, colleagues, or relatives. Xiao Yingchun turned around and wanted to run for a moment, but Pan Huamei had already stood up and grabbed her. The resistance on Xiao Yingchun's face was too obvious, so Pan Huamei pleaded in a low voice, Yingchun, can you give your aunt some face and at least finish this meal? Xiao Yingchun glanced at Pan Huamei, then at Lu Weimin, who was smiling smugly, and suddenly a little anger surged in her heart. What? Am I afraid of you? Isn't it just a meal? Just eat it. Xiao Yingchun straightened her back and asked, Aunt, where should I sit? Pan Huamei hurriedly pulled Xiao Yingchun to sit down, with Lu Weimin on the left and Pan Huamei on the right. Pan Huamei took the initiative to introduce, Yingchun, let me introduce you. This is Vice President Lu of our company, and this is Vice President Lu's husband, Director Ho of the Planning Bureau. Planning Bureau? Xiao Yingchun looked at the middle-aged man with official airs in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, with a condescending and reserved smile on his face. This is Vice President Lu's son, who just came back from studying abroad. A yellow-haired young man wearing diamond earrings nodded at Xiao Yingchun. This is Vice President Lu's nephew, Lu Weimin. Xiao Yingchun smiled with a fake smile. Hello, Director Lu. Oh, you are colleagues? Pan Huamei was surprised at first. Xiao Yingchun smiled and said, Aunt, didn't Director Lu and Vice Director Lu tell you that I used to be Director Lu's subordinate? Vice President Lu has gained some weight in his middle age, and even his jokes cannot conceal his sense of superiority. Weimin, you are the same. When the girl was under your command, you didn't know how to seize the opportunity. Now that she has resigned and returned, you are eager to take a vacation to chase her. Lu Weimin smiled and looked at Xiao Yingchun. Hee. Aunt, didn't I not understand my own heart at that time? Vice President Lu looked at Xiao Yingchun with a hint of contempt in his eyes. The girl had a nice figure, but she didn't wear any jewelry or makeup. She was wearing a cotton and linen skirt that looked like it cost no more than 300 yuan. If the village was not to be demolished, the girl had a whole house in her name, and was the only child whose parents had both passed away. Vice President Lu would really look down on this girl from the urban village. Xiao Yingchun smiled politely throughout the whole process, did not respond to anyone's words, and pretended not to see the contemptuous looks. Xiao, right? My Weimin likes you very much and came here just for you. I know his income, about 200,000 yuan a year. Take a look. How about agreeing to our family's Weimin? Xiao Yingchun looked at Vice President Lu. Aunt Lu, right? Director Lu and I are colleagues. If he wants to pursue me, he can just find me privately. It's unnecessary to create such a big scene and alarm the elders on both sides. Vice President Lu raised his chin high. You disagreed, so we specially asked your aunt to help us to connect in order to show our respect. He is my eldest nephew, and the most promising one. With a lot of flattery, he praised his nephew to the sky, saying that he was a good young man of the new era who was self-reliant, self-disciplined, self-loving, family-oriented, and infatuated. If Xiao Yingchun hadn't known Lu Weimin before, she would have been deceived. Chapter 34 The Savior Has Come. Xiao Yingchun nodded frequently after hearing this. So Director Lu shouldn't be short of money, right? That's for sure. Vice President Lu nodded without saying a word. Xiao Yingchun looked at Lu Weimin, who was smiling brightly, and said sincerely, Director Lu, can I tell the truth? Lu Weimin's face froze, and he felt uneasy. Yingchun, can we talk about it in private? Is that okay? Xiao Yingchun nodded. I have no objection, but your aunt cares about you very much. She took the initiative to help you make connections. I wonder if I should make things clear now? Lu Weimin hurriedly persuaded Vice President Lu with a smile. Aunt, I am very grateful to you and Uncle for helping me with my problem today. Now Yingchun has seen my sincerity and your regard for me. I'll talk to Yingchun about the rest in private, okay? Vice President Lu glanced at Lu Weimin and was very dissatisfied. You kid! If you were like this earlier, would your uncle and I still need to worry about you? In the end, he didn't say anything more. They also realized that Lu Weimin probably had some leverage in Xiao Yingchun's hands, so they didn't dare let Xiao Yingchun speak out. The son of Vice President Lu watched the whole process coldly, playing with his mobile phone from time to time. When he heard this, he lowered his head, curled his lips, and sneered. I don't know whether he was laughing at Lu Weimin or Xiao Yingchun. Fortunately, the food was served at this time, and the director who had been so high and mighty throughout the whole process finally said, the food is served, let's start eating. As Xiao Yingchun picked up the chopsticks, a piece of barbecued pork was put into her bowl. It was Lu Weimin who picked it up. Yingchun, eat some vegetables? Xiao Yingchun's hand holding the chopsticks froze. She instantly lost her appetite. She wanted to leave, so she turned to look at her aunt. But I saw that my aunt was socializing with Vice President Lu, talking about work matters, and her smile was very hypocritical and polite. Yingchun, eat some food. Lu Weimin continued to pick up food, this time a piece of abalone and a piece of braised pork. The braised pork with rich red sauce left Xiao Yingchun dumbfounded. She basically doesn't eat fatty meat. What's wrong? Lu Weimin was quite perceptive. Seeing that Xiao Yingchun refused to put down her chopsticks, he leaned over to ask. Xiao Yingchun leaned back slightly to avoid Lu Weimin's close proximity and explained with difficulty, I don't eat braised pork. Oh, so that's it. Lu Weimin immediately took the braised pork from Xiao Yingchun's bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Xiao Yingchun. Really? I can't stand it for even a second. My family members. At this point, Xiao Yingchun also knew what position she held in her aunt's mind. A pure tool. The last bit of emotion in her heart for her grandmother's family was quietly put aside, and Xiao Yingchun couldn't help but take out her cell phone, wanting to find someone to save her. As a result, when I opened WeChat, I saw the bunch of unread messages, the most of which were from Dai Hengxin. Where are you, Yingchun? Are you on a blind date? Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Right now. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. What's going on? I just came here for a blind date dinner. How did Dai Hengxin know about it? Before she had the time to ask why, she went to check the message from another partner, Liangzong. Sister, were you forced into a blind date? Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here to save you. Just wait. Xiao Yingchun. What? Did these people install GPS on themselves or arrange detectives to follow them 24 hours a day? How else would they know? As soon as she sent a message saying, how did you know? She was harassed by Lu Weimin again. This time, Lu Weimin picked up a plate of steamed scallops with vermicelli and garlic sauce for himself. Xiao Yingchun felt hopeless and told Lu Weimin seriously, Director Lu, if I want to eat, I will pick it up myself. Yingchun, I see you don't even pick up any food. Lu Weimin looked at Xiao Yingchun with a worried look on his face. Xiao Yingchun was about to say something when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A young man in a suit and shirt stood at the door. It was Liangzong. Liangzong's eyes have already fallen on Xiao Yingchun. Sister, are you really here? I'm looking for you. Why don't you reply to my message? Come with me. As he spoke, Liangzong walked straight over and took Xiao Yingchun's hand and was about to leave. Although Xiao Yingchun was confused, she felt as if she had been pardoned and stood up and asked, Why are you here? Old Dai and I are looking for you. Let's go. Liangzong said in a low voice and nodded slightly at Vice President Lu's son. The young man who had returned from studying abroad had already stood up and was watching Liangzong leave with a respectful and flattering look on his face. Xiao Yingchun had just taken 2 steps when someone grabbed her other hand. She turned around and saw that it was Lu Weimin. Lu Weimin was furious. Who are you? How dare you come to the box to rob someone? Vice President Lu looked at He Liangsong in disbelief. That's right. Where did you come from, young man? How can you be so uneducated? You ran into someone else's box to rob someone? Vice President Lu's son quickly grabbed his mother and whispered in her ear, Mom, who is this? After hearing what his son said, Vice President Lu's eyes suddenly widened, and then he hurriedly pulled Lu Weimin. Weimin, let go. Maybe he really has something urgent to do with Miss Xiao. Lu Weimin was very anxious. Aunt, I don't know where this person came from, but he just grabbed someone and wanted to leave. This is too much of a bully. I told you to let go. Vice President Lu shouted. Lu Weimin was startled and subconsciously let go. Xiao Yingchun was pulled out of the box by He Liangsong. Behind him, his Aunt Pan Huamei called out in confusion. Yingchun, where are you going? We haven't finished our meal yet. Xiao Yingchun turned a deaf ear to him and only breathed a sigh of relief when He Liangsong dragged her out of Yuelu. She had finally escaped from that hell on earth. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Xiao Yingchun thanked He Liangsong. How did you know I was here? He Liangsong grinned. The yellow-haired guy on your table. I saw you before at the entrance of Wanda Haidaleo. When we first met, do you remember? Xiao Yingchun recalled it and suddenly realized. That's it. At that time, He Liangsong and a group of middle-aged men with colorful hair came over noisily. How could Xiao Yingchun dare to look at them one by one? It turned out that among them was Vice President Lu's son. He is your friend? This guy was hanging out with me abroad. He Liangsong said with a hint of disdain. He's not qualified to be my friend. He texted you about this? He Liangsong nodded. I also told Lao Dai. Lao Dai is on the way here. You haven't eaten enough, right? How about I treat you to something later? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand cheerfully. You and Lao Dai are so righteous. I'll treat you. He Liangsong laughed. That would be great. Where do you want to eat? You lead the way. Xiao Yingchun said as he prepared to get in the car. He Liangsong thought for a moment and said, how about we go back to the pub we went last time? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, okay then. I'll drive in front and you can follow me. At night, the music bar is much more popular than during the day with people singing, eating, and drinking. The lights are full of young people, creating a great atmosphere. He Liangsong took Xiao Yingchun to the terrace familiarly. After having tea served, He Liangsong went to the bar to order food. Dai Hengxin came over hurriedly at this moment and immediately pulled Xiao Yingchun up. Are you okay? Xiao Yingchun, I'm fine. Dai Hengxin, on the other hand, looked scary, and he looked so nervous, as if he had been cheated on. Chapter 35 Dai Inning's Warning. Dai Hengxin seemed unaware that his face smelled bad. He pulled Xiao Yingchun over for a careful inspection and was relieved only after confirming that there was no problem. Xiao Yingchun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was just dragged by my aunt to a blind date dinner. How dare they eat me? I'll give him the courage. Dai Hengxin had a dark face, but he endured it again and again. Next time something like this happens, tell me in advance. Why am I telling you this? Xiao Yingchun was puzzled. Dai Hengxin frowned. If you really want to go on a blind date to find a partner, why not consider me? Xiao Yingchun's eyes widened. Ah. Dai Hengxin covered his face with his hands and rubbed them. When he took his hands away, his face turned red. My grandfather said you are very good. Well, I'm indeed fine. Xiao Yingchun nodded, feeling a little confident. Dai Hengxin was amused by her confident tilt of her head and spoke again. If you want to find a partner, would you consider me? Xiao Yingchun swallowed his saliva and organized his words carefully before speaking. Well, Boss Dai, we are partners. It's better to talk about money than feelings. Dai Hengxin said impulsively. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I can transfer my shares to you. Xiao Yingchun. There is such a love brain? Get shares for just having a relationship? Before Xiao Yingchun could react, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind. Brother? Is it really you? Xiao Yingchun and Dai Hengxin looked over at the same time. A girl with long wavy hair wearing a slim silk skirt was standing not far away, looking at this side, with a look of surprise on her delicate makeup. Ning Ning? Why are you here? Brother Tsong is here. They called me here. The girl walked over and looked at Xiao Yingchun with curiosity and a hint of contempt in her eyes. Dai Hengxin pointed at Xiao Yingchun and said, This Miss Xiao is my partner. After all, I didn't dare to tell her that she was the girl I liked. This is my sister Dai Inning. Partner? Are you Miss Xiao who opened an auction company with my brother and brother Tsong? Dai Inning was surprised again. Everyone in the family knows that my brother runs an auction company. It is said that there are 3 partners in total, my brother, Tsonga, and a little girl. Behind the little girl is a mysterious rich man who has prepared a batch of collections and asked his brother's auction company to help auction them. Even so, the little girl asked her brother and Songa to keep it a secret and not let anyone know that the thing was taken out by her hands. Why would a girl who hangs out with rich men pretend to be a pure and innocent girl? Xiaoying took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello. Dai Inning stretched out his hand, and it separated immediately like a dragonfly touching the water, with the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, a micro-expression of contempt. Ningning, you're here? He Liangzong came hurriedly after ordering the dishes and complained as soon as he saw Dai Hengxin. Old Dai, I told you not to worry. I will definitely protect the person for you. But you insisted on running back? Dai Hengxin frowned slightly, first pulled out a stool for Xiao Yingchun to sit down, and then pulled out a stool for Dai Inning. Dai Inning looked at his brother deeply. Knowing that this girl is someone else's canary, why is he still trying to please her so much? My brother's sense of propriety has always been good. What happened this time? Fortunately, her main attention was still on He Liangzong, and she smiled cutely and obediently. Brother Tsong, what delicious food did you order for me? Ningning, don't you like eating Australian lobsters? I ordered you some baked Australian lobster with cheese and your favorite black abalone. How would you like to eat it? Black abalone stewed with dongpa pork. Dai Inning shouted immediately, I want leaner meat. When Xiao Yingchun heard about the abalone stewed with dongpa pork, she thought of the braised pork that Lu Weiman had put into his bowl and eaten. She frowned slightly and had a physical reaction to the braised pork. Dai Inning glanced at Xiao Yingchun provocatively. Sister Xiao, you have never eaten black gold abalone stewed with dongpa pork? I tell you, you must try it later. Xiao Yingchun laughed dryly. Okay. This black gold abalone is a specialty of New Zealand. It weighs more than 1 kilogram. It tastes great when stewed with braised pork. You must have never eaten it. My brother and I went to New Zealand before. We just cut this thing and ate it. It had no taste at all. I didn't like it. Sister Xiao, have you ever been to New Zealand? The air there is great. You are my brother's partner. Next time, let my brother go to New Zealand for team building and take you with him to enjoy the trip. My brother has a childhood sweetheart who went to study in New Zealand. My brother and I went to see her 2 years ago. She was our neighbor when we were little, so we can be considered a good match. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but frown and remind, Ningning? Dai Ning stopped and said, Brother, what are you doing? You talk too much. Dai Hengxin's eyes contained obvious warning. Although Dai Inning was indignant in his heart, he still shut up and stopped talking. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. His sister obviously had a preconceived prejudice against Xiao Yingchun. She probably thought that Xiao Yingchun was interested in her and looked down on her, so she tried to remind Xiao Yingchun in a roundabout way not to have any delusions. But she never thought that she had feelings for Xiao Yingchun. Dai Inning's attitude also made him somewhat glad that he did not force Xiao Yingchun to express his opinion. If his family doesn't settle the issue and Xiao Yingchun agrees to be his girlfriend, the pressure she will face will be extremely great. I'm afraid Xiao Yingchun will back out by then. Dai Hengxin didn't expect that Xiao Yingchun was already backing down. Before, she just wanted to cash in on the things she had through the auction company, that's all. But now I realize that those who can open an auction company are not ordinary people. It is obvious that Dai Inning and He Liangzong's lifestyle and daily preferences are not something that ordinary people can afford. From this, it can be inferred that Dai Hengxin's family background should be quite good. Looking at Dai Inning's vague contempt and hostility towards her today, Xiao Yingchun almost laughed. I only want to talk about money. Do you think I want to talk about feelings with you? I don't have a masochistic tendency. With my space-time supermarket, there is no place where I can't sell things. Where can't you make money? Feeling angry, Xiao Yingchun simply stopped talking and just looked indifferently at the scenery outside the terrace. Although the meal consisted entirely of top-quality seafood, Xiao Yingchun didn't eat much. He ate a little and put down his knife and fork. Dai Hengxin saw this and was anxious. He couldn't help but serve Xiao Yingchun some food. Yingchun, this tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. No, I'm full. I have some things to do at home, so I'll take my leave first. After Xiao Yingchun said this, he nodded to Dai Hengxin, Dai Inning, and He Liangzong, and went in to pay the bill. The pub owner refused to accept the money, saying it was He Liangzong's request. Xiao Yingchun turned to look at He Liangzong, who had chased in, with a serious look on his face. I remember we agreed on this last time? If you don't want me to treat you, I'll just eat fast food and rice noodles with you guys next time. He Liangzong had no choice but to say to the cashier inside, let Miss Xiao pay, and put it on my account next time. Chapter 36 Fu Chainan is seriously injured. After Xiao Yingchun paid the money, He Liangzong personally sent her downstairs, trying to explain. Ningning has been spoiled since she was a child, and sometimes she doesn't know her limits. Xiaoingchun interrupted He Liangzong and said, I was also spoiled since I was a child. My parents love me very much and treat me very well. But this is not the reason for her to look down on others. I would rather attribute this to the contempt between classes. Next time if this lady comes, don't call me. After all, we are just partners, and I am not obliged to accept her warnings and education. After saying that, Xiaoingchun ran away. He Liangzong stood there and shrugged. Damn it, this lady is still angry? Who would have thought that the smiling Xiaoingchun would also get angry sometimes? Although every word sounded unhurried, without being loud or ferocious, the sense of oppression and alienation when angry was overwhelming. He put his hands in his pockets, his mind unconsciously recalling Xiaoingchun's appearance before she left, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up until Dianing's vigilant voice came. Brother Tsong, what are you doing here? He Liangzong turned around and looked at Dianing. Perfect makeup, perfect figure, and a slightly angry look, which was also a common look for Miss Jiao. She looked quite cute before, but now, I don't know if it's due to Xiaoingchun's influence, but she seems a little more spoiled. He Liangzong casually explained, I just sent Ingchun away. Welcome spring, the earth is dead. You can tell he's from a poor family. We are not in the same circle at all. Dianing muttered and stamped his feet. He Liangzong frowned slightly. It really is contempt between classes. Although he also had this mentality, when looking at Dianing at this time, He Liangzong suddenly felt that this was very low. But he didn't say much. Let's go in and have a couple of drinks. For a playboy like He Liangzong, the nightlife has just begun at this time. On the way home, Xiaoingchun was still thinking about whether to order takeout for Fu Chainan. He said yesterday that he might not come over tonight. But what if he comes over? When dining with the emperor, can he eat as much as he wants? Impossible. Xiaoingchun happened to pass by a popular pastry shop, found a parking space, got out of the car and bought a bag full of various cakes, puffs, sandwiches. Even if you don't come today, you can still eat it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. After getting into the car with the snacks, Xiaoingchun realized belatedly, I always felt like something was missing. It turned out that I didn't prepare a midnight snack for Fu Chainan. After a lot of trouble, I returned to the convenience store and it was almost 10 o'clock. Xiaoingchun opened the door and turned on the light. The next second, her pupils suddenly dilated and she covered her mouth tightly. There was a person lying at the back door, covered in blood. It's Fu Chainan. She hurriedly closed the door and then rushed over to check the situation. Fu Chainan was still conscious. When he saw Xiaoingchun rushing over, he said weakly, Do you have any more of that bleeding medicine? Give me some. Where does Xiaoingchun have that at home? She replied in a trembling voice, I don't have any at home. I'll go buy it for you now. You must hold on. You must hold on. Holding the cell phone, Xiaoingchun rushed out of the house in a panic and rushed to Chunyan Pharmacy. Looking for Uncle Yi, this is the only one I can find at this time. Uncle Ye's pharmacy was about to close, and Xiaoingchun hurriedly shouted, Uncle Yi, wait a minute. Seeing her panic, Yubin stopped pulling the shutter and asked, What's going on? I want the hemostatic powder, Yunnan Baiyao, and the stitch-free wound dressing. And there are also anti-inflammatory drugs. I have wounds on my body. What anti-inflammatory drugs should I take to reduce my fever? Oh yeah, and bandages too. Yubin looked serious and asked as he went to get the medicine, Who's injured? Xiaoingchun. Can you say it? When it comes to treating wounds, I'm not good at it either. But Uncle Yi, the pharmacist, is better than me after all. But once Yi Yubin knows about Fu Chenan's affairs, the possibility of keeping this matter secret will be greatly reduced. Xiaoingchun changed the subject and said, I have a friend who had a conflict with someone while having supper. Someone slashed his arm with a beer bottle. He didn't want to go to the hospital, so he asked me to bring him some medicine. Yi Yubin frowned, but finally gave her the medicine. In this case, it's better to go to the hospital for safety. Xiaoingchun nodded hurriedly. Give me the medicine first. I'll go and persuade him to go to the hospital. By the time he rushed back to the store with the medicine, Fu Chainan was almost unconscious. Xiaoingchun took the scissors from the counter and, with trembling hands, cut open the robe on his body. Disinfect with alcohol, sprinkle medicine powder on the wound, and then stick it with the stitch-free patch. After taking care of the upper body, she cut the pants open. The dormant mass made her stunned. So big? Then she looked away and examined it. Apart from a not-so-deep wound on the calf, there was no other wound anywhere else. Xiaoingchun breathed a sigh of relief and treated the wound on his calf. After treating the wound on the front, she struggled to turn Fu Chainan over, and there was also a wound on the back. Disinfection, spraying medicine, applying the stitch-free patch. It was unknown when Fu Chainan's eyes became blurry and he passed out, and it was also unknown when Xiao Yingchuan's hands stopped shaking. People's ability to adapt is really strong. After finally dealing with all the people, Xiao Yingchun was sweating all over. He sat down next to Fu Chainan, gasping for breath. At this time, Fu Chainan was lying face down on the ground, his clothes gone. Only the treated wounds were covered with patching patches, and the blood stains that had not been wiped clean in time. The feeling of being in a horror movie. After recovering from the shock, Xiao Yingchun gritted her teeth, first used the supermarket sorting system to clean up the torn robes and blood stains on the floor, and then brought down 2 quilts from upstairs. It's impossible to carry it up there. A man this big can't do it by himself. Then he had no choice but to lie on the ground. Put a cool mat underneath and a quilt on the mat. Let him lie on the quilt and then cover him up. That will be the best you can do. Xiao Yingchun tried hard to turn Fu Chainan over, but couldn't, so she had to slap him in the face. Fu Chainan? Fu Chainan? Turn over. Turn over. Fu Chainan opened his eyes drowsily, turned over with Xiao Yingchuan's pushing, and finally lay on the quilt. Xiao Yingchun covered him with another quilt and gave him mineral water and medicine. Still asking him to cooperate, I held his head and fed him the anti-inflammatory medicine. After finishing everything, Xiao Yingchun looked at his mobile phone and it was almost 12 o'clock. There are several unread messages from Dai Hengxin on WeChat, the general idea of which is to apologize to Xiao Yingchun on behalf of his sister. At the same time, she also expressed her love for Xiao Yingchun and then expressed her determination to wait for Xiao Yingchuan's nod. Xiao Yingchuan's mind was in a mess, so she had no time to think about this. She threw the phone aside without replying, turned around and went upstairs to get a blanket down. She wanted to sleep on the floor next to Fu Chainan. Chapter 37. The financial sponsor wants to become herself. Fu Chainan is seriously injured and needs someone to keep watch over him no matter what. To avoid dying here in the middle of the night. Bad luck is secondary. Money is the main issue. This is the only customer of my cross-time and space supermarket. With the air conditioner on, Xiao Yingchun sat cross-legged next to Fu Chainan, not wanting to sleep at all. She started fiddling with her cell phone, touching Fu Chainan's forehead and palm from time to time. On Dai Hengxin's side, Xiao Yingchun politely but directly rejected him. Old Dai, I don't have any feelings for you. It's fine for us to be partners. Talking about feelings will cost money, so let's not do it. Dai Hengxin once again expressed his willingness to transfer his shares to Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun refused again. You have put in so much effort, the share is what you deserve. How can you refuse it? If you don't want it, our auction company can also disband. Dai Hengxin was holding his phone helplessly. Although he had known for a long time that Xiao Yingchun didn't care about money, when she made such a decisive statement, Dai Hengxin still felt mixed emotions. Happy and disappointed. Glad she's not greedy for money. I was disappointed that she could separate herself from me so clearly. In the end, Dai Hengxin only replied with 3 words, I'll listen to you. There was also a message from my aunt Pan Huamei, asking who took Xiao Yingchun away tonight. Pan Huamei keenly noticed that Vice President Lu's attitude was rude at first, but then respectful. After Xiao Yingchun was taken away, Vice President Lu was furious at first, but after her son who had returned from studying abroad said a few words in private, she immediately fell silent. After Xiao Yingchun and the young man left, Vice President Lu even began to actively persuade Lu Weimin to give up Xiao Yingchun. Lu Weimin was naturally reluctant, but in front of Pan Huamei, neither Lu Weimin nor Vice President Lu told her the reason. Pan Huamei knew. All this was related to that young man. One of the couple is a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise, and the other is a director. There are not many people who would be afraid of them in such a small place. Apparently this young man was one of them. If this young man is really all-powerful, can he help her and her husband Gu Chunqing to move to the next level? Pan Huamei's eager questioning did not get the expected response. Xiao Yingchun only replied with 5 words, friends of friends. Pan Huamei was disappointed, but at the same time she decided to find an opportunity to ask in detail later. Lu Weimin also sent a message, a long essay. Xiao Yingchun only replied with 1 sentence, we are not suitable, don't waste your time, and never responded to him again. After replying to all WeChat messages, Xiao Yingchun started watching short videos. In the first half of the night, Fu Chainan was fine and did not move at all, making him a model patient. In the second half of the night, Fu Chainan started to make trouble. At first it twisted and turned like a caterpillar, and then it began to talk nonsense. At first, he shouted, Dad, go away. Later he shouted again, Mom, Don't leave. What? Is there a difference between father and mother? One lets go and the other doesn't. Xiao Chun was busy applying alcohol, monitoring the temperature, and feeding antipyretics. Finally, his fever subsided at daybreak. Xiao Chun was also exhausted, so he rolled over on his bed on the floor and fell into a sound sleep. When she woke up and opened her eyes, she was faced with a huge face very close to her. Xiao Chun shouted briefly, "Ah." When she realized that this was her financial sponsor Fu Chainan, she quickly covered her mouth and got up. "Are you feeling better?" Fu Chainan was lying on his side, covered with a quilt. His cheeks were slightly red, and he didn't know if it was because of fever or embarrassment. "Miss Xiao, where are my clothes?" Xiao Chun pointed to the trash can over there at the counter. "I cut it with scissors and threw it away." "You cut it?" Fu Chenan's face turned even redder. Xiao Chun looked puzzled. "Who else could it be if not me? I can't go out and find a doctor. Can the doctor give it to you? How can I explain your origins then?" Fu Chainan hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to blame you." Xiao Chun was surprised. "What do you mean?" Fu Chainan gritted his teeth, his face showing a sickly red due to excessive blood loss. "My miss saved my life. Fu, have no way to repay you. I am willing to pledge your love to me." Xiao Chun stood up in an instant. Hey, don't try to scam me. I just saved you. I didn't mean any other thing. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's just a dog on the side of the road. I would save it even if it was so injured." Ugh, what nonsense. Xiao Chun turned around, spat at himself, and changed his words. "Isn't it just looking at your body? We don't take it so seriously here. If it's to save lives, it's okay to watch it. No one will take it to heart. At most, I'll just give you a gift to express my gratitude, and that's it. My hints are almost becoming explicit, don't you understand? Just give the money. Giving something is also fine." Fu Chenan's expression changed. "How many people have you saved? How many men's bodies have you seen?" Xiao Chun looked at him speechlessly. "Brother, there is something wrong with your focus. Please listen to the last sentence." Xiao Chun said sincerely, "Of course I only saved you. My country is very safe, and this kind of thing will only happen twice in a lifetime. If something like this happens, there will be officers rushing over immediately. In a few minutes, half an incense stick of time." Fu Chenan's expression improved a little, and he was no longer obsessed with marrying her. Instead, he began to focus on another question. "Do you have any men's clothes here?" Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, "Yes." "Wait a moment." She first took a box of men's underwear from the shelf, opened it, and handed it to him. "This, you should be able to wear it." "What is this?" Fu Chainan had never seen this style before and didn't recognize it at first. "Pants." Seeing that Fu Chainan was still confused, Xiao Chun gestured, "Wear it here." Fu Chenan's face turned red again, and he quickly took it and stuffed it into the quilt to put it on. Xiao Chun also felt embarrassed and went upstairs to find clothes for him. "After my father passed away last year, most of his clothes were burned, leaving only one set as a memorial." Xiao Chun went upstairs to find it and gave it to Fu Chainan. When Fu Chainan put it on, it was too short. So ugly. Xiao Chun was helpless. "You are much taller than my dad. Wait a minute, I will buy it for you." Fu Chainan nodded obediently and covered himself with the quilt. Xiao Chun didn't dare to open the front door for fear that someone would see someone lying inside the supermarket, so he chose to go out through the warehouse. Summer short-sleeve shorts are not expensive, only a few dozen yuan a set, so I'd like to get 2 sets. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun bought some vegetables and meat. It's better not to go out these days. It is more important to concentrate on serving the financial sponsor than anything else. When they got home, Xiao Chun gave Fu Chainan the clothes and picked up a pair of brand new plastic slippers for him from the shelf. "Here, you change your clothes here. I'll go cook." "Okay." Fu Chainan agreed obediently and watched Xiao Chun go to the kitchen to cook. The kitchen has been vacant for a long time. Xiao Chun basically eats takeout and has never cooked here. Fu Chainan ate a lot, so Xiao Chun cooked a big pot of rice, stir-fried bean sprouts and meat, and made soup with pig blood. When the food was served, Fu Chainan was already sitting at the table. Xiao Chun glanced at his neatly buttoned shirt and advised, "You are still injured and will need to change the bandages later. Just wear pants and don't wear clothes." Fu Chainan looked down at his clothes and stood firm. "I'll take them off when I change the dressing." "Well, it's your body. You decide." Chapter 38. Fu Chainan returns to Beijing with injuries. Xiao Chun invited him to eat. Looking at his pale lips and slow eating movements, Xiao Chun sighed. "You need to recover from this injury for at least a while. Didn't you say you would go to the palace to see the emperor? How did you get injured like this? Fu Chainan lowered his eyes. It should be the second prince's people who did it. Oh. Xiaoingshun looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Fu Chainan ate slowly and analyzed slowly at the same time. Your Majesty would not want me to die. After all, if I die, your Majesty would worry that my father would rebel. I am more useful to him alive than dead. The same goes for the crown prince. After all, the world will eventually be passed on to him, and chaos will not be good for him. The third prince is currently attached to the crown prince, and the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh princes are still young. Only the second prince is probably the one who most hopes that my father will rebel. His mother's family was originally a general. If my father rebels, His Majesty will definitely rely on his family. Then he will have a chance. Following Fu Chenan's explanation, Xiaoingshun gained some understanding of the current situation of the Daliang dynasty. Then what are you going to do? Xiaoingshun put down her chopsticks after taking a few bites. She didn't feel hungry, and the rest was eaten by Fu Chainan. After eating his fill, Fu Chenan's expression finally became less ugly. He looked at Xiaoingshun deeply and said, I have to go back. Now. Xiaoingshun looked at him in shock. Fu Chainan nodded. Later, at noon, he was being besieged and hunted at the time. He fought hard to cut a bloody path, silently reciting the space-time supermarket in his mind, ran 50 steps north, accelerated, turned into the alley on the east, ran 20 steps, and escaped into the space-time supermarket. There were no shops in that alley. But at noon, when the weather was the hottest and there were not many people on the street, all the shops on the main street were still open. That was the safest time for him to go out. But you are still covered in wounds. Are you okay? Fu Chainan sneered. After this incident, I think His Majesty will ask someone to protect me. Besides, he also has his own personal guards. But this time they did not travel with him on the trip back to the capital for the sake of confidentiality. I think they should be arriving in the capital soon. Xiaoingshun had no choice but to nod. She was not Fu Chainan and could not make decisions for him. Fu Chainan seemed to have thought of something and said, Your Majesty has rewarded me with a pair of jade ruby and 500 taels of gold. I will give them all to you in 2 days. Ah. Xiaoingshun was stunned. Didn't you say that you wanted to express your gratitude with money, or something? Fu Chainan said this with a smile in his eyes. Xiaoingshun was rarely embarrassed for a moment. It turns out that he had understood it all before. Okay. Xiaoingshun agreed with a smile. Fu Chainan felt better. His Majesty the Emperor said at the time, If Fu Chainan meets a girl he likes, this pair of jade ruby can be used as a betrothal gift. Once you take my jade ruby, you are mine, and you can't look at other men's bodies anymore. Xiaoingshun knew nothing about this and was still immersed in the joy of receiving another 500 taels of gold and a pair of jade ruby. She was even in a good mood when taking his temperature and checking his wounds. I have to say that Fu Chenan's physique is really good. He was seriously injured and dying last night, but now his wounds are basically healed. I think if I change the medicine and use the patch to fix it for a period of time, it should get better. But after Xiaoingshun changed the medicine for him, Fu Chainan refused to use the patch again. This thing can't be seen by others. But your wounds. Xiaoingshun looked at his several wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen. It's okay. When I get back, someone will treat and bandage me. Fu Chainan knew the nature of those people. Xiaoingshun thought for a moment and said, Okay, take the anti-inflammatory medicine again. This thing works faster than ancient Chinese herbal medicine. Okay. Fu Chainan agreed obediently again. Xiaoingshun gave him a cold look. This guy is just pretending to be well-behaved. She will only be extremely well-behaved if he is willing. If he doesn't want to, he will refuse without hesitation, and then come up with a good reason to prove his correctness. Fu Chenan's eyes turned to the shelves where snacks were placed. Now that he has tried them all, he knows which one is the most delicious. Just thinking about the taste makes him drool. Xiaoingshun glanced at the direction of his gaze and refused without hesitation. You can't eat these recently, don't even think about it. When your wound heals, come back and take whatever you want to eat. Fu Chainan sighed. My injury. His Majesty will definitely send more people to look after me. I may not be able to come here for several days. Xiaoingshun glanced at the hideous wounds on his naked upper body and nodded silently. I guess he will ask someone to serve him. It is really inconvenient for him to come here in front of so many people. It's okay. I'm here anyway. Xiaoingshun comforted him. My door is always open. Just come when you can. Okay. Fu Chainan started to act obedient again. Xiaoingshun was speechless, but did not point it out to him. Fu Chainan pointed at the colorful island-style beachwear and said, This dress is not suitable for me, but do you have any other clothes? Xiao Yingshun took a look at the island-style beachwear. It is indeed not suitable. After thinking for a while, she said, "Wait for me here. I'll buy it for you. The kind of cosplay clothes should be okay. Go and see if there are any." Xiao Yingshun started searching on the map. Xiao Yingshun found a cos clothing store and went over to take a look. There were indeed quite a few nice clothes, but they were very expensive. A set costs several thousand yuan. His wounds will eventually get dirty. What a waste. In the end, Xiao Yingshun chose a set of short clothes for a servant, which cost 180 yuan. When they returned to the store, it was almost noon. Xiao Yingshun asked Fu Chainan to change his clothes while she went to cook. For lunch, there was stir-fried beef with tomatoes. No onions, ginger, or garlic were added, so that Fu Chainan could eat it with rice using a spoon. After eating and drinking, Fu Chainan said goodbye. "Then I'll go back first." "Well, let's go." Xiao Yingshun saw him off. Fu Chainan walked slowly out of the alley and looked at the street where the fierce battle took place last night. The bodies from last night had been cleaned up, and the bloodstains had been washed away. Only black bloodstains could be seen in the cracks of the bluestone slabs, but they had already dried up. The shops on both sides of the street looked at the man standing in the scorching sun and felt strange. Isn't he afraid of the heat? As a result, the next second, the man fainted on the spot. The blood slowly seeped out and soon soaked the clothes. "Someone come quickly. Another person died?" Dai Hengxin felt very uneasy. After returning home that day, he criticized Dai Inning in front of his parents. Dai Inning looked unconvinced, but was still criticized by his parents. Dai Inning's parents, who are university professors, also do not allow him to openly express contempt for the other party. Dai Inning finally made a promise to her brother reluctantly, saying that she would never say such things to Xiao Yingshun again when she saw him again. But in her heart, Dai Inning was extremely sure her brother was attracted to Xiao Yingshun. Chapter 39, Dai Hengxin's Unrequited Love. Dai Inning was very sure. If his brother didn't care, he wouldn't have criticized him so angrily, and he would never have done so in front of his parents. "She's just a kept woman. What's so great about that? Just wait, I will tear off your mask of disguise." Dai Inning made up his mind secretly. After solving Dai Inning's problem, Dai Hengxin sent a message to Xiao Yingshun, but Xiao Yingshun rejected him. Dai Hengxin began to feel nervous and had a sense of crisis. Would she completely distance herself from me from now on? So the next morning, Dai Hengxin sent a message to Xiao Yingshun. Xiao Yingshun didn't come back. At that time, she was wholeheartedly serving her financial sponsor Fu Chainan. So Dai Hengxin used the excuse of visiting his grandfather and passed by Xiao Yingchuan's supermarket. Early in the morning, Xiao Yingchuan's car was at the door, but the door of the small supermarket was closed. Is Xiao Yingshun at home? Or is she out? Why didn't she open the door? Dai Hengxin was full of worries and seemed a little absent-minded while sitting in his grandfather's house. Zhao Jiping noticed his grandson's expression and couldn't help but tease him. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you've lost your soul?" Dai Hengxin thought about it again and again, and couldn't help but said, "Grandpa, what do you think of Yingshun?" Zhao Jiping had watched Xiao Yingshun almost grow up, so he certainly knew her situation and character, and he nodded affirmatively immediately. "What a nice girl. She is polite, simple, and her clothes look neat. If I date her, will my parents agree?" Zhao Jiping thought about the behavior of his daughter and son-in-law and was silent for a moment. "If your parents disagree and force you to give up, will you still insist on looking for her?" Dai Hengxin frowned, but did not respond. "What do you think my parents are pursuing?" Zhao Jiping sighed and didn't respond. "What are you pursuing?" "Pursue climbing up. Strive for each generation to be stronger than the previous one. After all, each generation cannot be worse than the previous one. Both grandparents and grandchildren understand. To achieve this goal, parents regard their children's marriage as a stepping stone and are only willing to marry into a family that is of equal status or more powerful than their own." Dai Inning chased He Liangsong everywhere, completely ignoring the fact that He Liangsong was just a gangster and a second-generation rich man. He has colorful hair and is lazy about studying. He is in his 20s, but he does not do any serious work and just hangs out all day. He is a well-known playboy. Even though he was known as a good-for-nothing, his parents flocked to him and were eager for their daughter to kidnap He Liangsong. In the end, isn't it because the old man in the other family is powerful and has a deep background? But my parents didn't realize that even though He Liangsong was so unreasonable, the He family was never willing to respond to the Dai family's jokes about getting married to each other. It can be seen that the He family does not think highly of the Dai family's foundation. As for his own marriage, Dai Hengxin had a headache. Zhao Jiping looked at Dai Hengxin deeply and said, "I really like Yingshun, but if you are not sure and have not been assured of your parents' consent, You'd better not mess with her. Why? What era is this? I have the final say in my marriage. Dai Hingxin was not convinced. Zhao Jiping sighed. If you really like that girl, would you be willing to let her suffer such contempt and disdain in front of your parents? How could she be willing to suffer such contempt? Don't think that girl has a good temper. If anyone provokes her, she will be very fierce with her mouth. Zhao Jiping didn't know what he was thinking of, and he couldn't help but smile. Dai Hingxin remembered what He Liangsong had told him. Xiao Yingchun won't want to come when Dai Yining is around in the future, and reviewed what Dai Yining had said to Xiao Yingchun last night. Dai Yining is a person who says whatever he thinks. It is normal for him to speak like that. Dai Hingxin has seen this before. But last night was the first time he worried that the person Dai Yining talked about would be sad or feel uncomfortable. Just because that person is Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun couldn't stand Dai Yining talking like that. What if it was her own mother who showed that kind of contempt? Dai Hingxin suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that such a scene would occur. He didn't know, if such a situation really happened, whether he should persuade Xiao Yingchun to be patient or ask his mother not to do that. But I guess no one would listen to him, right? Dai Hingxin didn't get the answer he wanted in the end. When he left after lunch, he passed by Yingchun's store, but found that the door was closed and Xiao Yingchun still didn't open it. Xiao Yingchun had just seen off her financial sponsor Fu Chainan and was catching up on her sleep. I stayed up all night last night and slept for a while before dawn. How can I have energy now? I have been dreaming for a long time. When she woke up, it was already evening. Xiao Yingchun first went downstairs to pack up the bedding and other things, then went upstairs and used the space's built-in organizing function to clean the supermarket before opening the front door for business. While sitting and waiting for guests, Xiao Yingchun searched for various life-saving tools on his mobile phone. Chainmail? Stab-proof gloves? Bulletproof vest? She looked at them one by one. Price was not an issue. The key was practicality and the ability to fit closely to the skin without being noticeable. Fu Chainan is the key figure in his future wealth. He must be protected. After careful selection, Xiao Yingchun finally chose the right items. She bought one of each and planned to let Fu Chainan choose by himself after the items came back, and return the rest. As I was choosing, I heard a laugh. Haha, Yingchun, are you watching the store? Xiao Yingchun looked up and met Lu Weiman's smirking face. Director Lu, are you still here? Xiao Yingchun was very surprised. She originally thought that Lu Weiman had given up after being rejected, but who knew he was still there? Lu Weiman sighed and sat at the small round table, looking at Xiao Yingchun with a slightly frown. Yingchun, my cousin told me about that guy yesterday. He is a young master from a big family. He spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a night at the bar. He's just playing with you. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I don't care what happened between you and him in the past. I don't care. I am willing to marry you. Xiao Yingchun thought it was a joke at first, but as she listened she became angry and she couldn't help but walk out from behind the counter. You don't care? You marry me? I promise to marry you. Do I need you to care? Don't worry about who I'm with or what I did. What does it have to do with you? Who gave you the face to make you feel that I must have you? If you don't come, I won't be able to get married. If you don't leave, I'll beat you with a broom, believe it or not? Lu Weiman was startled. Seeing Xiao Yingchun raising the broom, he quickly stood up and said, Yingchun, please speak nicely. What are you doing? Xiao Yingchun's face was dark. Didn't I tell you clearly? I told you that I have no interest in you, and told you to give up as soon as possible. Why are you still pestering me? If you can't understand my nice words, I'll just beat you up. Chapter 40. The Lively Marshal's Mansion. Lu Weiman was so scared that he ran out, but he was still talking. You don't want your commission anymore? Xiao Yingchun sneered. You stole the order, but don't forget, they just signed the contract. They haven't paid yet. Why do you think they will definitely fulfill this contract? Have you read the contract carefully? No one has paid yet, so your boss will give you a commission? What the hell are you thinking? Roll. After driving Lu Weiman away, Xiao Yingchun angrily put away the broom, went back to sit behind the counter, and looked unconsciously towards the back door. I don't know if Fu Chenan's injury has improved. When can he come back? When he was sent back to the marshal's mansion, Fu Chainan woke up for a while and heard a woman with a rough voice shouting loudly, What's wrong with Nguer? He felt relieved, closed his eyes, and fell into a coma. The scabbed wound burst open, bleeding profusely, and it was not easy to heal again. The imperial physician from the palace came, the emperor's imperial envoy Hu Jiaying came, and even the prince came. After all the gods had examined him, they all agreed that Fu Chenan's injuries were serious and he needed to rest and recuperate. His Majesty the Emperor took the opportunity to arrange for 16 beautiful women with delicate bodies to come in, and gave them the euphemistic name of serving General Fu. Fu Chainan was handsome and strong, and the maids all rushed forward to serve him. Who would have thought that as soon as he reached the gate of Fu Chainan courtyard, he ran into a young woman with a face full of flesh holding two butcher knives in both hands. Who dares to enter my brother's room? The maids were not convinced. We were assigned by His Majesty to serve General Fu. How could you not let us in? I, Niu Shinyang, said you are not allowed to enter, and I mean you are not allowed to enter. You evil women, you are looking at me, and I don't know what you are thinking. Inch can't move yet. What do you want to do? Take advantage of him? No way. Want to serve him? See that small kitchen next to it? Go cook. Onger loves delicious food and has a big appetite. You guys are serving him by bringing it to him. Only when Onger is full can he get better quickly. The maids looked at each other. The one closest to the front was pushed by someone from behind and staggered towards Niu Shinyang. Ah! The maid who was pushed out was frightened but proud at the same time, and she rushed towards Niu Shinyang. Niu Shinyang refused to retreat or give in. She raised her strong left leg and kicked out in the chest. Oh, ah! The maid was kicked in the chest and suffocated, and fell to the ground unconscious. Ah! Murder! The other maids were terrified and rushed towards the small kitchen. I will go cook right away. This servant knows how to pick vegetables. I can make soup. The courtyard gate was quiet now, and Niu Shinyang was satisfied. She snorted, hooked a bamboo chair with her left foot, and sat down under the loquat tree outside the gate. I'll guard here today. Let's see who dares to go in. Inside the room, the old Dr. Niu Zhensheng was cleaning Fu Chenan's wound, and he kept saying, "This wound is weird. It looks so deep, but it's not festering." After cleaning the wound, Niu Zhensheng took out a packet of medicine powder from his arms, poured a little on Fu Chenan's wound, and then took out a stitch-free patch and stuck it on Fu Chenan's wound. The guards beside him saw this and nodded repeatedly. When I was in the army, Dr. Niu dealt with it in the same way. Niu Zhensheng treated all of Fu Chenan's wounds, stuffed 2 anti-inflammatory pills into Fu Chenan's mouth, and washed them down with water. Then he said, "Are these pills that Xiao Niu Niuzi asked you to bring back really so effective?" "Of course. Old doctor, you don't know how many of our brothers' lives this medicine has saved. These were all bought by General Fu from a mysterious shop. Before returning, the marshal personally instructed them. Be sure to protect General Fu, and not leak a single word about the mysterious shop and the things inside to outsiders." So they only dared to give the medicine that Dr. Niu asked them to bring back to Dr. Niu's father, old Dr. Niu Zhensheng. Niu Zhensheng is an honest man, loyal to the marshal and his son, and trustworthy. Sure enough, after General Fu returned home, various imperial doctors and the crown prince had a look at the first round. Niu Zhensheng then asked Niu Shinyang to keep all outsiders out, and he took care of the patient himself. Anyway, the courtyard is surrounded by guards left by the prince. They call it protection, but it actually means surveillance. Fu Chainan was still asleep, so the guards didn't dare to act rashly. Just guard it, and they will guard it too. If you don't move, I won't move either, so let's just wait and see. Let's wait until Fu Chainan wakes up. When Fu Chainan woke up, it was dark. A small oil lamp illuminated the dim room, and a gray-haired person snoring beside the bed. Fu Chainan reached out and pushed. Niu Zhensheng suddenly got up and looked at Fu Chenan's face with a faint smile. "Uncle Niu, I'm fine." Fu Chenan's voice was tired and hoarse. "You kid, you scared your Uncle Niu to death," Niu Zhensheng said as he lit the oil lamp and went out to ask Niu Shinyang to prepare food and bring it in. Niu Shinyang wiped the oil off her mouth, picked up a plate and handed it to her father first. "Dad, this is what Ngura can't eat. I can't eat it anymore. You eat it." She picked up another plate and walked into the house. Niu Zhensheng knew that this was made by those beautiful maids, so he didn't act pretentiously and just picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Niu Shinyang wanted to feed Fu Chainan, but Fu Chainan refused and wanted to eat by himself because he was afraid that Niu Shinyang would choke him to death. Niu Shinyang had no choice but to carefully help Fu Chainan sit up and put the bowl and chopsticks into his hands. Eat. Fu Chainan was hungry, so he ate a lot before putting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Did you make this? It doesn't taste like it." Niu Shinyang rolled her eyes and said in a deliberately low and rough voice, "Those goblins outside did it." Niu Shinyang explained the origins of those goblins and her actions in stopping them. Fu Chainan nodded in praise. "Well done. You are worthy of being my Niu sister." Niu Shinyang was instantly happy. That's what I should do. Seeing that he had finished eating, Niu Shinyang handed him another bowl of medicine. "This is a decoction to calm the nerves. My father said that getting more sleep will help you recover from this injury." Fu Chanan thought of that smiling face and his heart warmed. Even if it is just to see her earlier, he should get better sooner. Fu Chanan picked up the medicine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Feeling sleepy, Fu Chanan covered himself with the quilt in a daze. I'll sleep for a while. Niu Shenyang laid him flat, covered him with a quilt, walked out of the house, and sat down on the doorstep to take a nap. Niu Jinqing was full and came over to kick his daughter. Go to the next room and sleep? Niu Shenyang said dazedly. No need. It's not like I haven't slept under the eaves before. Besides, it's hot now, and it's cooler outside than inside. Niu Jinqing stopped talking and went back into the room and lay down beside Fu Chanan's bed. After a while, two snoring sounds came one after another from inside and outside the room. The two groups of people guarding outside the yard looked at each other in bewilderment. How could General Fu fall asleep with such thunderous snoring? Even a dead person should be woken up, right? Fortunately, Fu Chanan drank some tranquilizing medicine. He couldn't hear anything. Chapter 41. Mr. He. Xiao Ningchun spent the day bored and received a call from Dai Hengxin the next morning. He wanted to meet with Xiao Ningchun and He Liangsong, and another distinguished guest wanted to see the three of them. In fact, he also wanted to find an excuse to see Xiao Ningchun. Xiao Ningchun didn't know the situation, so she ate some cake from the refrigerator and went. The auction venue was in the city, an hour's drive away, and Dai Hengxin offered to pick her up. Xiao Ningchun agreed. In the car, Dai Hengxin first talked about the layout of the auction and then the guests participating in the auction. It was also at this time that Xiao Ningchun found out that He Liangsong's grandfather was actually a collector and a well-known figure in the political arena in his early years. He Liangsong's ancestors were in business, but because his grandfather chose to go into politics, the previous generation skipped He Liangsong's grandfather and passed the family business to He Liangsong's father. After He Liangsong's father inherited the family business, he made the He family's business more and more prosperous. With his biological father, who is a well-known figure in the political circle, behind him, no one dares to mess with the He group, let alone use it to make money. Therefore, everyone in Huizhou City would give some face to the He family. This time, He Liangsong suddenly turned over a new leaf and opened an auction company in a respectable manner. He even took out so many good things. Mr. He was very shocked. He will also come today, saying that he wants to see the collections and also wants to meet Xiao Ningchun. In the words of the old man, I want to meet the girl who made my monkey turn back from his prodigal ways. Dai Hengxin was a little worried. Although the He family had a high threshold, his sister had been hoping for many years but had never been accepted by the He family. But he was afraid that Xiao Ningchun would be favored by the He family. So he emphasized the complexity of the He family. He Liangsong is the only son of the He family. He was a good-for-nothing before. He spent his time abroad drinking, fighting, and picking up girls. He never did anything serious. This was a headache for the He family. This time he suddenly wanted to start a company with us and was willing to go to my grandfather to ask him to contact various collectors. The He family was very happy. I guess Mr. He wants to see the things first before deciding whether to invite his old friends to join us. Don't think He Liangsong is unreliable. In fact, the He family really values him. My sister has liked He Liangsong for many years, but He Liangsong has never made their relationship clear and only treats her as a sister. Everyone in the He family is pretending to be stupid. It seems to me that the He family looks down on our family background. Naturally, he looked down on girls like Xiao Ningchun who came from a village in the city. Xiao Ningchun nodded. I understand. I will cooperate with you in whatever way you ask me to. Okay, just follow my arrangements. Don't worry or be afraid about anything else. Dai Hengxin said, glancing at Xiao Ningchun. But her face looked calm, and she didn't seem to have much emotion. When they arrived at the hotel, Dai Hengxin first took Xiao Ningchun into a spacious private room. The dining table is not very big, but the leisure area next to it is very spacious. In addition to the sofa and coffee table, there is also a Chinese tea table and armchairs. Dai Hengxin ordered the dishes and wine skillfully, and asked Xiao Ningchun to wait there while he went downstairs to receive the goods. It turned out that in order to allow Mr. He to see the antiques today, Dai Hengxin specially arranged for them to be nearby so that the security personnel could deliver the things over later. The things were delivered soon, boxes one, by several handsome young men in black suits. Dai Hengxin asked them to put their things next to the tea table, looked after them, and went downstairs to pick up the people. Xiao Ningchun waited on the sofa the whole time. As the voices got closer, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and Dai Hengxin led the people in with a smile on his face. Grandpa, please come in. This is Xiao Ningchun, Miss Xiao, the partner of me and my brother. Xiao Ningchun stood up at the right time and greeted Mr. He. The little girl was wearing a simple white dress and no makeup, which surprised Mr. He. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like what a girl who becomes a rich man's white glove should look like. Shouldn't a girl like that be covered in jewels? Old man He didn't say anything on the surface, but just greeted Xiao Chun with a smile, and jokingly said thank you Xiao Chun for letting his grandson walk on the right path and finally be willing to do real work. After the greetings, Dai Hengxin was in charge of making tea while Mr. He started looking at things. When he first saw the boxes, he was a little skeptical. Are these really not modern handicrafts? When he saw the real thing, he was still shocked. How could it be? It was all real at first glance. He couldn't believe what he saw and looked at it carefully with a magnifying glass. Finally, he had to admit, these things were real. Mr. He's expression changed, and he looked at Xiao Chun with a serious face. Miss Xiao, although these things are not too expensive, they are worth a lot when added up. Could you tell me where they came from? Xiao Chun said frankly, no. If you don't tell us where these things come from, it will affect their price. You should know that the greatest value of cultural relics lies in their clear origin and scarcity. If you don't know their origins, their value will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Who knows? Xiao Chun doesn't care. Whatever we can sell, it's fine. It doesn't matter if we can't sell it at a high price. Mr. He's expression became more serious. Is there something wrong with where these things came from? Xiao Chun smiled. If Mr. He thinks there is something wrong with this batch of things and is worried about buying them, I can just take them back and not sell them. After all, people who know what's good know that some opportunities will never come back again if you miss them. Are you kidding? The world is so big and there are so many auction companies. Why should I worry about not being able to sell something worth real money? Mr. He was also choked. How can anyone respond to such words? He Liangzong just happened to help Xiao Chun. Grandpa, my sister Chun said it's inconvenient. Then it must be inconvenient. After all, if you can make more money, who would not want it? There must be a reason for it. Mr. He became even angrier. My little bastard is so stubborn. What can I do? Dai Hengxin also broke out in sweat after hearing this. He had no choice but to wink at Xiao Chun and He Liangzong, signaling them to say less. While he spoke nicely to Old Man He to smooth things over. Old Master He didn't say anything else. He looked at the remaining things carefully. After a long silence, he was finally delighted to see the prey. Give me a few copies of your booklet. I'll ask my old friends to come along. Okay, thank you, old man. Dai Hengxin's uncle was originally from this circle, and he also invited some people, so this auction looked very impressive. The dishes were served at this time, and Mr. He naturally took the seat of honor. Dai Hengxin was beside him, while He Liangzong and Xiao Chun sat on the other side. Mr. He is a shrewd person. He has already seen that Xiao Chun is a girl with a strong personality. She is not the ordinary woman who uses gentleness and kindness to make men happy. Then he looked at his grandson, whose face was broken from laughing, and looked at Xiao Chun from time to time, and immediately looked away in annoyance. Look at how useless you are. Chapter 42. The He family looks down on the Dai family. After the meal, Dai Hengxin took good care of Mr. He, and He Liangzong also took good care of Xiao Chun. Mr. He saw it all and sighed in his heart. Who could have thought of this? That bastard who was having so much fun outside actually fell in love with a girl with such a hot temper. And it seems that this girl has no interest in her own grandson. Is this a case of one thing conquering another? If it can help my bastard grandson walk the right path, it's good to have a bad temper, as it can help control the man. Mr. He was calculating the feasibility of the matter in his mind, and then he smiled kindly. Miss Xiao, come and visit the He family when you have time. Xiao Chun didn't notice Dai Hengxin's shocked expression when he heard this. She thought it was just an ordinary invitation, so she nodded and agreed. Okay, thank you Grandpa He for your care. I will go when I have time. Mr. He looked at Dai Hengxin again. You and Xiaozong should come too. Dai Hengxin quickly agreed, but he didn't even think about the disappointment of, I was just doing this by the way. After seeing off He Liangzong and his grandson, Dai Hengxin asked the security company responsible for security to put the things back to the warehouse where they were previously stored. Only then did he take Xiao Chun home. On the way home, Dai Hengxin sighed in his heart. Chun, you know, the old man of the He family doesn't usually invite people to the He family to play. Huh. Xiao Chun certainly didn't know, but she was willing to listen to the explanation. Dai Hengxin explained. It turned out that Mr. He was in politics in his early years. As his ancestors were very rich, he did not need to take bribes like some unscrupulous officials. He was very confident and usually did not interact with others. This old man makes friends purely based on his personal preferences and mood. People say, being able to have a meal with Mr. He is nothing. being recognized by him and invited to visit the He family is rare. The He family has an ancestral home. Have you seen the TV series Chow Family Courtyard? The He family's ancestral home is not much smaller than Chow Family Courtyard. It has carved beams and painted buildings, rockery, and flowing water. It is a mansion that has been passed down for many generations. After Mr. He retired, he lived in the ancestral house. His invitation is to invite you to the ancestral home. As he spoke, Dai Hengxin's tone was full of envy. Xiao Yingchun became curious. Have you been there? Dai Hengxin nodded, but his tone was not without regret. That was Mr. He's 60th birthday. He happened to be retired, so he held a birthday banquet at the ancestral home. We are here to celebrate the birthday. To put it bluntly, I was not the one who was specially invited. Xiao Yingchun became serious. According to what you said, should we really go? Dai Hengxin looked at Xiao Yingchun in surprise. Why? Did you just agree perfunctorily? Xiao Yingchun was even more surprised. What else? I meet so many people in the workplace every year, and many of them say, will I treat you to a meal next time? Anyone who takes this kind of talk seriously is a fool. Xiao Yingchun naturally thought that this time would be the same, but now according to Dai Hengxin's intention, it was different. Dai Hengxin lost his temper completely. After thinking for a while, he seemed to be trying to excuse Xiao Yingchun, and also seemed to be trying to persuade himself, you don't know the situation of the He family, so it's normal to think this way? Yeah. Xiao Yingchun responded casually. After saying this, Dai Hengxin didn't know what to say for a moment, and the car fell silent. Mao Bai's Give You and Give Me was playing from the speakers. Give me your smiling mouth and eyes. Give me your brilliant early spring and late autumn. Give me your unpolished innocence and freedom. Give me your most precious everything. Dai Hengxin listened to it unconsciously, and a familiar swelling seemed to be surging in his heart. He knew very clearly. He was moved. When he thought of this, his breathing slowed down and became rapid. His palms became hot, and he even began to sweat. Yingchun, the message I sent you was serious. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Dai Hengxin mustered up the courage and finally said this to his face. But after waiting for a while, Xiao Yingchun did not respond. Dai Hengxin turned his head and found that Xiao Yingchun had fallen asleep. Dai Hengxin. Feeling disappointed, he quietly pulled Xiao Yingchun's hand while waiting for the traffic light. Xiao Yingchun was unaware of it. Her hands were white, slender, soft as if they had no bones, and they felt warm and smooth in her hands. Beep, beep, beep. The urging horn sounded from behind, and Dai Hengxin woke up as if from a dream, let go of Xiao Yingchun's hand, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out in a Mercedes-Benz. Dai Hengxin's face flushed as he realized it belatedly. His behavior just now was not gentlemanly at all. He was a mean person, even a little perverted. This self-awareness made Dai Hengxin despise himself in his heart, and he made up his mind. Next time he holds hands with her, he must at least wait until she is sober. When the car stopped at the next traffic light, Xiao Yingchun woke up dazedly. Are we there yet? Dai Hengxin quickly replied, it's not here yet. You can sleep for a while. Xiao Yingchun fell asleep again. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Dai Hengxin sent Xiao Yingchun back to the convenience store. When he drove to the pawn shop, he found his mother's car parked at the door. Why is she here? Dai Hengxin locked his car and went into the pawn shop, where he met his biological mother Zhao Qingfeng's sharp eyes. Where have you been? Dai Hengxin was startled. I went to invite Mr. He to dinner. But his eyes looked at Xiaomei. Xiaomei lowered her head guiltily. Zhao Qingfeng's tone softened slightly. You are inviting Mr. He to dinner. Who else is there? It's us 3 partners and Mr. He. That Xiao Yingchun is the daughter of a commissary in a village in the city. What are you taking her for? Why not take your sister with you? Zhao Qingfeng looked very disappointed. Dai Hengxin's tone turned cold. I take my sister with me? And then tell Mr. He that those things belong to my sister? Zhao Qingfeng, I didn't ask you to say that. Mr. He has some questions about these things that he wants to ask Xiao Yingchun. If she doesn't go, why should I take my sister with her? Can I explain it clearly, or can my sister explain it clearly? Zhao Qingfeng squinted at his own son and said, I said one thing, and you had 10 things waiting for me. Is that how you talk to your mother? Dai Hengxin didn't know what he was thinking about, and his tone softened. Mom, your words don't count for the He family's affairs. Why are you racking your brains over it? Let's see if there's anyone suitable and introduce someone to my sister right away. I'll keep her company. You have a good relationship with Mr. He, don't you want to help? Dai Hengxin was so angry that he laughed. Mom, if you want to be reasonable, my sister and Mr. He are acquainted. How can I help you? Mr. He has played with so many girls. But he has never been ambiguous with my sister, and he has never been shy about it. Why do you think this is? Zhao Qingfeng was choked by Dai Hengxin's words and was speechless. That's because he hasn't grown up yet? What do you mean he hasn't grown up yet? He's already 26 years old. Is that okay? I don't know how many abortions those girls have had. That's because he and the He family didn't like my sister and had no intention of letting her enter the He family. Chapter 43 Auctioneer Zhou Yuan. Zhao Qingfeng was completely speechless. Her chest heaved violently, and she looked at her son for a long time without saying anything. Dai Hengxin also scratched his hair in annoyance, secretly regretting why he was so emotional. After thinking for a while, he tried to soften his tone. Mom, my auction company has just started, and it all depends on what Xiaoying Chun brought out. If you don't want your son's company to go bankrupt before it even opens, I hope you won't get involved in the matter between Xiaoying Chun and me. Please, give Xiaoying Chun enough respect. This successfully irritated Zhao Qingfeng. Didn't I respect her? Was it wrong for me to say something to her when I came here today? I just want you to bring your sister with you next time you dine with the He family. What's wrong with that? Dai Hengxin scratched his head in annoyance. Indeed, Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything wrong about Xiaoying Chun today, but her attitude of looking down on Xiaoying Chun successfully taught Dai Yanning a lesson. This will definitely be revealed when she faces Xiaoying Chun in the future. But all this has not happened yet, so he doesn't even have the right to blame. After turning around twice, he suddenly decided to show his hand. Mom, I like Xiaoying Chun. I want her to be my girlfriend. Zhao Qingfeng was successfully frightened. Ah. Dai Hengxin said again. I like Xiaoying Chun. I want her to be my girlfriend. Zhao Qingfeng was anxious. Son, are you crazy? What is her situation now? Do you know? Where did she get those things from? Do you understand? After she sells those things, how much will she keep for herself? And how much will she give to the people behind her? Have you figured it out? Also, the person behind her can come up with so many good things. How do you know if he has connections? You rashly touched his woman. Have you thought about the consequences? The series of questions left Dai Hengxin dumbfounded. He really hadn't thought about that. But he wasn't going for the money Xiaoying Chun made from selling antiques. Dai Hengxin was completely lost, and he didn't even see his mother off when she left. After Xiaomei sent Zhao Qingfeng back, she carefully explained to Dai Hengxin, Cousin, I didn't mean it. It was my aunt who asked me to tell her everything. Dai Hengxin waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, but he had made up his mind. After the auction was over, he would let Xiaomei go. Why keep an employee who wants to please both sides and betrays his boss? Intensify family conflicts? He sat in his boss chair without any image, with his feet on the desk, in a daze. What the biological mother said was right. Where did Xiaoying Chun's things come from? What is her relationship with the man behind her? Was it because of the man behind her that she rejected me so firmly? Dai Hengxin covered his face with his hands, feeling that he could not see the future. Xiaoying Chun knew nothing about this. After returning home, she opened the shop directly and started to watch the shop for half a day. For the next few days, Xiaoying Chun was just like an ordinary convenience store owner. He was responsible for opening the store, ordering takeout, or making his own food every day, and then closing the store and taking a break when the time came. A week passed in a blink of an eye, and finally the first day of the auction arrived. Dai Hengxin came to pick up Xiaoying Chun on time at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There would be an auction tomorrow, and she, Dai Hengxin, and He Liangsong needed to arrive early. 3 people have to go through all the processes and make sure everything is fine. When Dai Hengxin met Xiaoying Chun, he looked at the light green cotton and linen skirt she was wearing and gently reminded her, tomorrow's event is very important. Shall we go buy some clothes first? Xiaoying Chun looked down at her clothes and said, okay. An hour later, Dai Hengxin drove directly to the best shopping mall in Huizhou City and took Xiaoying Chun into a high-end Chinese clothing store. The tall and slender waiter came forward to greet us. Sir, what kind of clothes would you like to choose for your girlfriend? Cheongsam, the kind you wear to a banquet. Something more formal. Dai Hengxin made his needs clear in a few words, and the waiter immediately led Xiaoying Chun to the most expensive side. Ma'am, this one is a silk cheongsam, and this one is made of shantung silk. Please try whichever one you like. Xiaoying Chun looked at the obviously dark-colored cheongsam in front of her. In the past, she would never look at this type of clothes. However, thinking that many of the items to be auctioned tomorrow will be ancient jewelry, Xiaoying Chun had no choice but to take the ones recommended by the waiter and said, I'll try them all. A moment later, Xiaoying Chun came out of the fitting room wearing a cheongsam. Looking at the graceful and gentle woman in front of him, Dai Hengxin's eyes flashed with amazement. Xiaoying Chun tugged at the sleeves and hem of her clothes and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked surprisingly good. She tried on a few more styles, and Dai Hengxin pointed at a scarlet chiffon and a green silk dress and said, "Buy these two, and get 2 pairs of shoes. Shoes are easy to deal with. Sheepskin high heels of the same color will match well. Waiter, pay the bill." As he said this, Dai Hengxin was about to pay the bill. Xiao Chun responded quickly, "If you want to pay, I don't want it." Dai Hengxin paused and tried to persuade her. "You bought this for tomorrow's event, and it was my suggestion, so it's only right that I pay for it." Xiao Chun insisted on paying for it herself. "I'll do it myself. You really don't need to send me off." Dai Hengxin had no choice but to watch Xiao Chun pay the bill himself. The waitress was surprised. 2 pairs of shoes and 2 skirts cost more than 20,000 yuan, and the man was obviously willing to pay, but the girl refused? This is not common. Xiao Chun took out the clothes, and Dai Hengxin just hung up the phone. "Mister, he said he's waiting for us at the hotel. Shall we go over now?" "Good." The 3 of them met at the hotel, confirmed the on-site layout with the wedding company, and then asked Xiaomei to confirm the seating and reception arrangements for tomorrow. At this time, the auctioneer also came, and she was also a beautiful woman with excellent temperament. The beauty wore a moon-white cheongsam and a set of pearl jewelry, and she looked gentle and delicate. Xiao Chun was stunned. The beauty's name was Zhou. After the 2 sides introduced themselves to each other, Zhou smiled and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Miss Xiao, nice to meet you." Xiao Chun laughed dryly. "Nice to meet you. I didn't expect that Miss Xiao already has her own business at such a young age. I really admire her. Mr. He, when will you help me get rich?" As she spoke, Zhou winked at He Liangsong playfully. He Liangsong was very surprised and enjoyed Zhou flattery. He couldn't help but grin. "I am also being led. If you want to get rich, you should find President Dai and President Xiao." Zhou was slightly surprised and looked at Dai Hengxin and Xiao Chun with an unchanged smile. "Boss Dai, Boss Xiao, I am a professional in auctions. I will work hard this time. If the effect is good, remember to look for me next time." Chapter 44. By your own Cheongsam jewelry. From the way Zhou addressed them, the 3 of them knew clearly. The person she valued most was He Liangsong, then Dai Hengxin, and finally Xiao Chun, who was mentioned as an aside. But Zhou would never have thought that when she saw Xiao Chun again at the auction. Xiao Chun already had such a great influence. This is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. A few people checked tomorrow's schedule and went to eat. The meal was a great success for both the host and the guests. Zhou had a very high emotional intelligence and was very considerate of the emotions of those present, not letting any of her words fall on deaf ears. Dai Hengxin is also a man who is good at socializing, and He Liangsong is even better at blending in with the crowd. Only Xiao Chun, in front of the 3 emotional intelligence masters, is as weak as a pure little white flower. It would be a lie to say that he didn't envy Zhou ability, but Xiao Chun also knew that a girl like her must come from a fairly good family and should be from an educated family. Some people are born in Rome, while others never get to Rome in their entire life, so they can't be compared. Although feeling emotional in her heart, Xiao Chun listened to the 3 of them talking seriously. Zhou suddenly changed the topic to Xiao Chun. "If President Xiao is willing, you can wear those jewelry and go on stage tomorrow. They might also like it more when they see how it looks on them." Xiao Chun backed out as soon as she heard this. "No, I don't have the aura to suppress those things. They are all inlaid with gold and gems, suitable for those who are generous, calm, and wealthy. People like me are at most a beautiful girl next door. What could possibly match such heavy gold and gemstone jewelry?" Zhou pursed her lips and smiled. "In fact, the so-called aura can also be pretended. With practice, you will get used to it, and the aura will come naturally." Xiao Chun still refused. Dai Hengxin was aroused by these words. He looked at Xiao Chun's appearance carefully, recalled how she looked in cheongsam, and gave some pertinent suggestions. "If you wear a cheongsam tomorrow, it would be appropriate to wear pearl jewelry." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Then I'll go buy a set of pearls later." Zhou immediately followed. "Shall I go with you?" Xiao Chun thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss So." "It's no trouble, no trouble. Girls love shopping the most." Zhou laughed again. The shopping mall was right next to it, and there was a jewelry counter on the first floor. Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong accompanied them. Xiao Chun looked at the pearls of all sizes and felt a little dazzled. The salesperson recommended a complete set of earrings, necklace, and ring. The beads are not particularly big, and they look gentle and delicate. Xiao Chun thought it looked nice, and immediately said she wanted to buy it after putting it on. Dai Hengxin was eager to help pay the bill, but Xiao Chun insisted on paying for herself. A complete set of pearls costs tens of thousands of dollars, and Xiao Chun doesn't want to take advantage of others. Dai Hengxin had no choice but to let Xiao Yingchun pay. Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised. She obviously didn't expect Xiao Yingchun to refuse the gift from Dai Hengxin. You have to know that Dai Hengxin is considered capable among young people. Although he is not as wealthy as the He family, he is not worse. Why didn't Xiao Yingchun, who obviously didn't interact with the upper class, accept Dai Hengxin's advances? Instead, He Liangcong offered to give Zhou Yuan a pearl necklace, and Zhou Yuan accepted it with a smile. She would not refuse the goodwill from Mr. He. Everyone stayed in the hotel that night, and no one spoke a word. The next afternoon, after the few of them had a quick bite to eat, Xiao Yingchun appeared at the auction wearing a cheongsam and pearls. The guest will not arrive until the evening, so now we need to confirm whether there are any omissions in the entire process. Xiao Mei was wearing jeans and white shoes and was busy at the venue. When she saw Xiao Yingchun walk in a cheongsam, she was stunned for a moment. Obviously, this Xiao Yingchun was completely different from the one she had seen before. Zhou Yuan then walked in. She was also wearing a cheongsam today, and the necklace around her neck was the one given by He Xiao. What's different from Xiao Yingchun is that she put on exquisite full makeup, which is very different from Xiao Yingchun, who only put on eyebrows and lipstick. Seeing Xiao Yingchun's appearance, Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised and took the initiative to come over and hold Xiao Yingchun's arm. "Mr. Xiao, your skin is really good. It looks so good without powder." Without waiting for Xiao Yingchun to be modest, she smiled and said, "But today's occasion is quite formal. If you don't mind my poor craftsmanship, I can help you fix it." Xiao Yingchun's makeup skills were not very good to begin with, so when she heard this, she immediately agreed. The two of them went to the dressing room. Not long after, Xiao Yingchun looked at herself in the mirror and opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Your level is too good?" Xiao Yingchun only puts on eyebrows and lipstick when she puts on makeup every day. Seeing that she has a good foundation, Zhou Yuan didn't use foundation on her. She only used some eyeshadow, eyeliner, and false eyelashes. All of a sudden, Xiao Yingchun's eyes became full of affection. Zhou Yuan also knows how to do hairstyling, and she quickly made a high bun for Xiao Yingchun. It looks casual, but it sets off Xiao Yingchun's face shape very well and complements the cheongsam. Zhou Yuan was stunned. "Look at your face with this painting. Which man wouldn't be confused?" Xiao Yingchun laughed at what she said. "How can it be so exaggerated? You are really pretty." Zhou Yuan tapped her nose. "My beauty is made up. Yours is natural beauty." Well, praising each other is just too much, so Xiao Yingchun tactfully changed the subject. "Let's go see what's going to be auctioned tonight." The two of them walked away arm in arm, neither of them noticing that Xiao Mei in the corner was looking at Xiao Yingchun with such a tearful look in her eyes that she was about to drop her eyeballs. It was one thing to look at the brochure and read the introduction, but it was another thing to see the real thing. Zhou Yuan was also stunned as she watched the jewelry being opened one by one. She had not seen many sets of antique jewelry so finely crafted in gold and inlaid with gemstones. Hairpins, combs, earrings, bracelets, rings. This is so beautiful. Why is there a scratch on this hairpin? This is too careless. Zhou Yuan suddenly discovered a flaw and sighed with regret. Xiao Yingchun laughed dryly. "Yeah, I was too careless." Dai Hengxin was right. Putting everything in the box together would easily cause them to collide and get scratched. After confirming everything, Zhou Yuan stopped chatting with Xiao Yingchun. She started working on the manuscript she had written. She was going to start familiarizing herself with the manuscript and the sequence again. Xiao Yingchun had nothing to do, so he sat on a stool at the bottom and waited. At this time, Dai Hengxin hurriedly led someone in. It was Mr. He. Xiao Yingchun stood up in shock. Didn't the auction start in the evening? Why did he come so early? Chapter 45 New Guests. Old Mr. He, dressed in a silk tang suit, walked in slowly and saw Xiao Yingchun at first sight. Xiao Yingchun dressed like this also made Mr. He stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. "Wow! Once the little girl dresses up, she immediately looks like a big boss." "Mr. He, why are you still making fun of people?" Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm not joking, I'm serious." He said he was serious, but the smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows made it impossible to associate him with the word serious. Fortunately, Mr. He quickly got down to business, and he really came for something. It turned out that he gave those picture albums to a few of his familiar friends, but they were accidentally seen by another big name in the collection world, Mr. Dong. The wealth of that collector is incomparable to that of ordinary people. The various antiques he collected are enough to open a museum. In order to store his antiques, he specially bought a courtyard house with several entrances in the capital city to store his things. The master was curious about some of the porcelain bottles and jars and said he wanted to come and take a look. Mr. He came early because he wanted to ask Xiaoing Chun, is there anything better that is not in the album? When Xiaoing Chun heard this, she immediately looked at Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin was also in a dilemma. If the box was taken out in public, it would easily cause trouble, but Mr. Dong was not an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, Dai Hengxin looked around to make sure there was no one nearby. Then he lowered his voice and asked, can you talk to Mr. Dong about this? This thing can't be sold at the auction, but can you show it to him in private? That's definitely no problem. Mr. He suddenly became happy. If Mr. Dong can see it, then can't he see it too? Whether to buy it or not is another matter, but being able to see it is a blessing. When he thought of this, Mr. He was very happy and immediately went to make a phone call. Not long after, Mr. He came back with a beaming face. They will be here soon. You can arrange a room for them, right here in this hotel? Dai Hengxin thought about it and went to make arrangements himself. At this time, Mr. He had a very good relationship with Xiaoing Chun. He stayed close to her and talked to her, mainly talking about the things collected in his home. Xiaoing Chun actually knew nothing about antiques, but she was not a person who would spoil the fun. She nodded politely and agreed with and ah. Mr. He was happy to speak, but he was not stupid. After he finished speaking, he asked, you don't understand any of this? Xiaoing Chun did not hide it. I really don't understand it. The only person in our company who understands this is President Dai. Where did you get those things from? Xiaoing Chun smiled but said nothing. Mr. He touched his nose and said, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Just show me when the time comes. Xiaoing Chun finally realized that the old man in front of him looked like a child and didn't look like someone who had ever made great achievements in politics. Her expression was too frank, and Mr. He saw through her thoughts at a glance. Why? Do you dislike me for talking too much? Xiaoing Chun laughed and said, not really. It's just that it's different from the first time I saw you. Then what do you think I should be like? Mr. He said while holding his hand. It's true, as soon as I raised my hand, I immediately felt the dignity of being in a high position. Xiaoing Chun pointed at him and said, yes, yes, yes. That's it. Mr. He's shoulders slumped, and he immediately laughed. That was all pretending for others to see. Now I'm not a leader anymore. I'm just an old man. Why should I pretend? Aren't you tired? Ha ha ha. Xiaoing Chun really wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. Such old people are really lovely, and it is easy and pleasant to get along with them. Little did he know that when Dai Hengxin, who had just booked a room, walked into the decorated auction hall, he saw Mr. He with a funny expression of raised eyebrows and glaring eyes, and Xiaoing Chun with a lively grin. Dai Hengxin was as surprised as if he had seen a ghost. Mr. He has such an approachable side. But why is it that whenever I see him, I always feel respect from the bottom of my heart? Fuck, He Liangzong, who arrived later, also saw this scene and couldn't help but mutter a curse in Chinese. Dai Hengxin turned around and saw He Liangzong's stunned expression. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, you've never seen your grandfather like this? He Liangzong spit out his saliva. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Every time he saw his grandfather like this, he felt uneasy, always afraid that his grandfather would perform Sichuan opera face-changing. Which young person wouldn't be afraid of him? So far, the only person he had seen who dared to laugh like this in front of his grandfather was Xiaoing Chun. Look at the way her back teeth are showing when she laughs. Can she dare to laugh even more wildly? But this scene looked different in the eyes of Xiao Mei, who was silently doing the final confirmation work in the corner. They were all young girls, all born in ordinary families. Why could Xiaoing Chun chat and laugh with these big guys while she had to sit in the corner and work in a shabby manner? Not reconciled. Not convinced. Even Zhou Yuan was surprised when she saw this scene after finishing her own work. I've seen this guy on TV before, but when I saw him today, why was he smiling like this with a little girl? What's so funny? Zhou Yuan didn't want to miss the opportunity, so she quickly adjusted her expression and walked over with a flawless smile on her face. Hello, are you Mr. He? I'm Zhou Yuan, tonight's auctioneer. It's a great honor to meet you. Mr. He's smile slowly faded, and he nodded at Zhou Yuan. Hello. Thank you for your hard work tonight. She was still smiling, and she wasn't trying to do it, but an invisible feeling of oppression began to emanate from her. Zhou Yuan was standing opposite and felt the pressure coming at her. Without saying anything more, Zhou Yuan also knew that her appearance interrupted their communication and the old man was unhappy. Zhou Yuan quickly made an excuse to leave. Xiaoing Chun waited until Zhou Yuan was far away before whispering, you were quite scary just now. Really? I didn't say anything? Mr. He refused to admit it. You don't have to say anything. Just strike a pose and people will be scared away by you. Seeing that the two were chatting animatedly, He Liangzong poked Dai Hengxin's arm and asked, "Can't you get through?" Dai Hengxin was unmoved. "I don't dare." "What about you? You won't go over?" He Liangzong shrank his neck. "I don't dare either." Dai Hengxin, "I don't dare either. Let's go and wait outside." The two grown men turned their heads quietly and pretended they had never been there. After dinner, the guests arrived quietly. Several MCs trained by Zhou Yuan immediately stepped forward to guide everyone to their seats and handed out number plates and the auction rules for tonight. Xiaoyingchun was still thinking about whether she should go and help, but was stopped by Mr. He. "Don't go, just follow me tonight." Chapter 46 Auction begins. Okay. Xiaoyingchun could tell the difference between the big and small kings. Except for those invited by Dai Hengxin's uncle, most of the people who came today were invited by Grandpa He. In that case, it would be much better for me to follow Mr. He to say hello than to follow Dai Hengxin to socialize. Sure enough, because she was following Mr. He, Xiaoyingchun was looked at and inquired about curiously by many people. Old Master He did not say that these things were taken out by Xiaoyingchun. He only said that this person was his grandson's partner and he could get along well with him, so he took him along to recognize the person. Everyone was tactful and gave Xiaoyingchun enough respect. Soon Zhao Chengfeng brought Dai Yanning along. As soon as Zhao Chengfeng saw Mr. He, his eyes lit up and he quickly walked over with Dai Yanning to say hello. "Grandpa, you coming here today really honors our Hengxin family. I am simply Inning. Hurry up and call for help. This kid is really, he doesn't even know how to call Grandpa He." Zhao Qingfeng's exaggerated tone and excited expression were even more exaggerated than in a stage play. Mr. He's smile faded a lot. "You're welcome. It's all for the children. Just mind your own business." That kind of subtle sense of superiority is back. Zhao Chengfeng was indeed frightened and dared not to do anything else. He led Dai Yanning to the side. But after she sat down, she saw that Mr. He was actually introducing Xiaoyingchun to someone who was obviously of high status. "Old Pei, this is Xiao Girl. She is a partner of my grandson and the host of tonight's auction." "Mom, why does Xiaoyingchun follow Grandpa He around to meet people? Who does she think she is?" Dai Yanning was unhappy and spoke into Zhao Chengfeng's ear. Zhao Chengfeng was even more unhappy. It was obvious that today's bureau was set up by his son. So why didn't Mr. He take Dai Hengxin with him to identify the person? And who else did he take Xiaoyingchun with him to identify? After she makes friends with these people, will she sell things directly to them? Isn't this destroying your own rice bowl? And that Xiaoyingchun, Zhao Chengfeng really couldn't stand her. Isn't it just a small shop? So why are you trying so hard to climb up the social ladder? What qualifications does she have? Looking at Dai Hengxin again, Zhao Chengfeng became even angrier. Dai Hengxin was clearly greeting the guests introduced by his uncle Dai Wangyan from time to time, but his eyes seemed to be out of control and he kept looking in Xiaoyingchun's direction from time to time. A little girl kept by a rich man can also enter the Dai family? Zhao Chengfeng rolled his eyes in anger. Fortunately, she also knew that this was the most important moment for her son, and no matter how many things there were, she had to wait until they were over. So Zhao Chengfeng warned Dai Yanning in a low voice. "Tonight is the most important moment for your brother. No matter how unhappy you are, just bear it until the guests leave." "I understand." Dai Yanning agreed, but she looked aggrieved, as if someone had robbed her of millions. She was looking at He Liangzong. It just so happened that He Liangzong was also looking at Xiaoyingchun. This almost made Dai Yanning so angry that he almost exploded. In such a strange atmosphere, the auction began. The opening scene is a piece of Hatian jade wall. This jade disc is made of Hatian white jade, which is extremely smooth. There are cloud patterns and dragon heads carved on it, and it is obvious that it is not something that ordinary people own. While explaining the size and age of the jade buy, Zhou Yuan invited everyone to come forward and take a look. After identification, this jade disc dates back to the late Tang dynasty. Those who were able to come today were all veterans in the collecting world. Everyone listened to Zhou Yuan's introduction and only took it as a reference. They trusted their own judgment more. So all kinds of identification tools such as flashlights, magnifying glasses were used at once to identify the jade buy. Everyone was very satisfied with the results after the appraisal. They were whispering to each other. Xiaoyingchun had an impression of this jade buy. Fu Chainan said that it was found in the study room of the Yongzhou prefect's home. It was obvious that the prefect liked this thing very much and played with it often. After the appraisal is completed and everyone returns to their seats, the auction begins. The starting price of the jade buy is not high, starting at 50,000. The price increase is 2,000 yuan each time. Immediately, someone was the first to raise a sign. It was a friend brought by Dai Wangyan. Once someone took the lead, it was like a floodgate opened, and those who were interested raised their hands one after another. Soon the price reached over 100,000 yuan. At this time, those who were hoping to pick up a bargain stopped buying. With such a lively scene of holding up signs, everyone obviously realized that it was basically impossible to get this jade disc at a bargain price. Because everyone knows the goods. Those who are still holding up their signs are the ones who really like this thing and are determined to buy it. 120,000. Someone raised the price by 20,000 yuan at once. Everyone looked over and found that it was a bald man with gray beard on Dai Wangyin's side. 130,000. A middle-aged friend brought by Mr. He spoke. 150,000. The bald man with white beard raised the price again with great momentum, obviously wanting to overwhelm the other party with his momentum. 200,000. The middle-aged friend raised the price by 50,000 without any haste. The scene suddenly became quiet for a moment. Only Zhou Yuan on the stage still had a smile on her face, methodically teasing everyone's emotions. This gentleman has called out 200,000. Gentleman number 28, would you like another one? Being ordered and all eyes were on him. How could the bald man with white beard not raise the price? He immediately raised the price by another 50,000, 250,000, 300,000, 350,000. Soon, the price of the jade buy reached 500,000. Everyone was stunned. It's just the beginning, and the price is already so high? Can a small place like this in a third-tier prefecture-level city be sold at such a high price? Even Zhao Chengfeng was a little excited at this moment. He was the first one to bid at this price, and there are so many more to come. If he continues at this pace, wouldn't it be easy for my son's new company to make millions a month? If it was for the sake of money, it was not impossible to tolerate Xiao Yingchuan's existence. In the end, the jade buy was sold for 520,000 yuan. Seeing that the first item was sold at such a high price, everyone became more and more curious about the items that came after it. Xiao Yingchun sat on a chair in the corner, watching the exciting interactions above and below. The quotes, often in the tens or hundreds of thousands, made people's blood boil. It turns out that in the world of rich people, money can be spent like this. I have never been interested in this before, nor do I have the qualifications to be interested in it. It's like opening a door to a new world. After the jade buy, there are jade pendants, jade song, jade ju, belt buckles, handheld ornaments. The price ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. After the jade pieces were auctioned, the gold jewelry items came next. When a whole set of gold-inlaid gemstone jewelry was brought up on a black velvet tray, everyone was stunned by the exquisite workmanship. It was so beautiful. Chapter 47. Baby can't sleep until you finish reading it. Buyers came forward to watch and appraise. After an appraisal, the auction process begins. This set of gold jewelry consists of 7 pieces, with a starting price of 100,000. Because it is a precious metal and has basic value, many people are willing to buy it. Soon, this set of gold jewelry was successfully auctioned for more than 600,000. Next is the second set, the third set. After the auction of gold jewelry was completed, the next step was to move on to the porcelain section. At the beginning, the porcelain was relatively small in size, but gradually it began to become larger and more exquisite. As the prices of the lots increased, everyone's enthusiasm was aroused again. As the last pair of large porcelain jars with lids were placed on the stage, everyone held their breath. Nothing else. The pair of porcelain jars were too big and too complete. This even makes people wonder whether this is fake. This time, people can no longer come forward directly for appraisal. Only those who are interested in the auction can go up one by one for appraisal. The 2 tall and strong security black West clothes were standing next to the jar. The buyers who came forward did not consciously be careful, and they were afraid of something. Soon, the auction of the pair of porcelain vases began. The starting price was still 500,000, but it quickly reached 1 million. The number of people rushing to take pictures decreased, leaving only 2 people who were fighting fiercely, and neither of them was willing to give in. Xiao Yingchun took a look and saw that it was the bald man with white beard and the middle-aged man here who were competing with each other again. I don't know what's going on between these 2 successful men, but they have to suppress each other. Soon the price exceeded 2 million. Xiao Yingchun even held her breath, fearing that she would ruin the situation if she wasn't careful. Xiao Yingchun was like this, and so were the other buyers who had become spectators. Everyone quietly watched the 2 sides going back and forth. Seeing the price surpass 3 million, and the increase in price becoming smaller and smaller, a young man in a suit suddenly raised a sign, 3.5 million. Everyone was stunned and looked at the young man. Someone with a good memory suddenly remembered the man's background and immediately wanted to watch the show. Someone whispered, "Isn't this Master Dong's disciple?" Yes, he often represents Master Dong in bidding at auctions. It seems that Master Dong also likes this pair of porcelain vases. Oh, that's a real master. Maybe this pair of porcelain vases is really a good thing? So the other two who were almost there became more excited. Soon the price exceeded 4 million. In the end, the price of this pair of porcelain vases was fixed at 4.82 million. The young man was slightly better and went forward to handle the formalities. At this point, the entire auction ended, and the total transaction amount was nearly 30 million. Even if the auction company only charged 25% commission from both the buyer and the seller, it would still be around 7 million. Xiaoyingchuan's share of the company is only 30%, which is more than 2 million yuan. However, as the seller, she also has to pay a 10% commission, which is equivalent to paying hundreds of thousands of yuan to the company. After all deductions, Xiaoyingchun still had more than 20 million yuan in auction proceeds. It's like getting rich overnight. Everyone said goodbye to Grandpa He, Dai Wangyan, Dai Hengxin, and others, and each took their things and left. Dai Wangyan also left. But Zhao Chengfeng didn't want to leave because Mr. He hadn't left yet. She came over and wanted to talk to Mr. He, but he didn't have time to pay attention to her. Instead, he took the initiative to come in front of Xiaoyingchun, and the dog whispered to him, "Xiao girl, hurry up, don't waste time." Xiaoyingchun looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. When we got back to the outskirts of the city, it was already past 11 o'clock. Would it be appropriate to take Master Dong over at this time? Grandpa He, why don't we go tomorrow? It's late at night, and the light is not good. Don't make mistakes. What's wrong with the light? Don't we have a flashlight? Let's go. Xiaoyingchun had figured it out. If she didn't let them see it, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She looked at the young man in a suit and tie, and the young man was also looking at Xiaoyingchun with a decent smile and expectant look on his face. Just now, it was the young man who raised the sign at the critical moment and pushed the price of the last pair of blue and white porcelain vases to 4 million. They make me money, and they don't care, so why should I care? Just go. Seeing Xiaoyingchun nodded, Mr. He became even more excited. Let's go now? Where is Mr. Dong? Xiaoyingchun remembered that the old man was the protagonist. The young man said, I'm going to ask the teacher now. Mr. He, please send me the location later. Okay. Old man He agreed, added the young man's WeChat, and then took Xiaoyingchun away. When Zhao Chengfeng saw the young man who took the photo of the 2 porcelain jars and Mr. He talking to Xiaoyingchun, she thought it was something important, so she could only wait not far away. Who knew that the young man would run away in a moment? Looking back, I saw Mr. He holding Xiaoyingchun and He Liangsong following behind, and they were actually going to leave together. What's the meaning? Aren't all the auctions over? Why are there follow-up activities? Since there are follow-up activities, why doesn't your son go with you? Are they going to do the deal alone without their son? Zhao Chengfeng knew that Xiaoyingchun had something in her hand, so she became anxious and grabbed Xiaoyingchun, forcing a smile. Miss Xiao, where are you going? Xiaoyingchun looked at Zhao Chengfeng in astonishment. Of course he has something to do. What's the matter? What does this have to do with you? Zhao Chengfeng's persistent questioning made everyone look at him sideways. Old master, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Chengfeng. I asked Xiao girl to go with me for something. Do I need to report to you? Zhao Chengfeng didn't expect that Mr. He would make trouble, so he quickly loosened his grip on Xiaoyingchuan's arm and said with a wry smile, I just saw that Hengxin didn't go with us, so I was a little curious. Mr. He pointed at Dai Hengxin, who was busy directing the delivery of auction items, clearing accounts, and cleaning up the mess. Is he free now? Dai Yanning also felt embarrassed at this moment and hurriedly pulled his mother behind him, complaining, Mom, what are you doing? Grandpa He and the others must have their own things to do. Zhao Chengfeng looked at Dai Yanning with disappointment. What a good-for-nothing. The other party hasn't even agreed to let her go yet, but she's already turned her elbow away. What's the use? Zhao Chengfeng took a step back and said deliberately, You really care about your brother Tsong? He Liangsong didn't respond at all, as if he didn't hear anything. He was fiddling with his phone with both hands, his fingers busy all the time, with a smile on his face, and no one knew who he was messaging. Only then did Mr. He take Xiaoyingchun away. Xiaoyingchun came to Huizhou City alone. She couldn't tell others that she could take out her thing at any time, right? In order to avoid being exposed, a large group of people accompanied the 2 bosses back to the suburbs overnight. Chapter 48. Priceless Mother-of-Pearl Jewelry Box. In order to reassure Master Dong, Mr. He asked He Liangsong to directly book the best suite in the best Haitian hotel nearby, and then asked He Liangsong to send Xiaoyingchun home to get the things. It was already 12 o'clock when Xiaoying brought the things over. Xiaoying said he was exhausted doing business while stealing. Fortunately, she sent a message to Daihengxin on the way and asked, "What if Master Dong wants to buy it?" Daihengxin replied directly, "If he is willing to buy, just sell it." Master Dong's connections in the circle are unmatched, so as long as he dares to accept it, there will be no problem. The most sensitive thing in this circle is what tomb robbers dug out. As long as it is not something that comes out of a grave, collectors with connections are not afraid. Naturally, they have their own way of identifying whether something came from a tomb. Xiaoying felt relieved. By the time we arrived at the hotel suite, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Xiaoying entered the room, several people looked at her, and the next second their eyes fell on the black gym bag that Xiaoying was carrying. This was given to me by Daihengxin last time. The old man sitting on the sofa in the middle has a head full of white hair, but he has a smiling face and looks easygoing. He should be Master Dong. Mr. He stood up first and introduced, "This is Xiaoying, a partner of my son Xiaozong's auction company. He is also the provider of the collections to be auctioned tonight." Master Dong stood up and held out his hand. "Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here so late." Being watched by so many people, Xiaoying was inexplicably nervous. She laughed dryly and carefully put her bag on the ground. "Your coming here is a support for our company and me. I am very grateful." The zipper was unzipped and the box was taken out. Xiaoying opened the box and carefully pushed it over. "Would you like to take a look?" A glittering mother-of-pearl jewelry box appeared in front of everyone, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. "This is so beautiful." Master Dong also began to identify it carefully. It serves as both a light and a magnifying glass, allowing you to see not only the outside but also the inside. After looking through every detail, Master Dong frowned slightly and said, "Everything is correct, except for one thing I want to ask Miss Xiao." "Please go ahead." The patina of this mother-of-pearl box looks like someone has played with it frequently, but the patina's sense of age is a little off. "May I ask why?" Xiaoying blinked her eyes. "I don't know either." "Then where did this mother-of-pearl box come from? Miss Xiao, can you tell me?" Xiaoying blinked again. "My friend gave it to me." Master Dong. Others present. Which friend would give such an expensive gift? Can I have a friend like this? After looking at each other, everyone silently speculated. Maybe it's her boyfriend? This guy is really willing to spend money to pick up girls. Master Dong pointed to a fresh scratch inside the box and said, "This scratch looks like it was newly made. What's going on?" When talking about this, Xiaoying felt a little embarrassed. "I didn't know the value of it before. When my friend gave me this box, it contained some jewelry." Without waiting for the others to say anything, Xiaoying added, "It's the gold and gem-encrusted jewelry that was auctioned today." Everyone. So this jewelry box was really put to good use. When it was given to Xiaoying, there were actually jewelry inside. They are all antiques. I wonder which collector Miss Xiao's friend is? Master Dong became even more curious. Someone who could easily give away such a treasure-level antique box and a box of antique jewelry could not be unknown. Xiaoying answered straightforwardly, "It is not convenient to disclose this." Everyone. In desperation, everyone's attention was once again focused on this mother-of-pearl agarwood jewelry box inlaid with gold and silver threads. "This thing is so good. It makes you salivate at the sight of it." You should know that agarwood is extremely rare, not to mention that the several sides of this box are not made of small boards spliced together, but whole sides of agarwood spliced together with mortise and tenon joints. Such precious materials are nowhere to be found in modern times. What's more, the lingering and rich fragrance is something that new items cannot have. Finally, Master Dong spoke up, "Miss Xiao, can you give up this collection? This is what I like and want to buy." Xiaoying nodded decisively, "Okay. I wonder how much Miss Xiao wants to sell it for." Xiaoying said again, "You have the final say." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No one expected Xiaoying to be so straightforward. But there were no fools present, and everyone knew that this would put the pressure on Master Dong. As a well-known collector in China, Master Dong is famous in the industry for his good dealings with people. He never deliberately deceives and lowers the price by relying on his own knowledge and the other party's lack of expertise. The price Master Dong offers must be a fair price. Master Dong did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. There have been a few mother-of-pearl jewelry boxes at auction before, but none of them were as big as this one, nor as exquisitely crafted, and certainly not made of agarwood. The auction price was 20 million at the time. If you put this up for auction, the price will definitely be more than 20 million, but given the current situation in China, It may not be convenient for you to put this up for auction. Xiao Chun nodded to show his understanding. It is too precious. If someone becomes jealous and reports it, it will be very difficult to explain the source clearly. Therefore, Master Dong finally looked at Xiao Chun and said, I'll offer you 25 million for this collection. Are you willing to give it to me? Xiao Chun once again showed her decisive side. Okay. Everyone. More than 20 million, without hesitation or bargaining, he agreed immediately. But she agreed readily, but there was no excitement or surprise on her face. It was as if the box had only cost $2,500. This was the first time they had seen such a calm young girl. He Liangsong is a playboy who often picks up girls in bars and KTVs. He has given many girls nice things, but he has never been so calm. Everyone came to the same conclusion. This girl is not simple. Master Dong smiled and nodded, looking deeply at Xiao Chun. Miss Xiao, if you have anything good, you can call me. As he spoke, Master Dong handed Xiao Chun a business card. Very few people still use business cards these days. Xiao Chun took it with both hands. There was only a name and a phone number on the black and gold embossed business card. Dong Chun phone. Telephone. Thank you, Master Dong. If I find anything good, I will find you. Xiao Chun agreed with a smile. The box was sold at such a high price, plus the proceeds from the previous auction. It was a total of tens of millions. Xiao Chun felt that he didn't need to sell antiques anymore recently. We are rich now. Chapter 49. Suffering a loss or gaining an advantage. Mr. He took the initiative to speak. Congratulations to Master Dong for receiving another treasure. It's too late now. Why don't we say goodbye first? Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Lao He. Thank you very much. Huang Li, the disciple who had previously bought the pair of blue and white porcelain jars on behalf of Master Dong, handed over a few boxes. Master Dong, this is a small gift from me to you all. Please don't despise it. Huang Li handed over several boxes one by one. Several people thanked him with a smile and said that they were gifts from Master Dong and they would definitely keep them well. Xiao Chun opened the small box and found a bracelet made of Hatian jade, which was carved into the shape of a lotus and was exquisitely designed. Xiao Chun put it on casually. After saying goodbye and leaving the hotel, it was almost 2 o'clock. Xiao Chun had forgotten about sleepiness and was now full of energy. He Liangsong sent Xiao Chun home. An old man he slept directly in the hotel. On the main road late at night, the street lights are bright but there are few pedestrians. Mr. Xiao, you are worth tens of millions now. Don't ignore me when you become rich. He Liangsong was driving and joking, but he still felt shocked in his heart. In just one day, Xiao Chun earned more than 50 million. He had never seen such a skill before. In addition, Xiao Chun seemed so calm throughout the whole process, which made He Liangsong admire her even more. The girl is only 24 years old. She has never seen the world, but she can remain so calm in the face of such amazing wealth. In comparison, I really have wasted all these years. Xiao Chun was driving the car and turned a glance at He Liangsong. Don't worry, I will ask you for help many times in the future. No problem. Just tell me how you can use me. He Liangsong immediately became excited and looked sideways at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun grinned and said, Don't worry, I'll tell you when I think of it. After returning to the store, Xiao Chun watched He Liangsong turn around and leave before going into the house. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Xiao Chun saw a note on the counter. The ancient and vigorous font was obviously left by Fu Chainan. It turned out that Fu Chainan had come and said that she was not at home, so he went back first and would come again tomorrow night. Xiao Chun felt a little disappointed. She didn't expect Fu Chainan to come tonight, but she missed him. However, thinking that Fu Chainan will come tomorrow, Xiao Chun feels a little excited again. I haven't seen Fu Chainan for several days. Now that he can come, he should be almost well, right? With this expectation, Xiao Chun fell asleep. The next morning, when Xiao Chun turned on his mobile phone, he found that Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong had sent him messages saying that they wanted to have dinner together today so that the three of them could summarize the follow-up of the auction. Xiao Chun jumped up and said, Are we going to divide the money? Then we won't be sleepy anymore. Xiao Chun first replied to their messages, asking where they were and what time they were. The next second, Dai Hengxin called and asked Xiao Chun if she had had breakfast. Xiao Chun had just woken up and naturally hadn't eaten yet. So Dai Hengxin invited her to have Cantonese-style morning tea. The place is the High Tian Hotel where the mother-of-pearl jewelry box was sold yesterday. After washing up and going out, Xiao Chun, wearing a green cotton and linen skirt, walked into the hotel's tea restaurant and found the private room. She was surprised to find that Mr. He and Master Dong were there. Dai Hengxin explained with a smile, I didn't expect that both of you guys were here, so we just happened to get together. After a good night's sleep, Xiao Yingchun was now full of energy and greeted the two elderly people with a smile. Master Dong looked at Xiao Yingchun's dress and laughed. Miss Xiao is my benefactor. Come and sit down. Xiao Yingchun sat down, and everyone ate and chatted, talking about some collection stories in the antique industry. It was nothing more than who had picked up a bargain and who had made a mistake. From time to time, a few new terms popped up. Xiao Yingchun guessed and enjoyed listening very much. Master Dong talked with Mr. He for a while, and then asked Xiao Yingchun, Miss Xiao is also a person with many good things. I wonder if she is willing to share and exchange with us old men in the future. Xiao Yingchun nodded quickly. Yes. She really knew nothing about this, and the only thing she could rely on was that her things really came from ancient times. Let her spend money to buy antiques? That's impossible. It's impossible even if you beat me to death. But knowing a little is better than knowing nothing. During the dinner, Mr. He took the initiative to invite Master Dong to visit the He family. Master Dong had also heard of the He family's old house, and he readily agreed. Of course, Mr. He also warmly invited Xiao Yingchun and Dai Hengxin to go together. Naturally, the two of them did not refuse and went together after dinner. But if this happens, today's money-sharing plan will be ruined. The He family's old house has a courtyard inside another courtyard. The backyard is next to a beautiful stone mountain. There is a road going up, and a pavilion is built on the mountain. Led by Mr. He himself, the group took a tour and then began the treasure appraisal and exchange session. What was surprising was that Xiao Yingchun also saw gold ingots at Mr. He's place. Looking at the gold ingot, it was somewhat similar to the one he sold to Dai Hengxin. I heard that Mr. He spent nearly 700,000 yuan to buy this gold ingot. Xiao Yingchun looked at Dai Hengxin in surprise. He only bought 10 taels of gold ingots for 700,000 yuan. So Dai Hengxin charged him 800,000 yuan each for his gold ingots. Wasn't he losing money? Xiao Yingchun whispered to Dai Hengxin. You gave me 800,000 yuan each, aren't you losing money? Did you deliberately give me more money? Dai Hengxin couldn't say much in front of Mr. He, so he whispered to Xiao Yingchun, Nothing. Don't worry, I'll tell you in detail later. However, Xiao Yingchun was afraid that Dai Hengxin was deliberately comforting her. So when the two big men had almost finished their discussion, Xiao Yingchun asked for advice. Two old men, I have a gold ingot, but I don't know how much it is worth. Can you help me check it out? Dai Hengxin's expression changed slightly. She actually carried gold ingots with her? As Xiao Yingchun spoke, she took out a gold ingot from her bag, the same as the one sold to Dai Hengxin before. The two old men didn't expect that Xiao Yingchun could take out a gold ingot so easily. After looking at each other in shock, they looked at the gold ingot on the table. Dai Hengxin felt uncomfortable. Does Xiao Yingchun not trust me? What Xiao Yingchun thought more about was that Dai Hengxin might have suffered a loss. She wanted to prove it on the spot and then return the extra money given to her. I am not a poor guy anymore. I can't just take advantage of others and pretend I don't know. Mr. He and Master Dong both began to examine it carefully. Two elderly men of similar age got together to discuss and identify the matter, and finally reached a unanimous conclusion. This thing is very rare. I have never seen it anywhere else except in a collector's home where I saw the same thing before, and he said it was newly acquired. With this quality and the number of copies left, one piece can be sold for 950,000. Xiao Yingchun breathed a sigh of relief. At least Dai Hengxin didn't suffer any loss. Dai Hengxin's heart was lifted. Chapter 50 Zhao Chengfeng comes to visit. The prices of those gold bars were unexpectedly high. In fact, Dai Hengxin sold them for 1 million each. If he opens a business, he must make money. But will Xiao Yingchun feel that she has taken advantage of her? If she becomes dissatisfied with herself because of this? While Dai Hengxin was a little nervous, he saw Xiao Yingchun asking curiously, if there are more of these gold ingots in the world, will they be worthless? Master Dong couldn't help laughing. This is a gold ingot after all. No matter how many there are in the world, it can't be worthless. Mr. He also laughed. No matter how worthless it is, it can't be too cheap if it's sold by gram. Xiao Yingchun felt relieved. That's good. She still had a lot of them in the small warehouse of the space-time supermarket. If they were not valuable, she would cry to death. But since we can't sell at a high price after selling too much in this channel, let's change to another channel. Xiao Yingchun was thinking in his mind, but with a smile on his face, he was ready to put the gold ingot away. Mr. He pointed at the gold ingot and said, Master Dong, don't you want to accept it? Master Dong laughed. He could see that Mr. He was very interested in this, so he just gave it to him. If Brother He wants to take it, and Miss Xiao is willing to give it up, that's fine. Xiao Yingchun had just earned so much money yesterday thanks to Mr. He, so how could she refuse? She agreed immediately. As long as Grandpa He wants it, I'll sell it. Then I really want it. Mr. He said this to Xiao Chun and also to Master Dong. Master Dong smiled and extended his hand. Brother He, please. Mr. He transferred the money to Xiao Chun on the spot. After coming out of his house, Dai Hengxin was unusually silent. Xiao Chun guessed that it was because of the gold ingot and couldn't help but explain to him. I sold it to Mr. He because he liked it, not because I didn't want to sell it to you. I have another one here. Can I give it to you for 800,000? This time it was Dai Hengxin who was shocked. You knew they could buy your gold ingots for 950,000 each, but you were still willing to sell them to me for 800,000 each? Xiao Chun grinned and said, why not? Dai Hengxin didn't quite understand her, so he simply parked the car on the side of the road with a complicated expression. Actually, I sold those gold bars you sold to me for 1 million each. I made 200,000 each. You don't blame me for eating too much? Xiao Chun was surprised. You only make 20% profit at this price. How can it be considered ruthless? Besides, you are doing business, not charity. If you don't make a profit from the price difference, won't you lose a lot of money? You don't blame me? Dai Hengxin was even more shocked. Xiao Chun actually thought this was normal? Xiao Chun nodded. The success of this auction is all due to you. I did nothing except taking the items out. It was you who founded this auction company, and it was you who brought He Liangsong in, and indirectly brought Mr. He and his backers in. It's because you did so much in the early stages that my stuff sold for so much money. I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you? Dai Hengxin stared closely at Xiao Chun's expression, and after confirming that she was not lying, he felt relieved. No matter what, I will definitely not cheat you. I believe you. Xiao Chun's eyes were full of trust, but that was all there was. Dai Hengxin felt comforted and lost at the same time. If the two people really had a romantic relationship, Xiao Chun would definitely be unhappy that he was making a profit from the difference. But Xiao Chun was not unhappy at all. On the contrary, she was very understanding and even willing to sell the gold ingot to herself again at the original price. Xiao Chun doesn't consider himself as one of the family at all. Dai Hengxin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing else and sent Xiao Chun back to the Yingchun store. Originally, we had an appointment with He Liangsong today, and the three of us were going to divide the money. But who knew that Mr. He and Master Dong were together, so the shareholders' meeting did not take place. Before leaving, Dai Hengxin made an appointment with Xiao Chun to find a place to settle the account the next morning. Xiao Chun waved her hand and watched Dai Hengxin leave. She opened the door of the convenience store and began to prepare food for Fu Chainan tonight. Forget about home-cooked meals and various stir-fried dishes, which were all available in that era, and Fu Chainan probably wouldn't be very interested in them. How about getting some honey-grilled wings for Fu Chainan? KFC's is fine. Xiao Chun did what he said and ordered 2 buy one get one free buckets of wings that were delivered on time. One bucket contained 10 grilled wings and 10 fried wings. 2 buckets would be enough. I think he has never eaten a hamburger before, so why not give him one to try? Thinking back to the weird taste of the hamburger I ate for the first time, I felt like the sauce was bad and almost vomited it out. I wonder if Fu Chainan will feel uncomfortable eating the sauce in the hamburger? Thinking about Fu Chainan's possible reaction, Xiao Chun couldn't help but laugh. Miss Xiao, what are you so happy about? The sudden voice made Xiao Chun look up in surprise, only to find that the person who came in was a familiar face. Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng raised his chin high and looked at Xiao Chun with eyes full of accusations and hidden anger. Xiao Chun was puzzled, but for the sake of Grandpa Zhao and Dai Hengxin, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stood up and politely called out, "Hello, Aunt Zhao. I was ordering takeout just now." "Oh? What delicious food did you order?" Zhao Chengfeng asked again. Xiao Chun felt a little uncomfortable. Matters like ordering takeout have nothing to do with Zhao Chengfeng, so why is she asking like that? Is there such a lack of sense of boundaries? Or do you feel that you don't need to have respect and a sense of boundaries for yourself? Feeling annoyed, Xiao Chun still said, "I ordered grilled wings from KFC." Zhao Chengfeng sneered, "It's better to eat less junk food." Xiao Chun almost wanted to retort, but she held back and said, "Aunt Zhao, do you want to buy anything? Just take whatever you like. You're welcome. All the money here combined is not enough to make you the money my Hengxin earned yesterday, right? I won't take advantage of this little advantage." Xiao Chun stopped talking and stared at Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng felt uneasy when she stared at him and couldn't help asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Chun reminded calmly, "Dai Hengxin and I signed a confidentiality agreement for this auction, and he has the obligation to keep it confidential. It doesn't matter who he told privately. What matters is how many people will eventually know about it. If I heard from anyone in the urban village that I sold those things, I would appeal and ask him to compensate me for my losses of 3 million yuan. What do you mean? Without my Shinchan, you can make so much money? Zhao Chengfeng felt guilty and angry after hearing Xiao Yingchuan's threatening words, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. Chapter 51 Mother and Son Dispute. Xiao Yingchuan's voice was not loud, and she said calmly, in this auction, the company sold nearly 30 million items, all of which were provided by me. The company collected a total of 25% commission from both parties, which means it made about 7 million yuan. Dai Hengxin held 40% of the shares, which means he made more than 2 million yuan. Are you trying to say that only Dai Hengxin can sell my stuff, and I can't sell it if I go to other auction companies? Or do you mean that Dai Hengxin can collect so many antiques at any time, hold such a large-scale auction, and make more than 2 million every month? Zhao Chengfeng. She was middle-aged and not stupid, so she naturally knew that her son had only been doing small things before and could make money, but it was not stable because he could not get good goods. It is even more impossible to make millions easily. The most money my son has ever made was probably the money he earned from Xiao Yingchun this year. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly felt a little regretful. She didn't expect Xiao Yingchun to be so tough and not confused. But she was still indignant. People should know how to be grateful. You obviously made so much money relying on my Xiaoxin. How can you burn your bridges after crossing the river? Selling things to others privately? Xiao Yingchun raised an eyebrow. My things are mine. Don't I have the right to sell them to others? Why? Besides, Dai Hengxin didn't say anything about who I sold the goods to. Who are you to tell me this? Zhao Chengfeng was furious. You were just taking advantage of my Xiaoxin's crush on you, so you are controlling him like this? Using him? What? After using him, you start to do things without his knowledge? Let me tell you, the people in my Dai family are not so easy to bully. The door of my Dai family is not so easy to enter. Xiao Yingchun simply stopped arguing and directly called Dai Hengxin. As soon as he heard Dai Hengxin's surprised hello, he made his request directly. Your mother is here to speak up for you. Come over here. After saying this, Xiao Yingchun hung up the phone. Dai Hengxin was horrified and turned the car around and rushed towards Yingchun's store at lightning speed. Zhao Chengfeng was horrified. I just said a few words to you. Why are you complaining? Xiao Yingchun said coldly. You are not my mother. Why do you blame me like this? Since you insist on pestering me, let Dai Hengxin speak. If he can't explain it clearly, I will withdraw my shares and let your son make a fortune alone. He will make 7 million every month, and it will all be his. No one else needs to share. Zhao Chengfeng was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Thinking that Dai Hengxin would be here soon, Zhao Chengfeng didn't want to quarrel with her son in front of outsiders, and she didn't want it to delay her son's career, so she had to lower her voice. I was mistaken. I'm sorry. You should cooperate if you want. Xiao Yingchun waved her hand, saying she had nothing to say to her. If you have anything to say, wait until Dai Hengxin comes over before you discuss it. Dai Hengxin came at lightning speed and rushed into the shop as soon as he got out of the car. Seeing Xiao Yingchun sitting quietly at the counter and her parents sitting by the glass door, Dai Hengxin felt relieved. It's good that they didn't quarrel. But Dai Hengxin didn't know. It's not that they didn't quarrel, it's that they had already finished quarreling. Seeing Dai Hengxin coming over, Zhao Chengfeng stood up awkwardly. Xiaoxin, why are you here so soon? Dai Hengxin apologized to Xiao Yingchun first. Yingchun, I'm sorry, my mother is narrow-minded and doesn't think things through. Zhao Chengfeng was so angry about this that she wanted to speak again. But when she looked up and met Dai Hengxin's accusing and pleading gaze, she shut up. The son was very angry, thinking that he had some preconceived ideas. Dai Hengxin stepped forward and pulled Zhao Chengfeng up and left. Mom, I'll take you home first. Zhao Chengfeng obediently followed Dai Hengxin into the car. As soon as the car door closed, Zhao Chengfeng began to chatter. I just heard that some Master Dong came. They left you alone to meet Master Dong. They must want to secretly sell the things to Master Dong. You've been so good to her, and she's partnered with you to start a company. Why should she bypass you to sell things to Master Dong? Dai Hengxin felt like he was about to explode. His feet on the accelerator and brake were unstable. He simply stopped the car on the side of the road and looked sideways at Zhao Chengfeng. Mom, do you know that these things were brought by Yingchun? I know, but if it weren't for you, would she be able to sell it for so much money? Dai Hengxin felt like there was a fire burning in his chest, causing it to ache. If she takes these things directly to Christie's, Polly, or other well-known domestic art auction houses, will she be unable to sell them? Can you sell it for a higher price than I offer? Zhao Chengfeng, of course you can. After all, there are countless wealthy people behind these internationally renowned companies, and many of them spend lavishly. Now the channels for collecting collections of Polly and Christie's are open. As long as she takes those things to Christie's or Polly, they can be auctioned in minutes. Why should she partner with me? Zhao Chengfeng hesitated and said, she must have taken a fancy to your channel and wanted to use it to make money. Dai Hingxin sneered, you mean, those people who came to the auction yesterday never bought collections from auction houses like Christie's and Polly? Zhao Chengfeng. Besides, didn't I make money? In less than a month, I made more than 3 million, nearly 4 million, from her. Why do you have to interfere with this win-win situation? Zhao Chengfeng, anyway, I don't agree with you being with her. She doesn't even know whose mistress she is. Dai Hingxin wanted to laugh even more. What a coincidence. You and she agree. She also disagrees with me being with her. After your disturbance today, I think my auction company is doomed. Zhao Qingfeng realized it belatedly and became a little flustered. Son, I don't mean anything else. I'm just angry that she met with Master Dong last night and sold things to Master Dong privately. It was clearly through you that she got to know the He family, and through the He family she got to know Master Dong. Why did she immediately get rid of you? She is an ungrateful person. Dai Hengxin glanced at his mother and said, so what you mean is that even if she wants to sell things to Master Dong, she must give me a 10% commission first? If you don't give it to me, I'm an ungrateful person? Then the entire collection circle is full of ungrateful people. Do you believe it? Why don't I just stop working in this industry in the future? Zhao Chengfeng couldn't respond. Dai Hengxin was also disheartened. He drove Zhao Chengfeng home. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Xiao Xin, did you sign a confidentiality agreement with her? Dai Hengxin became alert and looked at his mother. Yes. What do you mean? Zhao Qingfeng became even more panicked. I went to see your grandfather today and told him about it. Dai Hengxin was speechless. That's great. As long as this matter spreads in the village and the city, I can just pay her back the over 3 million I just got. This, she can't prove that I said it. Dai Hengxin sneered. He. He picked up the phone and called his grandfather. Chapter 52, Broken Rujiamo. After Dai Hengxin confirmed it over the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa did not tell anyone about this. Grandpa Zhao was clear-headed. If the news of such a large sum of money spread in the urban village, who knows what people would think of Yingchun? My daughter is not sensible, but as a father I know what's going on. Grandpa Zhao went out for a walk, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, looking worried and thoughtful. When he arrived at the Yingchun shop, he found that the door was closed. Thinking of his daughter Zhao Qingfeng's prejudice against Xiao Yingchun, Grandpa Zhao shook his head inside. I'm afraid that his grandson and Xiao Yingchun will never be together. After Dai Hengxin sent Zhao Qingfeng off, he sent a message to the partners group to arrange a lunch meeting the next day at noon. He Liangcong was the first to respond, okay. Xiao Yingchun thought about it and agreed. In the blink of an eye, it was night. As the grilled chicken wings, fried chicken wings, and hamburgers were delivered, Xiao Yingchun ate a little and then sat in the store waiting for Fu Chainan to arrive. Fu Chainan was eating in his own yard. The food is made by 16 beauties, so even if each of them makes a little, it would be enough. Fortunately, Niu Jiansheng and Niu Shinyang helped with the food. After dinner, Fu Chainan drove Niu Jiansheng and Niu Shinyang out of the yard on the grounds that they snored too loudly. After hearing this reason, the two groups of guards outside expressed their deep understanding. He was the only one left in the yard. Fu Chainan walked slowly in the yard and entered the space-time supermarket. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chainan, who had his hair loose and tied only with a headband, and wore a loose robe. He looked less upright and more like a hermit. Fu Chainan felt Xiao Yingchun's scrutiny and touched his nose awkwardly to explain, I'm in my own yard, and there are people watching outside, so I can't dress too formally. If a man wears something too flashy when it's dark and looks like he's going out, wouldn't that attract attention? Xiao Yingchun understood deeply. I understand. Come and sit down, try this. I bought it specially for you. Fu Chainan was a little surprised to see 2 boxes of chicken wings and chicken legs. Are these chicken wings and chicken legs? Right. Why so many? We need to kill a lot of chickens at once, right? It doesn't have to be so expensive. Fu Chainan was a little uneasy. Xiao Yingchun laughed. No, we can buy chicken wings and chicken legs separately. After a long explanation about why a chicken had to be sold in pieces, Fu Chainan understood. The grilled and fried wings smelled so good that he started showing off right away. Tasty. This tastes good too. So fragrant. Fu Chainan was enjoying his meal, but Xiao Yingchun noticed that he ate very cleanly, without leaving any meat on the bones. Even a dog would cry when seeing this. After finishing 2 buckets of wings, Fu Chainan picked up a burger. What is this? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, here we have a kind of meat sandwich, we call it a hamburger. Fu Chainan understood, opened the wrapper, and took a bite. After chewing twice, Fu Chainan paused. He looked at Xiao Chun with a strange expression, thought for a moment and asked, "Hey, did you eat one just now?" Xiao Chun suppressed her laughter and nodded. "Yeah, I just ate one too. Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? This Rujiamo smells sour, as if it has gone bad." Xiao Chun looked at Fu Chainan's worried and concerned expression and finally couldn't bear it. So she took the initiative to explain what the strange-tasting sauce in the middle of the burger was. After listening to it, Fu Chin felt relieved and started eating with big mouthfuls. It only took him 3 bites to finish a burger. Xiao Chun looked at him curiously. "How is it? Does it taste good?" Fu Chainan hesitated for a few seconds and then replied, "Not as delicious as the chicken wings and chicken legs. In fact, he ate it with all his might. I almost yui it out." Xiao Chun understood his subtext. "If it doesn't taste good, why did you take such a big bite?" Fu Chainan said seriously, "That's food. There's meat in it. As long as it's not poisonous, it can't be wasted." Xiao Chun, "I'm sorry, I won't order this for you next time." Fu Chainan didn't expect Xiao Chun to apologize so suddenly, which caught him off guard. "It's okay. It's okay. Actually, it's edible. It's pretty delicious." Xiao Chun felt guilty for making a man who was not good at lying say such untrue words. But Fu Chainan felt that they bought it specially for me, and I asked them to apologize. This is my fault. The two guilty people looked at each other and finally burst out laughing, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Xiao Chun explained with a smile, "When I ate this for the first time, I also thought it was disgusting. At that time, I thought, what is wrong with foreigners? Why do they want to eat such disgusting things?" Fu Chainan looked at her and smiled, and couldn't help but grin as well. Because Fu Chainan's injury had not yet healed completely, Xiao Chun did not dare to give him anything more to eat and only gave him mineral water. The two of them were just chatting. Time passed very quickly, and soon it was around 10 o'clock. Fu Chainan took the initiative to ask Xiao Chun the time. When he learned that the two of them had chatted for an hour without realizing it, he took the initiative to stand up. "I have to go back first. If I tell them I'm not in the yard, there will be trouble again." "Okay." Xiao Chun stood up to see the guest off. Walking to the door, Fu Chainan suddenly asked, "You still don't close this door, right?" Xiao Chun nodded, "Yes. Then I'll come back when I'm free." "Okay." After seeing Fu Chainan off, Xiao Chun went upstairs to have a rest in a happy mood. The next morning, Xiao Chun went to the music pub. The music bar was closed at noon and was reserved. On the familiar outdoor terrace, in the familiar position, were 2 familiar men sitting there. Seeing Xiao Chun coming, He Liangsong smiled widely. "Sister, you are here. Come and sit down." As he spoke, he took the initiative to stand up and pull out a stool for Xiao Chun. Dai Hengxin was originally preparing to stand up and pull out the stool for Xiao Chun, but upon seeing this, he silently withdrew his foot. The three of them joked a few times, and Dai Hengxin took the initiative to talk about the theme of today's dinner: share the money. The collectors who came to the auction this time were all well-known domestic collectors, and they paid generously. Now that all the money has been in place, it is natural to divide it up. Dai Hengxin took out a pen, paper, and a cell phone and began to calculate the detailed accounts for He Liangsong and Xiao Chun in person. This auction sold more than 30 pieces of collections, with a total auction amount of 28.51 million yuan, commission income of 7.1275 million yuan, and the various expenses of the auction are. After the calculation, Xiao Chun received 27.77 million. Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong each earned more than 2 million. Although Xiao Chun earned the most, Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong both assumed that the person behind Xiao Chun would take the lion's share. Therefore, neither of them was jealous. After Dai Hengxin neatly transferred the money to the two people, he asked Xiao Chun, "I wonder when will there be new collections to auction next time?" Chapter 53. The girl in the village rejected him. Xiao Chun paused for a moment and said, "I'll ask my friend to find out." "Okay." Dai Hengxin didn't urge her and turned to talk about Xiaomei. He fired Xiaomei. Xiao Chun and He Liangsong looked at each other and said, "Did she make any mistakes this time?" Dai Hengxin couldn't tell his mother about Xiaomei telling tales, so he just glossed over it. "I don't think she's suitable." Fortunately, Xiaomei was originally from Dai Hengxin's pawn shop and was also his relative. Xiao Chun and He Liangsong didn't understand management matters, so naturally they didn't interfere. He Liangsong was even more open-minded. "It's okay. I'll just recruit new people next time before we decide to hold an auction. If it's really not possible, we can outsource it to a wedding planning company. They'll be nice and well-made, and they'll be obedient." Dai Hengxin glared at him. "Why do you keep saying things like that?" Fortunately, the food was served at this time. He Liangsong smiled and said, "Eat, eat." Xiaoingshun took the initiative to stand up and said, "I made the most money in this auction, so I'll treat you all." Dai Hengxin said calmly, "We agreed to treat each other. You treated me last time. Why is it your turn now?" He Liangsong, "That's right. You're talking as if Lao Dai and I can't afford a meal." So this time it was Dai Hengxin's turn to treat. After the meal, Dai Hengxin took the initiative to ask Xiaoingshun to give him a ride. Xiaoingshun glanced at He Liangsong, who quickly shrank his neck and said, "I also made an appointment with a girl." Xiaoingshun, "Okay." The Mazda merged into the traffic flow, and Dai Hengxin took the initiative to speak. "Ingchun, I'm sorry. My mother was wrong yesterday. I have already talked to her later." She also realized that she had gone too far, but she is too old to apologize to you in person. "I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my mother. Can you forgive her?" Xiaoingshun glanced at Dai Hengxin and said, "I don't blame her." Huh. Dai Hengxin didn't believe it. Xiaoingshun looked at the traffic ahead and said calmly, "She is your mother. She must want you to find someone better. She misunderstood the relationship between you and me, so she did that. As long as you don't do anything that makes her misunderstand, everything will be fine." Dai Hengxin, what does "don't do anything that will cause her to misunderstand" mean? Does it mean keeping distance from each other? Dai Hengxin shrank inwardly, subconsciously unwilling. "Although my mother hasn't figured it out yet, that's because she doesn't know how good you are." "I think you misunderstood." Xiaoingshun interrupted him. "We are just partners. I don't need her to know how good I am." The car just stopped at the traffic light. Xiaoingshun turned and looked at Dai Hengxin. "If you can't control your feelings and emotions, our cooperation ends here." Dai Hengxin, Xiaoingshun said seriously, "We are in a relationship for money. If we mix emotions into it, I will be very troubled. I don't want to face the condescending attitude of your mother and sister again. I'll make it clear once again. I have no interest in you. I don't covet your family background, and I don't intend to covet you as a person. Please tell this to your mother and your sister." Dai Hengxin was silent for a long time before he agreed sadly, "Okay." He could feel that Xiaoingshun was serious. For the rest of the journey, both of them were silent. The vehicle drove into the villa area and stopped in front of an old villa. This was the Dai family. Before getting off the car, Dai Hengxin said, "I'm sorry." Xiaoingshun chuckled and said, "I forgive you. Happy cooperation." Dai Hengxin got out of the car, watched Xiaoingshun's car go away, stood there in a daze for a long time before turning around and walking home. But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Zhao Chengfeng standing in the small garden in front of the door. Zhao Chengfeng looked at the distraught Dai Hengxin with a sneer on his face. "What? Broken heart?" Dai Hengxin thought of Xiaoingshun's words and couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile on his face. "We haven't even started dating yet. How can you be heartbroken?" Zhao Chengfeng couldn't help but say, "She's playing hard to get." Dai Hengxin looked at his mother's determined face and couldn't help laughing. "She asked me to tell you. She is not interested in me, nor in our family. If you harass her again, her cooperation with us will end." Zhao Chengfeng almost went crazy when he heard this. "I told you, didn't I? She used your relationship to get to know those big guys, and she was planning to get rid of you. You were used and kicked out?" "Mom, are you done yet?" Dai Hengxin interrupted his mother. "What do you mean I'm done yet? Why did you fire Xiaomei? She was doing things properly before. Her mother even called me to ask about it." Dai Hengxin interrupted his mother again. "I hired her, but she told you everything about me. Why should I keep someone like her? If you like, I'll keep her at home to serve you." Zhao Chengfeng was choked. "How do you talk to your mother?" Dai Hengxin suddenly leaned against the door with his hands on his head, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. "Mom, I'm 30 years old this year, not 13. I'm in pain because you control and interfere in my life like this." Zhao Chengfeng was frightened when she saw Dai Hengxin suddenly holding his head with his hands, looking extremely painful. "My son." She didn't understand. She was just concerned about the child, worried that he would be exploited or cheated, so she told him to open his eyes and find a girl of equal status. Why did this make him suffer? But his son's expression of pain didn't seem fake. The shock and confusion in her heart finally made her shut up, and she watched her son walk into the house dejectedly. When she returned to the room, Dai Hengxin had already returned. Dai Jingya, who was sitting on the sofa, was reading a book with his reading glasses on. Seeing that she was so distraught, he couldn't help but say something to her. "I've already told you, my son is grown up now. Let him make his own decisions on everything. Don't get involved." Zhao Chengfeng glanced at Dai Jingya indignantly. "You just read books all day long. Your son is already 30 years old. and you don't even bother to worry about his marriage. Dai Jingye disagreed. Haven't I worried about this? How many children of teachers in our university have we introduced? He doesn't like any of them. How about you go on a blind date next time? And if you like someone, buy a rope and tie him up and send him to the bridal chamber. Zhao Chengfeng was choked again. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Qingfeng muttered and banged things around in the kitchen. I don't like this. I don't like that. He fell in love with the girl in the village. I don't know what tricks the girl used. Dai Jingye glanced at the kitchen and said slowly, Aren't you also a girl from the village? How did you marry me? Chapter 54 New Characteristics of Space-Time Supermarket. Dai Jingye's father was also a well-known entrepreneur in Huizhou City. He was very proud of training Dai Jingye and Dai Wangnian to become university teachers. The second son of the Dai family, who had a wealthy family, high education, and stable job, was also very popular back then. In comparison, Zhao Chengfeng's background was very ordinary. Zhao Chengfeng used some tricks to marry Dai Jingye. This past event is Zhao Chengfeng's dark history and cannot be mentioned. He will get angry if it is mentioned. As expected, Zhao Chengfeng rushed out with a kitchen knife in hand, shouting angrily, Dai Jingye, are you looking for a fight? As soon as Xiao Yingchun returned to the store, she began to wonder. What kind of business could Fu Chainan, who has returned to the capital, do with her? I am rich now, with so much money that I can't spend it all in a short time. If you use it as capital, how many gold bars can you earn? When thinking of the gold ingot, Xiao Yingchun thought of Dai Hengxin again. She had promised to sell another gold ingot to Dai Hengxin before. There are still a lot of gold bars in my cash register storage system. If I don't sell them to Dai Hengxin, who should I sell them to? If it is sold to the collector I met this time, will Dai Hengxin's crazy mother make a fuss again, thinking that she has taken advantage of Dai Hengxin's connections and resources again? Xiao Yingchun was thinking about it, but suddenly she saw a young girl walk in with a thick stack of flyers in her hand. Hello, sister. I want to trouble you for something. Xiao Yingchun looked at the other person's red face and t-shirt and jeans under the scorching sun, and inexplicably thought of his own life as a social animal. What's the matter? The girl put a thick stack of flyers on the counter in front of Xiao Yingchun and said, I'm a salesperson for a travel agency. I'd like to trouble you to help me distribute this. Without waiting for Xiao Yingchun to refuse, she quickly put forward another condition. I won't let your hair turn gray. You must know the people in this village. If these elderly people are willing to join a tour group, I am willing to give you a commission, 100 yuan per person. Xiao Yingchun's mind moved. Travel agency? She picked up a flyer and saw that it was one of the largest travel agencies in Huizhou City. The itineraries promoted this time are all domestic Sunset Red special train tour groups. The registration price is not high, and various shopping activities are included. Xiao Yingchun thought about it and rejected her. It's not convenient for me here, but I want to ask your travel agency if there are any routes for overseas tours? The little girl's eyes lit up. Sister, this is available. Which country do you want to go to? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, England? It seems that the world's #1 auction house is in London, England. Yes, yes. Do you want to travel to 8 countries in Europe? Or 12 countries? Xiao Yingchun waved her hands. I only want to go to the UK. I don't want to go to other countries. Should we travel with a tour group or on our own? The little girl's eyes brightened. Free travel. Sister, how about this? Please add me on WeChat, and I'll ask the sister who is in charge of visa processing to contact you later. Okay. Xiao Yingchun added the little girl's WeChat and gave her a bottle of water. The little girl hugged a stack of flyers and left the store. Soon, someone added Xiao Yingchun's WeChat with the note, Wang Li, tourist visa, U-Tour travel agency. After Xiao Yingchun was approved, the young lady named Wang Li quickly started sending messages to confirm the requirements and information with Xiao Yingchun. After Xiao Yingchun promised to pay enough money for applying for the certificate, the other party said readily, no problem, just follow the instructions. After finishing all these, Xiao Yingchun started watching videos, and the old lady selling pearls attracted Xiao Yingchun's attention. Looking at the plates of round and smooth beads, Xiao Yingchun remembered the pearl set she had bought before. That set of pearl necklace, earrings, and ring cost about 10,000 yuan. But the pearls sold on e-commerce platforms come in a variety of colors and are very cheap. A set of super beautiful pearls only costs a few $100s, and those original pearls that have not been inlaid are even cheaper. Xiao Yingchun became interested in this, thinking about how high-quality pearls were very rare in ancient times because there was no technology to cultivate pearls artificially and the ability to pick wild pearls was insufficient. She searched the wholesale platform carefully and consulted, and even wrote a memo with the purchase order on the counter. After finding suitable samples and placing an order, Xiao Yingchun finished her work and looked at the time. It was almost time for dinner. "Madam, your express?" The courier boy shouted and delivered several packages. Xiao Chun opened the package and was immediately delighted. These are the various anti-assassination equipment bought for Fu Chainan. Several styles of bulletproof vests, stab-proof gloves. Xiao Chun opened the items one by one, looked at them, and then put them back on the counter. It was time to order takeout, so she thought about it and ordered pizza. Ever since ordering grilled and fried wings yesterday, Xiao Chun wanted Fu Chainan to try a variety of different delicacies. As an ancient person, Fu Chainan has no filter for foreign food, so his evaluation of the taste will be more objective. It was past 7 in the evening, and the pizza had not been delivered yet, but Fu Chainan arrived first. Hearing the familiar "welcome" and looking at Fu Chainan in his disheveled robe, Xiao Chun became a little flustered. The front door isn't closed yet? What would the villagers think if they saw Fu Chainan in his loose robe and long hair? She hurried to close the front door, but just as she walked out of the counter, she heard the cell phone on the counter ringing. She hurriedly answered the phone again. The call was from a delivery guy. "Hello, I'm the delivery guy. Is Ingchun Canteen closed? Do you want to come out and pick up the food, or do you want me to leave it outside?" Xiao Chun. She looked through the glass door at the roadside outside. The rider of the shared yellow bike had parked his motorcycle on the side of the road and was looking in the direction of the convenience store while making a phone call. The store was clearly open and the lights were on, and Fu Chainan and I were inside. So why did he say it was closed? Are you blind? Xiao Chun felt confused and asked subconsciously, "Is the store closed?" The rider's eyes were still on the store. "Yeah, it's closed." Xiao Chun gritted her teeth and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be right there." She opened the door and went out from the warehouse, then turned around and looked inside the store. Even though the door was open, I could still see Fu Chainan through the glass door. Could this be the special feature of the space-time supermarket? Xiao Chun carefully took the pizza box from the rider and pointed in the direction of the convenience store. "I can't see clearly without my glasses. Could you please take a picture with your phone so I can see if the phone number on it is still clear?" The rider asked Xiao Chun to give a 5-star review, and then took a photo with his mobile phone and showed it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the photos in the rider's mobile phone and fell silent. In the rider's mobile phone photo, the Ingchun store, which was clearly open, appeared to be closed. The space-time supermarket can actually provide one-way shielding. As long as Fu Chainan from another time and space comes in, people outside will see Ingchun store is closed. Chapter 55. Lingji Gold. Recalling that when Fu Chainan came in before, he saw a wall at the front door, Xiao Ingchun vaguely understood. Is this to prevent people from the two-time and space from intersecting with each other? So only the owner of the space-time supermarket can see people on both sides at the same time? This function is so practical. From now on, I don't have to keep the front door closed all day for fear that someone will see Fu Chainan. Xiao Chun controlled his inner ecstasy, thanked the rider, and then turned and entered the supermarket from the warehouse. Fu Chainan placed the 2 boxes on the table. "What's wrong?" Xiao Chun put the pizza box on the table. "Have you had dinner?" Fu Chainan nodded, but his eyes fell honestly on the pizza box. "Here, try this." A moment later, Fu Chainan was eating a pizza with cheese and sausage and said vaguely, "Our rujiamo seems to be more delicious." Seeing Xiao Ingchun's surprised expression, he hurriedly tried to make amends. "But this layer of cheese on top? It tastes quite special." Xiao Ingchun grinned. "You're right, the first time I ate this, I also felt that it was not as delicious as rujiamo." Fu Chainan carefully looked at Xiao Ingchun's expression and made sure that she was not unhappy, so he felt relieved. "Next time I will bring you rujiamo?" Xiao Ingchun, "Ah." Fu Chainan patted his chest and said, "I'm almost well. I can go out for a walk now." "Good." There were 2 large pizzas. Xiao Ingchun felt full after eating 3 slices, but Fu Chainan, who had just eaten a meal, finished the remaining 1.5 pizzas. As expected, he is Fu Dadu. The 2 people who had eaten their fill drank water and Coke respectively. Xiao Ingchun talked to him about the pearls of this era and opened her mobile phone to show him pictures and videos. "You are in the capital. Are these things easy to sell? If I give them to you, can you sell them?" Fu Chainan nodded decisively. "Pearls are never cheap. Even pearl powder sells very well. If you can bring it to me, I can help you sell it." Xiao Ingchun smiled and said, "Let's get rich together. Let's get rich together." Fu Chainan was amused by her money-grubbing attitude, and then he seemed to remember something and pushed the 2 boxes to Xiao Ingchun. "This is for you." Xiao Ingchun opened the box above and found a pair of jade ruby. When she opened the box below, she was shocked. Inside are 50 very exquisite sheep's hoof-shaped gold ingots. This thing is much more exquisite in shape and refinement than any gold ingot I have seen before. Why is this thing different from the gold ingots from before? Xiao Yingchun picked one up and looked at it carefully in surprise. Fu Chainan looked at the exquisite gold ingot and sneered lightly. This is Lingji gold, which was awarded to me by His Majesty the Emperor. It is extremely precious, but I can't spend it at all. Ah. Xiao Yingchun expressed her incomprehension. Gold can't be spent? What do you mean? Is it fake? Fu Chainan explained. It turns out that the Lingji gold made by emperors of all dynasties was often used for royal sacrifices and occasionally used to reward ministers. The rewarded ministers received the reward of the unicorn gold with both joy and sorrow. The rich and powerful were happy about the precious reward from the emperor, but the poor ministers were upset. They dared not use the unicorn gold at all. If it were discovered that the Lingji gold was circulating in the market, the emperor would know that his subjects had spent the imperial gift. This is disrespectful to the emperor. In other words, if the emperor really wanted to reward his subjects with gold, he would reward them with ordinary gold cakes and gold ingots. If the reward is the unicorn gold, it means that it is a lonely reward. What's the difference between holding unusable gold and a hot potato? Xiao Yingchun listened for a while and understood. In other words, the emperor rewarded you with 100 taels of gold, the most precious Lingji gold, but for you it is equivalent to not having this reward? Fu Chainan nodded. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chainan deeply, not knowing whether to comfort him or congratulate him. When Xiao Yingchun thought that he actually gave this thing to her, she became a little worried again. You gave me this thing. If the emperor wants you to show it to him one day, what will you show him? Fu Chainan chuckled. The mountain man has his own clever plan. What's the trick? Fu Chen looked at Xiao Yingchun calmly. Don't sell the pair of jade rui for now. You can sell the gold ingots as you like. I'm going back first. Ah, then you better be careful. Xiao Yingchun was about to say goodbye when her eyes suddenly caught sight of the things on the counter. She hurriedly called him back. Take a look at these to see if they are useful. Fu Chainan watched Xiao Yingchun take out the treasures one by one and show them to him, introducing them to him as she looked at them. This vest can protect you from being stabbed, chopped, or smashed. Try it on and see if it works. And this one, and this one. They're all different in style and material. You can take the ones you like. If you don't like them, I'll return them. Fu Chainan looked at these things and tried them on one by one. They were all sizes that he could wear. His eyes suddenly became moist. Miss Xiao really put a lot of thought into buying something that fits him so well without having to measure. You bought all these for me? Xiao Yingchun nodded. These are all given to you by me. If you can use them, just take them. You are my guest. If you die, I will suffer a great loss. Fu Chainan finally picked out a bulletproof vest. The vest is not thick and is hardly noticeable when you put on your outer coat. But this vest covers the key parts of my chest and back. This is truly a life-saving thing. And the stab-proof gloves, they look like a pair of gloves made of thin iron wires connected one by one. But because the gap is small enough and the wire is hard enough, ordinary daggers and swords cannot penetrate it. This gives me the opportunity to fight with bare hands. If you plan carefully and unintentionally, there is a good chance to turn defeat into victory. Fu Chainan nodded. This is a good thing, but I'll leave it with you first. I'll come back to get it after I'm done with these 2 days. Look at this vest and these gloves. Can you buy me 50 sets? He wanted to equip all of his 50 guards with this. In fact, if it were convenient, he wanted to equip his father and the generals in the Fu family army with them. It is not easy to train a general who can fight, but it is easy for a general to die in battle. If he could give them a little more security, Fu Chainan would be able to sleep more peacefully. Xiao Yingchun, considering the 10 pieces of gold, couldn't refuse. She agreed immediately. No problem. Fu Chainan was even happier now. Then I'll leave first. As if he had made up his mind, Fu Chainan left with big strides. The side door of the marshal's mansion opened, and Fu Chun, who had been seriously injured for many days, sat in the carriage, escorted by his personal guards, and finally went out of the mansion for a night stroll. The red sleeves waved in the brothel, and the general dismounted his horse slowly. Fu Chainan, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, could not wait to enter the famous Huanglu in the capital, ordered several prostitutes to serve him, and also invited several second-generation rich boys to accompany him. Chapter 56. The marshal's mansion was stolen. The invited young man was flattered, but also felt uneasy. Everyone in the capital knew that General Fu was still seriously injured and couldn't drink, but he still invited the second-generation rich to Huanglu to listen to music and drink. This is to give face. But this face makes the second-generation rich people feel uneasy. This general and his father are people that even the emperor is afraid of. Being close to General Fu, if the marshal's office fails, will they be implicated? Fu Chainan leaned against a soft pillow, drinking sweet water, enjoying the singing and dancing, and watching the second-generation rich guys drinking and amusing the girls. He looked relaxed and leisurely. The top girl, Qianhong from Zhuhonglu, who was leaning next to him, had her eyes full of admiration and worship. Miss Qianhong was beautiful, with a fair complexion, and was very good at singing little songs. But at this moment, she just poured cups of sweet water for Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan seemed to be enjoying it, but in his heart he began to miss the taste of Coke. The sweet water is too greasy. An hour later, there was suddenly a commotion downstairs, followed by the sound of messy footsteps coming up the stairs. The moment the door was pushed open, Fu Chainan threw the teacup in his hand at it like lightning, shouting, "How dare you! You rush in without even saying hello?" There was a scream of pain at the door, and the steward of the marshal's mansion kicked the threshold and fell in. "Oh my, General, there's been a thief in the mansion. I've already reported it to the police. Please go back quickly." "What? What do you mean by being robbed? Did you lose anything?" Fu Chainan stood up with a whoosh, covering his chest and hissing. The housekeeper said with a sad face, "Your storeroom door is open, and the things that His Majesty gave me a few days ago are still inside. All gone. It's all gone. The reward from His Majesty was stolen? That is a gift from the Emperor." Fu Chainan was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he ran out. The second generation of the rich were always eager to join in the fun, so how could they miss such a rare event? They immediately followed. When Fu Chainan returned to the marshal's mansion with his personal guards and a group of second-generation rich people, the mansion was crowded with people coming and going, and various constables, yamen runners, and guards were searching the mansion extensively. Fu Chainan's expression turned cold for a moment, then turned into a panic look, and he ran to his yard. The room in the yard that was used as a storehouse had been opened and was empty. Not only did the jade ruby and lingji gold bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor disappear, but the rest of the cloth and medicinal herbs bestowed as rewards also disappeared. This was raided. Zhao Zhengquan, the commander of the defense force of the Beijing Yamen, stood in front of Fu Chainan with a dark face and clasped his fists to report, "General Fu, after our inspection, we found that the warehouse has been looted. The thieves should have entered from the big tree in the northeast corner of the marshal's mansion. Please make a list of what was lost, so that we can track down the stolen goods." "Okay." Fu Chainan asked someone to write the list without saying anything. There was no need to write a list at all. Whatever the Emperor rewarded was lost from the warehouse. Looking at the list, Commander Zhao Zhongquan's face darkened. "General, there is nothing in your warehouse except the things bestowed by the Emperor?" Fu Chainan looked a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Commander Zhao. My father and I were originally butchers, and we were very poor. After this marshal's mansion was awarded to me, my salary was just sent to Zhuhonglu. I usually eat vegetables and chickens and grow crops in the back garden. Except for the gifts from the Emperor, what else is worth putting in the storehouse? I can't put my father's pig-killing outfit in the warehouse, right?" Zhao Zhongquan, the second-generation rich who followed. "General Fu is really pitiful. Who would have thought that General Fu's monthly salary would be used to pay for tonight's feast? I'm leaving." Zhao Zhongquan saluted with his fists and left the marshal's mansion with a group of yamen runners and guards. After everyone had left, Fu Chainan ordered the housekeeper, "Tell the 16 maids to stay in the house and not go anywhere. Tell them that they don't know if the thief is still in the house or where he is hiding." "Yes." Fu Chainan looked at his personal guard captain again. "Take your men and search the mansion thoroughly. Don't leave any corner untouched." "Yes." After finishing all these, the moon was already at its highest point in the sky. After sending off the second-generation rich kids who came to watch the fun, Fu Chainan stood in the yard in front of the study and looked up at the sky. The bright moon was shining on this filthy world. Early the next morning, Fu Chainan, who didn't have to go to court, brought his 16 beautiful maids and entered the palace in a grand manner. In the Golden Throne Hall, His Majesty the Emperor was very curious. "Mr. Fu, I heard that your house was robbed yesterday. Are you here to ask me to solve the case for you?" Fu Chainan kowtowed firmly, with an embarrassed and aggrieved look on his face. "Your Majesty, it is indeed so. My family was robbed and I am now penniless. I can't even afford to support the beauty that your Majesty gave me. I didn't dare to touch the things that your Majesty gave me some time ago. Who would have thought that they were stolen by that little thief? How about asking your Majesty to give me some more silver to support my family?" As soon as Fu Chainan said this, All the civil and military officials in the court said, "You are the first one to ask the emperor for money to support your family." His Majesty the Emperor stared at Fu Chainan, speechless for a long while. "How can you be so poor?" After searching the marshal's mansion, the commander of the defense army reported back that 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire mansion were empty, and there were only a few courtyards with proper furniture. Most of the yards were empty with their doors and windows closed, and there was nothing inside. He couldn't believe it after hearing this. Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chainan were also paid people, with at least several thousand taels of silver a year. How could they be so poor? But who knew that Fu Chainan would dare to go to the court and cry poor? Fu Chainan replied honestly, "Your Majesty, I am a big eater. People call me Fu Dadu. I have eaten up all the salary money in my family." Fu Chainan was good-looking and tall, but at the moment he was kneeling on the ground with a look of grievance and innocence on his face, which stunned everyone. The contrast was so great that none of the emperor and his ministers could adapt to it. His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Chainan and felt inexplicably happy. He had rewarded him with those things in the first place so that he would not have to use them. Who would have thought that he could be so poor that his warehouse was so empty that even rats would run away? Since he is willing to sacrifice his face, it is not easy for me to refuse openly. His Majesty the Emperor smiled kindly and said, "Then I will reward Mr. Fu's family with 300 taels of silver." Fu Chainan kowtowed in gratitude, but his face still showed an unsatisfied look. The emperor's face darkened slightly. "Why? Does the Fu family think I gave them too little?" Fu Chainan kowtowed again and replied, "Your Majesty, I don't think your Majesty gave me too little, but I am too greedy. I'm afraid I'll have to come and ask for money every month. This is really not good. Anyway, I have some free time in the capital. Your Majesty, can you allow me to do some business to support my family?" Chapter 57. Crying poor to the Emperor. The entire court was stunned again. The families of ministers all had some businesses, but most of them were managed by concubines or mistresses, so how could a general of the dynasty personally go out to do business? "And you're bringing this up in the imperial palace? Isn't this embarrassing?" His Majesty's face turned completely black, and he said sinisterly, "I wonder what kind of business Fu Qing's family wants to do? If it was salt, iron, or other things, he would not be able to suppress his murderous intent." Fu Chainan chuckled, "I want to do some business in jewelry, rouge and powder that women like." The emperor and his ministers were all. His Majesty the Emperor was so angry that he laughed. "You still have this ability?" Fu Chainan replied with a bashful look on his face. "I don't know how to choose these things for women, but didn't you give me 16 beauties? They must know. I have no capital. Your Majesty, can you lend me some? I promise to pay you back this year." The emperor and his ministers were all. "The person was given by His Majesty, but I still need to borrow money from His Majesty? This business is very profitable with no investment. Today is destined to be a day that will shock Fu Chainan." In the end, the emperor felt embarrassed to lend money to Fu Chainan, so he simply rewarded him with another 500 taels of silver. Seeing Fu Chainan taking the silver and returning to his seat contentedly, all the civil and military officials in the court were collectively convinced. To be able to be so shameless, Fu Chainan is amazing. When the court was dismissed, Fu Chainan took the 16 beauties home again. The 16 beauties were all worried. They heard that the marshal's mansion had no money for food. If they followed them, would they not have enough food and warm clothes? Fu Chainan, however, didn't seem to care at all. He first asked the 16 beauties to stay in the yard, and he did so with confidence. "There's no money at home, so don't make any snacks. Just ask someone to make something filling. Once I find a way to make money, I will help you get rich." The 16 beauties returned to their own yards in panic, but Fu Chainan closed the door of the yard and entered the space-time supermarket. Xiaoyingchun was guarding the shop when she suddenly saw Fu Chainan coming in. She looked at Fu Chainan in surprise. "Why are you here in the afternoon?" Fu Chainan grinned. "I'm here to discuss business with you." "Ah." Xiaoyingchun stood up and asked, "What business?" Fu Chainan explained what happened from last night to noon today. Xiaoyingchun's eyes lit up. "We have these things. There are a lot of them. What kind do you want?" Fu Chainan was completely clueless about this. "I don't know anything. Can you take a look at what's suitable? I'll bring some back for them to see." Xiaoyingchun nodded. "Wait a minute. I'll go out and buy some of everything and come back in half an hour." Fu Chainan agreed. "Okay, I'll come back in half an hour." Xiaoyingchun grabbed the car keys and went out, heading straight for the pedestrian street. There is a chain of affordable cosmetics brands over there, and she plans to go there and get some things to show Fu Chainan. An hour later, Xiaoyingchun came back with a bag of various things. a 500 milliliters white jar of vitamin B5 moisturizing and repairing cream, an eyebrow pencil sharpened with a knife, ancient rouge, can be used as blush and lipstick, ancient foundation cream. A lot of jingles. Fu Chang'an went back to the marshal's mansion and had lunch. Not long after he came back, Xiao Chun came in. Looking at the huge bag of jingling things in front of him, Fu Chang'an was completely confused. How do I use all this? Xiao Chun didn't explain. She just took out all those things and laid them out on the table one by one. I'll show you. Although Xiao Chun basically doesn't wear makeup since she returned home to work in the supermarket, it doesn't mean that she doesn't know how to wear makeup at all. While using it, Xiao Chun told Fu Chang'an how to use it. Fu Chang'an was dazzled. When Xiao Chun finished work, Fu Chang'an's eyes widened. This is like a completely different person. Although Xiao Chun is pretty and delicate without makeup, but with makeup, she looks as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing him in a daze, Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask, "Did you understand?" Fu Chang'an nodded and shook his head, and after a moment he said, "Although I don't really understand, but if I give these things to ordinary women who know how to dress up, they should be able to use them, right?" Xiao Chun thought about it and nodded. It should be fine. After all, it's not as high-tech as magnetic false eyelashes. They are all applied to the face, and the same is true in ancient and modern times. How complicated can it be? Fu Chang'an nodded directly. It's this big jar. It's easy to be exposed if we use this one. We need to change it to a porcelain box like this. Everything else is easy. Xiao Chun understood immediately. The big bottle is vitamin B5 moisturizer, packaged in a plastic bottle. A large bottle is 500 milliliters. It is practical, but it was not available in Fu Chang'an's dynasty, so this would not work. Xiao Chun looked for pictures of custom-made porcelain boxes online and said, "Look at this. Can I split a large bottle into 10 boxes and sell them like this?" Looking at the exquisite porcelain boxes of various colors, Fu Chang'an seemed to have opened the door to a new world. This is so beautiful. I have never seen it before. It will definitely work. Xiao Chun was relieved. You can go find a shop first, decorate it, and then show these to those beauties and ask them to try to put on makeup for you. Fu Chang'an went back first with a bunch of cosmetics, but didn't take the moisturizer for the time being. The courtyards where the beauties lived were connected, with 8 beauties in each courtyard. At this moment, they were gathered together to discuss what to do next. The beauties had little confidence in Fu Chang'an's idea of opening a cosmetics shop. Let a man who carries a gun and fights in war do business with women? Is this a joke? But if I don't do business, do I really have to wait for the general to come to the palace every month to ask the emperor for money to support me? A beauty named Rui sighed and said, "If it doesn't work out, we can just follow Niu Shenyang and grow vegetables and raise chickens in the backyard. At least that way you won't starve to death." All the beauties sighed. It seems that this is the only way. When they were first given here as a reward, the beauties thought they were here to enjoy a good life. But now they see that it's all nonsense. They are here to be peasant wives. When Fu Chang'an knocked on the door and came in, the beauties all stood up and saluted. "Greetings, General." But no one had the enthusiasm they had when they first came to the marshal's mansion. Fu Chang'an handed over a cloth bag. "This is something I got for women to dress up. You guys try it?" He recalled the steps Xiao Chun took when putting on makeup and showed them to the beauties one by one. "This is for the mouth and cheeks rouge. This is for the face. It can even out your skin tone. This is for drawing eyebrows and eyelashes." The beauties were amazed when they saw the exquisite porcelain boxes and the eyebrow pencils. The general actually prepared something for women to dress up as? They looked at each other for a while and finally agreed. Chapter 58: Beauty's New Way Out. As they opened the pink, red, and green porcelain boxes one by one, their eyes lit up by the faint fragrance and the particularly bright pink colors. "I'll do it. I'll do it." Rui sat in front of the bronze mirror first. Fu Chang'an didn't leave either. Jisheng handed him a stool, and he just sat there watching Rui put on makeup. "Oh my, it's like a monkey's butt. Apply less. These eyebrows make you look like a bug. This is my first time using it, so I have no experience. I'll just try it again. Oh, you know what? This is very delicate, easy to color, and very moisturizing. I want one too. I want one too." When the women entered the cosmetics trial area, they couldn't help chattering. When one carefully drawn face after another appeared in front of Fu Chang'an stopped talking, and the women beside him also stopped talking. Everyone has the same emotion in their hearts, which is shock. A girl named Choyue has many freckles on her face. She usually looks cute and lovely, but after she applied foundation cream evenly, the freckles became completely invisible. She couldn't believe what she saw in the bronze mirror, so she turned to ask the little sister next to her, Chunhua, can you help me check? Are my spots invisible? When she said this, everyone looked at her and nodded. I really can't see it anymore. Not at all. This face looks particularly smooth. After looking at each other, everyone looked at Fu Chang'an with excitement and expectation. General, this stuff is great. When we open a cosmetic shop, will we sell this stuff? Fu Chang'an felt complicated. Women's ability to use these things is really innate. Although it was their first time using these things, they quickly mastered the techniques and dressed themselves up like a group of fairies. Well, we will open a cosmetic shop and sell these things. Is this thing expensive? Dongxue looked at the light pink box cautiously. It is contained in such an exquisite box and is so useful, it must be very expensive, right? Fu Chang'an nodded. Yeah, it's very expensive. At least 1 tael of silver per box. So cheap, the beauties exclaimed, all thinking that the general was being sarcastic when he said, very expensive. Xia He immediately reminded, General, if the price is this high, I'm afraid the women in the capital will go crazy for it. That's right, a small box like this can be used for a long time. Anyone with a little extra money will be tempted to buy it. And this eyebrow pencil is much better than the various black and green snails sold outside. It doesn't dirty your hands, and it's smooth to draw. Fu Chang'an nodded. He heard from Xiaoyingchun that the price of this thing was not expensive. If the money was calculated in gold ingots, 10 taels of gold ingots could buy 1,000 boxes. In other words, 1 tael of silver can buy 10 boxes, a huge profit. These were purchased from a Western merchant. I once rescued that Western merchant from bandits. He said he had a way to get these goods from outside. Fu Chang'an talks nonsense without thinking, and with his upright and handsome face, it is easy for people to believe him. The beauties were even more excited. This is really possible. General, if this deal is done, can you give us some of this stuff later? Fu Chang'an looked at the group of girls and said, You have been here for a few days. I have something to say to you. You have seen the situation in my house. Although my father is a marshal, my family was born a butcher. We are very poor. It is difficult for me to support such a large group of people like you. Besides, I may have to go to war again at any time. If you follow me, I'm afraid you will end up in a miserable situation. But you were given by His Majesty, and I cannot return you to His Majesty, so I have thought of a way out for you. If my rouge shop is opened, would you be willing to be the shopkeeper in the future? If you are willing, I can give you wages to start working and return your indentures after 3 years. If you meet a good person in the future, you will have a good place to go. If you don't want to, just stay in the mansion and become a nanny when you are older. Or if you meet a man you like, you can get married. Do you think it's feasible? After Fu Chang'an finished speaking, the beauties looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one dared to respond. The general's promise was well made and everyone was tempted, but when it came to the man of his dreams, how could they have the final say? However, it would be a good thing if I could get my indenture back, become a free man, and earn some money. Fu Chang'an did not urge him. You guys discuss it first. If you are willing, go back and find the housekeeper to register your name. I will go find a shop first. It was already dark at this time. After Fu Chang'an returned to his yard, he first called the captain of his personal guard over. You go find someone who is good at imitating. I need a Western merchant to provide the supply. General, Qin Leaguai is the owner of the troupe and is best at imitating and acting. That's fine. Go look for it yourself. Once you find it, you don't have to bring it into the city. I have something to tell him. Mr. Qin lives in the deep mountains now. I'm afraid it will take some effort. I'll go right away. Go ahead. Fu Chang'an tapped the elm table in front of him with his index finger, thinking about the loopholes in the whole thing. Since we are going to do business with Miss Xiao, all possible situations that may expose us must be arranged in advance. Now Fu Chang'an has also understood. Miss Xiao is the key figure in protecting the Fu family army, and he is also an important helper for Miss Xiao to make money. Accomplishing each other and helping each other is the best. In Miss Xiao's words, this is called a win-win situation. The butler knocked on the door and said, General, dinner is ready. Fu Chang'an went to have dinner first, and then went to the space-time supermarket after dinner. Miss Xiao is knowledgeable and may be able to consider things that he could not think of. Xiaoyingchun had just ordered takeout and felt surprised and unexpected after hearing Fu Chenan's arrangements. Those beauties can use it smoothly, and when I become the shopkeeper in the future, I can also teach the ladies how to use it. Xiaoyingchun then talked about some business details, and Fu Chang'an nodded repeatedly. I'm not worried about this thing not selling well now. I'm only worried about one thing. Fu Chang'an said in a deep voice. How can we make these things appear in the capital for a long time, and even in the major states, without being suspected. I'm not worried about Chin Leaguai's acting skills. What I'm worried about is his eyes. They're not the blue color of Western merchants, and his hair is red. Fu Chainan had read about Western merchants in miscellaneous books. Most of them had blue, gray, or green eyes, and their hair was red, gold, chestnut, etc. Western businessmen with black eyes and black hair are very rare. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "That's easy. I can just buy him a pair of contact lenses in any color he wants. His hair can also be dyed." Fu Chainan was shocked. What are contact lenses? Chapter 59, Contact Lenses and Bubble Dye. It just so happened that Xiao Chun already had one, so she went upstairs to take it down and put it on for Fu Chainan to see. The woman had black eyes just now, but after putting on a thin film, her eyes turned gray. How about it? Can't you see it? Xiao Chun blinked with a smile. Fu Chainan concealed his shock and said, "Amazing. You can use this for hair dyeing. Look," Xiao Chun said, opening the online shopping software to let Fu Chainan watch the hair dyeing video. The graying black hair was soon dyed into a fiery red. Fu Chainan. Now that this big problem has been solved, all that remains is procurement. Xiao Chun directly opened the online shopping interface and let Fu Chainan choose. Fu Chainan looked bewildered. "I don't understand. Just pick according to the young girl's preferences." "Oh, and there are also some used by the ladies of the noble families. Pick some of them." "Oh, by the way, I don't want this yellow box. I don't want any yellow box." In ancient times, yellow was a color that only the royal family could use. Ordinary people did not dare to use it. Xiao Chun placed a large number of orders, but the total amount was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Fu Chainan looked at her apologetically and said, "I have no money left after returning to Beijing, so I have to pay on credit first. Today, I went to ask His Majesty for a few hundred taels of silver, which is only enough to rent a shop at most." Xiao Chun had just taken dozens of ingots of Lingji gold from someone else, so why would he care about such a small amount of money? "Don't worry, wait until you make money. If you don't make money, just consider it as a gift to you." Of course, it's impossible not to make money with such a good thing. Although the cosmetics produced by modern high-tech formal enterprises are not as natural as those made with Chinese herbal medicine and time travel stories, their quality is also excellent. At least it doesn't contain lead like the powder used by ancient women, which would damage the face. Speaking of shops, Xiao Chun found various decoration pictures of shops selling cosmetics on his mobile phone. Looking at the shop renovated with logs, Fu Chinan's eyes widened. This doesn't seem difficult. I'll find a shop and ask a carpenter to take a look. Xiao Chun has all kinds of knowledge advantages in modern society, and it is extremely convenient for her to find and buy anything she wants, which also broadens Fu Chinan's horizons. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, "When you come to my place in the future, you can also use my phone to search for anything you want to know." "Is it possible?" Fu Chinan's eyes sparkled. He was actually very much longing for the thin and light mobile phone in Xiao Chun's hand. It's a thing that's not even the size of a book, but it can not only allow you to buy various things, but also check various information and messages and make phone calls. It is said that we can always contact each other, even if we are thousands of miles apart. How convenient would it be if my father and I each had a mobile phone? Your Majesty, if there is any information that is unfavorable to the Fu family army, you can inform my father at any time. Xiao Chun's next words interrupted his cruel fantasy. "You can only use your mobile phone here. It won't work over there because there is no signal over there." Xiao Chun spent another 10 minutes racking his brains to explain what the signal was. Fu Chainan listened for a while and finally understood. "Can it only be used here?" "Yes, it can only be used here." "That's such a pity." When Fu Chainan and Xiao Chun finished their excited conversation, they realized it was almost midnight. Fu Chainan hurriedly said goodbye and left the space-time supermarket. The personal guards all followed Fu Chainan back from Yongzhou, and they all knew about the secret shop. Seeing that there was no movement in Fu Chinan's yard, they guessed that Fu Chainan had entered the space-time supermarket again. They defended themselves extremely carefully and did not allow anyone to approach Fu Chinan's yard. The general secret is the guarantee for the Fu family army's future invincibility. Your Majesty's people must not know about this. The next day, Fu Chainan woke up early and had breakfast. He heard from the housekeeper that 12 beauties had signed up to be the owner of a cosmetic shop yesterday. Fu Chainan was very pleased, but also surprised. Why are the remaining 4 unwilling? The housekeeper smiled and said, "Among the 4, 2 are particularly interested in cooking and just want to cook at home, while the other 2 like embroidery and needlework." Fu Chainan suddenly realized, "That's fine. When I open a clothing store in the future, I'll ask them if they are willing to do it." After breakfast, Fu Chainan called the 12 beauties who had signed up and asked them a question. Where do you think is the best place to rent a shop to open a cosmetics shop? The 12 beauties looked at each other, and Qiuyue stood up and said, General, when we usually want to buy cosmetics and jewelry, we always go to Liuxiang Street first. Liuxiang Street. Fu Chainan remembered that place. Most of the shops on that street sell cosmetics, jewelry, and ready-made clothes, and women usually like to go there the most. Who of you wants to go shopping with me? Look for a shop? 2 people at most. The 12 beauties looked at each other, and Rui and Qiuyue stepped forward first. We are willing. I am willing too. The other 10 beauties hesitated for only a moment, and their chance was gone. Fu Chainan stood up and left, then follow me. There weren't that many customers on Liuxiang Street early in the morning, but all the shops were open. In addition to cosmetics, jewelry, and ready-made clothes, there were also a variety of snacks. Of course, a shop that is closed may be unable to continue operating due to poor business. Fu Chainan quickly found a small shop. Judging from the dust at the door, it had not been open for some time. Who is the owner of this house? Fu Chainan was curious. Qiuyue took the initiative to answer, General, this seems to be the property of Ning and Ho's family. The Ningyuan Marquis family's property? Fu Chainan recalled this family in his mind, and suddenly it dawned on him. It was his family. Ningyuan Ho also rose to prominence through military merit. The most capable son in his family died on the battlefield, and his family was reluctant to send their youngest son to the military camp. Over the years, the old ancestor has spoiled his youngest son, who spends all day playing with cats and dogs and not doing any serious work. Qiuyue added that the wife of the prince of Ningyuan Marquis' mansion kept herself at home and only focused on urging the prince's posthumous son to study and did not care about the family property. I guess the business of this shop is not good, so it just closed down. Fu Chainan sighed, turned to Qiuyue and said, since you are so familiar with it, can you go and find Ningyuan Marquis mansion to rent this shop? Qiuyue was slightly stunned. Then her eyes lit up and she was eager to try. I'll go and give it a try. Fu Chainan pointed to a food store opposite the shop and said, I'll wait for you over there. Do you need Rui to go with you? Qiuyue looked at Rui, and Rui nodded. The two of them smiled, bowed to Fu Chainan, and left. Following Fu Chainan's look, the 2 guards followed. Anxiang Street is very hot in midsummer. This shop sells mung bean smoothie, which is refreshing but not cheap, costing 20 cents for a small bowl. Fu Chainan drank the mung bean smoothie and began to miss the ice cream in Xiao Yingchuan's shop again. After waiting for about an hour, Qiuyue and Rui both came back with happy looks on their faces, accompanied by a lame man who looked like a manager. Chapter 60. The Goodwill of Ningyuan Marquis Mansion. The person who came was Manager Liao from the Ningyuan Marquis Mansion. He saluted Fu Chainan as soon as he came up, and what he saluted was the military fist-clasping salute. Is this the soldier who followed Ningyuan Ho into battle? Fu Chainan suddenly felt solemn and saluted in return. But General Fu is here in person? My surname is Liao, and I am currently the steward of Ningyuan Marquis' mansion. Fu Chainan replied, Yes. Thank you for your help, Manager Liao. Manager Liao opened the shop door and invited Fu Chainan and Qiuyue Rui to go in and take a look. This shop is not big. It's 2 meters deep and only 1 meter wide, and there's no yard at the back. Business was not good before, and there was no income. Our prince's wife is not in good health, so we just closed the shop. The wife of the prince said that if General Fu wants to use it, this shop will be sold to you at a low price of 1,000 taels of silver. What do you think, General Fu? Fu Chainan smiled awkwardly, but I don't have that much money. No matter how small the shop is, it will not be cheap in Anxiang Street, the favorite place for women in Beijing. I only have a few hundred taels of silver in total. How can I afford to buy a shop? Manager Liao often travels outside, so naturally he heard about Fu Chainan's heroic deeds yesterday. He glanced outside the shop warily and saw Fu Chainan's personal guards guarding the door, so he explained quietly. The crown prince's wife said that the marshal and the general love their soldiers as if they were their lives, and all the little wealth they have at home is used to subsidize the soldiers in the army. She knows this. If you can't pay the money right away, you can pay it back in half a year. If you can't pay it back after half a year, we can just take back the shop. It's empty anyway. Fu Chainan felt his heart burning and his blood was burning. Even though His Majesty the Emperor is wary and distrustful in every way, the people are not stupid and they can see it. The Fu family was willing to spend all their money on the imperial army because they wanted the country to prosper and prosper. They can see it, and they remember the good things about the Fu family. The dedication and hard work of the Fu family are meaningful. He said without pretense, Then thank the crown prince's wife for me. I will give you the money to buy a shop in half a year. Manager Liao smiled and nodded. Then go with me to sign the transfer document. Fu Chainin refused. Not for now. Wait until I give you the money. Then consider it as my rent for now? It's all up to General Fu. Manager Liao said, and took out another lease contract. The sales document may not be signed for the time being, but the lease agreement must be signed. This can prove that the two companies have an innocent relationship of just tenants and landlords. Otherwise, if the Fu family is disliked and punished by the emperor, the Ningyuan Marquis mansion will also be dragged into the water. It's not that he's heartless, but the Ningyuan Marquisate, which is already in a precarious situation, can no longer withstand such a storm. Fu Chainin smiled. Manager Liao is very thoughtful. Manager Liao waved his hand modestly. Ever since our marquis became disabled and the crown prince died on the battlefield, I am now in charge of all the external affairs of the mansion. It is reasonable for me to be more considerate. The lease contract was signed. Qiuyue and Rui's eyes sparkled. General, what should we do next? Fu Chainin glanced at the dusty shop and said, clean up the clutter inside, tidy up, and then make some display cabinets and prepare for the opening. Rui took the initiative to take on the responsibility. Shall I bring my sisters to help clean up? Okay, I'll leave this shop to you and Qiuyue. Fu Chainin left 2 personal guards with Qiuyue and Rui and took the rest of the personal guards home. Draw a design sketch of the store. After entering his own courtyard, Fu Chainin told the housekeeper with a serious face, I need to think about the next arrangements quietly, and no one is allowed to come in and disturb me. Yes. Fu Chainin locked himself in the study and drew a few sketches, but he always felt something was wrong, so he went to the space-time supermarket again. Miss Xiao will definitely find a way. Xiaoingchun was not surprised at all when she saw Fu Chainin again. Why are you here at this time? Is there any new progress? Fu Chainin handed over his drawing with some frustration. I rented a shop today and wanted to find a carpenter to do it, but no matter how I draw it, it doesn't taste the same. Xiao Yingchun looked at the crooked picture and fell silent. Fu Chainin observed Xiao Yingchun's reaction carefully. Seeing that she didn't speak, he felt even more worried. What's wrong? You don't understand it either? Xiao Yingchun took a deep breath, then took out an empty cigarette box, opened it, and picked up a pencil. It's okay. Tell me first. How big is your shop? Fu Chainin, 1 zhang wide and 3 zhang deep. 1 zhang is 3 meters, and 3 zhang is 9 meters. In other words, this shop is less than 30 square meters. Xiao Yingchun took a ruler and drew a 30 by 90 frame. This is your shop. Suppose you are looking at your shop from the sky. There is no roof on the shop. It looks like this. While explaining, Xiao Yingchun discussed with Fu Chainin how to arrange the layout. In order to give him a more intuitive understanding, she also searched for many drugstore decoration renderings on the internet. Fu Chainin picked one of them and said, just follow this one. This is the style closest to ancient shops. Xiao Yingchun began to draw a plan for Fu Chainin based on the style of the shop. After the picture was finished and Xiao Yingchun finished explaining, she looked at Fu Chainin seriously. Do you understand? Fu Chainin nodded. I understand. In fact, Xiao Yingchun's explanation was very simple and easy to understand, and he didn't find it difficult to listen to it. Xiao Yingchun nodded and handed him the picture. Here, you can use it now. Fu Chainin still had a new problem to solve. What do you think the shop sign is called? Xiao Yingchun asked back. What do you want to be called? Fu Chainin thought for a moment and said, Fu's Rouge and Powder Shop? Xiao Yingchun also thought about it and said, what do you want to tell everyone mainly about your original intention of opening this shop? I said what you wanted to tell everyone, not necessarily what you really think in your heart. Fu Chainin thought for a moment and said, I want His Majesty to be assured of my Fu family and not always think that the Fu family has ulterior motives. Xiao Yingchun understood. Then as a hostage, you should behave like a person who is greedy for pleasure, not enterprising and afraid of death. You should also weaken the existence of the Fu family. Fu Chainin, how can we reflect this in the name of the store? Why not just call it Tao Tao Ji? Fu Chainin thought for a moment and asked, is it Tao Tao from Lu Tao Tao? Yes. Xiao Yingchun nodded. Okay, then let's call it Tao Tao Ji. Fu Chainin stood up to leave, but his stomach suddenly started to growl. In the quiet store, the voice was particularly clear. Xiao Yingchun looked at the time and said, oh, it's already noon. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to bring it over. Fu Chainin smiled obediently and beautifully. I'll eat whatever Miss Xiao says. Xiao Yingchun, then let's eat dumplings. 2 servings of cabbage and pork filling. 2 servings of corn pork filling. 1 serving of sauerkraut oil residue stuffing. Beef and green onion filling. Forget it. The green onion seemed to be fermented. Xiao Yingchun's conscience suddenly returned. His wound has not healed yet. After ordering 5 servings of dumplings in one go, Xiao Yingchun put down her phone and said, "Okay, we can eat later." Fu Chang'an was envious. "Just tap on the phone and you can get something to eat. It's so happy." Xiao Yingchun thought about the environment and conditions in ancient times and could not hide her pride. That's right. Times are different. Chapter 61. The aristocratic family seeing the laugh. There were 5 servings of dumplings. Xiao Yingchun ate 1 and Fu Chang'an ate 4. After eating the dumplings, Fu Chang'an left in a hurry. He was going to decorate the shop. However, Xiao Yingchun discussed with the merchant in the porcelain box order she had placed previously. Can 3 words be printed on each porcelain box? Tao Tao Ji. Things that can be solved by technology just require extra money, and the merchant readily agreed. In the afternoon, Wang Li from Tour Travel Agency sent a message asking Xiao Yingchun to prepare the documents so that she could come and help with the formalities. Xiao Yingchun took a deep breath when looking at the long receipt. Passport, ID card, household register, proof of assets, bank statement. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yingchun directly asked, "Can you accompany me to do this? After all the formalities are completed, I will give you an extra 2,000 yuan as hard work fee." Wang Li agreed without much hesitation. This is originally the business of the travel agency. She can earn an extra 2,000 yuan just by accompanying the traveler on 2 or 3 trips. Why not do it? They made an appointment to take Xiao Yingchun to apply for a passport the next morning. Wang Li was particularly patient and asked her to prepare various things first. She took all kinds of precautions and explained them to her without getting tired of it. Xiao Yingchun agreed to all of them and felt at ease. This was the first time she felt that money makes things easier. The next morning, Wang Li came just after Xiao Yingchun finished breakfast. With Wang Li, an old hand, leading the way, Xiao Yingchun basically didn't have to use her brain. She just filled out forms when she was asked to and took photos when she was asked to. When the bank checked the bank statements, the bank employees and Wang Li were shocked. Although the deposit was only over 1 million, the cash flow was tens of millions, which was too scary. Are young girls so rich nowadays? The bank manager came out and asked Xiao Yingchun in various ways whether he could make a large fixed deposit in their bank. Xiao Yingchun smiled but said nothing. "If I need anything, I will contact you." Fortunately, she had deposited most of the money in another bank card, which only had more than 1 million yuan in it. Otherwise, wouldn't they be even more shocked by the tens of millions of deposits? The bank manager handed over his business card and asked Xiao Yingchun to call him or add him on WeChat if he needed anything. Wang Li was also shocked. This little girl who looked not much different from herself had a bank flow of over tens of millions and a deposit of over 1 million. No wonder people were willing to spend 2,000 yuan to ask me to accompany them to handle the procedures. After running all morning, Wang Li had a plan in mind. "I'll run again in a few days and it will be almost done." When we got back to the store, it was almost noon. There was no note left at the counter and Fu Chang'an had never been there. So Xiao Yingchun was more prepared and simply took out a bag of frozen dumplings from the freezer and cooked half of them. What is Fu Chang'an busy with? He was busy with the renovations and also had to deal with all the people who wanted to watch the fun. Fu Chang'an, who was born a butcher, wanted to open a cosmetic shop and even went to the emperor to ask for money. The news spread all over the capital. So Fu Chang'an spent half a day gesturing with the carpenter about how to run the shop, and then he dealt with 5 groups of onlookers. All the major families were laughing at the joke. Fu Chang'an didn't even have a wife or concubines. So did he know what the cosmetics and perfumes used by women looked like? I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it was right in front of you. Some of those who came to watch the fun did not even conceal their contempt. Fu Chang'an did not argue and seemed oblivious to the contempt and ridicule. He just laughed and said, "The shop will open in a few days, and I hope everyone will come and support it." Of course you have to come to support it. If you don't come, won't you be able to get the first-hand information? Ruri and Xiaoyue took things lightly at first, but now seeing these people's teasing and ridicule, they couldn't help but feel aggrieved and even angry. General Fu's stuff is so good. It will definitely sell well. General Fu worked so hard for this small shop, but these people came to watch and laugh at him. One day I will slap you guys in the face. The 2 beautiful maids became angrier and angrier as they thought about it, and finally they gritted their teeth and swore secretly. They must build this shop well, so that these short-sighted people can have a look and see if General Fu can do it. 3 days later, all the items Xiao Yingchun ordered were delivered. Xiao Yingchun had everyone delivered to the rented warehouse, and then she drove over, put the items in the space warehouse, and brought them back. When Fu Chang'an saw the 4 large boxes, he was stunned for a moment. Xiao Yingchun introduced them one by one with a smile. "This one evens out skin tone and covers spots. Apply it in the morning and wash it off at night." Foundation cream. This is lip balm, which can also be used as rouge. Lipstick. This is an eyebrow pencil for drawing eyebrows. This is for skincare. After washing your face at night, apply this moisturizer on your face to nourish your skin. Oh, this is for washing your face. You can also use it to wash your body. It can wash very cleanly. Facial soap. Except for the foundation cream, which is a little expensive, the rest of the purchase prices are not expensive. In addition to the core product, packaging is also very important. Porcelain boxes of all sizes, in pink, bright purple, light green, dark green. The macaron color combined with the three round words, Tao Tao Ji, opened Fu Chenan's eyes. This box must be expensive, right? Xiaoying Chun smiled and said, not bad. Because it is specially customized, it is slightly more expensive. The wholesale price starts at 5 yuan for a porcelain box, and the larger ones are 1 yuan more expensive. She used gold ingots to convert 10 taels of gold into 1,000 porcelain boxes for Fu Chenan. 10 taels of gold ingots are 800,000 yuan, and a box costs 800 yuan. In Fu Chenan's opinion, 10 taels of gold is equal to 100 taels of silver. Such exquisite porcelain boxes are worth 10 pieces of silver, and one porcelain box costs 100 coins. Not expensive at all. The purchase price of eyebrow pencil is 5 yuan. The cost of 1,000 pieces is 5,000 yuan, and the price is 10 taels of gold ingot each. The purchase price of lipstick is 25 yuan. The cost of 1,000 lipsticks is 25,000 yuan, and 3 gold ingots of 10 taels are collected. The purchase price of foundation cream is 20 yuan. The cost of 1,000 tubes is 20,000 yuan, and 3 gold ingots of 10 taels are collected. The purchase price of a 500 milliliters jar of moisturizer is 30 yuan, and 100 jars are 3,000 yuan. It can be divided into 1,050 milliliters porcelain boxes, and the price is 10 taels of gold ingots per box. A win-win deal was thus happily reached. In order to let Fu Chenan know more clearly how to use porcelain boxes to repackage lipstick, moisturizer, and foundation cream, Xiaoning Chun also demonstrated on the spot. This lip balm can be melted. Pour it in after it's melted. Be careful with the heat. You can't heat moisturizer or foundation, and you have to be careful not to get it all over the place. Xiaoning Chun pushed a row of porcelain boxes in front of Fu Chenan and said, take a look. Can you take these back? Fu Chenan's eyes widened. Why not? That's great. Those strangely packaged lip balms, foundation creams, and moisturizers were filled to 70% and then covered with lids, instantly making them look high-end and in line with the characteristics of that era. It truly achieves the goal of not letting people see any flaws, and at the same time making people feel that it is a good thing at first glance. Fu Chenan was convinced again. Chapter 62, Western Merchants. Fu Chenan took the packed porcelain boxes away and brought them back to show Rui and Shoyue first. A row of porcelain boxes were lined up in a row, and their lids were opened one by one and placed on top. The two beautiful maids were amazed after seeing them. The ones I brought back last time didn't seem to have so many colors, nor were they so exquisite. Why are they so exquisite this time? Fu Chenan smiled and said, I have already made an agreement with the merchant. He is willing to help me customize the porcelain boxes for packaging. From now on, our Tao Tao Ji cosmetics will be packaged in this unique porcelain box. Ruri and Shoyue were stunned. Who said General Fu can't do business? Look at this exquisite porcelain box. Look at the conspicuous words, Tao Tao Ji. Look at this colorful lip balm. Either one can make a woman unable to move her legs or let go of her hands. If they were just brave enough before, Ruri and Shoyue now have real confidence. They are all women, and the ones used by the ladies in the palace before were not as exquisite as these. Who can resist this attraction? The two beautiful maids looked at each other and bowed solemnly. With such a good thing, we two sisters must do a good job in making Tao Tao Ji's business. Fu Chenan waved his hand and said, you two take these things back and try them out a lot to see which color of lip balm and foundation looks better on which person. Xiaoing Chun once said that everyone should use different colors of lip balm and foundation because of their different clothing, skin color, and even facial features. Fu Chenan wanted to learn it, but Xiaoing Chun said, it's impossible to explain it to you. Just give it to the beauties at home, and they will understand. Sure enough, the two beautiful maids took these things away, both with smiles on their faces. Such a good thing. They can be the first to use it, the first to try it. If this skill is mastered, won't the ladies of wealthy families and noble girls ask for advice in order to look good and save face? A day later, the personal guards reported. Qian Leaguai had been found and settled in a courtyard outside the capital. Fu Chenan made up his mind, let's go find him. In the shabby courtyard, Qian Leaguai, who was wearing a brown short-sleeved shirt and had a wrinkled face, smiled flatteringly. General Fu, I am late. Please forgive me. Fu Chenan waved his hand. You're welcome. I asked someone to find you because of something? Qian Leaguai bowed deeply again and said, "It is my blessing that the general can use me. As long as I can do it, I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation." Fu Chainan smiled and glanced at Qian Leaguai. "It doesn't have to be that serious. Is your family okay?" When talking about this, Qian Leaguai bowed again. "I would also like to thank General Fu for saving our family of 5. Otherwise, we would have been dead by now." Qian Leaguai and his family of 5 formed a theater troupe and performed magic tricks to barely make a living. Who knew that a few years ago he encountered bandits who took a fancy to Qian Leaguai's daughter-in-law and wanted to kidnap her to be his concubine? The Qian family naturally disagreed, and the two sides fought fiercely. Qian Leaguai and his family were all injured and were about to be defeated and beaten to death on the spot. Fu Chainan, who was hunting, was like a god descending from heaven and saved their family. Fu Chainan also gave a wild sheep he hunted to the family as medical expenses for their injuries. Qian Leaguai said at that time that he would repay Fu Chainan with a gift of grass and a ring. Later, Qian Leaguai asked his son to send a cart of mountain products, saying that his son had now become a hunter and settled down in the mountains, and no longer traveled around the country performing for a living. This time, Fu Chainan specially asked someone to find Qian Leaguai. Qian Leaguai thought that he was going to work hard to repay the favor, so he arranged all the family affairs and came to the capital alone. Fu Chainan first took out a set of exquisite porcelain boxes and opened them one by one to show Qian Leaguai. Qian Leaguai was a little stunned. He could probably guess what kind of precious thing this was, but why was he showing it to him? Fu Chainan did not keep anyone in suspense and told Qian Leaguai that he was going to open a store. Qian Leaguai was a smart guy and understood immediately. "You want me to play the role of a Western merchant and supply goods to your shop?" Fu Chainan nodded. "Yes. But I don't look like a Western businessman at all." Qian Leaguai pointed to his wrinkled face. Fu Chainan smiled. The mountain man has his own clever plan. An hour later, Qian Leaguai was dumbfounded when he looked at his red hair and blue eyes in the bronze mirror. "This method is too clever." Fu Chainan explained. "Once you dye your hair red, you can't turn it back to black. You can take off your contact lenses at any time. You also need to adjust your posture." When Qian Leaguai was in a theater troupe, he often put on makeup and was very familiar with this kind of thing. Although contact lenses are rare, they are not difficult to use, and he quickly adapted to them. Two people were talking. One was talking while the other was listening. The one talking was serious, and the one listening was even more serious. After Fu Chainan finished his explanation, he handed over a set of white Western businessman's robe, and Qian Leaguai put it on immediately. When he turned around and saluted Fu Chainan's eyes flashed with surprise. "It feels like that." After the two of them had discussed it, Fu Chainan left. The personal guards also took Qian Leaguai with them to make other arrangements. Half a month later, the decoration of Tao Tao Ji was basically completed. The unique decoration stunned everyone. It would be fine if the counter was just a natural wood color, but why is the top open? If there are 3 hands coming to steal, how can we prevent it? Although Rui and Chiyue don't understand, they believe in General Fu. They have secretly used up all the cosmetics. The cosmetics were so easy to use that they began to trust General Fu, who got them. The dock on the Yudai River was filled with merchant ships as usual, and laborers were busy moving the goods. There was a sudden commotion on one of the boats. Everyone heard the noise and looked over. They were all stunned. I saw a thin old man with a big nose, red hair and blue eyes getting off the boat. Because the appearance was so unique, everyone was stunned. Someone whispered to his companion, "Is this the ghost messenger from the underworld?" They had only seen clay sculptures of underworld messengers with red hair and big noses and temples. The other one hesitated. "I haven't heard that the ghost messenger has blue eyes." A man who looked like a manager took a serious look and sneered, "What ghost messenger? It's broad daylight, the sun is up there. How can a ghost messenger come out? Besides, look at that shadow. Have you ever seen a ghost messenger with a shadow? What is that?" Everyone looked at the manager. The steward was the focus of everyone's attention, and his vanity was instantly greatly satisfied. He stroked his beard with a proud look on his face. "Those are Western merchants. They come here from overseas by ship to buy and sell goods. Their appearance is similar to that of the ghost messenger. Some have red hair, some have yellow hair, and some have white hair. There are fewer people with black hair. And the eyes. There are gray eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, and few black eyes." Everyone suddenly realized. It turned out to be a Western businessman from overseas? Chapter 63. Rare Colored Glass and Diorama. As soon as the Western merchants got off the ship, they saw a group of young men in brown short clothes rushing over and blocking a path from the dock. It was Fu Chenan's personal guard. The captain of the guard stepped forward and bowed. Boss Shisi, our general has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come this way. The Western businessman called Boss Sis nodded reservedly to the captain of the guards. Then please deliver these boxes to General Fu. These are the goods General Fu wants. Thank you, Boss Sis. The captain of the guards agreed and waved his hand. Several guards came up from behind and carefully carried down the large wooden boxes and put them on the mule cart next to them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a group of people escorted the mule cart towards the marshal's mansion and Anxiang Street respectively. Such a strange Western merchant must be selling strange things as well, right? Curious people followed one after another, wanting to see what was inside the box after it was opened. Soon, the mule cart stopped in front of a new shop on Anxiang Street. The signboard of Taotao's Cosmetics Shop, hanging on the door, was particularly eye-catching. The sign at the door swayed in the wind, which made people even more curious. This Western businessman also sells cosmetics? The two boxes were carefully carried down by the guards. Boss Sis pointed to one of the boxes and said, "This is the colored glass you wanted. Do you think it's suitable?" Fu Chainan walked over to open the box, then lifted the thick cotton padding and carefully took out a piece of cut and polished tempered glass from inside. The completely transparent material and smoothness left everyone stunned. "This thing is so smooth?" Fu Chainan called his personal guards forward, and each of them lifted one side and carefully placed the tempered glass in the groove on the counter. "Fits perfectly." The counter, which had previously surprised people, was not covered, but now was covered with a thick layer of tempered glass, so that the things inside could be clearly seen, but people outside could not reach them. You can only look, you can't touch. So amazing. One of a kind. The onlookers have already started talking. "Oh my God. It's actually transparent. This is cleaner than Shueyu. I've never seen anything like it. This must be expensive, right?" "That's for sure." Fu Chainan looked at the curious expressions of the crowd and felt secretly happy in his heart. It is said that this glass is not expensive in Miss Xiao's world, and almost all businesses use this kind of counter. There is also a cigarette cabinet made of this kind of glass in Miss Xiao's store. The guard took out 4 more pieces of glass from the box, a total of 5 pieces of glass, and made 5 relatively independent and identical counters. Each counter was covered with glass on the top and silk was spread inside, and then the counter was ready. At this time, Fu Chainan asked someone to open another box. Neat rows of exquisite boxes are stacked layer upon layer. A box full of them. Fu Chainan took the boxes out carefully and placed them on the counter. Ruri and Xiaoyue had already started to busy themselves with the decoration with the 5 girls. The guards also began to clear the area. If you want to watch the fun, please watch from outside. It's too messy inside. It's hard to explain if anything gets broken or damaged. The aloof and cold personal guard was transformed into a waiter. Ruri and Xiaoyue put the things in order one by one, but did not take out the rest. Instead, they took out a stack of hexagonal rhombus-shaped sheets from the box. "What is this?" The people outside the door were at a distance and couldn't see clearly, so they were extremely curious. With a hint of pride, Xiaoyue placed one of the hexagonal diamond-shaped slices into a specially carved wooden frame, then carefully fastened it and placed it on the glass counter. Rui was surprised and walked over to pick it up and looked at it carefully. After taking a look, she was not the only one who exclaimed, "Oh, it's so clear." Even the onlookers outside exclaimed. What did they just see? The fairy-like beauty had her back to him, but her face actually appeared in the wooden frame. It's true. Every detail is visible. "Is this a mirror?" someone asked hesitantly. Another person immediately retorted, "How is it possible? Where can I find such a clear bronze mirror? If it's not a mirror, how can it be so clear? Is it possible that this is a Western peep show? It's a little different from our bronze mirrors." Someone thought divergently and thought of the unique origin of this Western merchant. Rui had already taken the mirror and walked in front of everyone, explaining coquettishly, "This is indeed a peep show. Any distinguished customer who comes to our shop to buy cosmetics can enjoy our dressing services." Oh my God, this shop is so magical. Not only is it decorated in a unique style, but even the cosmetics inside look particularly valuable. The box is so exquisite. I can't take my eyes off it just by looking at it. Someone couldn't help but ask loudly, "When will this shop open?" Fu Chainan looked like a handsome young man today. With a silly smile on his face, "Dear fellow villagers, our shop will open tomorrow. Please spread the word." "Isn't this thing cheap?" someone asked. Fu Chainan pointed at the Sith boss who was still sitting in the shop and said, "How can something that has traveled across the ocean be cheap? But we are fair to everyone here." If you want something, you need to do it within your means. I'll just say my stuff is quite expensive, so you can decide for yourself. After the shop was set up, Fu Chainan asked the captain of the personal guard to take the Sith boss Qian Laogue back to the marshal's mansion, while he himself took a large box of various things and went to the palace. At this time, the morning court in the palace should have been over, so it would not be rash for him to go there at this time. When the emperor heard that Fu Chainan came to ask for a meeting at this time, he was also very curious. Fu Chainan, who was born a butcher, wanted to open a cosmetics shop, which made him a laughingstock among people in the capital. Now, he wants to come to the palace to see me? Could it be that he failed to find out and wanted to extort money from him? Curious, His Majesty the Emperor simply stopped several ministers who were preparing to discuss matters. Mr. Fu is here, everyone. Let's hear what big thing he has to say. Fu Chainan came in with a big box in his arms. As soon as he entered the imperial study, he bowed deeply. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. His Majesty the Emperor asked him to stand up, but his eyes fell on the box in Fu Chainan's arms. What are you doing here? What are you holding? Fu Chainan handed the box to the father-in-law next to him. The father-in-law opened it carefully and saw that there were small wooden boxes inside. The wooden box was opened again, revealing porcelain boxes inside. The color of this porcelain box is very pretty, and there are all kinds of colorful things inside. The father-in-law was well informed and immediately asked, "Is this rouge?" Fu Chainan stepped forward and introduced them one by one. This is a variety of rouge in different colors. It can be used on the face and the mouth. This one is for face application, this one is for eyebrow drawing, and this one is for covering spots. This is for washing your face, hands, and bathing. After the introduction, he took out a stack of soft mirrors on the side and said, "This is a peep show. It's clearer than a bronze mirror." Chapter 64 General Fu is here to make a fool of himself. Your Majesty loves me so much that he has rewarded me with so many beauties and silver. I have no way to repay you. The cosmetics shop will open tomorrow. Today, I will present the best things in the shop to His Majesty and the ladies in the palace. His Majesty the Emperor's eyes widened as he looked at these strange things. Not to mention cosmetics, the soap and soft mirror were something I had never seen or heard of before. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the light blue translucent soap and the soft mirror that showed every detail with amazement. Fu Chainan took out a wooden frame from the box, put the soft mirror into the exquisite wooden frame in front of His Majesty, and fastened it. That way you don't have to worry about it falling out and getting damaged. The serving eunuch handed a palm-sized mirror to the Emperor. The Emperor looked at himself in the mirror and found that the person in the mirror was quite majestic. The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought Fu Chainan was here to make a fool of himself. Who knew that His Majesty would actually be attracted to those things? Look at the time I spend looking in the mirror. Half an incense stick has passed, and I'm still looking. One of the ministers had an itchy throat and couldn't help coughing. His Majesty the Emperor came back to his senses, reluctantly put the mirror down, and smiled awkwardly. It's quite special. As he spoke, he looked at Fu Chainan again. Where did you get this thing from? Fu Chainan told the story he had made up earlier about rescuing a Western merchant from bandits. He never came to the capital before. He always did business in the south. The first time he came to Daliang, he was robbed by bandits. After I saved him by chance, he never came again. This is his first time to set foot in the capital. Anyway, the gang of bandits who robbed Qian Laogue committed many evil things and were hacked to death by Fu Qian's security department. There is no evidence to prove their wrongdoing, so who can tell? His Majesty the Emperor did not have too many doubts. Now each country is independent of itself, and the southern coastal area is the territory of the Kingdom of Manhwa. Those Western merchants probably opened up the passage from Manhwa to Daliang. She ordered her eunuch to deliver the cosmetics and mirrors to each palace, and only kept a bar of soap and a mirror for herself. Seeing that the ministers were all curious, His Majesty the Emperor simply passed the mirror to the ministers in turn. The ministers were also shocked to see the mirror that could reflect a person in every detail. After living for decades, they saw their own faces so clearly for the first time. It turns out that I already have so many spots and wrinkles on my face. The ministers were both surprised and melancholy. His Majesty the Emperor didn't notice anything when he looked at himself in the mirror just now, but now when he saw his ministers grinning at themselves in the mirror, he couldn't help but look strange. Was I like this just now? Fortunately, Fu Chainan was about to say goodbye and leave after delivering the things. Anyway, he didn't have anything important to do in the court, and it would not be good to stay and delay the Emperor and ministers' discussions. The Emperor took the opportunity to ask him to leave. The meeting lasted until noon, and the matter was not yet concluded. His Majesty the Emperor invited the ministers to have a simple meal, and the ministers were flattered. The eunuch brought a wash basin and soap for the emperor to wash his hands. The dragon claws stained with ink usually need to be scrubbed hard to be clean, but after using this soap today, a magical scene appeared. But after a slight rubbing, the ink was washed off, and the dragon claws became white and tender again. The maid who was in charge of washing His Majesty's hands was slightly surprised. "Your Majesty, this soap is really useful. It washes clean right away." The emperor, who had been sitting there pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at his white and tender hands. He was also extremely surprised. "It really is? This Western product is quite good." For the first time, His Majesty the Emperor seriously thought about Fu Chainan opening a cosmetics shop. Did he open a cosmetics shop just to make money and live a good life? Or for something else? But his shop has just been opened, so we'll have to wait and see. In the afternoon, after the ministers finished their meeting, they went home and immediately called the mistress of the house. "The butcher's cosmetics shop will open tomorrow. Bring your women to show your support." The mistresses all expressed disdain and knew what was going on. "Master, don't worry. We will definitely send someone. Buy one or two and take a look at what the butcher is doing." The ministers were still worried and repeatedly reminded him, "It doesn't matter what else, but you must buy that mirror." The mistress of the house didn't understand. There are so many bronze mirrors at home. Why buy a mirror? But she still agreed. "I know." Master/Marquis. When Fu Chainan returned home, Chuyue also came back and reported the situation. The wife of the Ningyuan Marquis's son refused to accept it, saying that she has been a widow for many years and has no use for these things. It turned out that Fu Chainan asked Chuyue to send a box of various cosmetics and ointments to the wife of the crown prince of Ningyuan Marquis's mansion, but the wife refused. Fu Chainan understood it after thinking about it. A widowed woman would inevitably be criticized if she put on makeup, and she chose to be low-key and tolerant, so she should also be respected. So Fu Chainan asked Chuyue to send a few boxes of moisturizer and 2 soft mirrors separately. "I think she can accept this. Send it to her." Chuyue did not leave immediately, but respectfully asked, "General, although we haven't opened yet, many people have inquired about it. I don't think the things we have in the shop will be enough to sell tomorrow. Do we need to move some of the things stored in the mansion over here in advance?" Fu Chainan waved his hand. "No need. We'll talk about it after we sell them out tomorrow." Chuyue had no choice but to shut up and go deliver something to the wife of the crown prince at the Ningwen Marquis mansion. After Chuyue left, Fu Chainan instructed his guards, "Don't let anyone enter my yard." Just as he was about to close the door, a woman's voice was heard outside. Bailu, who likes to cook, brought food. Fu Chainan wanted to ask his guards to reject her, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and said, "Bring the food in." Bailu had lost hope at first, but when she heard someone ask her to deliver the food, she immediately perked up. A large food box was brought in, and before Bailu put the food out, Fu Chainan waved his hand and asked her to leave. "Put down the food and go first. You can come back to collect the dishes when dinner is ready." Bailu had no choice but to leave. Fu Chainan picked up the lunchbox and went to the space-time supermarket again, always eating Miss Xiao's food, and also giving some food to Miss Xiao to try. I don't know when it started, but Fu Chainan always wanted to go see Miss Xiao. Sometimes there is something going on, and sometimes there is nothing going on, but I still want to go and take a look. As long as he saw her and said a few words to her, his heart would be at peace. In the supermarket, Xiao Yingchun had just sent Dai Hengxin away. Dai Hengxin said that he hadn't seen Xiao Yingchun for several days, so he came over specifically to ask Xiao Yingchun if she had any good things. Xiao Yingchun took the opportunity to take out the gold ingot that she had promised to sell to Dai Hengxin. Chapter 65, Tao Tao Ji opens. Dai Hengxin was a little embarrassed. "I'm not here to ask this. I just want to ask, when can we organize a batch of collections for auction next time?" In fact, he didn't come here to ask this. He didn't have any purpose at all, and just wanted to invite Xiao Yingchun to dinner. However, Xiao Yingchun's determination to draw a clear line between themselves and him made Dai Hengxin dare not even try to invite her. He had to talk about business. Xiao Yingchun looked at Dai Hengxin and smiled. "I'm not a professional manufacturer of this. How can I just say I have it? This is the only one I have. Do you want it?" When Dai Hengxin thought about it, he laughed. "That's right. It was rare for ordinary people to have 1 or 2 of them, but Xiao Yingchun took out so many, which was unprecedented. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yingchun took out too many things at once, which gave him an illusion. Xiao Yingchun must have more good things, but just hadn't taken them out yet. Who would have thought that Xiao Yingchun would say, 'It's gone. There's only this gold ingot left?' Yes. Dai Hengxin finally took the gold ingot, and without checking it, he directly transferred 800,000 to Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun smiled and said, "Thank you, Boss Dai." Dai Hengxin always felt that there was something hidden behind Xiao Yingchun's smile, as if she was getting farther and farther away from him. But he couldn't say anything specific. In the end, Dai Hengxin had to leave with melancholy. Xiao Yingchun had just seen Dai Hengxin off when she heard a reminder tone from the back door. Fu Chainan is here. Fu Chainan was carrying the lunchbox, his face flushed from the heat. Xiao Yingchun found it funny and handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Drink some water first to cool down." Fu Chainan took the water, but looked towards the freezer. Xiao Yingchun understood immediately. "No. You have just recovered from a serious illness, and you are sweating all over. It is easy to get sick if you eat something cold right away." For the Supreme VIP, Xiao Yingchun's top priority is to protect his safety and health. Only if he is doing well, the business can last long and prosper. "Okay." Fu Chainan agreed obediently, drank the room-temperature mineral water, and invited Xiao Yingchun to come for dinner. "This was made by the cook in my house. I brought it here specially for you to try and see how it tastes," Fu Chainan said as he opened the food box and took out the food one by one. Fu Chainan has a big appetite, so Bai Lu made a lot of food. A big bowl of dry noodles, a big bowl of dumplings, 2 cold dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, a big bowl of steamed chicken, and a plate of dim sum. Seeing this, Xiao Yingchun hurriedly took bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and chatted with Fu Chainan while eating. The cold vegetables taste very refreshing, with a light sour and spicy taste and the fragrance of sesame oil, which is very appetizing. The garlic pork is cut very thinly and tastes really good when dipped in garlic sauce. There is also steamed chicken, which has a lot of ingredients stuffed inside. The aroma hits your nose as soon as you open it. Delicious. Xiao Yingchun praised the meal highly. There were no chemical fertilizers or feed in that era, so the ingredients had a strong original flavor. Plus, Bai Lu's cooking skills were excellent, so the ingredients tasted much better than many takeouts out there. Fu Chenan's eyes were full of smiles. "If you like, I will often bring food to you in the future." "Okay." Xiao Yingchun agreed without any hesitation. "Didn't you say the store will open tomorrow? How come you still have time to come over today?" Xiao Yingchun asked, looking at his slightly red cheeks. Fu Chainan threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can and sat back at the table. "I just came back from the palace." After explaining what happened in the morning, Fu Chainan said, "I'm afraid we need to buy more goods. I guess the goods we bought before will only be enough for a few days." Xiao Yingchun nodded. "I have already made a reservation. The cosmetics companies that place the orders are also large manufacturers, so this amount is not difficult for them." Fu Chainan came almost every day and told Xiao Yingchun about his arrangements and plans. After listening to Xiao Yingchun's suggestions, he would make adjustments based on the characteristics of that era. Fu Chainan thought for a moment and said, "Miss Xiao, there may be more orders in the future. Do you need to set up a workshop of your own?" Xiao Yingchun shook her head without even thinking. "No need. If we want to set up a workshop here, we need a lot of procedures, approval documents. It would be very inconvenient to open up all the links and require a lot of workers. It would also easily attract the attention of the officials. By the time the products are produced, where will they be sold? Once someone investigates, who can explain it clearly?" Xiao Yingchun couldn't tell others. "Sold it to another time and space? It is enough for us to make huge profits from reselling and let others earn the hard-earned money from production management." Fu Chainan didn't hesitate. He was not familiar with Xiao Yingchun's time and space, so he couldn't give her more suggestions. He just told her what he thought. After the meal, Xiao Yingchun tasted a little of everything and felt full, and the rest went into Fu Chenan's stomach. Fu Chainan was satisfied, and his stomach was full. He said goodbye to Xiao Yingchun happily, agreed to come back to deliver food at noon the next day, and left with the food box. The next morning, Tao Tao Ji opened for business. Firecrackers were lit. After the loud bang, Ruri and Qiuyue were seen standing at the door of the shop with 4 beautiful maids to welcome guests. Standing at the door were 4 generals' personal guards from the marshal's office. A young lady entered first with her maid, followed by 2 ladies and their maids. After 5 guests entered, the guard stepped forward and blocked the door with a red rope. Hey, 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 why aren't we allowed in?" Someone from the crowd who were stopped shouted. Rui smiled and reminded the crowd at the door, "It's full inside. In order to give you a better experience, please wait a moment." Xiaohe stood at the door and handed out number tags to the maids in line from each family, then motioned them to sit on the stools at the door and line up. Those in line were also given a bowl of mung bean smoothie. This bowl of mung bean smoothie costs 20 cents. This is so generous. With a bowl of mung bean smoothie in hand, it feels cool in the hand and sweet in the mouth. It doesn't matter if you have to wait in line. The ladies who entered felt very satisfied when they looked at the counter and the beautiful maids in front of them, serving them individually. The glass tabletop was so transparent that they were astonished. The various macaron-colored porcelain boxes in the cabinet were so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes off them. And when the maidservants took out boxes of things with gentle voices and deft movements, explaining things to the ladies while putting on makeup in front of the mirror, they completely lost themselves. After an incense stick of time, the most anxious young lady and her maid beside her walked out of Tao Tao Ji contentedly, holding 2 boxes. Those who were in the queue later and were familiar with the situation immediately came forward to ask about the situation. The young lady got into her own carriage with a box in her hands, looking proud and complacent, leaving only her maid Chunhong there to explain carefully, "Show off? This box contains 4 colors of rouge, a skin cream, a face cream to cover spots, a soap for washing hands and face, a mirror and 2 eyebrow pencils. Just these things cost 30 taels of silver. If you buy them separately, the price will be even higher." My young lady bought 2 boxes. This one with a softer color is for her own use, and this one with a more subdued color is for her to give to my wife. Chapter 66. Sales of 9,000 taels a day. As Chunhong explained everything one by one, the maids and old women who had just lined up were staring with their eyes wide open. Just these few things, 30 taels of silver? Although it is not the most expensive thing they have ever bought, it is still quite expensive. "Good Chunhong, can you take this thing to let my master have a look?" The maid begged Chunhong, who was holding the box. The makeup trying on time for the ladies inside is too long. It takes half a cup of tea for one person to go in. How long will it take for me to wait in line until it's my turn? The master can't wait that long. The maid Chunhong became cautious when she heard this. "I need to ask my master and get his consent first." Fortunately, the young lady was willing to make friends with the ladies of other families, so she agreed immediately. So Chunhong held the box again and explained the same thing to the ladies in each carriage. When the ladies from various families saw the boxes of exquisite rouge with their own eyes, they were all very excited. Seeing that there were too many people, they didn't bother to try it out anymore, and asked their maids and old women to find familiar people and ask them to help buy it together. So the ladies who came out later bought more than 1 or 2 boxes, and some even bought more than 10 boxes. This is when the guards at the door come in handy. They helped carry the pile of boxes to the carriage. When the line was only about the 15th person, Ruri came out apologetically and told everyone, "I'm sorry, we're sold out." As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so maids and old women queuing behind became anxious. "There are only so many people here. How come it's sold out?" "That's right. We've been waiting in line for almost half an hour." Rui hurriedly explained, "We are transferring goods from the marshal's mansion to this side. Please wait for a cup of tea." It turns out that the marshal's office still has stock. Everyone knows where the marshal's mansion is. It's not far away and we'll be there in a moment. Rui was also particularly thoughtful and prepared cooled mung bean soup for the maids and servants in line. "I had mung bean smoothie before, but I'm afraid drinking more will upset my stomach. So this bowl is not cold. Please forgive me." The maids and nurses in line were holding the sweet green bean paste in their hands, and they could no longer utter any harsh words. "It doesn't matter. It's mainly because we bought too much in the front." "That's right. Every time someone goes in, they buy 20 or 30 boxes. If they buy like that, no matter how much we stock up, it won't be enough. We are all waiting. The shopkeeper just needs to have someone deliver it." Rui asked Chunhua to give an extra portion of mung bean paste and asked the maids to give it to the master waiting in the carriage and explain the reason. After calming down the customers in line, Chuyue asked the daughters and wives who had tried on the makeup to confirm the quantity and pay the money first, and then wait aside for other customers to enter the store to try out the makeup. Soon, the marshal's office sent another large box. Chuyue asked Chunhua and Jixiang to deliver the goods according to the quantity to the ladies and daughters who had paid earlier, and then continue to sell the rest. Seeing that the second box was almost empty, Rui went out early this time to explain to the 5 remaining maids and nannies. "The goods in the shop are sold out. You can let the masters come in to try on the makeup first. After the trial, I guess the marshal's mansion will deliver the goods." With the delivery of the 3rd box of goods, the remaining ladies in the queue were finally satisfied. It was almost noon. With a sign hanging at the door saying, "Sold out today, please come early tomorrow," Tao Tao Ji's first day of opening was a complete success. Because Fu Chainan and Xiao Yingchun had consulted in advance and asked the 5 girls to practice dealing with various situations at home, they were able to handle the situation calmly and methodically that day. The 5 girls cleaned up, calculated sales, and counted the money in an orderly manner. After receiving the report from the personal guard, Fu Chainin finally came to the shop. It would be inappropriate for him, an unmarried man, to entertain guests in a shop full of ladies and young ladies. Therefore, on the opening day, he just lit a firecracker, said hello to everyone at the door and left. General, we sold 300 gift boxes in one day. Ruri and Xiaoyue, who were in charge of the accounts, were excited, and the other three beauties also had sparkling eyes. One large wooden box holds 100 copies, and 3 large wooden boxes hold 300 copies. One copy sells for 30 taels of silver, so 300 copies are 9,000 taels of silver. This is about getting rich quickly. Fu Chainin looked at the 3 boxes full of silver coins and silver ingots, his face solemn. Send 2 boxes of silver to the bank and exchange them for 10 taels of gold ingots. Use the remaining box of silver to buy the best furniture, furnishings, and food to send to the West guest house. Make sure to serve Mr. Shisi, who lives in the guest house, well. Yes. The guard stepped forward and carried 3 boxes of silver onto the carriage. After Fu Chainin returned home, he ran to find Qian Leaguai, who lived in the West guest house, and said, Boss Shisi, what are you going to do next? Qian Leaguai was flattered. General Fu, you are embarrassing me. There's no one here in private, so you can just call me Leaguai. Why are you still so polite? Fu Chainin looked at Qian Leaguai very seriously and said, From now on, you will be the boss of Shisi in front of others and behind others, so as not to be exposed if you are not careful. Yes, I'll remember it. Qian Leaguai agreed and really acted like the boss of Sith. For lunch, Fu Chainin asked Bai Lu to carefully cook the wild delicacies that his personal guards had bought temporarily. Small portions were sent to boss Shisi, while large portions were delivered to his own yard. After the food was delivered, Fu Chainin closed the courtyard door, asked his personal guards to guard the door, and went to the space-time supermarket to find Xiao Yingchun with the food box. Xiao Yingchun knew that Fu Chainin was coming to deliver lunch, so she deliberately ate breakfast a little later. Because Fu Chainan's habit is to have lunch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's dishes are roast rabbit and lamb in a basin with pie. Have another vegetable and a dessert. Xiao Yingchun looked at the bowl full of dry pancakes and her eyes widened. You eat so much in one meal? There are more than a dozen palm-sized and palm-thick dry pancakes. Even if 2 people eat it, this is still a lot. What's more, there was a roasted rabbit with its head and feet removed and a basin of mutton. Fu Chainin nodded. Yes, I can eat this much in one meal. You go first. How many do you want to eat? Xiao Yingchun picked one up silently. That's enough for me. Fu Chainin looked at Xiao Yingchun deeply and said, You really save food. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chainin silently. You are really a waste of food. She suddenly understood why Marshal Fu Zhonghai was a butcher in his early years but was penniless. Fu Chainin really had the ability to bankrupt an entire family. Fu Chainin demonstrated how to open the pancake from the edge into 2 pieces, put cucumber shreds and roasted rabbit meat in the middle, and it would become a rujiamo. I just recovered from my injury. The cook refused to let me eat spicy food. Otherwise, it would be more fragrant and delicious. After hearing this, Xiao Yingchun quietly went to the shelf, took out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, and opened it. The aroma of fermented black beans and chili peppers wafts quietly. Fu Chainin was silent, and suddenly felt that the rujiamo in his hand lacked soul. Xiao Yingchun took a spoon and smeared some Lao Gan Ma on the rujiamo in Fu Chainan's hand. Is it ready to eat? Chapter 67. Collective Contempt for Fu Chainin. Fu Chainin nodded and took a big gulp. So good, delicious. Although it's not spicy, it's really fragrant. Fu Chainin happily ate one. Xiao Yingchun's rujiamo had just been prepared. When she finished one rujiamo, Fu Chainin had already devoured 4 rujiamo in no time. Seeing the roasted rabbit and lamb in water basin quickly finished, she was once again impressed by Fu Dadu's gluttony. But to be honest, this rujiamo and cold dishes are really delicious. As for the snacks, they tasted just average. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, How about I give you some snacks next time, and you take them back to show that cook a taste? Some people are really amazing. After eating it, you will know how it is made. Her idea of buying snacks was too simple. If she could ask the cook to recreate them using natural ingredients from ancient times, wouldn't she have a treat in the future? Fu Chainin naturally had no objection. I'll listen to you. After the meal, Fu Chainin took the initiative to ask for an ice cola. Xiao Yingchun had no ability to refuse. I heard that Coke kills sperm. Should I remind Fu Chainin? However, after thinking about her relationship with Fu Chainin, Xiao Yingchun silently closed her mouth. It's better not to talk too much. While drinking Coke, Fu Chainin talked about what happened today. 300 sets sold in one day? You sell it for 30 taels of silver? Then you have earned more than 8,000 taels of silver this day? Xiao Yingchun's eyes widened, and she didn't know how to respond. You should know that Xiao gave him a wholesale price, only 3 taels of silver for a set, including the packaging box. But he sold it for 30 taels. Such huge profits make people jealous. But thinking about the fact that the set I wholesaled to him for 3 taels of silver cost less than 100 yuan, 300 sets cost less than 30,000 yuan, but they can be exchanged for 9 10 gold ingots, which can be sold for more than 7 million yuan. Fu Chenan's profit was 10 times. Our profit is 200 times. But we are even more evil-minded. Forget it. Everyone makes their own money. Xiao felt mentally balanced again. What are you going to do next? Xiao discussed Tao Tao Ji's business strategy with Fu Chenan in a serious manner. Tao Tao Ji sells 3 large boxes of cosmetics sets a day. One box of the set costs 30 taels. How much can the 3 large boxes sell for? If someone were to calculate, his eyes would bleed. I once thought it was a joke that Fu Chenan opened a cosmetics shop, but in the blink of an eye, I became the joke. The noble families and major businesses in Beijing were all stunned. Who is that Western businessman? The things that are wholesaled to Fu Chenan have never been seen anywhere else. How can such a unique business be left to the butcher alone? I heard that the Western merchant lives in the marshal's mansion. We can't just take people in and snatch him out? That's right. If I were Fu Chenan, I would definitely protect Boss Shisi to death, not letting anyone else see him. Go and have a few of you stand guard at the entrance of the marshal's mansion. Whenever he comes out, you must find out his whereabouts. There were more than 1 or 2 people who had the same plan. Many aristocratic families thought so. Just when everyone was eyeing Boss Sis covetously, Boss Sis suddenly went out reeking of alcohol. A dozen personal guards were protecting Boss Sis tightly, but Boss Sis thought they were in the way and used his old arms and legs to push the personal guards away. Why are you following me? I'm just going to listen to some music and have a drink. The guards neither fought back nor gave up. They just followed Boss Sis and made a lot of noise all the way into Zhuanglu. Boss Sais ordered the most expensive girls in Zhuanglu, and they gathered at a large table to play music and sing and drink wine with them, having a great time. However, the personal guards were left on the first floor of Zhuanglu. The guards had no choice but to protect the private room where Boss Sis was, front and back, top and bottom, to prevent him from any accidents. The managers of the major families and shop owners were all interested. As long as they could meet Boss Sis and talk to him face to face, who would want to kill him? So those who were interested also went to Zhuanglu. A night of dancing of fish and dragons. That night, word about Boss Sis's Western goods spread among the major families in the capital. It turned out that Boss Sise's goods were not cheap when wholesaled to Fu Chenan. A single rouge cost 3 taels, and a combination of 10 different products would cost 27 taels even with a discount. All in all, Fu Chenan could only earn 3 taels of silver for a set of suits. So although it seemed that 9,000 taels of silver were sold on the first day of opening, in fact, more than 8,000 taels of silver went into Boss Sis's pocket. Fu Chenan only earned a mere 900 taels. And that's not even counting the labor costs and shop rent. Besides, this store has just opened and no one has seen it yet, so they are willing to spend so much. In the future, everyone will have stock, so they will definitely not buy so much. At most, they will buy 1 or 2 bottles here and there. He only made a tiny profit from this unique business. All the business owners secretly sneered at him. Fu Chenan is holding a golden hen, but it won't lay eggs. He really is worthy of being called a butcher. We all despise Fu Chenan. After drinking too much, Boss Sis said, if others want to buy goods from him, he would be willing to do so. However, this needs to go through Fu Chenan, and Fu Chenan will get a commission. For each set of clothes, Fu Chenan will get 1 or 2 taels of silver. This is to repay Fu Chenan for saving my life. When everyone heard this, they were like, what is this? Okay. So they got up early the next day, and all the major families and merchants who had originally planned to make Fu Chenan's life difficult sent their visiting cards to the marshal's mansion. His Majesty the Emperor in the palace also received the news in the morning. When he learned that Fu Chenan had earned 9,000 taels of silver in one day, His Majesty the Emperor's eyes also became jealous. But when he heard that Fu Chenan only earned 900 taels, the Emperor was dumbfounded. He makes 10% profit for the first thing in the capital? The spy who reported the incident responded clearly. That red-haired Sith boss said it himself, so it should be correct. Ha 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 ha. This butcher is really not worthy of being shown to the public. His Majesty the Emperor laughed. However, when he heard that the Sith boss intended to supply goods to all major families and merchants through Fu Chenan, he became silent again. When he heard that Fu Chenan's commission was only 1 or 2 taels per set, he couldn't help but shake his head. Merchants can all calculate the accounts clearly, So how could he, as the emperor, not understand? This is obviously because he doesn't know how to do business. Look at those officials who have salt permits. Which one of them is not rich? Only a fool like Fu Chainan would make a profit of 3 taels out of 30 taels. His Majesty the Emperor felt relieved and went to the morning court with peace of mind. When Fu Chainan got up in the morning, he saw a pile of visiting cards being brought in by the butler. He learned about yesterday's rumors from his personal guards and grinned. This is exactly the effect we want. If everyone knew that he could earn several thousand taels a day, wouldn't he be hated? Only by letting everyone benefit and hiding yourself behind the scenes can you earn money steadily in the future. Chapter 68. Making a fortune every day, monthly tickets plus. No one knew how Fu Chainan communicated with Boss Sith, but that evening, several families that had submitted their invitations received replies. He said that he would meet the other party at the marshal's mansion the next morning. Originally, these shops were managed by the mistress of the family, and it was the mistress who should negotiate business. However, the marshal's mansion had no hostess and no suitable female relatives to receive the guests. In desperation, only a few managers in charge of the family business could come, along with a few illegitimate sons who acted as the face of the family. In aristocratic families, the legitimate son is in charge of the government, the illegitimate son is in charge of the business world, and then the illegitimate son makes money to support the legitimate son. Therefore, in a friendly negotiation between the two parties, the major families determined their respective purchase shares and quantities. Boss Shishi seemed unable to write Daliang language, so he specially entrusted Fu Chainan to prepare the contract documents. At the beginning, several major families wondered whether Fu Chainan would interfere, but Boss Shishi had his own way. No matter how much they wanted, they had to pay first before they could get the goods. They were not allowed to buy on credit or receive the goods first and then pay. Simple, crude, and effective. Moreover, Boss Shishi said in front of all the major families that Fu Chainan would get 3 taels of dividend for every 100 taels, and Boss Shishi would take the rest away directly, and he only wanted gold ingots. In order to continue selling goods, Fu Chainan and the major families will also ensure the safety of Boss Sith in the Daliang dynasty. In fact, all the major families really want to send some people to Boss Sith. If they can use these spies to find out Boss Sith's source of goods, maybe they can dominate the market in the future. It's a pity that Boss Sith doesn't want any of them, regardless of gender. After much difficulty, several large families directly used gold ingots to take away 10 boxes of goods each. Boss Sith cried out on the spot, "There is no stock. I will go back to stock up." He actually asked Fu Chainan's men to pack the gold ingots into boxes and sent them directly to the cargo ship in the Yudai River, and then left. In this way, everyone knows that the benefits obtained by Fu Chainan belong entirely to Xiaotu, and everyone feels balanced. There were several shops offering the same Western goods. Once Fu Chainan's Taiji business was impacted by the shops of those big families on Anxiang Street, the business indeed declined a lot. But Fu Chainan didn't care. He started selling them in small quantities. The soap that can be used to wash the face, hands, and whole body costs 3 taels of silver per piece. A peep show that was slightly larger than the palm of your hand and came with a wooden frame cost 5 taels of silver. Many people also took a fancy to the colored glass used for the counter in Fu Chainan's shop and asked how to buy it. Ruri and Chuiyue replied in unison. They would report the distinguished guest's needs to Fu Chainan and then let Fu Chainan communicate with Boss Size. Where is Fu Chainan? After disguising himself, he boarded the boat in advance and waited. As soon as he got the gold ingot, he sent it to Xiao Yingchuan's space-time supermarket. "Miss Xiao, this batch of gold ingots is used to pay for the previous outstanding payments, and part of it is for subsequent payments. On the other hand, I need to trouble you with one thing. I would like to trouble you to buy me another batch of stab-proof vests and gloves." Every casualty of his personal guards meant a loss of one, so naturally he had to protect them, and that was why he bought 50 sets of equipment for them. But the generals of the Fu family army don't have one yet, and he wants to equip each of them with a set. The amount of Lingji gold given to Xiao Yingchun before was only 500 taels, and he was always worried that it was not enough. You have to know that in the Daliang dynasty, such things were considered rare treasures. Ordinary people had never even heard of them. How could they be bought with 10 taels of gold ingots? Xiao Yingchun looked at the 2 full boxes containing a total of 3,000 taels of gold ingots and naturally agreed. Fu Chainan was still on the boat at this time and couldn't stay here for long. Seeing Xiao Yingchun agreed, he immediately left the space-time supermarket. "Go back home first and come back later." Xiao Yingchun was a little worried. The gold ingots in the time and space supermarket had exceeded the capacity of the current domestic antique market. If you sell it again, the price will drop easily. After all, once there is too much of anything, it becomes worthless. It is also easy to arouse people's vigilance, so in the short term, gold bars can no longer be sold in large quantities in the country. It is very frustrating to have a treasure trove, but not be able to cash it out. Fortunately, there are still tens of millions left from the collection that was sold previously. It will last for a long time. Xiao Yingshun first ordered another batch of 100 bulletproof vests and 100 pairs of stab-proof gloves online, and then heard the courier outside the door say that there was a package. The pearls she bought online arrived. When she opened the box, she saw many small packages of different sizes inside, each packed in a delicate quilted cloth bag, which was quite thoughtful. According to Fu Chainan, the pearls cannot be the best and largest, only slightly better than ordinary ones, so as not to arouse suspicion from the capital's noble families and the emperor. Customers' requirements are the highest standards, especially the only supreme VIP customer. Xiao Yingshun bought common pearls of various sizes and glosses, and also bought 10 large, nearly round, flawless pearls of various colors of relatively high quality. Pearls with a diameter of less than 10 millimeters are not expensive. A string of 3 millimeters to 4 millimeters nearly round beads with slight flaws costs only 58 yuan. A string of 5 to 6 millimeters beads is only 68 yuan. The same model can be extended to wrap around twice, and a string is only a little over 100. Even the most expensive large pearls of various colors only cost more than 300 yuan each. As for not being the cheapest price on the entire network, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we earn hundreds of times the difference. When it comes to doing business with Fu Chainan, Xiao Yingshun is no longer willing to calculate the details. After all, he earns too much, and being too calculative will only cause him trouble. Putting the things aside and putting the gold ingots into the cashier space system, Xiao Yingshun went to handle the formalities with Wang Li from the travel agency. I have got my passport. Now I need to apply for a visa to London. Wang Li was a little confused. Miss Xiao, you have never been abroad, so you probably don't know that when people from our country go abroad, many people think they are very rich and they are very likely to be robbed. If you travel with a tour group, not only will the cost be lower, but the safety factor will also be much higher. Why do you have to travel independently? Xiao Yingshun smiled helplessly and said, I'm going abroad for something, so it's not convenient for me to join the tour group. Wang Li recalled what she saw when checking the bank statements, and after thinking for a while, she suggested, if you're going abroad to discuss business, do you want to hire a bodyguard or something? Xiao Yingshun looked at Wang Li in surprise. Why? Your travel agency still has this kind of service? Wang Li laughed. That's not the case. I have a cousin who was a retired Special Forces soldier. Now he and his comrades have opened a security company. If you need anything, I can tell my cousin and he can go with you. Of course, you will have to pay for the relevant expenses. Xiao Yingshun thought about the various news he had read before, and he began to think, it's not impossible. Although she owns the warehouse of the space-time supermarket and is not afraid of being robbed, she is still afraid of being beaten with clubs or shot from behind. Your life is more valuable than anything else. Then can you help me ask your cousin how the fees are charged? Okay. Wang Li agreed and immediately sent a WeChat message to her cousin. Chapter 69. The King of Soldiers' Bodyguard. Soon Wang Li told Xiao Yingshun. If Xiao Yingshun paid for it herself, her cousin was willing to charge 1,000 yuan a day to accompany her abroad. Of course, this income is after deducting all expenses. Xiao Yingshun heard it and said, of course. Where is he? Can we meet him first? He's nearby right now. How about I ask him out right now? Good. When a tall, thin man with a crew cut and wearing sunglasses came to the agreed Starbucks coffee shop in Wanda Plaza, Xiao Yingshun always felt that the man looked familiar. Before she could ask, the man with a buzz cut took the initiative to speak. Miss Xiao? Xiao Yingshun. Wang Li was already surprised and said, second brother, do you know Miss Xiao? Wang Yongjun saw Xiao Yingshun and Wang Li were both confused, so he had to remind them implicitly. I took an order in Huizhou City a few days ago and met Miss Xiao once. But Miss Xiao was very busy at that time, so she probably didn't notice me. Xiao Yingshun recently went to Huizhou City for just one thing, an auction. Thinking about what Wang Li said about the retired Special Forces soldier opening a security company, Xiao Yingshun suddenly realized, you are the one in charge of security that day? Wang Yongjun nodded. That's right. Xiao Yingshun apologized embarrassedly. You were wearing the same clothes that day, and I really didn't pay much attention. Your appearance. Wang Yongjun also smiled. Normal. Since the two sides were able to chat and had met before, Wang Li felt relieved and said goodbye immediately. Then you guys can chat slowly. I'm leaving first. After Wang Li left, Wang Yongjun smiled and nodded, then put on his sunglasses and asked, Miss Xiao, are you planning to go abroad? After Xiao Yingchun found out that Wang Yongjun and Dai Hengxi knew each other, she actually wanted to back out for a moment. Dai Hengxi knew this person. Would Dai Hengxin's crazy mother think that she was taking advantage of Dai Hengxin's connections? So Xiao Yingchun hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Wang Yongjun did not insist on getting an answer, but instead began to expose himself actively. Let me introduce myself first. I am a retired UN peacekeeping soldier. I am fluent in English, French, and German, and I have my own circle of friends abroad. If I accompany you abroad, I can not only be your bodyguard, but also provide translation and consulting services. Xiao Yingchuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is definitely the male protagonist in a Soldier King novel. Looking at this guy's figure, he doesn't have the exaggerated big muscles seen in the gym, but it is obvious that his arms, legs, and body are very lean and strong. He should be quite skilled. Besides, he is a retired soldier, so his character should be decent. Otherwise, he would not have gained Dai Hengxin's trust and entrusted the tens of millions of security to his company. Wang Yongjun saw the change in Xiao Yingchuan's expression. He knew that she was moved, but he didn't know why she didn't make up her mind. I wonder what else Miss Xiao is worried about? Even if you don't need me, I can still provide you with free consultation, and the whole process will be kept confidential. Xiao Yingchun was deeply moved by these words. She looked at Wang Yongjun and asked, "Can you keep this secret from Dai Hengxin?" Wang Yongjun nodded without hesitation. Of course. Although Dai Hengxin is his friend, Xiao Yingchun is also his client. If she asks for confidentiality, he will definitely not say anything. This is professional ethics. This is my only request for now. Of course, I will need you to provide translation, security, and other services after we go abroad. Xiao Yingchun said, raising his hand to gesture. I haven't decided on a specific time yet. If I do, how long in advance do I need to confirm the time with you? How much do you charge? Okay. Wang Li told you before, right? If I go abroad with you, there are a few prerequisites. The first is that you cannot take me to do anything illegal or criminal. The second is that you must obey. If I tell you to go, you must go. If I tell you not to go, you cannot go. Third, while I'm abroad, my daily salary is 1,000 yuan, starting from here when I leave for the airport, and all expenses will be covered by you. Xiao Yingchun understood all these points and nodded in agreement. Okay, do we need to sign a contract? Wait until you confirm the time before signing the contract. You need to confirm the departure time with me half a month in advance so that I can make arrangements. Wang Yongjun actually had a very deep impression of Xiao Yingchun. The first time they met was when Xiao Yingchun had dinner with Mr. He, and he was responsible for delivering things to Mr. He. Looking at this girl who is as beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water, it is Dai Hengxin and He Liangzong who both attach great importance to her as a partner, and she can also get the recognition of Mr. He. The second time was on the day of the auction. She wore a cheongsam with a pearl necklace and earrings. She looked beautiful and tasteful. Afterwards, he was still wondering, at such a young age, what kind of background and details did this girl have to have a place among these big guys? He also secretly speculated, is this a girl kept by some big boss? As the auction ended, he put all of this behind him. After all, they were not from the same world, so why bother about so many things? But who would have thought that we would meet again after such a short time? And this time, he had his own name in front of Xiao Yingchun, Wang Yongjun. Okay, I'll contact you when I confirm the time. Xiao Yingchun stood up with a smile and said goodbye. On the way home, Xiao Yingchun passed by a pastry shop and bought some peach cakes, mung bean cakes and the like, 7 or 8 flavors, filling up a bag. Last time I said I would bring some pastries to the cook at Fu Chenan's house, and I can't go back on my word. When I got home and just entered the warehouse, I saw Fu Chenan sitting there again. Why are you here again so soon? This should only be 4 hours, right? Fu Chenan grinned and said, I found a chance to get off the boat and hurried back home. I asked Qian Leiguai to go back home, first to let his family know he's safe, so they can rest assured. He probably won't have to come over so often in the future. Without Xiao Yingchun asking, he took the initiative to explain what he had done in the past 2 hours. Xiao Yingchun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't have to tell me everything. Fu Chenan grinned and said obediently, I always feel that you know everything. Let me tell you. Maybe you can give me a good idea? Xiao Yingchun smiled helplessly. She also felt it. She didn't know when it started, but Fu Chenan had a mysterious trust in her and liked to tell her everything. He placed a bag of snacks on the table and said, I bought this for your cook. You can bring it back and let her try it. If you can make something similar, you will have a treat in the future. Fu Chenan nodded. Okay, I'll take it back for her to try. He said he was taking it back, but his hands honestly opened the snack box. Chapter 70. Offering Treasures. There were 7 or 8 kinds of dim sum, each of which cost at least 10 yuan. Fu Qian'an started eating without hesitation. This is delicious, sweet, but not greasy. Why does this salty thing have a scallion aroma? Mung bean cake with scallion aroma. This one smells a bit. This one smells like durian. Xiaoyingchun took out the bag and said, "You don't have this, and many people can't get used to it, so don't give it to the cook." This was bought by Xiaoyingchun for herself, but she forgot to take it out just now. Fu Qian'an nodded. "Then let me eat it. It smells a bit stinky, but tastes quite special." Xiaoyingchun, "That's fine." When Fu Qian'an had eaten only 2 pieces of each snack, he finally tied the bag up and put it aside. Xiaoyingchun handed over a bottle of water at the right time. "Drink some water. This thing is easy to choke." Fu Qian'an finished drinking the water, and Xiaoyingchun pushed another box of pearls over. "Here, it has arrived." Fu Qian'an looked at the box of pearls in front of him and was shocked. Although he was born a butcher, he became the son of a marshal in recent years and had visited various large families. He knew the price of these pearls in his own world. Although these pearls look small, they are very uniform in shape, color, and size. A well-proportioned pearl necklace like this would cost at least 100 taels of silver. Those in pink, purple, and black are considered cheap at a few hundred taels. As for the thumb-sized pearls, 10 in each color, each one is worth a fortune. Even the emperor would be jealous. Fu Qian'an was a little uneasy. When they brought these things to me, their eyes would pop out. He didn't even dare to put these things in his own house, for fear of attracting thieves. "Actually, I don't dare to sell these largest pearls," Fu Qian'an said, smiling bitterly. As Xiaoyingchun looked puzzled, he stroked one of the large pearls and said, "In our world, the best things should be presented to His Majesty the Emperor. How can ordinary people have something that the Emperor doesn't have?" Xiaoyingchun understood immediately. What a corrupt dynasty. "Are you still taking these away?" Xiaoyingchun pointed to a box of pearls. Fu Qian'an thought for a moment and picked out 2 large white pearls. "I will say these 2 were given to me by boss Shixi. I don't dare to accept such treasures, so I will present them to the Emperor and keep you safe." At the same time, it was also an announcement to all the noble families in the capital, big and small, that he was going to sell pearls. Xiaoyingchun smiled and expressed his support. "You know more about your situation than I do, so just make the decision. It's still early. I'll go to the palace first and bring you dinner when I come back." Fu Qian'an was a man who was quick to leave. He took out the bag of the largest pearls and gave it to Xiaoyingchun, then left through the back door carrying the box. At noon, the ministers who were left behind by the emperor to discuss matters were preparing to leave the palace in groups of 3 or 2, when they saw Fu Qian'an holding a small box in his hand and heading towards the imperial study. "Why is the butcher here again? What are you doing here to see His Majesty the Emperor at this hour?" The emperor was also curious. What was he doing here again? Considering the mirror and soap he sent last time, the emperor still met Fu Qian'an. When Fu Qian'an entered, there were only 2 ministers and the emperor at the top in the imperial study. His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Qian'an with a half-smile. "What brings Mr. Fu here this time?" Fu Qian'an raised his hands high and presented a brocade box. "Your Majesty, when I sent the Western merchant Sis away today, Sis sold me a box of pearls. These are the 2 largest ones. He said he sold them to me at a low price. I have never seen such a big pearl. I dare not use it myself, so I want to present it to your Majesty." The emperor raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued. "Oh?" The servant father-in-law stepped forward to open the box and check it, and was surprised. It turned out to be a pair of beads the size of a thumb. "I have seen pearls of this size in the palace, but I have never seen 2 of the same size that are both round and have exactly the same color." When the eunuch presented the brocade box to His Majesty the Emperor was also stunned. Such large pairs of beads have never been seen even in the palace. No wonder Fu Qian'an didn't dare to sell it after getting it. Is he afraid that if he really sells it, he will be beheaded? His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Qian'an with a smile. "You are afraid of death. If you give me such a precious thing, wouldn't it be a loss?" Fu Qian'an spoke unconscionably. "Your Majesty gave me the capital to open my shop. If I have any good things, I will naturally think of presenting them to your Majesty first." After hearing his nonsense, the emperor didn't know what he was thinking about, and his expression finally relaxed. "Mr. Fu's family sent me such a good thing. Is there anything you want? Just tell me." Fu Qian'an was firm and resolute, and was filled with gratitude. "I am living a good life now and can make money. I haven't thought of anything I want yet." "You are so filial. Bai Fu, go get a set of the 4 treasures of the study that I use, and give them to Fu Qing's family as rewards." His Majesty the Emperor was very satisfied with Fu Chenan's tact and was very generous. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fu Chenan bowed deeply, accepted the reward, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the guards outside reported. The Queen Mother and the two imperial concubines in the harem heard that Fu Chenan had entered the palace and said that the cosmetic set Fu Chenan sent last time was very useful, so they specially rewarded Fu Chenan with 2 pieces of brocade and a pair of plum bottles. Fu Chenan thanked her again, then left the palace and went home, took dinner, and went to eat with Xiaoing Chun. The 2 ministers saw everything, and after they returned, the new news spread quietly among the families they were close to. The Western merchant sold a box of pearls to General Fu, and the 2 largest ones were presented to the emperor. Tao Tao Ji is ready to go on pearl. Pearls were considered rare in the landlocked Daliang dynasty. Only some aristocratic families could afford to inlay pearls on the hairpins and jewelry of their women. Ordinary people could never see such things. You can buy pearls at Tao Tao Ji nowadays. I wonder what they look like? So early the next morning, several ladies and young ladies from wealthy families came to Tao Tao Ji's door again, wanting to see the pearls early. When Ruri heard that they came to see Zhenju today, she smiled immediately. "Please wait a moment. We don't put this treasure on the counter. It is only for guests of status to see." The women suddenly felt a sense of honor. "We are people of status." Rui carefully took out a beautifully wrapped velvet box from the box and placed it on the glass counter. After the box was opened, a string of nearly round and flawless pearls of uniform color appeared in front of the women. Chapter 71. Earning $1 million a day by selling pearls, Karolita's rewards, and more. Oh my God! This is so beautiful. Each pearl in this string is not very big, only about 4 millimeters. But what is rare is that all the bunches are the same size, uniformly white in color, and very round, with no flaws visible to the naked eye. This must be very expensive. Jiang Nan, the youngest daughter of the Minister of Justice, exclaimed. "This silly child." Ma's wife, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, sighed helplessly. "You can just think about such things in your mind. How can you say them out loud?" Jiang Nan is only 10 years old and seldom goes out shopping. This time she came with her mother. Looking at this string of pearls, her eyes are almost welded to it. Mrs. Ma was also tempted. This pearl necklace is really rare, and Jiang Nan is still small, so wearing a pearl necklace of this size would be both noble and suitable for her. There will be a flower viewing banquet at the Minister of Justice's residence in a few days, and she was planning to take Jiang Nan with her. Madame Ma thought for a moment and asked softly, "I wonder how much silver this necklace costs?" Rui smiled gently. "Madame Ma, this necklace costs 100 taels of silver." Madame Ma, this price. She felt a little painful. She is just a 10-year-old girl. Isn't it a bit of a waste for her to use such a precious pearl necklace? It's okay if the jewelry is a little ordinary. Madame Ma was about to convince herself, but Ruri took out another brocade box and said, "Madame Ma, here are 2 more pairs of earrings. Do you like any of them?" When the box was opened, there were 2 pairs of very simple pearl earrings inside. The earrings are still not big, also 4 millimeters in size, and are paired with 925 silver needles. A pair of white ones, obviously a set with the pearl necklace. There is another pair, which are actually light pink pearl earrings. As soon as Jiang Nan saw the pair of light pink pearl earrings, he couldn't take his eyes away. "Mom, I want this pair of earrings." The light pink color, the lustrous pearlescent luster, and the compact size make it very suitable for Jiang Nan at her age. Madame Ma also took a fancy to them at first sight and couldn't help asking, "How much is this pink pair?" Rui smiled as gently as ever. The pink earrings are cheaper than the necklace. Plus, they are not perfectly round and have some flaws. A pair is 50 taels of silver. Mrs. Ma frowned. 50 taels of silver? Isn't cheap at all. Rui smiled and explained, "Pink pearls are rare, and the 2 are exactly the same size, color, and shape. It's modest to say that they are 1 in a million." Mrs. Ma believes that what Rui said is true, but that cannot cover up the fact that it is expensive. While Madame Ma was still hesitating, Rui smiled again and said, "These white pearl earrings are cheap and round. They only cost 10 taels of silver." Without waiting for Madame Ma to speak, Jiang Nan made a request directly. "Mom, I like this pink pair." Rui praised, "Miss Jiang has good taste," and continued to smile softly at Madame Ma. "If Madame has not yet made up her mind, you can choose not to bring it for the time being." Madame Ma asked hesitantly, "Can you give me 2 days?" In fact, she also likes. Rui smiled apologetically. "I'm so sorry. If the next distinguished guest likes it, I may not be able to keep it for you." "Mom." Jiang Nan was anxious. If she didn't buy the earrings she liked, and they were bought by someone else, who would be happy about that? Then buy it. Mrs. Ma bought it after all. Just as Madame Ma was about to leave, Rui took out another box. Madame Ma, why not take a look at this pair? This is a pair of white pearl earrings with slight flaws. The flawed part is just right for threading a silver needle. However, the earrings are much larger than the previous ones. At first glance, they can be worn by adult ladies. This pair is also 50 taels of silver. Madame Ma will wear them just right. Mrs. Ma was also stunned. I really like it. But her husband had just become the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, and his annual salary was not much. The dowry her parents gave her consisted of only a few shops with mediocre profits, and it was really a pity to use them like this. Rui didn't force her to make a decision immediately. Madame Ma, why don't you give it a try? Red and tender hands, white pearls, gently pierced on the ears, looking in the mirror. Mrs. Ma was in a state of panic. I'll buy it. After Madame Ma spent 100 taels of silver and left, Rui smiled and received the next person. This is Mrs. Fan, the wife of the prince of the Duke's mansion. Her family is also from an old and aristocratic family and is not short of money. Rui smiled and took out an 8mm light gray pearl set, a necklace and 2 earrings, and also 2 naked pearls of the same color for her to inlay other jewelry. Mrs. Fan, when I first saw this set of pearls, I thought of you. They are low-key yet elegant. Ordinary people simply cannot match their beauty. While Rui was saying nice things, she was thinking in her heart, where did the general find such coaxing words? How many women can resist it? Sure enough, Mrs. Fan took out 1,000 taels of silver without saying a word and bought the light gray pearl suit. In the evening, Fu Chainan came to check the accounts as usual. Not many complete cosmetic and skincare sets were sold today, but almost half of the ordinary pearls were sold. Except for a very small number of high-end goods that were specifically taken out and given to those who could really afford the prices, ordinary small pearl ornaments were sold to female relatives like Ma, the wife of the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. Rui and Shoyu were very excited and reported in a low voice, General, we sold tens of thousands of taels of silver today. Fu Chainan glanced at the account, nodded, and ordered his personal guard. Ask the steward to find someone to repair the mansion and equip the courtyard where people live with more things. I've selected all the decorations and furniture for my father's room, as well as the West guest house. If he didn't spend the money he earned, the suspicious emperor would surely suspect that he had some ulterior motive. In this case, let people think that you are greedy for enjoyment. Besides, if the money is spent like water, no one will know how much has been spent. Fu Chainan took the remaining banknotes home, picked up the meal prepared by Bai Lu, closed the gate, and went to look for Xiaoing Chun again. Today's beef is in clear soup, served with a big bowl of sauce and noodles, 2 big bowls in total. Xiaoing Chun took her own bowl, Fu Chainan gave her a small bowl, and then enthusiastically recommended a bowl of beef clear soup to her, and then she picked up the big bowl and started eating. Xiaoing Chun was eating the chewy and fragrant noodles, and drinking the beef soup which looked like plain water but was actually very fragrant. Then she realized, the Daliang dynasty is in the north? This is several meals of noodles. After eating and drinking, Fu Chainan talked about the great sales of pearls today, and he felt both happy and worried. It's not that I can't sell these pearls now, but I don't dare to sell them freely. I'm afraid that if it sells too well, it will offend some people again. Xiaoing Chun thought for a moment and said, why don't you buy some small, cheap ones and sell them back? Chapter 72. Midnight Fright. The purchase price of those irregular small pearls is really cheap. Moreover, that kind of product can be sold at a more affordable price, so more people can afford it. This way of making money is more quiet and you can earn more. Fu Chainan agreed immediately. I'll listen to you. When saying this, Fu Chainan looked obedient and cute. Xiaoing Chun blinked her eyes and suddenly suspected that this person was seducing her. After placing an order for a batch of irregular pearls at a few cents each on a wholesale website, Xiaoing Chun watched Fu Chainan leave before going upstairs to sleep. There was a rumble of thunder in the middle of the night, and it started to rain. After being woken up, Xiaoing Chun turned over and was about to continue sleeping, but suddenly she felt someone beside the bed while she was drowsy. She was so frightened that she was stunned for a moment. There is someone beside the bed? Her first reaction was, there was a thief in the house. But the truly valuable antiques and gold and silver ingots in the house were all stored in the cash register system space of the Spacetime supermarket. There was nothing valuable in the room except a mobile phone. The sound of heavy rain covered up the sound of her sudden breathing. She tried to calm herself down, as if she had been awakened by thunder, and then turned over and fell asleep again, and slowly closed her eyes. The thief by the bed was originally targeting the safe, but he easily figured out that it was impossible to open the safe without waking up Xiaoing Chun. At this moment, the light of lightning passed through the thin curtains, illuminating the slender body sleeping in pajamas on the bed. The thief swallowed and his breathing became heavy. This woman is so beautiful. Listening to the heavy breathing that seemed so close to her ears, Xiao Yingxuan's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. This thief has evil intentions. What does he want to do? Not only do you want money, you also want sex? The intense fear made her eyes well up with physiological tears. I was scared and cried. Her breathing became nasal. Her nose was blocked. If this goes on, the thief will definitely find out that I have woken up. Xiao Yingchun was anxious and scared. In a state of panic, she suddenly sobbed and choked up as she shouted, "Mom and Dad, don't go." As soon as these words came out, it was as if a strange switch was turned on, and Xiao Yingchun closed her eyes and burst into tears. "Whoop, Mom, Dad, don't go. What will I do if you leave?" Xiao Yingchun cried and shouted, her voice getting louder and louder. It is fear from the heart, and also sadness from the heart. All the injustice, exclusion, and indifference I had suffered over the past year seemed to burst out in an instant. Her crying became louder and louder, and gradually became heartbreaking. When Xiao Yingchun cried out for the first time, the thief thought she had woken up and raised the dagger in his hand. But as Xiao Yingchun cried out again, he suddenly realized. When he came to scout the place a few days ago, he heard from people nearby that Xiao Yingchuan's parents had both passed away. Is she dreaming about her parents? In the dream, her parents came to see her? Is a ghost coming? Looking up at the dim room, the thief shuddered with fear and dared not move the raised dagger. After thinking for a while, he swallowed and carefully left the room on the second floor amid Xiao Yingchuan's crying. Xiao Yingchun continued crying for a long time, until she was sure that the thief had left the room. She slowly stopped crying, got up and turned on the light, but it was not on. Xiao Yingchun realized belatedly. The air conditioner was also stopped. She first closed and locked the door, then ran to find her cell phone. Fortunately, she was in the habit of putting her cell phone into the crack of the bed, so it was not stolen by the thief. Holding the phone tightly, Xiao Yingchun was stunned for a moment. I didn't dare call the police, for fear that the thief downstairs would hear the sound of my phone call and come up to kill me. The thief might still be in the supermarket downstairs. It's the dead of night. Who can I ask to help call the police? Who would stay up in the middle of the night? After much thought, she sent the same WeChat message to Wang Yongjun, who runs a security company, and He Liangzong, a second-generation rich man. A thief broke into my house and the power was out. I am on the second floor, and I don't dare to go downstairs or call the police. The address is... Can you help me call the police? There was no movement from He Liangzong. He probably fell asleep and didn't see the message. As for Wang Yongjun, the security company took on a job. Tonight he was on duty with two other colleagues. While he was on patrol, he heard his cell phone vibrate. He picked it up and his eyes froze instantly. Biao, you stay here and watch. I have something urgent to do. While arranging his work, he replied with a message, I'll be there in 10 minutes, went out, quickly got on his motorcycle, and rushed towards the address given by Xiao Yingchun. The motorcycle sped to Xiao Yingchuan's address in the rain. The first floor is the store, and the second floor should be the rooms. The curtains in one of the rooms were not closed, so there must be no one there. The curtains in the other room were closed. He looked around, and when he saw the drain pipe, he made up his mind. The former Special Forces soldier took a few steps back, then suddenly rushed forward, grabbed the drainage pipe with both hands, pushed his feet against the wall with the help of inertia, and in just 2 steps, he quickly climbed up to the edge of the second-floor balcony. When he climbed onto the balcony and opened the window, he saw Xiao Yingchun standing far away by the closet with a clothes rack tightly in her hands. He was stunned for a moment, and Xiao Yingchun was also stunned. Wang Yongjun, she was very frightened. Wang Yongjun jumped into the room, walked around the bed, and took the coat rack from Xiao Yingchuan's hand, saying soothingly, Don't be afraid, it's me. Don't be afraid, it's me. Xiao Yingchun was so scared that her legs went weak. Wang Yongjun, who was soaking wet, climbed in through the window like that, which was more terrifying than a thief. The coat rack in his hand was snatched away. Xiao Yingchun seemed to have finally regained his breath. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily in fear. Wang Yongjun looked around and glanced under the bed to make sure that there was no one in the room. Then he asked Xiao Yingchun, Are you saying that someone might be downstairs? Xiao Yingchun nodded and looked towards the door, her expression frightened again. He went downstairs. I don't know if he left. I'm going downstairs. You stay in this room and keep the door closed. No matter what noise you hear, don't open the door unless I tell you to. Do you hear me? Xiao Yingchun nodded and watched Wang Yongjun pick up the electric baton he was given during patrol and walk downstairs. After Wang Yongjun went downstairs for a while, the light in the room suddenly came on. Xiao Yingchun shivered in fear and then realized the switch must have been turned on. Wang Yongjun came upstairs and knocked on the door. "Miss Xiao, I have searched downstairs, and there is no one." After hearing this, Xiao Yingchun opened the door. Wang Yongjun glanced at Xiao Yingchun, who was still in her pajamas, and immediately looked away. "Do you want to change your clothes and come downstairs? I'll wait for you downstairs." Xiao Yingchun then realized that she was still wearing pajamas and no underwear underneath. "It's summertime and my nipples are bulging. Embarrassing." Chapter 73. Draw a clear line with Wang Yongjun. Xiao Yingchun quickly agreed, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. When Xiao Yingchun, wearing a green dress, arrived at the small supermarket downstairs, there was only residual fear and embarrassment on her face. Xiao Yingchun motioned for Wang Yongjun to sit down at the table and handed him a bottle of water. "Thank you so much for troubling you." Wang Yongjun took a serious look at her slightly red cheeks and her relief at surviving the disaster. "No problem. I'm accompanying a colleague on the night shift. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I won't be able to see your message." After a pause, Wang Yongjun pointed to the back door and said, "The thief must have come in through the back door. I looked, and although there is a dead end behind it, the wall near the street is not very high. The thief must have climbed over the wall into the dead end and then entered through the back door." At this point, Wang Yongjun frowned slightly. "The thief may know how to open the lock. I think the lock is not broken." Xiao Yingchun: "It's not that the lock is not broken, but I wanted to leave a passage for Fu Chainan, so I never locked the back door. I was careless." Wang Yongjun was covered in water. Xiao Yingchun found the beach clothes that Fu Chainan had worn last time and asked him to change into them. Wang Yongjun didn't hesitate and went to the bathroom to change into dry clothes. The two of them sat at the table, and Xiao Yingchun then told the whole process of how he discovered the thief. It was already dawn, and Wang Yongjun looked towards the back door. "Should we call the police about what happened last night?" Xiao Yingchun shook her head. "Forget it. The person has escaped and the things are not lost. Even if we call the police, they can't possibly get to the bottom of this matter. There is not enough police force to waste." Wang Yongjun also has friends who are police officers and knows that this is indeed their procedure. So Wang Yongjun gave another suggestion. "Why don't you change the door lock?" Xiao Yingchun was receptive to this suggestion and immediately nodded in agreement, saying that not only the door locks should be replaced, but also the doors and windows. There was originally an old iron door connecting the first floor to the second floor. Because Xiao Yingchun had the cash register storage system of the space-time supermarket, all valuable items were stored in the space-time supermarket. He thought nothing was worth stealing, so the iron door was just casually opened and not locked. Given the current situation, if we don't want to have another midnight fright, the doors and windows on the second floor must be replaced. Wang Yongjun referred his friend who worked in security engineering to Xiao Yingchun, and also sent a message to that friend to explain the situation here. Xiao Yingchun burst into tears of gratitude. "Thanks to you for coming here today. Otherwise, I might not dare to come down until dawn. No matter what, I can't let you make this trip in vain. This is your reward for today's hard work. Please accept it." I transferred 1,000 yuan directly to Wang Yongjun via WeChat. Wang Yongjun was stunned. This is so clear. Is she afraid that I will misunderstand her and wants to clarify her relationship with me? The slight throbbing that had just arisen in his heart slowly dissipated, and Wang Yongjun lowered his eyes, his expression becoming a little indifferent and distant. "You're welcome, Miss Xiao. As a legal citizen and a retired Special Forces soldier, it is my duty to help those in need at a critical moment. No need to pay." Xiao Yingchun was stunned for a moment and lowered his eyes to hide his guilty conscience. She didn't want Wang Yongjun to misunderstand that she had other feelings for him. She is really drawing the line. "There's nothing else to say. I'm just disgusted by Dai Hengxin's mother, and I'm scared. Someone came to rescue you on a motorcycle in the middle of the night, but you immediately distanced yourself from the matter after escaping danger. Judging from his reaction now, he must have understood what I meant. That's enough. Or should I give Wang Yongjun some more compensation when I go abroad with him?" Xiao Yingchun quickly calculated in her mind, and a smile reappeared on her face. "Since you said so, I won't force it. Does our previous agreement still count?" Wang Yongjun then raised his eyes again and met Xiao Yingchun's smiling expression. "What agreement?" "If I want to travel abroad, you can be my bodyguard? $1,000 a day. It's a deal." Wang Yongjun nodded and a smile spread across his face, the alienation he had just felt gradually disappearing. "I can't sleep anyway, so why don't I treat you to breakfast?" Wang Yongjun didn't refuse. Okay. When the two came out of the supermarket, they ran into Grandpa Zhao, who had gotten up early to buy groceries. All three of them were stunned. Wang Yongjun knew Grandpa Zhao and greeted him quickly. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Since Wang Yongjun didn't pretend not to know him, Zhao Jiping didn't play dumb. What are you doing? Wang Yongjun glanced at Xiaoing Chun and took the initiative to explain. Miss Xiao is also my client. A thief broke into her shop last night. She was terrified and sent me a message asking me to call the police. I happened to be on night shift and saw the message, so I came over. A thief broke in? Grandpa Zhao's attention was instantly diverted, and he looked at Xiao Ingchun seriously. Xiao Ingchun pointed to the closed back door and said, he climbed over the wall and came in through the back door. He didn't steal anything valuable. When I woke up, the thief was scared away. Did you see the face clearly? Is it someone you know or a stranger? Xiao Ingchun shook her head. I didn't see clearly. I didn't turn on the light at that time. He was holding a knife in his hand. I didn't dare to let him find out that I woke up, let alone stare at his face. With a knife in hand? Zhao Jiping was shocked by these words. No wonder Xiao Ingchun sent a message to Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun is a former Special Forces soldier. If he wants to catch a thief, his ability is probably similar to that of a policeman. You may not be afraid of losing a lot of things in your store, but as a girl, you still have to pay attention to your safety. Grandpa Zhao, I understand. I will be careful. I will ask Boss Wang to help me replace the doors, windows, and locks later. Xiao Ingchun made assurances repeatedly. Girl, you are just too stubborn. Grandpa Zhao shook his head worriedly and went to buy groceries. As soon as he turned back, he sent a voice message to his grandson Dai Hengxin to inform him. Dai Hengxin hasn't come to the urban village recently, and he hasn't heard of any progress between him and Xiao Ingchun. Today, we saw Wang Yongjun actually coming to help catch the thief in the middle of the night, which shows that he still has Xiao Ingchun's trust. If his grandson really wants to pursue Xiao Ingchun, he should hurry up. When Dai Hengxin woke up and saw the message, it was already noon. He was originally going to the pawn shop after washing up, but he ran towards Xiao Ingchun. At this time, Xiao Ingchun's store had welcomed Wang Yongjun's friend Zhou Haipeng, who worked in security engineering. Zhou Haipeng was already leading people to measure the size of Xiao Ingchun's doors and windows, preparing to replace them for her. While asking someone to measure the dimensions, Zhou Haipeng explained the systematic nature of the entire project to Xiao Ingchun on his right. If we remove the old doors and windows, the wall will definitely be different. Then the part next to the door will need to be re-cemented, puttied, and painted. If you do this, the door will be white, and the walls inside the room will look very old, right? Do you want to consider decorating the whole room? Xiao Ingchun thought about the whole situation, and it was indeed the case. Then let's renovate the entire second floor. Chapter 74. Renovation to be completed in 1 week. Zhou Haipeng was surprised that Xiao Ingchun decided to renovate the house so quickly without even asking the price. The entire second floor is being renovated? Do you still want the furniture and appliances? Xiao Ingchun thought about the old furniture and appliances that had also been used for more than 20 years and said, I don't want them anymore. I'll replace them with new ones after the renovation is finished. That's fine. Zhou Haipeng asked the workers to measure the dimensions of the room as well. Originally, replacing a few sturdy doors and windows would only cost about 20,000 yuan, but with this whole house renovation, the budget suddenly increased. Help me find someone to move the bed and cabinets in my room to the warehouse downstairs. I will live in the warehouse for a while. When you finish the decoration, I will move upstairs. Okay. Zhou Haipeng agreed. Just as he was about to say something, Dai Hengxin came in, panting. Was your place robbed last night? Xiao Ingchun glanced at him, polite and distant. Yes, Grandpa Zhao told you, right? Dai Hengxin nodded. Such a big thing happened here. Why didn't you come to me? After all, I am your partner. Of course, Xiao Ingchun couldn't say that the real reason was that she didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. Wang Yongjun is a former Special Forces soldier. He can fight several people by himself. You and I have never practiced before. If I ask you to come over, will you be killed as an extra person? Besides, it's the middle of the night, you must be asleep, but Wang Yongjun may not be. He works as a security guard, and staying up late to fight is a common occurrence for him. I'm betting on the highest probability. Dai Hengxin said, You make sense, but his face was full of disappointment. Xiao Ingchun pretended not to see it and turned to talk to Zhou Haipeng about the renovation of the upstairs. Decoration must be done in the simplest and fastest way possible. You only need to lay wooden floors on the ground, putty and paint the walls, no suspended ceilings, no TV walls, etc., and the wires can be run openly. The most important thing is that the construction period should be short. The decoration should have high safety performance and a simple and bright style. Otherwise, it would take 3 to 5 months and delay Fu Chang'an from coming to do business with him. However, Zhou Haiping misunderstood and thought that Xiao Yingchun was frightened by the thief and just wanted to renovate the house into a safe house as soon as possible so that he could sleep peacefully. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I will ask people to speed up the process as much as possible. Xiao Yingchun asked directly, is 1 week enough? Zhou Haiping was stunned for a moment. Whose home renovation is calculated by weeks? It takes several months. The process has to be done one by one. It won't be that fast. It's just 1 week. If you want more money, just tell me. Xiao Yingchun didn't care and directly stated the conditions. Zhou Haiping then realized. Wang Yongjun said this person was his former client. What does Wang Yongjun do? The boss of the security company. Anyone who can afford a security guard of Wang Yongjun's level must be rich. I never realized that a girl who runs a small shop in a village in the city actually has a hidden second job. Of course, when it comes to the guest's privacy, Zhou Haiping would not ask questions without any consideration, but would immediately start mobilizing personnel. The worker who took measurements immediately took the measurements and reported them to the masters who were making doors, windows, and cabinets. Xiao Yingchun confirmed the price and materials with Zhou Haiping on the spot. Zhou Haiping asked Xiao Yingchun to pack her things by herself so that he could ask someone to carry Xiao Yingchun's things downstairs. Dai Hengxin saw that he couldn't get a word in or help at the scene, so he could only stand quietly on the first floor and watch over the shop to her. After a lot of effort, we waited for someone to move the things from the second floor down. The unwanted things were taken away, and the needed things were put into the warehouse. After a lot of chaos, the second floor was cleared and it was already noon. When the neighbors saw all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances being moved out, they all came over to ask what was going on. Knowing that Xiao Yingchun almost got into trouble last night, everyone was worried about Xiao Yingchun. When I heard that Xiao Yingchun was planning to reinstall all the doors and windows, I understood. That's what old houses are like. The doors and windows are old-fashioned and unsafe. If it is renovated at the same time, Xiao Yingchun can use it as her wedding room when she gets married. Xiao Yingchun agreed with someone to come after 2 p.m. to scrape off the walls and break down the old tiles in the bathroom and kitchen, and then sent the person away. After everyone had left, Dai Hengxin still sat in the supermarket on the first floor and refused to leave. Xiao Yingchun sighed helplessly. He had been cold enough towards him, and logically he should have known what he was feeling. It was pointless for him to just wait here and watch. But Dai Hengxin said nothing and just sat in the shop. Xiao Yingchun had no choice but to drive them away. Boss Dai, brother Dai, President Dai, I didn't sleep for half the night last night, and I'm so sleepy today after being so busy until this hour. I still need to sort out the things in the warehouse, and someone will come to smash the old tiles this afternoon. Why don't you go back first? Dai Hengxin looked at Xiao Yingchun eagerly and finally asked, do I have no chance? Yes. Xiao Yingchun nodded resolutely. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Dai Hengxin sighed, then I'll go back first. If you have anything, come find me. Okay. Xiao Yingchun waved goodbye to him. As soon as he left, she immediately closed the front shop door and activated the supermarket sorting function. The warehouse, which was a mess just now, was immediately tidied up into a tidy room. It only had no windows, but everything else was convenient. Xiao Yingchun didn't care about anything else. He set the alarm clock, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Just as Dai Hengxin was about to start the car, he saw a Porsche parked in front of his car. He Liangsong got out of the car and ran to Dai Hengxin's car. What's going on? I called you and you didn't answer? He Liangsong pointed at the Yingchun shop which had already closed its door. Dai Hengxin sighed, it's all right now. Ah. He Liangsong didn't understand. Come on, have a drink with me. Dai Hengxin suddenly wanted to drown his sorrows in wine. He Liangsong was even more confused. Ah? Now? Dai Hengxin had already started the car. Let's go to the Time Tavern. Time Tavern is the tavern with a large terrace where Xiao Yingchun, Dai Hengxin, and He Liangsong had dinner together. The two old men sat in their familiar seats. Dai Hengxin drank 2 glasses of Chivas Regal silently, and then poured a third glass. He Liangsong was about to go crazy, and covered his wine glass with his hands. Old Dai, please say something. What happened? What's the point of just drinking? Dai Hengxin looked disappointed. You mean, Xiao Yingchun sent you a message asking for help last night? He Liangsong nodded blankly. Yeah, what's wrong? She didn't send me a message. After saying this, Dai Hengxin felt even sadder. She sent messages to He Liangsong and Wang Yongjun, but not to herself. She must be afraid of misunderstanding and entanglement, so she would rather look for He Liangsong and Wang Yongjun, who she is not so familiar with, rather than herself, who is more familiar to her. Chapter 75, Two Doors to Save Life. Liangzong looked at him sympathetically. Old Dai, what's going on between you and her? Dai Hengxin shook his head. There's no hope. My mother is ridiculously hostile to her, and even went to the store to scold her for taking advantage of me. Liangzong. It is said that women are the most troublesome. My mother is also troublesome. Every time she sees me, she sighs and always asks me if I have a girl I like. Of course there are girls I like. There are many more. Change every day. Liangzong had a drink with a group of girls last night. He drank too much and fell asleep, so he missed Xiaoyingchuan's message. When he woke up and saw the message today, he was almost going crazy. No one answered Xiaoyingchuan's call, and no one answered Dai Hengxin's call either. He regretted it so much that his intestines were tied up. He thought about all the possible tragedies in his mind and drove over as fast as he could. Who knew that before meeting Xiaoyingchun, he met the heartbroken Dai Hengxin first. But when he heard that Dai Hengxin had no hope at all, why did he feel secretly happy? Is your mind so dark? Liangzong secretly despised himself. No, I can't be such a jerk anymore, or I should go abroad for a while. When Fu Chainan brought food over at noon, he was surprised to find that there was no one in the store, but the air conditioner was on. This is very abnormal. He looked around and found that the door leading to the warehouse was open, so he went there. But when they went in, they were shocked to find beds, cabinets, and other furniture in the warehouse, and a woman was sleeping soundly on the bed. If it's not Xiaoyingchun, then who else could it be? Fu Chainan was surprised, but did not dare to wake her up. He quietly left the warehouse, put the food on the table, and took out the bowl and chopsticks that Xiaoyingchun usually used, put some food in her bowl, and started eating the meal in silence. After eating, I went to check again, but he still hadn't woken up. Fu Chainan took 2 looks at the door and left quietly. Xiaoyingchun was woken up by the alarm clock. When she woke up, she saw that it was almost 2 o'clock, so she quickly got up and got herself ready. There was food on the table in the supermarket. Xiaoyingchun was surprised. Fu Chainan has been here? Looking at the 2 full bowls of still warm food, Xiaoyingchun felt warm in her heart. He is really thoughtful. After last night's shock, Xiaoyingchun had to reconsider leaving the door open for Fu Chainan. Lock the door every day and give him a key? It's not impossible. But if he really encountered a chase like last time, would Fu Chainan still have time to take out the key, insert it into the keyhole, and then turn it open? I'm afraid if I had been a little later, I would have died there, right? The safety of the Supreme VIP is more important than anything else. So the back door still can't be locked. Xiaoyingchun thought about it and decided to build a wall to separate the 2 square meters next to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, and then install a security door to separate it from the supermarket in front. The original back door was left open, so Fu Chainan could come in at any time. When it was safe, he would have time to take out the key and open the door. And because of the new anti-theft doors and locks, thieves can no longer enter the supermarket and the 2nd floor. The more Xiaoyingchun thought about it, the more reliable it seemed, so she immediately called Zhou Haiping to communicate. Zhou Haiping actually didn't understand. The back door has been robbed, and it's a useless dead end. What's the point of keeping it? Why not just build a wall to block the back door and be done with it? However, as the second party, he has already adapted to the fact that the ideas of the first party are the iron law of nature. Who knows what kind of magical train of thought the client may have? You can never go wrong if you follow this. So Zhou Haiping quickly said that he would bring people to build the wall in a while. Not long after, Zhou Haiping brought people over. Several workers went upstairs and used sledgehammers to knock down the old tiles and stoves in the kitchen and bathroom. Zhou Haiping brought 2 other people and stood in the supermarket to make a phone call, asking someone to send bricks over for building the wall. Miss Xiao, your wall is newly built, so I won't let them measure the size of the door. My company also has a sample door of the highest standard. The lock is an imported lock core of the highest grade. I will give you a base price of 10,000 yuan. Install it on this new wall. It will be guaranteed to be safe. Even a thief cannot pry it open. Is it possible? Xiaoyingchun was immediately interested. Okay. No matter how much money you can make, you would rather miss out on a bargain that's right in front of you. Zhou Haiping was also very happy. This sample door was very expensive when it was first purchased, and who would have known that ordinary people in the suburbs would not have much use for such a high-end door? He pulled it back and displayed it for a long time, and those who liked it backed off when they asked the price. He was also discouraged and decided to just get rid of it without making any money. Soon, the bricks needed for the new wall were delivered, and Zhou Haiping immediately asked them to start construction. The wall tiles, floor tiles, and the old stove were smashed upstairs, and the wall was being built downstairs. The Yingchun store was suddenly filled with smoke and dust and was dirty and messy. By the time a wall was built, it was already dark. The workers left one after another, and Xiao Yingchun quickly used the space-time supermarket sorting system to clean up the supermarket inside and out. The second floor is not within the scope of the supermarket, so the sorting function of the space-time supermarket cannot be used. But since she wasn't planning to go up there for the next 2 days, she didn't mind. When Xiao Yingchun was in the space-time supermarket, he was able to ensure that no outsiders came in, which also ensured his own safety. Thinking of the thrill of last night, Xiao Yingchun was still frightened. Fu Chainan walked to the table, and Xiao Yingchun finally responded, "You're here? I was doing some renovations today, and the welcome sensor was removed, and it didn't ring." Fu Chainan put down the lunchbox in his hand and pointed in the direction of the warehouse next door. "Why did you sleep there at noon?" Xiao Yingchun sighed and explained what happened last night. When Fu Chainan heard this, his expression changed. "You should lock this back door from now on?" Xiao Yingchun shook her head firmly. "No. What if the situation like last time when you were being hunted happens again? If the back door hadn't been opened, you might have died." Fu Chainan felt warm in his heart, but it strengthened his determination. "You gave me a stab-proof vest and stab-proof gloves. Nothing will happen to me. Just lock the door. You need to put your own safety first." Xiao Yingchun was a little touched. "Don't worry about this. Do you see this wall?" Fu Chainan nodded. Xiao Yingchun pointed to the newly built wall and said, "This wall has just been built. Once the door is installed, it will separate the back door from the stairs. You will also have a place to take shelter at any time. I'll put a chair here and a first aid kit. Even if I'm not here, you can still treat your wounds in time. It's the best of both worlds. The outer door will still be open, and you can come in through the back door at any time. I'll give you another key. When you come in, use the key to open this door. Then you can come in anytime." Xiao Yingchun concluded, "So, the back door is to save your life, and this door is to save my life. Have I been very thoughtful?" As she spoke, Xiao Yingchun tilted her head slightly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Chapter 76. The Young Man with Sly Eyes. Fu Chainan choked in his throat and suddenly didn't know what to say. Since her mother left, Xiao Yingchun is the first woman who cares about her safety. "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for your thoughtful consideration." Fu Chainan stood up and bowed to Xiao Yingchun seriously. Xiao Yingchun waved her hand to indicate that it was okay, and took the initiative to change the subject. "What's delicious tonight?" Fu Chainan opened the lunchbox and found that what he was eating today was pancakes again. Fu Chainan knew that she loved eating meat, so he asked Bai Lu to make meat pies with thin skin and rich fillings. The mutton and scallion pancakes were very fragrant, and paired with the soup, Xiao Yingchun enjoyed the meal very much and ate 2 in a row before stopping. The remaining 10 were taken by Fu Chainan. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yingchun reminded him, "There are many people in the shop these days. If you have nothing to do during the day, don't come over. Come over tomorrow night to pick up the goods, and count the empty bottles of skincare products and lipstick and bring them back to me." The cosmetics that Xiao Yingchun gave to Fu Chainan before were all in modern packaging. Xiao Yingchun couldn't handle the work of repackaging so many cosmetics by herself, so she had to let Fu Chainan find a way on his own. Fu Chainan did think of a solution. "My Fu family's ancestors were actually military commanders. It was only when my grandfather offended the late emperor and was demoted to a commoner and died of illness that my father started selling pork. When the Fu family was still prosperous, they placed many disabled veterans who were left unattended in remote villages. The veterans were all retired soldiers from the Fu family army. They had deep feelings for the Fu family and were trustworthy. The Fu family has been in trouble these years and has no way to help them, so the old soldiers have not had an easy life. Last time, Fu Chainan assigned them the task of repackaging cosmetics and skin creams into porcelain boxes. He directly took rice, flour, grain, and oil to give to the veterans as wages, so that the veterans who had not had a full meal for many years saw hope of survival again. However, with more orders, the veterans are too busy to handle the work even with their families. Therefore, Xiao Yingchun directly asked the cosmetics manufacturers for customization, and all kinds of lip balms, skin creams, and porcelain boxes were packaged directly by the manufacturers before being shipped. Fu Chainan asked the veterans to make some of the outermost and most space-consuming packaging boxes, which not only ensured that the veterans had work to do and could earn a full meal, but also reduced the volume of goods purchased by Xiao Yingchun, making it easier for Fu Chainan to transport them. It's another win-win approach. Fu Chainan heard that Xiao Yingchun did not get a good rest last night, so he did not talk to her much that night. After making sure that she was safe sleeping in the warehouse, he let her have a good rest and left first. Late at night, a man in a t-shirt and jeans came from a distance on a motorcycle. When he arrived nearby, he looked around, put the motorcycle against the wall, and simply climbed over the wall on the motorcycle. But after entering the dead end, the man was shocked to find that the back door that was open yesterday could not be opened today. The door is obviously not locked, so why can't I open it? He tried again, but it was no use. The iron door seemed to be welded shut. Xiaoying is in the space-time supermarket today, so how could he invite someone he doesn't know in? Before she went to bed, she set the room so that only Fu Chain An was allowed to come in. Damn it! The thin man tried very hard but failed to get in, so he had to go back the same way and ride his motorcycle around to the front door. Looking at the second floor under the dim light of the street lamp, the thin man discovered something was wrong. The windows on the second floor were gone, leaving only two black holes. Looking from the road, one could see everything inside. Obviously, the doors and windows on the second floor had been removed, so there must be nothing inside. If it's not on the second floor, is it on the first floor? The thin man tried to open the front door again, but there was still no response. The door lock seemed to be blocked from the inside, and even the wire couldn't be pushed in. This is weird, the man muttered to himself. He was busy and sweating but still failed. He had to leave in disappointment. Xiaoying knew nothing about this. She got up early the next day, ordered a takeout soup dumpling, and ate her breakfast leisurely while waiting for the renovation workers to come. When a thin and slightly hunched young man walked in with his hands in his pockets, Xiaoying casually asked, "What do you want to buy?" The young man looked around. His eyes were too active. "Let me see. Just take a look." Xiaoying didn't care and just ate her soup dumplings. The young man looked around and his eyes fell on the closed door of the warehouse. "Is there no goods in here?" Xiaoying looked at him in surprise and said, "That's the warehouse. They don't sell goods there." "Oh." The young man finally took a bottle of water and asked Xiaoying to pay. Xiaoying glanced at it and said, "2 pieces." The young man handed over $2 in cash. Xiaoying was stunned for a moment. These days, it is rare to see young people using cash to buy things. So Xiaoying looked at the young man seriously. Unexpectedly, she met the young man's burning gaze. There was both scrutiny and greed in those eyes. Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat. This person made her feel very uncomfortable. The young man's heart skipped a beat. This girl is even more beautiful when seen up close. "How old is your sister this year?" the young man asked, raising his chin frivolously. Xiaoying's face darkened. "What does it have to do with you? You're just sitting there alone. How boring it must be. I'm a customer. Let's chat." "I'm busy. You can leave after you buy the food." Xiaoying said this and continued to eat her soup dumplings with her head down. "I don't know if it's because I ate too much pollution-free noodles from Fu Chain in these past 2 days, but this kind of takeout doesn't taste good anymore. It is true that people are picky eaters." The young man did not leave. Instead, he sat at a table in the store. He opened the bottle and drank water, glancing at Xiaoying from time to time. Xiaoying ignored him, and soon the decorators arrived. Today they are going to clean up all the construction waste such as tiles and wall paint that were knocked down from the second floor and prepare to scrape cement on the walls. Plumbers and electricians will also need to locate and reserve pipes for the kitchen and toilet today. The time was tight, the task was heavy, and the money was generous. So Zhou Haipeng also came to see the scene in person. Who knew that as soon as I came in, I saw the young man. Zhou Haipeng was stunned for a moment, looked him over, turned his head and nodded at Xiaoying. "Miss Xiao, we have guests. We will go upstairs first." Xiaoying also nodded. "I came to buy water. You go ahead." As soon as Zhou Haipeng went upstairs, he sent a message to Wang Yongjun. "There is a suspicious person in Ingchun's store." The other side replied immediately, "Who is it? He looks shifty and doesn't look like a good person." Miss Xiao said she came to buy water, and she sat there and refused to leave. "I'll go take a look." Wang Yongjun replied with 4 words, and then there was no further movement. Chapter 77. Maybe a thief. Xiaoying finished her soup dumplings and stood up to throw the garbage into the trash can outside the door. Then she heard the young man ask, "Are the soup dumplings delicious?" Xiaoying rolled her eyes and ignored him. It was at this time that Wang Yongjun walked in. A tall and thin man with long arms and legs and eyes like an eagle. One can tell at a glance from his neat crew cut and straight back that he is either a soldier or a policeman, with an easily recognizable righteous aura. The young man paused with a teasing look on his face. Panic flashed through his eyes, and he lowered his head to drink water guiltily. Wang Yongjun nodded to Xiaoying first, then handed over a paper bag. "Here are your clothes. I'll wash and dry them and return them to you." Xiaoying was slightly surprised. "Why did you come here to return it?" "You don't have to return it." Wang Yongjun didn't respond. His eyes fell on the young man's face. "Are you a guest?" Xiao Yingshun had already returned to the counter and hummed, "I'm here to buy some water." Wang Yongjun glanced at the young man, suddenly pulled out a stool, sat opposite the young man, took out his cell phone and actually took a picture of the young man. The young man was startled, and his tone was unable to hide his panic. "What are you doing?" Wang Yongjun shook his phone and said, "I don't think you are a good person. I want the police to check your identity." "You're talking nonsense. You're violating my privacy." The young man got anxious and stood up and tried to snatch Wang Yongjun's cell phone. However, Wang Yongjun quickly and efficiently grabbed the young man and pinned him down on the table. "Ah, it hurts." Wang Yongjun sneered, but didn't let go, just laughed coldly. "My friend's place was robbed yesterday, and the thief hasn't been caught yet. You'd better pray that nothing happens to her again. Otherwise, I'll let the police investigate you first." You, you are slandering me." The young man's tone was visibly panicked. Even though Xiao Yingshun was surprised at first when she saw Wang Yongjun taking action, she understood everything now. Wang Yongjun suspected that this person was the thief who came in the middle of the night before. She looked at the thin young man and began to recall in her mind whether the person that day was him. "It's a pity that I didn't see the man's face that day and couldn't recognize him." As Wang Yongjun let go of his hand, the young man ran away. After running for a distance, he got on a motorcycle and left without looking back. When the man ran away out of sight, Xiao Yingshun asked, "Is that man really a thief?" Wang Yongjun spoke more strictly, "It's possible." "Why do you say that?" Xiao Yingshun didn't understand. Generally speaking, after committing a crime, criminals will choose to return to the crime scene in order to confirm whether they have been discovered or out of a secret desire to show off. This is a village in the city, and most of the people here are neighbors. "He is a stranger, right?" Xiao Yingshun nodded. "It's not normal for a young man like this to just buy a bottle of water and sit here chatting when he should be working in the morning." Xiao Yingshun suddenly realized, and then thinking about this man's disgusting behavior, which was like taffy, she became highly suspicious. So, this person might really be the thief that night. That thief was not tall and was very thin. When standing next to the bed, one can still feel the height. Wang Yongjun's expression became serious. "Ms. Xiao, do you need me to investigate this person's situation?" Xiao Yingshun looked surprised. "Is it convenient?" Wang Yongjun nodded. "Wait a minute." He first told his police friend about the thief who broke into Xiao Yingshun's house and the burglary, and then told him about the young man who came to harass Xiao Yingshun early in the morning and was caught red-handed by him. Finally, he asked if it was possible to check if this man was the thief that night. Soon Wang Yongjun's phone rang. The other party said they could help check the surveillance footage on the nearby road. This person came on a motorcycle, and Wang Yongjun took a photo of his face. It was easy to find out his identity based on the motorcycle and the photo. But there is a prerequisite, which is that Xiao Yingshun needs to go to the police station to give a statement. Xiao Yingshun hesitated, but thinking of the shock that night and the greasy and disgusting look of this man today, Xiao Yingshun nodded decisively. "Okay, I'll go to the police station." Wang Yongjun asked her to wait for me for a while. "I'll ask Zhou Haiping to come down and help you look after the store." "Ah, is this appropriate?" Wang Yongjun laughed. "You gave him such a big business, so what if he helps you watch the store for a while? He should thank you." Xiao Yingshun smiled and said, "Okay then." Wang Yongjun went up to the second floor, and Zhou Haiping followed him down a moment later, also with a smile on his face. "Miss Xiao, just go ahead. I'll look after the store for you." Xiao Yingshun smiled apologetically. "Then I'll trouble you." Wang Yongjun indicated, "I'll go with you. I'm familiar with him and can do things more efficiently." Xiao Yingshun had never been to the police station except to apply for an ID card. At this time, he didn't care about causing too much trouble for others, so he immediately agreed to follow. The two men arrived at the police station. Not long after they entered, a young policeman familiar to Wang Yongjun came out to meet them and take their statements. After the statement was taken, the young policeman said that he would retrieve the surveillance footage of the relevant road sections as soon as possible to confirm the situation. If it was confirmed to be the same person, he would call that person to the police station for questioning. Xiao Yingshun felt a little more at ease when she thought about being able to intimidate the other party. As soon as Xiao Yingshun and Wang Yongjun came out of the police station, they wanted to invite Wang Yongjun to dinner. Wang Yongjun smiled and said, "I have something else to do, so I won't have dinner today. You can go back to the store and do your work. It won't be too late to treat me to dinner when you're done." Xiao Yingshun thought the same thing, and the two of them returned to Inchun's store, where Wang Yongjun said goodbye and left. Next comes various cleaning and construction. Xiao Yingshun received a call from the courier, and the soap, cosmetics, and other items had arrived. After picking up the goods from the rented warehouse, Xiao Yingshun returned in the evening. With several workers working at the same time, The first layer of cement on the wall and pipeline layout were completed. It's hot now, so the cement dries quickly. Zhou Haipeng said that he placed the order yesterday and they worked overtime today to make the doors and windows. I estimate that all the doors and windows will be installed tomorrow, and we can start puttying and laying tiles the day after tomorrow. Miss Xiao, you can buy lights and electrical appliances and furniture now. When the decoration is finished, you can move in directly with the furniture and appliances. Xiao Chun was overjoyed and placed an order online directly. Furniture, home appliances, curtains. If you really want to decorate a home, there are still many things to buy. In the past, my parents worried about these things, but now it's my turn and I realize how demanding it is to finish decorating a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment on the 2nd floor within a week. After the decoration workers left, Xiao Ingshun chose the organizing function of the space-time supermarket, cleaned up the dirty areas on the 1st floor, and continued to look for things he liked. It was not until a tall figure blocked the light that she looked up blankly and met Fu Chenan's smiling gaze. "You're here?" Chapter 78. The Fu family was originally a military family. Fu Chainan was wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with silver thread, with huge light green cat's eyes inlaid on the belt, and a white jade crown on his head, which made his face look even more handsome. You can tell at a glance that this outfit is worth a lot of money. Is it true that clothes make the man? So cool. It has a bit of the flavor of an ancient puppet drama. Looking at the change in Xiao Ingchuan's expression, from being absorbed in looking at her phone to smiling when she saw him, Fu Chainan couldn't help but soften his voice. "Yeah, how's your day going?" Xiao Ingchun put down her phone and followed Fu Chainan to the table. She helped him set the table, talked about the progress of today's decoration, and glanced at Fu Chainan from time to time. Delicious food and beautiful women are right before your eyes. What else is there to pursue in life? When Fu Chainan heard Xiao Ingchun say that the thief might have been found, he looked obviously surprised. "That's great. I heard from Xiao Ingchun that a former Special Forces soldier helped her subdue a thief, frightening him so much that he ran away, and then took her to find the police to report the case and catch the thief." Fu Chainan felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Xiao Ingchun had been attracted by the wafting fragrance. Not only was there food today, Bai Lu also made snacks, which turned out to be the mung bean cake that Xiao Ingchun had asked Fu Chainan to bring over before, and she also made several flavors. Fu Chainan smiled and pushed the whole plate of snacks to Xiao Ingchun. "Try it, and see if it tastes the same as what you ate before." Xiao Ingchun tasted it, and found it was actually very delicious. The mung bean cake in front of me is not as delicate as the one bought from the popular online store, but the slightly rough particles need to be crushed with the tip of the tongue, which gives it a unique flavor. In ancient times, there were no high-tech machines for grinding flour, so mung bean flour had a fine granular texture. Xiao Ingchun nodded repeatedly while eating. "Delicious. Really delicious." Fu Chainan pushed all the snacks on the plate to Xiao Ingchun. "If they are delicious, keep them for later." Xiao Ingchun remembered that Fu Chainan also liked to eat this, so she wanted to give him some, but Fu Chainan said, "I'll ask Bai Lu to make it later." Xiao Ingchun thought about it and realized it made sense, so she didn't hesitate. "What I made today was not noodles, but rice and stir-fried vegetables." Xiao Ingchun looked at Fu Chainan curiously. "Why is the taste different from the previous ones?" Fu Chainan looked at Xiao Ingchun with amusement and said, "This was made by another cook, Guyu. Guyu is a southern woman and can cook some southern dishes." After the two of them finished their meal, Xiao Ingchun took out the boxes of cosmetics from the warehouse and said, "This is the goods you want to buy. Is there anything else you need?" Fu Chainan didn't even look at it. "I'll take it back first. I'll tell you when they have calculated what's missing. I have handed these matters over to the people below me." He now prefers to listen to Xiao Ingchun talk about things in this world. Every time she seemed to just say it casually, it sounded like enlightenment to Fu Chainan. Having been enlightened so much, it was inevitable that he looked at Xiao Ingchun with eagerness in his eyes. She simply pointed at the counter and told Fu Chainan that it was called glass, and that it was cheap and convenient to buy in this world. Fu Chainan took the glass back and made it into a counter, which became the only one in the capital and even in the Daliang dynasty. She said that the soap could be sold to wealthy families and powerful families, and indeed, those wealthy families flocked to it. She also said that those cosmetics and perfumes would sell well, and they did. At this moment, Xiao Ingchun started talking about the mirror again. "The mirrors we have here are actually much bigger than the ones you sell now. They are about this size, but we can't sell particularly large ones right away." Xiao Ingchun gestured the size of the mirror. "If you start selling small pieces, people will think that this is the price for a piece this size, and if it's twice as big, then it's normal to be twice as expensive. If you give them the best right at the beginning, and then they get tired of it, what else can you sell to them? They will be dissatisfied." This is called insatiable desire. This is a common problem among people. Fu Chainan became distracted as he listened. Isn't it a common problem that desires are insatiable? Even the emperor cannot escape it. At the beginning, when various countries frequently invaded and plundered the border, the army of the Daliang dynasty was defeated repeatedly and retreated again and again, with countless soldiers killed and wounded. Seeing that the looting was only 100 miles away from the capital, the remaining generals in the court fell ill or retired, trying every means to avoid the assignment. His Majesty the Emperor finally became frightened and asked his father, who had been a butcher for 20 years, to take him to the Fu family army and lead the army to fight the enemy. Perhaps at that time, His Majesty had the idea of letting his father and son follow the Fu family army and fight the enemy together, suffering mutual defeat and destruction. But my father, with his own efforts, turned the Fu family army, which was on the verge of splitting, into the most powerful army in the Liang dynasty. After experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, Fu Chainan understood for the first time why his father, who was a butcher, secretly read and taught military books for many years. The Fu family was originally a family of generals. The Fu family army has been waiting for their marshal to return to the battlefield. Not only did the Fu family army survive, they also drove the enemy out of Daliang's territory and even fought back and captured Yongzhou city. His contribution was so great that even if the emperor was unwilling, he still chose to reward him in order to silence the gossips of the people. Oral Marshal Fu Zhonghai was officially named Grand Marshal, and he himself became a general. The mansion that was confiscated by my grandfather was rewarded back and turned into the marshal's mansion. He was also rewarded with flashy things such as the unicorn gold. If I had listened to what Xiao Yingchun said earlier and had developed the relationship quietly with my father and the dogs of the Fu family army, and my performance was not so impressive, perhaps I would still be riding horses at the border with my father now. Instead of being feared by the emperor, trapped in the capital, becoming a bird in a cage, and being forced to do some crappy business. But it's also good this way. The money from the women of the noble families in the capital is too easy to earn. They can buy a lot of supplies for the Fu family army. In order to conceal the true whereabouts of most of his money, he had to live a lavish life. Just this robe made of flowing cloud brocade on your body would cost 100 taels of silver. How many compressed biscuits can I get in exchange? General Fu? General Fu? Xiao Yingchun talked for a while, and suddenly found that Fu Chenan's eyes were wide open. She called him a few times in confusion, and Fu Chainan finally came to his senses. Ah? Are you distracted? Are you too tired recently? Why don't you go back and have a rest? Xiao Yingchun suggested. Fu Chainan smiled awkwardly and took the initiative to bring the topic back to the topic, pointing at the counter. This glass you mentioned last time is really popular with many people. If I sell it, I'm sure many people will want it. Xiao Yingchun also laughed when he heard this. This glass is indeed not expensive, but if you sell it, who do you think will be the first to take a fancy to it? Fu Chainan knew without thinking. Your Majesty the Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Yingchun pointed to the French door at the front door and said, It's a pity that you only see the wall. In fact, the whole door is made of glass. Glass can also be used to make windows, which are bright and warm. If all the palaces in your Daliang dynasty were equipped with such glass windows, how much glass would you contribute to His Majesty the Emperor? Fu Chainan, then don't worry about it. Fu Chainan felt pain in his heart when he thought about giving away so much for free. Chapter 79, Old Soap. But you have already made it at your counter. If they really want it, it's not impossible. Just sell it at the exorbitant price. The size must be controlled well by then, and it must not be larger than the glass on your counter. I understand. Desire is hard to satisfy. Fu Chainan smiled bitterly. That's right. Xiao Yingchun looked at him with admiration. Anyway, you have many ways to make money now, so you can sell the glass later. But as for this, you can prepare to sell it. Xiao Yingchun went to the shelf and took a piece of old soap. This old soap is more than twice as big as the soap sold before. Although it's not pretty, the effect is the same. You can cut this into 2 pieces and sell each piece for only 1 or 2 taels of silver. The ladies of the rich and powerful families can use it to wash clothes, shoes, and socks. It is more convenient and cleaner than using soap nuts. Fu Chainan took a look at the old soap and found it was really big. Even if it is cut into 2 pieces and sold, it is still larger than the small soap sold before. Although it doesn't look good, it is enough for ordinary wealthy families to wash clothes, shoes, and socks. Fu Chainan nodded. Then could you please buy some for me? I'll take some back to sell first. Xiao Yingchun directly gave him all the stock in his supermarket. This box is all yours. I'll give you more when I come back later. There was only 1 box in total, without any outer packaging, and everything was neatly arranged in a box. Fu Chanan put the box of old soap on the box of cosmetics, and then put the food boxes on the soap box, and carried them away one trip at a time. Xiao Yingchun shouted at his back, "Come here tomorrow to get the stab-proof vest and stab-proof gloves." Fu Chanan, okay. In Tao Tao Ji Cosmetics shop, the wife of the Minister of Rights came for the third time. She stood tall and proud, and asked, "What good things do you have today?" Ruri personally received her. "Madam, you bought pearl last time, but this time there are a few new colors of lip balm. Would you like to take a look?" Rui said as she took out 4 new lip balm boxes, which were light haze blue and smoky pink porcelain boxes. When they opened them, they saw that one box was red to the point of purple, and another box was red to the point of black. The Shangshu's wife frowned on the spot. "This color is too dark." Rui calmly took out a small brush and began to test the color on the Shangshu's wife. "Madam, this color, if you apply it lightly, it will be just right. If you need to wear the imperial robe, apply it a little darker, it will be more majestic." She used a brush to make 2 marks of lip balm, one deep and one light, on the back of Rui's fair hand, and handed it to the Shangshu's wife to see clearly. She nodded modestly. "Then you give it a try." "Yes, ma'am." Rui first washed the lip grease off the back of her hands with old soap, dried her hands with a handkerchief, and then used a brush to help the Shangshu's wife try it on her mouth. After trying both colors and both uses, the Shangshu's wife pointed to 2 lip balm boxes and said, "Give me 5 boxes of each color." "Okay, madam." Rui immediately and skillfully got her a new one, wrapped it in a gift box, and handed it to the nanny who was serving beside her. The Shangshu's wife pointed at the old soap that Rui had just used to wash her hands and said, "Is this different from the soap you bought before?" Rui took out half a piece of old soap from under the counter. "The color of this soap is not as pretty as the scented soap, but it is very good for washing hands and women's underwear, clothes, shoes, and socks. One piece is only 1 ounce of silver." The Shangshu's wife was immediately tempted. "Give me $50. Ruri did not say, "Okay, madam," but smiled apologetically and said, "Madam, this soap is a new product that Boss Shishi sent along with the lip balm this time. It only costs a few dozen yuan." Originally, General Fu said that we should let customers buy 1 or 2 pieces to try first, and then let a few more people try it. "I can only give you $5 at most. I'll give you more next time when Boss Sis supplies us with a large quantity, okay?" From a maximum of 2 yuan to a maximum of 5 yuan. The Shangshu's wife knew that this was also a favor given to her by General Fu, so she nodded. The maid next to her paid the silver note, took 10 boxes of lip balm and 5 bars of old soap and left. "Madam, you come here in person to buy these things. I would just let them deliver them to your door." As soon as the nanny walked out of the shop, she whispered to the Shangshu's wife. The Shangshu's wife said calmly, "You are too talkative." The nanny didn't dare to say anything more. Ruri and Shoyue looked at each other. They heard it too. These words reached Fu Chenan's ears after the shop closed in the evening. "General, why didn't Madame Shangshu ask us to send it to her house for them to choose? Why did she condescend to come and choose it herself?" Fu Chenan smiled and said, "Since he is the Minister of Rights, he naturally attaches more importance to rules. Perhaps their family has some different rules? What special rules are there?" It was simply because all the important officials in the court knew that the emperor was wary of the Fu father and son. They would rather work hard and come in person than be labeled as on the Fu family side by the emperor. However, some ordinary wealthy merchants and some minor officials do not have such fears. They will ask their housekeepers to come to the shop from time to ask if there are any new goods. If there are new products, the female shopkeeper of Tao Tao Ji will bring the new products to their homes for them to try out. So the remaining beautiful maids who were usually not guarding Tao Tao's cosmetics shop now had work to do. Fu Chainan bought a few maids who knew some martial arts to escort them to the clients' homes. After patiently trying on makeup for the ladies and girls, he returned after selling everything. Money rolls in. The shops of the wealthy families who had purchased the goods previously imported these Western goods, which sold very well for a while, and also boosted the sales of other goods in their shops. As a result, they became increasingly dissatisfied with Fu Chainan's low price. Fu Chainan is really bad at doing business. Who gets exclusive goods but only makes 10% profit? Isn't this like begging with a golden bowl? So the 6 wealthy families who got supplies from Boss Sith came to Fu Chainan one after another and asked him to raise the price. Fu Chainan simply invited them all to the marshal's mansion. In the marshal's mansion, there was a newly renovated reception room that still smelled of paint, old ebony furniture, and various ornaments that were valuable but not a set, all of which exuded the atmosphere of a poor man who had suddenly become rich. Everyone sat down, looked at each other, and had their own guesses in their minds. General Fu has probably been poor for too long, so as soon as he has some money, he wants to tidy up his house, right? Fu Chainan came hurriedly in a light green flowing cloud brocade, looking extremely showy. As soon as he met the young masters of noble families present, he grinned and clasped his fists. Everyone, you have been waiting for a long time. Sorry. General Fu, you're so polite. They responded with smiles and took their seats one after another. Most of the illegitimate sons were second-generation rich people who lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. Family resources did not favor them, and they were basically not qualified to enter the court. By chance, I went to Zhuanglu with Fu Chainan, and unexpectedly I got the opportunity to cooperate with Boss Size. In fact, they had discussed it privately, and guessed that Fu Chainan must have helped in the middle. Otherwise, with so many people coveting Boss Shixi's Western goods, why did only a few of them get them? Therefore, they have been particularly enthusiastic about Fu Chainan recently. Chapter 80 coveted by all parties. Fu Chainan loves to eat and is good at eating, so they would always find Fu Chainan to go to various delicious places to eat and drink. Sometimes they would invite Fu Chainan to Zhuanglu for a drink, but Fu Chainan said that his old injury had not healed and the doctor forbade him to touch women. It is said that if you start eating meat too early, it will affect your future offspring. Therefore, whenever Fu Chainan went to Zhuanglu with them, he would just ask people to sing songs and eat snacks. After a while, they became quite familiar with each other. A few people were laughing and talking about polite things. Chang Igui, the illegitimate son of the Minister of Justice, was the first to speak. Changyan, you have a golden bowl in your hand. Why are your things so cheap? You're selling it too cheaply, so we can't sell it too expensively, right? We are the only ones selling it, so we can definitely sell it at a higher price, right? This way we can all get rich together, right? Fu Chainan glanced at everyone and looked very embarrassed. If I earn too much, I'm afraid people will gossip about me. I just want to support my family and live a slightly better life. Everyone knew that the Fu family only had two people, father and son, and the emperor was wary of them. Now the marshal is on the front line defending his country, and Fu Chainan is an idler, hostage, in the capital. If Fu Chainan was obsessed with money and made a lot of wealth, the emperor would obviously be even more worried. The young masters of the noble families looked at each other and immediately laughed. Chang Igui spoke up again. If General Fu doesn't mind, then we should just not open Tao Tao Ji anymore. Just give us the price you're currently selling at Tao Tao Ji, and we'll sell it to you all over the country. Didn't Boss Shishi say that for every 100 taels of silver you give us, you'll get 3 taels of silver? If you hadn't spoken well of us to Boss Shishi, maybe Boss Shishi wouldn't have chosen us to cooperate with him. So we discussed it and are willing to give you an additional 10% profit on this basis. That is, for every 100 taels of silver we take from you, we will give you an additional 10 taels of silver. So you don't have to go through the trouble of selling them one by one? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about this unless there is any written evidence. In this way, people outside will gradually forget that these are the things Fu Chainan is selling, and the prices for takeout will be entirely decided by these few companies. Fu Chainan made a lot of money, but he has been hiding behind the scenes since then. At first glance, this seems like a good thing for you, and you should be touched and accept the suggestion. But Fu Chainan laughed. If Tao Tao Ji cancels retail and only does wholesale, there will also be disadvantages. At least he would not be able to come into contact with the families of important court officials who seemed unwilling to have anything to do with him. After lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Fu Chainan rubbed his fingers together with a questioning look on his face. How about this? From now on, my Tao Tao Ji shop will limit the number of takeouts per day to no more than 100 of each item, but the price will still be the same. As for them not being able to buy it and needing to buy it from you, that's up to you guys. Besides, my Tao Tao Ji only has cosmetic shops in the capital. Do you think it's okay? Several young masters from aristocratic families thought about it and said, okay. Even if Fu Chainan doesn't agree, they can't do anything openly. After all, they still have to purchase goods through Fu Chainan. After all, Fu Chainan was already giving them face by saying this. After these young masters of noble families left, Fu Chainan's smile faded. Want to monopolize the market and sell at high prices? He couldn't agree to it yet. The young masters of the noble families returned to their homes and reported to their elders the process and results of the negotiations with Fu Chainan. After listening to Cheng Aigui's report, Cheng Weishan, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, stroked his beard and said solemnly, "This Fu Chainan is quite smart. You can get in touch with him more in the future. Just one thing, don't cross the line, and don't make promises easily." After Cheng Igui left, Cheng Weishan told his attendant, "Go ask someone to invite the lady over." Soon Cheng Weishan's wife, son, came over. Master, why did you ask me to come over? What's the matter? Cheng Weishan glanced at her. He didn't know if it was because of the powder and perfume Sun had been using recently, but her complexion had improved a lot. I remember Linger is 16 this year, right? Yes. Madam Sun sat down, feeling a little surprised. Cheng Linger was Cheng Weishan's concubine's daughter. She was very beautiful, but she was still unengaged at the age of 16. Cheng Weishan has always been generous to this concubine's daughter, and her food, clothing, and other expenses are almost as high as those of a legitimate daughter. But Mrs. Sun didn't mind, because she knew that the concubines in the mansion would all look for a good family in the future to pave the way for their legitimate sons. When you go to Anxiang Street next time, take her with you more often. Ah. Madam Sun was confused for a moment. Cheng Weishan was dissatisfied with Madam Sun's slowness. Guer got a bow earlier, which was said to be a famous bow from the previous dynasty. We don't know anything about these warriors' stuff. Tell him to invite the young man from the Fu family to come over and appreciate it later. Madam Sun connected the dots and finally realized, Master, do you want Linger to marry Fu Qianan? Although Fu Qianan made a lot of money selling Western goods at Tao Tao Ji, the emperor was wary of their family. If I marry into their family, won't it bring trouble to my own family in the future? Cheng Weishan glanced at Madam Sun and said, We're just letting him get in touch with Linger. It's not a done deal. Why are you in such a hurry? Sometimes it is more effective to like something but not be able to get it than to settle on it right away. After hearing this, Madam Sun suddenly understood. Although she felt strange, she still agreed, okay. Cheng Linger's mother was a thin horse from Yangzhou, so she was naturally very good at seducing men. Over the years, with the instruction and acquiescence of Cheng Weishan, Cheng Linger had learned it very well. Cheng Weishan also asked Madam Sun to teach Cheng Linger and several other concubines to take care of the accounts and people. These concubines' daughters are the stepping stones for the Cheng family to move up in career. Normally, Madam Sun would take a few concubines out to banquets, but Cheng Weishan rarely let Cheng Linger go out to banquets with him. The most precious treasures will naturally be sold at a high price. If everyone can see it, wouldn't it be cheap? Now you are willing to move this chess piece? Madam Sun got up and went out to arrange the Bao appreciation banquet, and also called Cheng Yigui over to give him some instructions. Cheng Yigui had indeed misunderstood, and with an expectant look on his face, Mother, what you mean is… Madam Sun said calmly, I don't mean anything else. Cheng Yigui thought about it and understood. This means he hasn't made up his mind yet. Anyway, no matter what, it at least shows one thing. His family is serious about his business. Come to think of it, my own products are more expensive than Tao Tao Ji's. I can earn 5 taels of silver for a set of toiletries and makeup. 100 sets would be 500 taels. If Fu Qianan becomes a member of the family in the future, he can purchase unlimited quantities and sell them at high prices in various places. That's real money-making. The family spent a lot of money to pave the way for the eldest brother. I gave a painting to my eldest brother's teacher at the academy some time ago, and it cost me several thousand taels of silver. Chapter 81. The thief was instructed. Similar situations occurred in other prefectures, but some report to the mistress and some report to the father. Some just ask them to interact more with Fu Qianan, while others plan to send Fu Qianan beautiful maids. There is not even one person in the family who is willing to marry his concubine's daughter directly to Fu Qianan. Fu Qianan didn't know about this for the time being, and he went to deliver dinner to Xiaoing Chun. Fu Qianan discovered that Xiaoing Chun seemed to prefer various stir-fried dishes, so he asked Guyu to cook and Bailu to make noodles these 2 days. The 2 beautiful maids successfully became full-time cooks. They didn't expect that their meals would be so popular with the general. They would also be rewarded with various cakes and pastries brought back by the general. They worked even harder. Today Guyu made scrambled eggs with peas and stir-fried chicken with green peppers. Fu Qianan pointed at the stir-fried chicken with green peppers and said, You treated me to grilled chicken wings before, and I told Guyu and Bailu about it later. They are smart. They actually came up with this idea. They cut the meat from the thick parts of the chicken legs and breasts and diced them. The rest can be fried and then mixed with rice. Using the spoon Xiaoing Chun brought, Fu Qianan scooped 2 spoonfuls of scrambled eggs with peas and 2 spoonfuls of stir-fried chicken with green peppers on top of the rice. Would you like to try it? Xiaoing Chun met his burning gaze, mixed the scrambled eggs with peas into the rice, and took a bite. The peas should be blanched in water first, so that they are green in color and cooked inside. When fried with eggs, the heat is just right, and the dish is homely yet delicious. Xiaoing Chun smiled and nodded. Delicious. Try this. Fu Qianan pointed to the stir-fried chicken with green peppers. Xiaoing Chun mixed the chicken with the rice and took a bite, then nodded again. Delicious, delicious. The main thing is that the diced chicken is fragrant enough, and the taste of green peppers brings out the layers of flavor all at once. Seeing Xiao Yingchun eating happily, Fu Chainan was satisfied and asked, "Do you need more food?" Xiao Yingchun thought about it, and then took 2 spoonfuls of food each, then waved her hand. "That's enough for me. You can eat the rest, right?" Fu Chainan immediately poured all the dishes into a large rice bowl, stirred them together, and ate them in big mouthfuls. Xiao Yingchun finished a bowl of rice, and Fu Chainan also finished a large bowl of rice. Xiao Yingchun. Fu Dadu is worthy of his reputation. After finishing the meal, Fu Chainan talked about what happened today. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. "Then you are going to make a lot of money?" On the surface, these 6 aristocratic families were just picked out by Fu Chainan from those playboys who went to Zhuanglu in the past, but in fact, Fu Chainan also put a lot of thought into it. They dared to let their illegitimate son accompany them to Zhuanglu, which shows that these noble families did not have much ill feelings towards Fu Chainan and the Fu family. Then Boss Sis showed up, and they immediately sent a letter to the Fu family to do business together. At least they had the attitude. Based on these 2 points, many people have actually been eliminated. Fu Chainan will then select 6 people who may be of help to the Fu family in the future. It would be good enough if there are 6 of them. These 6 families are not valued by the emperor and will not be reused by His Majesty in the short term, so they will not turn against him. The most important thing is that their family is short of money, but they have the ability to protect this business, which indirectly protects Fu Chenan's Tao Daoji. After all, only as long as Fu Chenan's Tao Taji is there, their business can continue. Fu Chainan talked freely, and Xiao Yingchun listened and looked at Fu Chainan. Today, Fu Chainan was wearing a flashy dark green robe with silver thread embroidered on it. It was extremely beautiful and extremely flashy, but this flamboyant and high-profile appearance makes him seem more energetic and heroic. As Fu Chainan was talking, he noticed Xiao Yingchun's scrutiny and couldn't help but point to his robe. "Does it look good?" Xiao Yingchun nodded sincerely. No one else would dare to dress like this. This dress is really too picky about the face. Fu Chainan was instantly happy. This robe is made of the same material as the white one before, but the color is different, and the style of the robe is also different. Fu Chainan frowned slightly and said, "It's just too expensive. If it wasn't for the purpose of reassuring the emperor, he would never dress like this." But seeing Xiao Yingchun's eyes, Fu Chainan suddenly felt that it was good to dress like this. If you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by doing one thing, it is quite cost-effective. While Fu Chainan was planning to prepare more beautiful clothes like this when he earned some money in the future, he was also thinking about how to make more money. Xiao Yingchun had no idea of Fu Chenan's thoughts. After finishing her meal, she confirmed with Fu Chainan about the goods he would be delivering the next day, and then handed him a key. Fu Chainan took it and asked uncertainly, "Which door is it from?" Xiao Yingchun nodded. The door of the partition wall has been installed today, and Xiao Yingchun did not waste the 2 square meters of space between the 2 doors. There was a plastic chair and a first aid kit on the side, which contained various hemostatic, disinfectant, and anti-inflammatory drugs, gauze, and suture-free dressings. It was definitely effective in temporarily treating external injuries. "I will not close the back door from now on. I will lock this door at night. If you need anything, just open the door and come in to get anything." Ancient locks were probably different from modern ones, so Xiao Yingchun asked Fu Chainan to practice opening the door with the key on the spot, and only then did she feel relieved. Fu Chenan's heart was almost melted by Xiao Yingchun's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for thinking about me." Xiao Yingchun grinned, "As I should. You are my god of wealth." Fu Chainan laughed and looked at her deeply. "You are also my god of wealth?" If it weren't for Xiao Yingchun's unique supply channel, how could he have built up his business so easily? It's really something good and unique. Xiao Yingchun chuckled, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Then let's all take good care of ourselves and get rich together?" "Okay, let's get rich together." Fu Chainan said goodbye with a smile. The next morning, Xiao Yingchun had just finished eating rice noodles when she received a call from Wang Yongjun, asking her to go to the police station. Xiao Yingchun's heartbeat quickened. "What's wrong?" Wang Yongjun said in a serious tone. "You will know when you go there. I will be there soon. See you at the police station." Xiao Yingchun didn't care that electrical appliances and cabinets were being installed upstairs today. She left the store to Zhou Haiping and drove to the police station. Wang Yongjun's friend received them and explained the situation to them. It turned out that the young man who harassed Xiao Yingchun that day was actually the thief from before. Because the theft was not successful, there was no way to impose a heavy fine, so we could only criticize, educate, and warn him. The reason why Xiao Yingchun and Wang Yongjun were specially called over was that the thief went to steal from Xiao Yingchun's house, which made him feel that the matter was of great importance. Have you offended anyone recently? Xiao Yingchun looked at the serious policeman with a bewildered look on his face. Ah? This man's name is Shirley Lin. He heard that you are very rich and have many antiques at home, so he came to your house to steal. Chapter 82, Lu Xiaomei's Revenge. Xiao Yingchun felt his heart stop for a moment. Who spread this news? She looked at the policeman eagerly, then at Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun also looked at Xiao Yingchun seriously, and then at his police friend. Xiao Yingchun stammered and explained, I don't have any antiques at home. If you don't believe me, you can go and search. The policeman was not entirely convinced. You really dare to let me search your house? Xiao Yingchun nodded. Of course. You can go now. What a joke. The second floor is now clean, and the first floor only has my daily necessities, a bed, a cabinet, and an empty safe. The police looked at Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun leaned back and made his position clear. You enforce the law, and I will never interfere or protect you. Walk. The police actually went to Xiao Yingchun's shop. It was only after he went there that he realized that it was so simple that there was no need to search. In particular, in front of the police, Xiao Yingchun not only opened the closet for the police to search, but also opened the safe, and it was really empty. The policeman glanced at Wang Yongjun and nodded slightly to Xiao Yingchun. Do you know someone named Lu Xiaomei? Lu Xiaomei? Xiao Yingchun looked confused. Wang Yongjun frowned slightly. Is it the girl who pours tea at Xinlong pawn shop? Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized and looked at Wang Yongjun in a daze. Are you saying that it was that Lu Xiaomei who asked Shirley Lin to steal from my house? Wang Yongjun didn't answer, and both of them looked at the police. The policeman sighed and nodded. She did work at Xinlong pawn shop. Xiao Yingchun understood. I opened a company with Dai Hengxin, the owner of Xinlong pawn shop. Lu Xiaomei should be Dai Hengxin's relative. Dai Hengxin fired her because of their family's private affairs. But what does this have to do with me? She was fired, and it wasn't her decision. Instead of taking revenge on Dai Hengxin, she asked someone to rob her own house. Shirley Lin came to your house to steal antiques after hearing from Lu Xiaomei that your house had antiques. After he failed to steal anything, he even told Lu Xiaomei about it. Lu Xiaomei told him that the theft was unsuccessful and had not caused any serious consequences, so even if he was caught, it would not matter, so he should not be afraid. If he has the ability to catch up with you, all your money will be his. You should be more careful next time. As soon as the police left, Xiao Yingchun went berserk and picked up his cell phone to call Dai Hengxin to question him. Wang Yongjun stopped her and said, How about I ask what's going on first? I always feel that if Xiao Yingchun calls like this, the two of them will have a quarrel. I was the one who got involved in catching this thief, but who knew that after a lot of detours, I ended up catching a relative of my buddy Dai Hengxin? Dai Hengxin is not only his buddy, but also his client. Does this count as a flood flushing the Dragon King Temple? At this moment, Wang Yongjun felt like he was neither a human nor a human. Xiao Yingchun thought about it, gritted his teeth and said, That's fine. Tell him, I need an explanation. Wang Yongjun quickly agreed to call Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin received the call as soon as he arrived at the pawn shop. He was also shocked. How is this possible? Wang Yongjun's tone was as calm as ever. How is it impossible? The person has been found and has gone to the police station to record his statement. Dai Hengxin felt a tightness in his chest. He gritted his teeth and said, I understand. Tell Yingchun, I will give her an explanation. However, before explaining to Xiao Yingchun, he needed to understand some things first. Dai Hengxin no longer had time to care about his business. He closed the door and drove home. At the Dai family villa, Zhao Changfeng had just gotten up and was wearing his home clothes and eating breakfast when he suddenly saw Dai Hengxin walking in angrily again and went straight to the dining table and sat down. Mom, Lu Xiaomei asked someone to steal things from Xiao Yingchun's house. Did you know about this? Zhao Qingfeng scooped a mouthful of porridge to his mouth, but was so scared that he put the spoon down again. What did you say? Lu Xiaomei told a friend that Xiao Yingchun was very rich and had antiques at home, and asked someone to steal from Xiao Yingchun's home. The man went there with a knife. Zhao Chengfeng was so frightened that she stuttered, Then Xiao Yingchun, she? Dai Hengxin took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yingchun woke up in shock, and the thief ran away. Zhao Chengfeng patted his chest and gasped, Is he okay? If he's okay, why are you so excited? Besides, it's not Xiaomei who stole the things. Dai Hengxin was almost speechless. Mom, I told you. Xiao Yingchun and I signed a confidentiality agreement. Xiaomei also signed a confidentiality agreement with our company. If employees of auction companies and pawn shops have not signed a confidentiality agreement, who would dare to hire them recklessly? It was clearly stated in the original agreement that she would have to pay compensation for this. And she actually dared to order someone to steal something? After failing to steal, she even asked someone to harass Xiao Yingchun? How could she be such a person? Zhao Chengfeng had come to her senses after hearing that Xiao Yingchun was fine and nothing was lost. But when she saw Dai Hengxin's angry attitude, she got angry. I didn't instruct her to do this, so I know nothing about it. You're asking me this in a blaming way. Is this your attitude towards my mother? If you hadn't fired her, would she have done such a thing? If she hadn't told me about Xiao Yingchun, would you have fired her? She was fired just because of Xiao Yingchun. Isn't it normal for her to hold a grudge against Xiao Yingchun? I think Xiao Yingchun deserves it. Dai Hengxin suddenly felt very powerless. He looked at Zhao Chengfeng with some despair, not knowing what else to say. After a while, Dai Hengxin turned around weakly, went upstairs, returned to his room, and closed the door. Zhao Chengfeng stared blankly at him as he entered the room. He didn't open the door for a long time, so she couldn't help but go upstairs and knock on the door. Hey, aren't you going to the pawn shop? Dai Hengxin said sullenly. No. What do you mean? Are you going to quit business? I won't do it anymore. Dai Hengxin seemed to be angry, but also seemed to be completely depressed. Zhao Chengfeng shouted through the door in frustration. If you don't do business, what will you eat? Two strange, muffled laughs came from Dai Hengxin's room. My mom is capable. She supports me. I want to be a mama's boy. Zhao Chengfeng was so angry that she couldn't utter a complete word. Alas, you. Dai Jingye poked his head out from the next room and looked at Zhao Chengfeng jokingly. Are you satisfied now? He's completely obedient and is going to be a mama's boy. Just take good care of him. Zhao Chengfeng was almost mad. Dai Jingye, what do you mean? He's your son. Don't you have an obligation to educate him? Dai Jingye was not convinced. Who told me not to interfere with his education? Who said I was doting on him and insisted on taking care of him alone? Now you say it's my duty to educate him? Have you made me fulfill my duty? Empress Dowager, you will be the chief minister of the 6 palaces from now on. This prosperous age as you wish. Chapter 83. Ways to cash out. Dai Hengxin did not reply to Xiao Yingchun. He was too embarrassed to reply. After thinking it over, he sent a message to Wang Yongjun. I asked clearly, my mother didn't know about this, but it was caused by her. Lu Xiaomei liked to tell my mother about my whereabouts. I fired her, but she didn't dare to retaliate against me and my mother, so she took revenge on Xiao Yingchun. Please tell Xiao Yingchun for me. I am too embarrassed to see her. I will go to her house and apologize to her in a few days. Wang Yongjun had already left Yingchun's store. After thinking for a while, he took a screenshot of Dai Hengxin's last sentence and sent it to Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun looked at the screenshot, sneered, and replied to Wang Yongjun with 2 words, thank you. Putting down his phone, Xiao Yingchun went upstairs to check out the decoration situation. With the support of money, the decoration speed is really fast. It is estimated that the cabinets, suspended ceilings, lamps, curtain rods, and air conditioners will all be installed before dark today. After cleaning tomorrow, we can move in furniture and appliances. After leaving the store to Zhou Haiping, Xiao Yingchun went to the warehouse to pick up the goods. The 100 sets of bulletproof vests and stab-proof gloves that Fu Chainan needed had arrived. She put the things into the warehouse of the space-time supermarket, and when she came back, the installation was almost completed. The store is buzzing with activity these days, and neighbors will take a second look when they pass by. After Zhou Haiping's people left in the afternoon, Xiao Yingchun immediately prepared to settle the bill with Zhou Haiping. Zhou Haiping even laughed. Miss Xiao, you are too hasty. I haven't sorted out the bill yet. How about you wait until tomorrow and I will come to settle the bill? Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized and felt a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry to bother you this time. How about I treat you and Wang Yongjun to lunch together tomorrow? Zhou Haiping laughed and said, talk to Wang Yongjun about this matter. He can make the decision for me. Can Wang Yongjun be the boss of Zhou Haiping? In the face of Xiao Yingchun's surprised eyes, Zhou Haiping did not explain and strode away with the workers. Without outsiders, Xiao Yingchun closed the store decisively and used the space-time supermarket sorting function to clean the first floor. He also made an appointment to clean the second floor tomorrow morning and deliver and install furniture in the afternoon. After finishing the chores, Xiao Yingchun sighed. I am so busy every day. I hadn't been sitting on the recliner for 2 minutes when Fu Chainan arrived. However, Fu Chainan was not dressed ostentatiously today. He was wearing a black short nightgown and a black cloth tie in his hair. It was obvious that he was about to do something shameful. Xiao Yingchun looked at him, and he said directly, I am not in the capital now. I am outside the city. Give me the vest and gloves, and I'll have someone deliver them to Yongzhou City. Then I'll rush back to the capital and bring you some food. If a hostage does not return to Beijing at night, the emperor will inevitably become suspicious. He needs to hurry. When Xiao Chun heard this, he took out the stab-proof vest and gloves without saying a word. Because it was already explained, it was directly packed in wooden boxes. Then I'll go first. Fu Chainin picked up 2 boxes and left without looking back. Xiao Chun wanted to ask him to bring 2 bags of lollipops to Fu Zhonghai, but considering that the distance was not short and that it was a gift from someone else, it would be better not to let others see such a thing that violated the rules of the times. Just think about it. When Fu Chainin came again, it was already dark. In the evening, Fu Chainin wore a crimson robe and had braised pork, tiger skin quail eggs, and stir-fried vegetables. Fu Chainin opened the food box and said with great interest, "This braised pork and pigeon eggs is said to be very nutritious. You should try it." Xiao Chun. It's not quail eggs, it's pigeon eggs. Our vision is too narrow. Fu Chainin took Xiao Chun's bowl with great enthusiasm and shared the rice, meat, and eggs with her. Xiao Chun quickly refused. "I don't eat fat." Fu Chainin paused. "Don't eat fatty meat? Fatty meat is so delicious." Xiao Chun laughed dryly. "I feel sick when I eat fatty meat, so just give me that pigeon egg. Add some soup and rice, and it will be delicious." Fu Chainin thought for a moment and picked out a piece of braised pork with only a little fat from the pot. "Try it? If you really feel sick, just eat pigeon eggs." Unable to refuse the kind invitation, Xiao Chun had no choice but to put the piece of braised pork into her mouth. The next second, Xiao Chun's eyes widened in shock. The way pork was cooked in ancient times is so delicious. The braised pork is cooked to perfection and melts in your mouth. The seasoning is also perfect, and you won't feel sick of it at all. She nodded, praising him generously. "This is really well made. It's delicious." She took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks, picked a few of the leanest pieces, and asked for a few pigeon eggs and some sauce, crushed them with a spoon, and mixed them directly with the rice. Wait until the rice is soaked in the soup, mix it with crushed pigeon eggs and minced meat, and then put it into your mouth. The aroma of meat and eggs fills your mouth. So delicious. Fu Chainin was relieved to see that she was satisfied with the meal, as long as she likes it. She doesn't like to eat fatty meat. Next time when she asks Guyu to cook, don't put all pork belly in it. Put some lean meat in it too. Silently noting her preferences, Fu Chen happily poured the whole pot of braised pork and pigeon eggs into the rice bowl, mashed them like Xiao Chun did, and began to eat them in big mouthfuls. After the meal, Xiao Chun talked about the progress of the renovation. "The furniture and appliances will be ready tomorrow, and then I can live upstairs. Now that the warehouse is free, we can prepare more goods for you at one time. I'll prepare a few more large batches for you later. I'll have to exchange the gold ingots you gave me for money, so I might have to be away for a while. Although it seems like a deposit of tens of millions, it is actually not enough to use it to purchase goods. After all, the payment for goods is often tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. What's more, Fu Chainin will also prepare to do wholesale to those 6 aristocratic families." Xiao Chun explained that there was a thief who came to steal things and said that there were antiques in his house. It would be impossible to sell these things at Dai Hengxin's place, and it would be very risky to go to other pawn shops. It seemed that she had only one way left: go abroad, sell these things from the imaginary dynasty abroad, and then exchange them for money that could be circulated domestically and spend it back home. "Can you get me the gold and silver ingots of the kind you didn't give me before? And all sorts of things I can sell?" Fu Chainin perked up. "What do you want?" Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, "Tell me, what do you have over there?" Fu Chainin finally had a say in this regard. After all, in order to pretend to be a rich man, he had recently visited all the major pawn shops and antique shops in the capital and learned about all kinds of things. Gold and silver. Xiao Chun already has a lot in stock, and now she just needs what she didn't have before. Various copper coins of good quality. He could collect these without much effort. Various jewelry inlaid with gold and silver and gemstones are available. Furniture. Yes, you can also get some red sandalwood and Wangwali furniture with excellent texture and workmanship, preferably a set. There are also royal items that sell particularly well in the market. Chapter 84. Wang Yongjun's background. Fu Chainin nodded repeatedly after hearing this and lowered his head to take notes. "I'll go back and prepare it right away. I won't send you the gold and silver ingots for the time being. I'll bring them to you when I have something suitable. When do you want them?" Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, "Within 10 days, I'll get you a few more large batches of goods so that you won't run out of stock after I leave." Only then did Fu Chainin realize. Xiao Chun seemed to be gone for a long time? "How long will you be gone?" Xiao Chun thought for a moment. "At least half a month?" Fu Chainin felt disappointed for a moment, but then he found it funny. They were going there to do serious work, not just waiting for him to eat every day. "Okay." Food chain and agreed. After selling these things from fictional times for a while, Xiaoyingchun gradually understood them. It turns out that the most valuable thing about antiques is not the things themselves, but the historical significance behind them. Therefore, antiques with traceable origins are particularly expensive. If these things from fictional times want to be sold at high prices, they must be able to prove their historical value. How can we verify the authenticity of a fictional dynasty that does not exist in history? Xiaoyingchun scratched his head and put the problem behind him. Seeing that it was still early, he simply went out to the mall. Since you are going abroad, you always have to prepare some things. It was only after she entered the mall that she realized, this is my first time going abroad, and I don't know what to prepare. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Wang Yongjun, on the one hand to make an appointment with him for lunch tomorrow, and on the other hand to ask him what she should buy. Wang Yongjun turned around and asked her where she was. Xiaoyingchun told him the place, and Wang Yongjun said, we'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Isn't that nearby? Xiaoyingchun stood at the entrance of the shopping mall waiting and simply decided not to leave. After Wang Yongjun replied to the message, he looked at Zhou Haiping across from him and said, Miss Xiao said she would treat us to lunch tomorrow? Zhou Haiping glanced at Wang Yongjun and said jokingly, I won't go. You are the boss too. It will be the same if you go. Eat more. It would be even better if I could eat her into my sister-in-law. Wang Yongjun punched him and said, get lost. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving first. You go find her. Zhou Haiping just saw Wang Yongjun's reply to Xiaoyingchun's message. Xiaoyingchun didn't know that Wang Yongjun also had shares in this security engineering company. Zhou Haiping and Wang Yongjun were recruits from the same batch. It's just that Zhou Haiping's family started out in the decoration business. After he returned from military service for 2 years, he followed his parents into the decoration business. Wang Yongjun was extremely determined to join the army, and finally joined the peacekeeping force due to his outstanding performance. After returning to open a security company, he found that many customers needed to adjust the decoration of their homes and replace doors and windows and other facilities for safety reasons. So he simply partnered with Zhou Haiping to open a security engineering company. In the past 2 years, the two brothers have made a lot of money, but they are low-key and many people don't know about it. Even Wang Li from the travel agency did not know Wang Yongjun's specific income. She also thought that Wang Yongjun's job was a senior security guard, which is why she believed the cost standard of 1,000 yuan a day that Wang Yongjun mentioned at the New Year's party. This daily wage is quite good for ordinary people, but in fact, Wang Yongjun charges at least 3,000 yuan a day to be a bodyguard for wealthy people. After Wang Yongjun found Xiaoyingchun, he was not in a hurry to buy things, but confirmed the details with her first. What do you want to do when you go abroad? Where do you want to go? Only when I know your purpose can I recommend you to buy the right things. Xiaoyingchun thought the same thing. I want to go to London for about half a month and visit the auction. Wang Yongjun suddenly realized Xiaoyingchun and Dai Hengxin opened an auction company together. I guess they are interested in the world's top auction companies, so they want to take a look? Maybe she plans to auction something off? Otherwise, why did she ask me to accompany her? Then you should prepare 2 sets of light summer formal clothes and a few sets of loose and casual clothes and shoes that are convenient for walking and running. When do we leave? Xiaoyingchun, 10 days later. Okay, then I'll arrange some time and prepare some things. Wang Yongjun agreed and accompanied Xiaoyingchun to a sporting goods store. There are all kinds of clothes and shoes here. Xiaoyingchun took the main approach of listening to advice and asked Wang Yongjun to help her pick out 2 pairs of shoes suitable for walking, escaping, in a sporting goods store. She also selected 2 sets of light-colored casual sportswear that fit her well. When Xiaoyingchun asked Wang Yongjun if he needed 2 sets of clothes, Wang Yongjun refused. I have them all, no need to buy. However, Wang Yongjun took the initiative to say, I need to ask my friends to prepare some things in advance when I am abroad. Can you give me some funds first? Xiaoyingchun naturally agreed. How much do you want? Wang Yongjun, about 50,000. Xiaoyingchun paused, lowered his voice and asked, do you want to buy a gun? Wang Yongjun didn't expect her first reaction to be this. He was stunned but couldn't help laughing at the same time. It's not that serious. The friend over there does have a gun, but he doesn't need to buy it. He can just borrow it. After all, even if you buy it, you can't bring it back to China. He was tall, and seeing Xiaoyingchun, who was much shorter than him, looking up at him and talking to him in a sneaky manner, he couldn't help but want to rub her head. How could this little girl be so cute? Fortunately, his reason reminded him. This is a boss worth tens of millions, who is his bread and butter. He retracted his big hand that was about to be stretched out, put it to his mouth and coughed. Xiaoyingchun misunderstood and thought that such a taboo topic should not be discussed. so she immediately stopped talking and transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Wang Yongjun wanted to laugh again. She didn't even ask him what he needed to buy and just gave him 50,000 yuan. Should I be touched by her trust in me? Or are you lamenting her credulity? In the end, Wang Yongjun just said, "Leave this money with me first. I will give you a bill for how much you spent. I will refund you if you spent more than you paid and make up for the shortfall." After thinking for a while, he added, "You only need to prepare what your girl needs. I will be fully responsible for the safety. If there is anything you don't understand, just come and ask me." "Okay." Xiao Yingchun agreed with a smile. The two of them made an appointment to have lunch tomorrow, then said goodbye and went home. The next morning, the cleaning lady cleaned the bathroom on the second floor, and Xiao Yingchun invited Wang Yongjun to have a meal. Two people were eating hot pot. Xiao Yingchun ordered 6 or 7 pieces of meat and 4 servings of hot noodles. Then he asked Wang Yongjun, "I can only eat half a serving of noodles. Is 3.5 servings enough for you?" Wang Yongjun was very surprised. She ordered so many dishes and noodles just now, and he thought there were other people coming. After all this fuss, does she know that she is a big eater? But I can really eat a lot. I've just always been restrained. Most people don't know that I can eat so much. Enough to eat? Wang Yongjun nodded with a smile. Chapter 85, How to Upgrade the Space-Time Supermarket. Xiao Yingchun asked the waiter to serve the food directly. Wang Yongjun also ate voraciously while eating. He poured a large plate of meat directly into the pot. After it was cooked, he scooped it out with a large spoonful and could eat half a bowl of meat in one bite. This scene made Xiao Yingchun unconsciously think of Fu Chainan, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Do you soldiers always eat so fast? It's like there's a dog chasing you from behind. Wang Yongjun smiled and said, "Yes. There are time requirements for eating in the army. If you eat slowly, you won't be able to get more food." Also, during battles, they had no time to eat and would just stuff some compressed dry food into their mouths as a meal. Xiao Yingchun laughed. Seeing that she was interested in the army's affairs, Wang Yongjun told Xiao Yingchun everything he could, which made Xiao Yingchun smile. After the meal, Wang Yongjun handed a list to Xiao Yingchun. "This is what Zhou Haiping asked me to forward to you. Just give him the money according to this." Xiao Yingchun took a look at the list and paid the money directly. The house has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and is 80 square meters. It cost 150,000 yuan to decorate it, not including furniture and appliances, which is not expensive. After all, time is tight and the task is heavy, so we should use good materials. Considering the kindness of Wang Yongjun coming to save his life in the middle of the night, making some money for his friend is nothing. Xiao Yingchun gave the money quickly. After saying goodbye to Wang Yongjun, Xiao Yingchun returned to the store, and various furniture were delivered one after another. Installation was started in 2 rooms and 1 hall at the same time, which was extremely efficient. By around 4 in the afternoon, the furniture on the second floor had been finished. The cleaning lady didn't leave immediately. She helped Xiao Yingchun clean up again before leaving. Xiao Yingchun did not bother 2 hosts and went directly to Zhou Haiping to ask if he knew anyone who could remove formaldehyde. Zhou Haiping owns his own decoration company and received the project payment that Xiao Yingchun had just transferred to him. He immediately said that she didn't need to spend extra money and that he would help her remove the formaldehyde twice for free. Normally, a newly renovated house should be left for several months before people can move in. Fortunately, Xiao Yingchun used good materials and the formaldehyde content is not serious. After helping to remove the formaldehyde, Zhou Haiping told her that she could move in immediately and just ventilate the room during the day. He would come again in a month, and that would be enough. After Xiao Yingchun thanked Zhou Haiping and saw him off, it was completely dark. After moving all the clothes and bedding from the warehouse on the first floor upstairs, Xiao Yingchun moved into her old room. The layout was the same, but the decoration and furniture and appliances were completely different. Xiao Yingchun stood in the living room in a trance. There was no trace of mom and dad anymore. The noise coming from downstairs made Xiao Yingchun react. Fu Chainan was here. She hurried downstairs and met Fu Chainan's somewhat lost expression. As soon as he saw Xiao Yingchun coming down, Fu Chainan's expression improved in an instant. "You are upstairs." Xiao Yingchun smiled and nodded, her eyes already seeing the food box and a box that Fu Chun had placed on the table. While Xiao Yingchun went to get the bowls and chopsticks, Fu Chainan had already opened the food box and the box. There were 2 silver ingots and 2 gold ingots in the box. They are all 50 taels. Xiao Yingchun had only seen a 50 liang gold ingot on the internet, so she went over to take a look out of curiosity. "Is this heavy?" Fu Chainan casually took out a gold ingot from the box and handed it to Xiao Yingchun carefully. "Would you like to try it?" Xiao Yingchun first took a horse stance before stretching out his hands to receive it. The gold ingot was the size of a child's fist. It was heavy in the hand, but not so heavy that it was impossible to catch. Xiao Yingchun felt relieved. 50 taels converted into today's weight is only more than 1,800 grams, which is more than 3 pounds. It's completely fine if you are careful. The silver ingot is slightly larger than the gold ingot, but it is not obvious to the naked eye. Xiao Yingchun put the thing into the space cash register system for storage, and then started eating with Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan explained the origins of the 2 silver and gold ingots. Ordinary people would not spin these silver and gold ingots. They are kept in the bottom of the box by the silver shop. I exchanged these 4 privately at a silver shop. If you need more, I'll go and change them again. Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. That's enough. No need to change for now. Fu Chainan took out another purse, which contained various types of Daliang Dynasty copper coins that he had found. Because of the different minting years, as well as old coins from the previous emperor's period and even 2 or 3 dynasties before that, they are also in common use, so he prepared a bag of various copper coins. I have sorted these copper coins, 5 of each kind, and I have picked out the damaged ones. Xiao Yingchun thanked him with a smile and put it away again. At the same time, she told Fu Chainan that the warehouse was empty and he could come over tomorrow to pick up another large batch of goods. Fu Chainan agreed and brought food to Xiao Yingchun. Tonight's dishes are stir-fried pork slices with green peppers and eggs, and a braised duck. Thanks to the raw materials being sufficiently original, the taste is particularly delicious. The 2 of them were very satisfied with the meal, and Fu Chainan even asked Xiao Yingchun what she wanted to eat tomorrow. Xiao Yingchun said it didn't matter, and at the same time talked about the renovation upstairs and invited Fu Chainan to go upstairs for a look. Of course, Fu Chainan wanted to go upstairs to visit, but the moment Xiao Yingchun took him up the stairs, Fu Chainan paused. Fu Chainan's raised foot seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't move up at all. He froze in place, his expression filled with embarrassment and disappointment. Xiao Yingchun took 2 steps and didn't see Fu Chainan following. When she turned around, she was also slightly stunned. It turns out that he can't come up. Xiao Yingchun retreated back the way she came, smiling gently. It's okay. I'll go up and take a video of you and show it to you later? Fu Chainan nodded. Okay. Then wait for me. Xiao Yingchun went up to take a video and took it down to show Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan nodded repeatedly as he looked at it, and suddenly asked at the end, Miss Xiao, can your space-time supermarket be upgraded? After the upgrade, can I go upstairs to your house? Fu Chainan couldn't even see the world outside the front door of the store. In his eyes, the front door was just a wall. But Fu Chainan could see the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the shop, but he couldn't go up. This is completely different from the situation at the front door, which inevitably makes Fu Chainan have different extravagant hopes. If one day, I can go to the 2nd floor, will it mean that I am one step closer to living like Miss Xiao in this world? He was very curious and yearning, but he himself couldn't tell whether he was yearning for this different world or for the different Miss Xiao. Xiao Yingchun remembered the previous tip and looked at the instructions again. He felt that the supermarket should be able to be upgraded. But how can I upgrade? Xiao Yingchun still didn't understand. There was no specific explanation. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't find a clue, so she just gave up and made inferences based on her years of experience in playing games. It should be upgradable, but there is no specific upgrade method written. But since it is a supermarket, it must be upgraded through trading. Fu Chainan felt that what she said made sense, so he continued along her lines. If you do more business, can you level up? Xiao Yingchun, maybe it's like this? Fu Chainan immediately became excited. Then I'll go back and plan and see what else I can get to sell to you. Chapter 86. Straight Men Learn to Use Eyeshadow. Fu Chainan ran away, but Xiao Yingchun was lying on the bed in the room on the 2nd floor, which had been equipped with safety doors and windows, sending messages urging for the delivery. This is the first time that Yume Notes Cosmetics Company has encountered such a buyer. Even an ordinary top anchor would not need so much supply at one time, but Xiao Yingchun bought all the goods without much bargaining, and even had them packaged in customized porcelain boxes. This buyer has only one requirement: fast speed and stable quality. They are all legal and compliant companies. All kinds of cosmetics are produced strictly according to the formula and process, so the quality is naturally stable. In addition, Xiao Yingchun did not bargain for the price and purchased the goods worth millions at almost the retail price. It is rare for them to come across such a high-quality customer, so naturally they give priority to Xiao Yingchun. A full truck of goods, the value of which directly reaches millions. Yume Notes sent a car to deliver it directly and said it would arrive early tomorrow morning. Xiao Yingchun got up early the next day and went to the warehouse to wait without even having breakfast. Not long after, a truckload of goods was delivered. Following the car was a neat and tidy girl with a round face in her 20s. When she saw Xiao Chun, she rushed over and greeted her warmly. Is this Miss Xiao? I'm Xiao Hu from the sales department of Yume Notes, Hu Jing. Hello. Xiao Chun nodded at the other party with a smile on her face. Hu Jing enthusiastically tried to get close to Xiao Chun. Our company saw that you had such a large order volume recently, so we sent me here to deliver the goods. I want to ask if you have any intention of placing long-term orders. If you have the intention to place long-term orders, we can sign a supply contract. We can also go with wholesale prices later and reduce some of the prices. Do you think that's okay? Xiao Chun himself had negotiated prices before, so he was not opposed to hearing this, but just wanted to test the other party's bottom line first. I definitely need long-term orders, but I want to confirm the price with you first. If the price is right, we can talk about signing a long-term order contract. After all, there are a lot of cosmetics that can be produced in China, so I don't necessarily have to choose only you. Hu Jing understood, and without further ado, she directly handed over a prepared form. Because the things Xiao Chun wanted were very limited in categories. She only wants classic lipstick colors that can fit into a porcelain box. She doesn't want those flowing lip glosses at all. She only needs 2 basic eyebrow pencils without packaging, 1 black and 1 dark brown. Hu Jing listed the prices of eyeshadows in the price list, and even packed some eyeshadows in a porcelain box that she used to hold lipsticks for Xiao Chun to bring over as samples. Miss Xiao, take a look. These colors are also our classic colors. We also put them in porcelain boxes, which are also very high-end. Xiao Chun took the porcelain boxes. Each box contained only 1 color, which was indeed high-end. This little girl named Hu Jing is quite thoughtful. How much is each of these eyeshadows? Soon, Xiao Chun finalized the price of the eyeshadow according to the price on the table. 4 common classic eyeshadow colors, each costing 10,000 boxes. 10 yuan for a box of eyeshadow, and an order worth 400,000 was negotiated in the blink of an eye. Hu Jing was very excited. Miss Xiao, shall we go sign the contract now? Xiao Chun looked at Hu Jing calmly and said, I always pay for goods in cash and never default on payments. Let's still pay for goods in cash at this price. Isn't that good? If I don't want to continue purchasing from you, do you think I can buy something similar at the same price? Hu Jing was stunned for a moment. She doesn't want to sign the contract? Why? Don't you want to be bound? It must be like this. But if I don't sign the contract, who knows if she will come to me to buy it later? What if she chooses to go to another manufacturer? Hu Jing tried to persuade Xiao Chun. Miss Xiao, actually, signing the contract has no effect on you. Xiao Chun interrupted her attempt to persuade her. Just follow my method, don't sign the contract, and send me another batch of the same quantity of goods in 2 days. Is that okay? Hu Jing, okay. This truckload of goods costs more than 1 million, and another truckload is coming in 2 days? If everything goes well on my end, I'll need another truckload of goods in about a week. Can we still use the same payment method as before? Okay. As long as the payment is okay, the contract will not be signed. Hu Jing suppressed the excitement in her heart and nodded repeatedly. After Hu Jing unloaded all the things, Xiao Chun counted them and made sure they were correct. Then he sent Hu Jing away, put all the things into the supermarket warehouse, and returned to the canteen. When Fu Chainan came over, Xiao Chun had to show him how to use eyeshadow. Fu Chainan was shocked to see that the innocent little girl's eyes suddenly became deep and charming just by using some colors. He was a little uncomfortable. This is too tempting. As her eyes blinked, his heart also swayed. Seeing his fixed gaze, Xiao Chun couldn't help but poke his arm. Hey, do you understand? Fu Chainan came back to his senses and nodded in panic. Yeah, I understand. Xiao Chun resisted the urge to roll her eyes, handed him the brush, and wiped off the eyeshadow that had already been applied in a few strokes. Then you try it. Seeing a pretty face approaching him, Fu Chainan leaned back involuntarily. He doesn't dare. Xiao Chun couldn't help rolling her eyes. Then why do you say you understand? Fu Chainan blushed in embarrassment and explained. I want to say that I know where this thing is used. You gave me the thing, and I'll take it back to those shopkeepers to experiment with. As long as they know where it is used, they will slowly figure out how to use it. Anyway, he doesn't know how to use it. But that doesn't stop those female shopkeepers who are particularly good at dressing up from exploring and experimenting. Xiao Chun thought about it, and it made sense. When she first learned how to put on makeup, she often made herself look like a ghost. Can I go out and meet people now? Do you expect a super straight guy who carries a gun to the battlefield to learn how to use eyeshadow after watching it once? Hi, what are you thinking about? He had never seen it before. Xiao Chun spat on himself and handed him more than a dozen boxes. Here, take them. Come to me if you encounter any difficulties. Okay. Fu Chainan took the Aisha Dao porcelain box and asked Xiao Yingchun to eat first. Today's meal is fried noodles, but it's a deluxe version with a lot of fragrant fried lamb and some vegetables. Xiao Yingchun and Fu Chainan shared the food in the usual ratio of 1 to 4. When Fu Chainan left, he did not take away the large batch of goods immediately. I'll come back tomorrow night to pick up the goods. This batch of goods is too large. I can't just leave it at home. I have to go through a clear route. I will leave the capital early tomorrow morning and come to your place from the suburbs to pick up the goods. Chapter 87 Porter Fu Chainan. Monthly ticket, 200 plus more. After Fu Chainan left, Xiao Yingchun confirmed when the soap and mirrors would arrive. The soap will arrive tomorrow, at 1.5 yuan a piece, 90 yuan a box. After removing all the packaging, Xiao Yingchun has purchased 1,000 boxes. The old soap and scented soap were supplied by the same manufacturer, and Xiao Yingchun ordered 2,000 boxes. A box of old soap has 30 bars, and the purchase price is 60 yuan per box, which can be divided into 60 yuan. 1,000 boxes will be 120,000 yuan. If you wholesale them at 1 tael of silver each, you can sell them for 120,000 taels of silver, 12,000 taels of gold. The wholesale cost is only 120,000 renminbi. Xiao Yingchun continued to work hard while lamenting the huge profits. Why calculate the cost? The pattern is small. The soft mirrors would arrive 1 day later, so Xiao Yingchun immediately bought 10 boxes. They were all hexagonal diamonds the size of a palm, and the cost was only a few cents each. I woke up early the next day and worked hard on purchasing and delivering goods. Xiao Yingchun waited for Fu Chainan to come and get the cosmetics. In the Daliang dynasty, Fu Chainan rode out of the capital city early in the morning in fine clothes and led several young men from noble families and a group of guards towards the Yudai River. At the Yudai River wharf, a cargo ship slowly approached the shore. Fu Chainan was the first to board the ship under the escort of his personal guards, and the deck was then retracted. After a full half hour, the deck of the cargo ship was lowered again. The steward of the marshal's mansion came forward and greeted the 6 children of the noble families who had been waiting. Each family can come forward in turn to pick up the goods. Stacks of banknotes were handed over. Boxes of goods were loaded onto mule carts that had been waiting here for a long time, and then taken away one by one. Then the next one. Fu Chainan was almost exhausted in the boat. As soon as he got on the boat, he kept moving things from Xiao Yingchun's warehouse to this side. Xiao Yingchun collected soaps again early this morning. The newly emptied warehouse was full of them, and the aisles of the supermarket were filled up. Fu Chainan brought in wooden boxes one by one, and Xiao Yingchun filled them up using the space-time supermarket sorting function, and then asked Fu Chainan to carry them to the Daliang dynasty ship to deliver the goods. After all the goods were delivered, Xiao Yingchun was not too tired, but Fu Chainan was exhausted. He worked as a porter for the whole morning, moving 2 truckloads of goods in an hour, and was almost exhausted. If it weren't for the Fu family army's spiritual support behind him, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After waiting for a long time for all the goods to be delivered to the 6 major families, the children of the families let their family convoys go first, and they stayed to wait for Fu Chainan. When Fu Chainan settled down, his clothes were neatly arranged, his hair was not disheveled, and he looked calm and composed. Cheng Yigui smiled and walked forward to hold Fu Chainan. Brother Chainan, now that we have received the goods, shall we go for a drink? Fu Chainan smiled and said, I won't drink anymore. I'm really hungry. Let's go eat. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed. Brother Chainan, why do you have a faint fragrance? Like the smell of soap? Really? I touched the soap, so maybe the smell got on my body. Nonsense, he's all sweaty. In order to avoid being exposed, she took a bath with soap on the boat before putting on her brocade robe and jade belt again. How could there not be a smell of soap? The skin cream cannot be delivered immediately and needs to be sent to the veterans' village for packaging before being transported back to the capital. Fortunately, these will naturally be handled by the guards. Not to mention that Fu Chainan went out to eat and drink with the children of wealthy families. Xiao Yingchun felt relieved. The largest batch of goods had been delivered. It's relaxing. She picked up a bottle of oriental tea, slumped in the recliner, and started drinking it. Before I had even taken 2 sips, the phone rang. It was Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin sent several WeChat messages to Xiao Yingchun, but Xiao Yingchun was busy cooperating with Fu Chainan to transport goods to Daliang Dynasty at that time and did not even look at his phone. Perhaps worried that Xiao Yingchun was deliberately not replying to the message, Dai Hengxin called. The theme is clear. I want to invite Xiao Yingchun to dinner and apologize in person for what happened to Lu Xiaomei. Xiao Yingchun didn't want to go. I understand. This is not your fault. You don't have to apologize specially. Dai Hengxin refused to give up. Some things must be discussed face to face. After all, we are partners. These words sounded heavy, and it was obvious that Dai Hengxin also realized that the auction company might not be able to continue operating. Xiaoyingchun was silent for a moment. Okay, where do you say it is? Dai Hengxin said directly, shall I pick you up? Okay. Xiaoyingchun put the oriental tea she had taken 2 sips of on the counter and went upstairs to change her clothes. In a quiet cafe by the Wei River, Xiaoyingchun, wearing a white dress, looks particularly pure amid the elegant decoration of the cafe. Dai Hengxin looked at Xiaoyingchun, who was sitting opposite him, with unconcealable attachment in his eyes. See you once less often. The coffee came, and the two drank it in silence. Dai Hengxin then said, you won't come to my pawn shop again, right? After a moment of silence, Xiaoyingchun nodded honestly. I dare not. These 3 words silenced both of them. Dai Hengxin's mouth was full of the bitter taste of black coffee. I'm sorry, I didn't handle the matter between my mother and Lu Xiaomei well. Xiaoyingchun waved her hands. This is not your fault. When you fired Lu Xiaomei, you certainly didn't expect her to do this. As for your mother, you can't make the decision for her, right? We are all going to break up. There is no point in blaming each other anymore. Let's just give each other some dignity. Dai Hengxin was silent again. After a while, Dai Hengxin continued, there is no way to pursue Lu Xiaomei's matter further. Xiaoyingchun nodded, yes. Dai Hengxin seemed to be afraid of misunderstanding and explained anxiously, it's not that I want to protect her, but she does know a lot of things. If we push her into a corner and she tells all those things, it will not end well for both you and me. It's easy to open a pawn shop to collect modern gold and silver jewelry, high-end cigarettes and alcohol, but it's not easy to explain if it involves antiques and cultural relics. Xiaoyingchun continued to nod, without even a change in expression. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Dai Hengxin. He suddenly didn't know how to explain further. She understands everything I say. But what's the use of understanding? Still couldn't change her decision. He looked at Xiaoyingchun steadily. There was no blame in Xiaoyingchun's eyes, but even some compassion and sympathy. Dai Hengxin lowered her head in embarrassment. She was feeling sorry for herself. Is it sympathy for having a mother like that? Or do you sympathize with yourself for not being able to sort out the relationships around you? When the steak came, Xiaoyingchun ate the steak in front of him quietly, neither hurriedly nor slowly, and very attentively. Dai Hengxin felt somewhat desperate. He cut the steak in front of him into several large pieces like slaughtering a pig, and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them as if to vent his anger. However, Xiaoyingchun seemed not to see it at all. After the meal, Dai Hengxin suddenly asked, Yingchun? Xiaoyingchun raised her head with pure confusion in her eyes. Can we still be friends in the future? Xiaoyingchun smiled. Of course. But we can only be friends? Chapter 88. Someone is plotting, and someone is thinking about it. When Dai Hengxin was sending Xiaoyingchun back to the store, Xiaoyingchun looked through the messages and found that more than a dozen messages had been sent in the family group, 2 of which were at hers. One of them is my Aunt Panhwa. He said it was Grandpa's birthday tonight and asked Xiaoyingchun to go to dinner. Xiaoyingchun thought about it and replied in the group, I'm going to Huizhou City this afternoon and won't be able to make it back for dinner. Then I sent a special red envelope of 200 yuan to my grandfather in the group, and that was it for my grandfather's birthday. Cousin Xiaolin, what are you doing in Yongzhou? What's more important than Grandpa's birthday? Xiaoyingchun thought for a moment and replied, go for a job interview. Xiaolin immediately fell silent. After a while, Xiaolin started to mock again. If you don't come, you'll just give me a 200 yuan red envelope and that's it? Xiaoyingchun replied immediately this time. How much did my cousin give as a gift? Can you take a screenshot and let me see it? Xiaolin was silent again. He would never give money and always followed Gu Chunyu to eat and drink for free. After a while, Xiaolin yelled in the group angrily. Although I didn't give it, my mother did. You are here on behalf of your aunt. In the past, your aunt and her family would give you 1,000. Xiaoyingchun replied again in seconds. How much did your aunt give you before? Xiaolin. Gu Chunyu. How much did Gu Chunyu give? She always sang about her family's financial difficulties, and each time she only gave 200 yuan as a token of her appreciation. Later, I will try my best to get it out from my grandparents. But the person who said he was in financial difficulty actually had 2 houses, and he even took out a loan to buy a new one for his son. On the contrary, my parents never complained about their difficulties. After the car accident, they didn't have much savings, so they quickly ran out of money and had to borrow money everywhere to continue the rescue. In the office of a state-owned enterprise, Pan Huamei drank tea while silently watching Xiaolin and Xiaoyingchun quarreling in the group, feeling inexplicably happy. It had to be Xiaoyingchun who dared to tear off the fig leaf of Gu Chunyu and Xiaolin. What difficulties do they have? After so many years of saving, our family now has several houses. They just have trouble paying the elderly. Seeing that the group chat had quieted down, Xiaoing-chun was about to put away her phone when Pan Huamei suddenly sent a private message. Ing-chun, what kind of job are you looking for? Is the salary high? Xiaoing-chun didn't answer, but asked back. Aunt, can you recommend any good jobs? If so, I won't have to go out to work. Pan Huamei responded quickly this time. Our company is now recruiting dispatched workers. Although they are on the front line of the workshop, the salary is not bad. After the probation period, it is 4,000 yuan a month with 5 insurances, but you have to work in shifts. Would you like to give it a try? Xiaoing-chun sneered on the other end. Working in shifts only makes 4,000 a month, and if the 5 insurances are deducted, can you get more than 2,000? I was wondering, why would my aunt think of me when I had such a good job? Her 2 children work as ordinary office clerks in their unit and only earn more than 3,000 yuan a month. No, thank you, aunt. I'd better go to Huizhou City to have a look. After rejecting Pan Huamei, Xiaoing-chun hung up the phone and closed his eyes. Dai Hingxin didn't drive fast and looked at Xiaoing-chun from time to time. But Xiaoing-chun was either playing with her cell phone or resting her eyes, so he couldn't communicate effectively with Xiaoing-chun. It seemed as if without realizing it, the two of them had nothing to say to each other. Disappointment and sadness accumulated little by little, and he knew that he was getting further and further away from Xiaoing-chun. No matter how slow you drive, you will eventually reach your destination. When the car stopped in front of Ingchun grocery store, Xiaoing-chun got out of the car swiftly. Just like every time before, Xiaoing-chun waved at Dai Hingxin and smiled sweetly and distantly. Thank you for treating me to dinner. Drive slower. Dai Hingxin was reluctant to turn around, so he simply parked his car in front of the Ingchun grocery store, waiting in line with Xiaoing-chun's car. I'm going to see my grandpa. Zhao Jiping didn't expect Dai Hingxin to come at this time. He usually took a nap at this time. When he saw Dai Hingxin looking dejected, he thought something had happened to him. What's going on? Dai Hingxin sat down on Zhao Jiping's old sofa. It's okay. Nothing. Why are you so downcast? Did you have another argument with your mom? Dai Hingxin shook his head and told the story of Lu Xiaomei. Zhao Jiping was shocked. Lu Xiaomei is also a relative of Zhao Jiping, and he knows her. How could a girl who seemed so well-behaved in the past have such vicious thoughts? No wonder Xiaoing-chun renovated the second floor of the house and replaced all the doors and windows with new ones after being robbed some time ago. Is this the reason? It turns out that he was not an ordinary thief, but was targeting Xiaoing-chun at the instigation of Lu Xiaomei, thinking that there were antiques in her house. Dai Hingxin was not aware that Xiaoing-chun had completely renovated the second floor. He thought he had just replaced the doors and windows. After hearing what my grandfather said, I was stunned for a moment. To completely renovate a house, it would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. If Lu Xiaomei hadn't instigated the thief to steal things, Xiaoing-chun, who is a frugal person, would never have done that. The source of everything is yourself. When Dai Hingxin thought of this, he became depressed, lowered his head and slumped his shoulders, looking listless. Zhao Jiping sighed. It has already happened. It's too late to say anything. Your mother, I am really confused. Zhao Jiping always felt that the marriages of Dai Hingxin and his sister were delayed by Zhao Chengfeng. It's just that Zhao Chengfeng doesn't think so. Grandpa, I'm going back first. Dai Hingxin suddenly stood up and left Zhao Jiping's house in big strides. When he returned to the outside of Ingchun's store, he found the door was closed and Xiaoing-chun's white Mazda had already driven away. Apparently, she had gone out. Where did Xiaoing-chun go? She went to Huizhou City. Xiaoing-chun is going abroad in a few days and wants to buy 2 formal suits. I just happened to want to avoid my grandfather's birthday party, so it was just right to go downtown to buy it. In a shopping mall in Huizhou City, Xiaoing-chun walked around twice and bought a light blue new Chinese-style dress and a white shirt with a black knee-length skirt. After thinking about it, Xiaoing-chun wanted to choose 2 pairs of matching shoes. That's enough. Look at the time. It's almost dark. I should be back home around 7, just in time to miss my grandfather's birthday party. Maybe I can even have dinner with Fu Chainan? Xiaoing-chun decided to drive home. When Xiaoing-chun returned home and entered the store, Fu Chainan was already there. Fu Chainan felt disappointed when he didn't see Xiaoing-chun. He had already prepared some food for Xiaoing-chun, but he finished his meal and left. Who knew that Xiaoing-chun would come back just after the food was distributed? Fu Chainan's expression became visibly happy. You're back? Look what I brought back. Xiaoing-chun watched Fu Chainan show off by carrying 2 brocade boxes, one large and one small, from the ground, and asked curiously, what are these? Fu Chainan pointed to the big one at the bottom and said, this was given to me by His Majesty the Emperor when I went to the palace today. Chapter 89. Damn Fu Chainan. When the box was opened, Xiao Yingchun was silent. This is a set of tea set. The bright yellow teapot is in the shape of a diamond with 4 floral patterns of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum on each side. It is very exquisite and comes with 4 teacups. The 4 teacups are in 4 different colors: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. This is a good design, as it ensures that tea drinkers don't take the wrong cup. It looks really good. It's really useless. This thing with a bright yellow background was given to Fu Chainan, who could only put up a board to offer it up. It turned out that the emperor's truth of flashy but not practical was put into practice once again. And this? Fu Chainan opened the small box again. This is a gift from His Majesty the Emperor last time. In the smaller box is a set of 4 treasures of the study. Xiao Yingchun looked at the bright gold-painted dragon pattern on the ink stick and the bright dragon tail on the inkstone, and sighed again. How much does the Emperor dislike Fu Chainan? This kind of thing that clearly states that it is for the Emperor's personal use is of no use at all if given to Fu Chainan. Does Fu Chainan dare to use it? He doesn't dare. Fu Chainan didn't dare to sell it either. It can't be sold and can't be used. It has to be stored carefully in a special place. Fu Chainan seemed to have no idea that he was being targeted by the Emperor, and he happily explained. You said before that people of your era like things with the Emperor's official seal the most. I took the soap and the new lip balm and went to the palace today. His Majesty the Emperor gave me a set of tea sets that he is using now. He probably thought it would be useless for me to take it, but he didn't know it would be of great use to me, ha ha ha. After laughing happily, Fu Chainan motioned Xiao Yingchun to keep it. I recently bought 2 sets of rosewood furniture from a pawn shop. They are really good stuff. There are many aristocratic families in the capital, and many wealthy families were willing to buy these high-end furniture during their heyday. However, once their families fell into decline, they had to sell or pawn them. Fu Chainan, poor man suddenly rich, made some money recently and immediately became very rich. He openly asked someone to go to the pawn shop to buy 2 sets of the best rosewood furniture. There are not only tables, stools, coffee tables, and footrests, but also rosewood cabinets and beds. Fu Chun said happily, I asked someone to bring it to the east guest house of my house, but I didn't ask them to install it. I will bring it to you later and install it for you one by one then? Xiao Yingchun was pleasantly surprised. The price of rosewood furniture is not ordinary. She thought for a moment and said, Don't rush to get it. Wait until I have prepared the goods for you in 2 days, then you can get it for me. Otherwise, the warehouse is so small, how can the rosewood furniture be put in it? Fu Chainan was happier than anything else when he saw Xiao Yingchun smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's eat first. Xiao Yingchun then had dinner with Fu Chainan. After dinner, Xiao Yingchun searched the auction price of red sandalwood on the video website. When she saw that a pair of ordinary red sandalwood square stools cost more than 500,000 yuan, Xiao Yingchun became nervous. General Fu, you can actually just find some small items like this. They're cheap and not eye-catching, and I sell them in a low-key way. Fu Chainan listened to Xiao Yingchun's words, was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh in regret. If I had known that small items could be sold at high prices, I would have just bought those small items. Those small items are indeed much cheaper and are not uncommon in pawn shops. The price of a set of rosewood furniture can almost buy all the small rosewood items in all the pawn shops in Beijing. Hearing what Xiao Yingchun said, he quickly said goodbye and left. Nothing else, the butcher Fu Chainan went back to study what to purchase. The next morning, Fu Chainan rode out of the city again and went to the Yudai River Wharf to pick up 2 large boxes of mirrors, and also picked up the ordered mirror frames from the other side. The mule cart rolled forward. Fu Chainan led the way on horseback and personally led the team to bring the goods back to the marshal's mansion. The handsome man with a handsome face sat on a tall horse, followed by 3 full mule carts. As they passed by, the sharp-eyed ones recognized him. This was General Fu from the marshal's office, who had returned from purchasing goods from Western merchants. Looks like I'm going to make a lot of money again. Ever since Fu Chainan's goods came back in large quantities and could be wholesaled to the 6 families, the attention paid to Fu Chainan by various families in the capital has reached a new level. This is a key figure who can cooperate with Western merchants and supply goods to the shops of the 6 aristocratic families. But this person is not engaged yet. If they could capture this man, all the goods of the 6 great families would belong to the Yu family, and they would be the only one in control, making a fortune for sure. Everyone looked at Fu Chainan as if they were looking at a moving god of wealth. Fu Chainan seemed to be unaware of it and led the convoy forward slowly and leisurely. Unexpectedly, just as Fu Chainan led the team to the bottom of a tea house, a woman suddenly fell from the 2nd floor of the tea house. The woman in the pink dress fell from the sky, landing about half a meter in front of her. She screamed, "Miss!" Fu Chainan immediately reined in his horse and stopped. The woman looked at Fu Chainan in horror and reached out to grab him, but he was a little too far away and couldn't be reached. So the woman fell face down, right next to the horse's head. Bang! Everyone, wow! Some people also shouted, "Someone fell down." That's the Dongxing tea house. How could someone fall down? Oh my, I'm afraid it's broken. Everyone gathered around in an instant, pointing and talking. The road is blocked. Fu Chainan had to dismount and look. The woman's forehead and nose hit the ground, covered in blood. She looked up in embarrassment and looked at Fu Chainan with tears in her eyes. When others saw her appearance, they all gasped. Not to mention the dust on his face. There were scars mixed with blood on his forehead. There was also dust on the nose, and under the nose, 2 streams of blood were gushing out. This scene has nothing to do with being pitiful. It just makes people feel embarrassed. Neither the master nor the servant expected that Fu Chainan would suddenly rein in his horse. When a man sees a woman in brightly colored clothes falling from a building, shouldn't his normal reaction be to take 2 steps forward and catch her? Damn Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan's eyes were indifferent. He turned his head to look at the bodyguard who had also followed. When the two looked at each other, a look of understanding flashed across their eyes. This is a game. However, Fu Chainan had anticipated this when he first started his business and did not get involved. The onlookers have already started to give advice. There is a clinic over there. Go and get a doctor. The maid had already run down in a panic. Seeing the young lady's horrible fall, she burst into tears and pointed at Fu Chainan and shouted, You saw someone falling. Why didn't you catch him?" Everyone looked at Fu Chainan. That's right. This young man in brocade clothes looks tall and strong. Why doesn't he lend a helping hand? Fu Chainan took 2 steps back with a look of horror. This general is unmarried. If a woman falls on the street, I will catch her. What if I ruin her reputation? What if they ask me to take responsibility? This general is not a casual person. Chapter 90 Fu Chainan is remembered by all families, rewards, and extra chapters. Everyone suddenly understood, and when they looked at the young lady lying on the ground covered in dust and blood, their expressions changed. After all, the railings upstairs are not for show. How could someone fall down from such a high railing? Could this be intentional? When the maid and the young lady heard this, they knew that the situation was irreversible and that today's efforts were completely in vain. It's so embarrassing. Chuyer, help me go to the clinic quickly. The woman had a terrible headache, nosebleed, and weak legs and feet after the fall. At this moment, she only wanted to avoid dying here, and she didn't want to continue to embarrass herself here, so she hurriedly called the maid. Fu Chainan did not step forward to help, but instead shouted enthusiastically, "Warm-hearted ladies, please step forward and give a hand. We are all women. She must be in a lot of pain from the fall." When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense, so a woman immediately came forward to help and support the man to the clinic. The crowd on the crowded street dispersed, and the guards had taken this opportunity to find out everything. The convoy then continued to move forward. After returning home, the personal guards reported the matter. "General, that girl is the concubine's daughter of the Zhongshan Dr. Yin Jisheng. This time, she must have come specifically for you." Fu Chainan sneered when he heard this. Zhongshan Daifu was only a 5th-rank official, and in a place like the capital, he was not even considered a mainstream official. A 5th-rank official wanted to design himself to be his son-in-law, but he was only willing to give it to a concubine's daughter. You really look down on people. Next time you go out, be more alert and pay more attention to your surroundings. Here. The butler reported from outside, "General, the female shopkeepers are coming. Can you let them in now?" Fu Chainan glanced outside the study door and said, "Let them in." The study door opened and several beautiful maids came in one after another. Ever since Tao Tao Ji's cosmetics and perfumes came into being, the maids have become more and more beautiful, and with the clothes and jewelry, they are simply beautiful in their own ways. They first stood in a row and saluted, then stood in front of Fu Chainan with shy looks on their faces. Fu Chainan put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's get started." The maids then gathered around Fu Chainan's desk, placed 4 porcelain boxes of eyeshadow on the table, and began to apply eyeshadow. Soon, 6 panda eyes appeared. After Fu Chainan took a deep look, he lowered his head, stretched out his hands, and covered his eyes. It's an eyesore. Why are Miss Xiao's paintings so beautiful? After coughing, Fu Chainan tried to give instructions. You don't have to paint the entire eye circle. It should make your eyes look more interesting after you paint it. After some descriptions and gestures, the 6 beautiful maids suddenly understood. They wiped the area around their eyes with handkerchiefs dipped in soapy water and started the experiment again. After this happened 5 or 6 times, Fu Chainan looked at the 6 beautiful maids who looked decent enough and nodded with reluctant satisfaction. That's about it. You guys should think about the rest. It can be seen from Fu Chainan's expression when the 6 beautiful maids were driven away that he was not satisfied. They looked at each other. Doesn't it look good? The latter seems to be okay. After using this eyeshadow, some of my puffy eyelids are not so noticeable, and my eyes look bigger and brighter. No, go back and practice again. I'll be waiting for the eyeshadow to arrive these 2 days, and then I can use it when I help the ladies from wealthy families try out their cosmetics. In the next few days, Xiao Yingchun repeatedly purchased and delivered goods. Fu Chainan repeatedly shipped goods and bought various small rosewood items and things that Xiao Yingchun was interested in. During this period, Fu Chainan also visited the residence of Cheng Weishan, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. This was the first time that Cheng Yigui was valued so much by his father, and he was also given the task of letting Fu Chainan meet his half-sister by chance, so he took it very seriously. It's a pity that Fu Chainan was particularly concerned about the Bao and seemed not to notice his extremely beautiful half-sister. The concubine sister finally mustered up the courage to call Cheng Yigui third brother. But this frightened Fu Chainan so much that he jumped up. Fu Chainan dropped the Bao and yelled, "Why are your women in the front yard?" Without waiting for Cheng Yigui to say anything, he ran away. He ran so fast. It was as if there was a dog chasing him. Cheng Yigui and Cheng Linger stood there and watched Fu Chainan run away, stunned. Cheng Linger was hurt. Am I so disgusting? Why would he react like this? Cheng Yigui was also shocked. With this reaction, he still wanted him to be obsessed with Linger? My heart sank. The mission failed. My dad must be very disappointed. Unexpectedly, after hearing what happened, Cheng Weishan was not in a hurry. Let's talk about it later. After all, he had no intention of really marrying Linger to Fu Chainan. After returning home, Fu Chainan discovered a new situation. The ladies in the palace all liked the things Fu Chainan sent into the palace. Unfortunately, there are too many concubines in the harem, and the things Fu Chainan sent into the palace were limited. His Majesty the Emperor divided them among the concubines according to their positions and favors. So some concubines who were not very favored but had their own ideas began to show off their talents. Some palace maids and eunuchs were asked to buy things from Fu Chainan when they went out to buy things. Some of them acted like a spoiled child and asked the emperor to ask Fu Chainan for more. Someone also asked his family to pass a message to Fu Chainan, asking him to send some to his parents' home. Fu Chainan did not refuse. After going there twice, he was summoned into the palace by the emperor. It is rare for Fu Chainan to be summoned voluntarily. After all, he is a person who doesn't even need to attend court. In the imperial study, Fu Chainan knelt on the ground, and no one called him to get up for a long time. Is this a warning? Fu Chainan was thinking in his mind, but his face did not show it at all. Instead, because the weather was still hot, sweat quickly broke out on his neck and forehead. Seeing the beads of sweat falling to the ground and forming puddles, Fu Chainan felt a little uneasy and took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, I am sweating too much. I am afraid that I will lose my manners in front of you. Can you allow me to wipe the sweat off? His Majesty the Emperor glanced at the small puddle in front of Fu Chainan and felt inexplicably refreshed. I forgot you were here. Get up. Fu Chainan got up swiftly, with a simple smile on his face. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor glanced at Fu Chainan calmly and said, I heard that all your cosmetics and perfumes were sold to the concubines' families? Fu Chainan looked at the Emperor in surprise, then quickly lowered his head and said, No, it was only concubine Shui's mother's family who sent someone to buy cosmetics, and I asked my maid to deliver it. That maid was also given by Your Majesty. If Your Majesty doesn't believe it, just send someone to ask. The Emperor didn't disbelieve it, but Fu Chainan's behavior aroused his vigilance. The rules of all dynasties. The harem cannot be connected with the previous dynasty. You need to be careful. This is a blatant knock. Fu Chainan immediately knelt down and kowtowed again. Yes, I have no such intention. I am stupid. Please explain one thing to me, Your Majesty. Chapter 91, Auspicious Beast Aromatherapy Furnace. What's up? These few days, my shop will also have eunuchs from the palace come to buy things, as well as the ladies and even the maids in charge of the prince's mansion. Can I still sell to them in the future? Such a direct request is too explicit. His Majesty the Emperor almost made Fu Chainan laugh out of anger. Those were things that his woman wanted to use. How could he not let him sell them? Even if she didn't want Fu Chainan to have contact with the princes, Could she say such a thing? How can one fight a war with a brain like that? Is it just relying on his strength? Just think about it. His Tao Tao Ji business was doing so well that all the major families laughed at him behind his back, saying that he was begging with a golden bowl in his hand. His Majesty the Emperor suddenly thought, could it be that Fu Chang'an really doesn't have enough brains? He pointed to the eunuch next to him and said, go and ask the concubines in each palace how much of General Fu's cosmetics they need. Write down a number and have someone give it to him to deliver it directly to the palace. She's just a powder. Why are you hiding it? And I even asked my family to buy it and send it in. Isn't that shameful? My woman can't even afford makeup and perfume? Fu Chang'an kowtowed quickly and continued to smile with a simple and honest face. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of my business. Excuse me, should the cosmetics and perfumes of the prince's palaces be sent in together with those from the palace? Or should the maids in my palace deliver them to them? His Majesty the Emperor, they have already established their own palaces and naturally have their own jobs and salaries. Do you think I should worry about this for them? How can you be so stupid? Get out. The tone sounded somewhat disgusted, yet not too disgusted, and even had a hint of smile. Fu Chang'an didn't dare to touch the dragon's whiskers anymore and hurriedly bowed and left. After Fu Chang'an left, the imperial study fell silent. After a moment, the emperor's calm voice rang out. Qian Shi, is Fu Chang'an secretly in contact with those princes and ministers by selling cosmetics? Lu Dabin replied respectfully, Your Majesty, according to investigation, Fu Chang'an allowed the beauties bestowed by Your Majesty to enter and leave the palaces of the major princes and important ministers. It turns out that there is no woman of presentable worth in his house. Since these people were all gifted by His Majesty, if Fu Chang'an had no brains, he wouldn't dare to use them to convey any important information, right? The emperor thought so and agreed. But when it comes to this, I heard that those beauties didn't enter his room. Why do you think that is? I don't know about this, Lu Dabin. After thinking for a while, he answered cautiously. I heard that he was almost hit by the concubine of Zhongshan, Dr. Yan Jixing, on the street. At that time, he said that he was not a casual person. As Lu Dabin spoke, he explained the whole story to His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor laughed when he heard this, but after laughing, he couldn't hide the coldness in his eyes. Yan Jixing is not very capable, but he has great ambitions and is very willing to take risks. Check who he belongs to. What does a fifth-rank doctor need so much money for? Or does the person behind him want so much money? While Lu Dabin agreed to have someone investigate, he sighed in his heart. Yan Jixing, there is no hope. How many eyes are staring at Fu Chang'an's shop now? How dare he use such crude means to rob people and steal their money? Fu Chang'an acted quickly and sent in a box of various cosmetics, ointments, and old soaps before the palace gates closed. The emperor asked Lu Dabin and Fu Chang'an how much silver they wanted. Lu Dabin smiled and said, Fu Chang'an said he doesn't want silver. It's a gift to honor His Majesty and the ladies. His Majesty the Emperor snorted coldly. He should know what's best for him. You dared to come to the Golden Palace to beg for money. Do you have the nerve to ask for your own money now? However, His Majesty the Emperor is not stupid, and he cannot let his ministers think that he is taking advantage of Fu Chang'an. After thinking for a while, His Majesty the Emperor pointed to the pure copper auspicious beast incense burner in the imperial study and said, Give this to the butcher. Yes. Lu Dabin agreed, but he secretly sighed in his heart. This is another flashy thing. Little did he know that when it was dark, Fu Chang'an almost went crazy with joy when he received the reward in the marshal's mansion. This thing is good. Everyone knows that this thing can only be used in the palace, and it should be the type that Miss Xiao likes. He carried the food box in one hand and the aromatherapy burner in the other, and went as Xiaoingchu inside. Xiaoingshun was taking inventory of the stock in the shop. When she saw Fu Chang'an coming over, she hurriedly greeted him. Please sit down first. I'll take a look at what else you need. I won't be in the shop tomorrow afternoon. If you need anything, I'll get it for you tomorrow morning. Fu Chang'an waved his hand. No hurry. That's enough. The large quantities of goods purchased during this period are enough to sustain Fu Chang'an for 1 or 2 months. Where are the snacks? Do you want to take some back? Fu Chang'an thought for a moment and said, It's not convenient to store it over there, so forget it. He wasn't always in the marshal's mansion. If he left some food wrapped in plastic in the yard, it would be a huge trouble if someone found it. Between desire and safety, he decisively chose safety. Xiaoingshun understood how difficult it was for him, so she just grabbed some and put them on the table for him. If it's inconvenient to take it home, just eat it here. I'm not home these days, so you can come in and eat often. What's more, She can store things in the space-time supermarket system at any time, and then she can let Fu Chainan taste authentic British food. Okay. Fu Chainan agreed obediently, but he didn't eat the snacks. Instead, he put the food on the table. Let's eat first. The two of them sat opposite each other, eating their home-cooked meals, when Fu Chainan casually pointed to the aromatherapy burner he had placed on the ground. This is a gift from His Majesty the Emperor. I brought it to you. Xiao Yingshun glanced at the cute aromatherapy burner without stopping her meal and asked, "Why did he give you something again?" Fu Chainan explained what happened when he entered the palace today. When Xiao Yingshun heard that the emperor called Fu Chainan in to give him a warning just for such a thing, she felt sympathy. As expected, a monarchical society is a despotism. The emperor can do whatever he wants to whomever he wants, and do whatever he wants to him. Anyway, the emperor can never be wrong. It is always others who are wrong. Fu Chainan sent him a large box of things worth 1,000 taels of silver, and he rewarded him with a useless incense burner. If Fu Chainan had not been able to do business with his own space-time supermarket, this aromatherapy burner would have become a waste. After the two finished their meal, Xiao Yingshun explained all the things he had prepared in the supermarket. There are all kinds of first aid medicines in this medicine box. If you are in danger, you can come and use these things to save your life. Although I can't enter the supermarket when I'm abroad, the goods can be delivered. If I find that the emergency medicine has been used, I will replenish it for you. If you need anything urgently, just leave a note on the counter and I'll find a way to get it for you and put it in the warehouse. There's also some ice cream in the freezer. You can take some, but don't eat too much at once. Chapter 92 Beef Chili Sauce. Whenever Xiao Yingshun gave an instruction, Fu Chainan would agree. He was so well-behaved and obedient. Xiao Yingshun found it funny as she spoke. Why are you so obedient today? Fu Chainan looked at Xiao Yingshun seriously and answered, because I know you are really thinking about me. Xiao Yingshun tilted her head and did not explain that she was also thinking about the money. After all, he is his only supreme VIP customer. So in the end, Xiao Yingshun only said one sentence. You are worth it. Are you worth it? Fu Chainan was shocked, but didn't know what to say. He just nodded blankly to show that he understood. Fu Chainan sent a complete set of rosewood furniture, including the intricate rosewood thousand crafts bed. Xiao Yingshun only took one look at it and said, I'll keep it with you for the time being. It is called a bed, but in fact it is equivalent to a room. There are beds, dressing tables, stools, tables, everything you need, all made of rosewood. Luxury is luxury, but this container-like design makes her feel a little depressed and scared. Fu Chainan readily accepted the offer and brought her some small items and a complete set of rosewood tables and chairs. By the time Fu Chainan left, sweating profusely, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about the long-distance flight tomorrow, Xiao Yingshun quickly took a shower and went to bed. I woke up early the next day, full of energy. Xiao Yingshun went to a familiar noodle shop for breakfast and saw Uncle Yi Yubin, drinking as she wished. When Yi Yubin saw Xiao Yingshun, he looked as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Xiao Yingshun took the initiative to approach him. Uncle Yi, you're out for breakfast so early? Yi Yubin looked at Xiao Yingshun and said, Xiao girl, your store has been busy for 3 days and dry for 2 days. Are you going to close it? Xiao Yingshun chuckled. You also know that this kind of business is not easy to do now. I definitely want to do something else, so the business of the canteen can only be put aside for the time being. You're a girl, and there's no one around to help you with advice. You better be careful. Safety comes first at all times. Yi Yubin still remembers the time when Xiao Yingshun came to him at night to buy hemostatic medicine. Xiao Yingshun continued to smile and agreed, okay, I'll remember it. After breakfast, Yi Yubin returned to the pharmacy and Xiao Yingshun followed him. Yi Yubin did not ask any more questions. He opened the door of the pharmacy first, then pulled a stool for Xiao Yingshun to sit on, and then said, What do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yingshun chuckled and said, Uncle Yi, I'm going to London for a few days, so the store will be closed these days. But I'm afraid something might happen when I'm not at home. Can you keep an eye on it for me? Yi Yubin looked at Xiao Yingshun in surprise. You're going to London? London? England? Xiao Yingshun nodded. What are you going to London for? To travel? Xiao Yingshun continued to nod vaguely. Yi Yubin hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything to stop him. He just sighed and said, It would be good for a little girl to go out and see the outside world. I'll help you keep an eye on your shop, but when you're abroad, make sure your phone is always accessible. If anything happens, I can contact you. I know, Uncle Yi. Xiao Yingshun quickly agreed. Wang Yongjun has already given Xiao Yingshun some advice on this, so there will be no problem. That's fine. Yi Yubin thought about it. went into the house, and wrote a note to Xiao Chun with a name and a phone number. Tang Xiqiang. What is this? Xiao Chun looked at the note in confusion. Yi Yubin pointed to the note. This is my old friend in London. If you encounter any difficulties in London, you can go to her for help. She still has some connections in London. Just say she's my neighbor's child. She's a very kind person. Yi Yubin had a complicated expression, and Xiao Chun didn't dare to ask more. He put the note away, thanked Yi Yubin, and then returned to Chun's store. Fu Chainan actually came early in the morning and brought a jar of beef chili sauce for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was shocked. What's going on? Fu Chainan pointed at the beef chili sauce and smiled foolishly. I heard that you were going on a long trip. Although you can't come in, you can take things from the warehouse. I asked Bai Lu to make a jar of this for you last night. You can usually keep this in the warehouse. If you are not used to eating outside, you can use this to make rice. Xiao Chun was so touched. I don't know how much effort went into making this jar of beef chili sauce. Although Fu Chainan didn't do it himself, he thought of this. Even this kind of thoughtfulness is extremely rare. Okay, if I can't get used to the food abroad, I'll use this to mix rice or noodles. Xiao Chun promised solemnly. Fu Chainan looked around and finally nodded, then I'll go first. At around 10 o'clock, Wang Yongjun called a car to pick up Xiao Chun, and the two set off together. Wang Yongjun didn't talk much, but he paid close attention to Xiao Chun's mood and would talk about the situation in London from time to time. Buckingham Palace, Camden Market. Buckingham Palace aside, Camden Market has everything: food, clothing, and decorations. Wang Yongjun didn't use many adjectives and just said them in a dry way, but Xiao Chun actually felt a yearning for him. I wonder if there's anything delicious there? I'll get some for Fu Chainan to try. But having fun is not the first purpose. The most important thing is to go to Sogabi, the largest auction house in London, first. After listening to Xiao Chun's arrangement, Wang Yongjun said it was no problem. When we took off from China, it was in the evening. After flying for 12 hours, we arrived in London, but it was already 11 o'clock in the evening London time. Xiao Chun was completely confused. I slept all the way on the plane, and it was already 11 o'clock at night when I got back? What should I do? Who can sleep after this? Wang Yongjun called someone to pick her up. Seeing Xiao Chun's confused face, he couldn't help but want to laugh, and his tone softened. We need to check into the hotel first, adjust to the jet lag, and get up early tomorrow to take you where you want to go, okay? Of course. Xiao Chun insisted on listening to advice. Once we arrived at the hotel, Wang Yongjun's attributes as a tour guide and full-time companion began to emerge. Under his arrangement, the two of them checked into a two-bedroom suite, and each lived in one room. Xiao Chun couldn't sleep, but she had to take a nap to avoid being exhausted during the day. I finally managed to sleep fitfully until dawn, when Wang Yongjun knocked on my door and I was about to have breakfast and go out. Xiao Chun felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly got up and dressed. After a tasteless breakfast, Wang Yongjun drove the car borrowed from a friend and took her to Sujiabi auction house. Xiao Chun went in and took a look around and found that it was not quite what he had imagined. The things here were divided into many areas, and not everything had to be auctioned off. There is also a spot area here, where things are placed on the shelves with ready-made prices. If you like something, you can just pay and take it away. However, Xiao Chun had no interest in the luxury bags in the spot area. She just took a look and left the area. Wang Yongjun just followed silently throughout the whole process without saying a word, truly becoming an invisible man. After looking around, Xiao Chun asked Wang Yongjun to help find someone in charge of the auction, preferably someone who could speak Mandarin, as she was not good at English. Wang Yongjun guessed that Xiao Chun had something that could be auctioned, but didn't want to ask Dai Hengxin to sell it, so he wanted to come to London to inquire about the situation. However, he was not sure whether Xiao Chun kept this thing with a friend abroad or in China. Anyway, when Xiao Chun was checked abroad, there was nothing unusual in her suitcase. Apparently, she didn't bring any antiques with her. Chapter 93 Auction House. Wang Yongjun still want to help Xiao Chun find someone. Soon, a girl with yellow hair came over. Judging from her facial features and skin, she looked like a yellow-skinned Asian. The girl was thin and small, with a professional smile on her face. Hello, ma'am, I'm Shan Shan. How can I help you? Xiao Chun looked around and said, I have something I'd like you to take a look at and see if I can auction it here. Shan Shan guessed that Xiao Chun also wanted to sell something, and since she was called over, she naturally wanted to take a look. So Shan Shan led Xiao Chun and Wang Yongjun into a room. There are two chairs on both sides of a table, and there is a camera on top of them. Xiao Chun looked at Wang Yongjun and said, Can you wait for me outside? Wang Yongjun glanced at the camera, turned around and walked out. Within Su Jiabi's range, nothing could happen to Xiao Chun. After the door was closed, Xiao Yingchun took out a ball of toilet paper from his backpack. When she saw the toilet paper, Shanshan's eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. This is too casual. As soon as I saw the packaging, I knew it wasn't going to be good stuff. Sure enough, when the toilet paper was opened, a 10 liang silver ingot was revealed. Shanshan picked it up, looked at it carefully, and put the silver ingot back. Her tone was gentle, but her expression was direct. Ma'am, your silver ingot is not enough to meet our auction standards. After all, it is the world's #1 auction house, Sugabi. If a silver ingot worth about 10,000 yuan can be included in Sugabi's auction, it would be too much of a joke. Xiao Yingchun nodded. She was just testing the situation. So Xiao Yingchun wrapped the silver ingot with toilet paper again and put it into her bag, then used a little force to take out another thing wrapped in toilet paper. Shanshan. She still let Xiao Yingchun open the toilet paper. It's still a silver ingot, but this one weighs 50 taels. Shanshan looked at the silver ingot carefully, and the more she looked, the more solemn her expression became. The price of silver ingots is very transparent. Logically speaking, a 50 liang silver ingot only costs about 100,000. But this silver ingot was very special. In the information she had, there had never been a 50 liang silver ingot with this kind of seal. You should know that the seals on ancient silver ingots represent the place of casting, weight, year, and even the caster. But she had never heard of the seals on this silver ingot, Zuanfeng La Silver Shop, and Weixian. Daliang Dynasty. Sounds like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms era, but she has never seen such silver ingots in that era. She has never seen anything like it. This is a silver ingot that has never appeared before. But the shape and structure of this silver ingot seem to be fine. It is indeed a silver ingot. But isn't it an ancient silver ingot? She doesn't know. Where did the ancient silver ingots come from? I have never heard of the seals from the silver account to the address. Usually this kind of situation is mostly fake. After all, there is still a huge price difference between modern silver and antique silver. This innocent-looking woman is actually here to cheat people out of money? Shanshan couldn't help but frown, and looked at Xiao Yingchun with a suspicious look, which she thought was inconspicuous. Xiao Yingchun did not force it and said calmly, "If you are not sure, you can also ask an expert to take a look." With the thought of, what if it's true, Shanshan thought about looking for an expert to take a look, but she contacted 2 experts in this field but was unable to get through to them. It's still early now, and the experts may still be resting or busy with other things. Thinking about her own irritable teacher's fierceness when scolding people, her saliva sprayed on her face, Shanshan backed off. "Madam, I can't tell the difference between this silver ingot and mine. Sorry." Xiao Yingchun had been thinking that if the silver ingot didn't work, she would let Shanshan take a look at the gold ingot. But now Xiao Yingchun understood Shanshan's current situation. I guess Shanshan thinks, it's better to miss out than to buy the wrong thing. After all, missing out doesn't violate the rules, but making a mistake does require taking responsibility. If that's the case, there's no need to take out the gold ingots. Xiao Yingchun did not hesitate. He took the silver ingot, wrapped it in toilet paper, put it in his backpack, cashier system space, nodded, and said goodbye. Wang Yongjun didn't expect Xiao Yingchun to come out so soon, and she gestured to Wang Yongjun to leave with a normal expression. The 2 of them came out of Sujiabi auction house one after the other, and Wang Yongjun asked, "Why? Is it not possible?" Xiao Yingchun nodded. "Are there any other auction houses?" Wang Yongjun thought for a moment and said, "Come with me." The 2 people got in the car and went to another place after a few turns. This Willie's auction house doesn't look as big as Sujiabi's, but after entering, Xiao Yingchun found that the scale is also acceptable, and the key is that the people are much more enthusiastic. Wang Yongjun exchanged a few words with the other party in English, and the man led Xiao Yingchun to a room. This time, Wang Yongjun didn't say anything and just stood outside the room. It was a similar room, with similar cameras. Sitting opposite was a young man who looked to be about the same age as Dai Hongxin. He was very thin, with a long, skinny face that looked a bit like the movie star Liao Bufan. "Ma'am, my name is William. How can I help you?" Xiao Yingchun did not test him again this time and directly took out 50 taels of silver ingots. William was stunned by the toilet paper's packaging, but then he laughed. "Your baby is really special." Xiao Yingchun smiled, opened the toilet paper, and motioned William to look at the things first. When William saw the silver ingot, he was stunned again. After carefully examining it, he was a little surprised. "Madam, I can't tell what you have. Can I ask my teacher to come over and help me take a look?" Xiao Yingchun understood this routine. To get people. No problem. Xiao Yingchun nodded in agreement. Then William started making phone calls. After the call, William smiled and asked Xiao Yingchun, "Excuse me, ma'am, where did this thing come from?" Xiao Chun also smiled and said, "No comment. You just need to tell me after you have appraised it, whether it can be sold or not. What is the approximate price?" Wait a moment. Not long after, an old man with gray beard and wearing a Tang suit walked in. When the old man saw Xiao Ingchuan's young oriental face, he was also stunned. William had already signaled to Xiao Ingchun, "Teacher, this lady brought a silver ingot. I can't tell it clearly. I would like you to come and identify it." "Hello, ma'am. My name is Wang Chongshan." Wang Chongshan nodded at Xiao Ingchun and sat in the seat where William had sat before. He put on his reading glasses and picked up a magnifying glass. With the double buff, he began to study the silver ingot carefully. Silver ingots are easy to check if you just want to see if they are made of silver. However, if you want to see if they are ancient silver ingots, you need some skills. Chapter 94 Auction of Gold and Silver Ingots. After a careful inspection, he asked William to bring a small electronic scale and weighed it carefully. Then he nodded, put away his glasses and magnifying glass, and signaled William to take the small electronic scale away. After William left, Wang Chongshan said seriously, "Madam, do you know the origin and value of this silver ingot?" Xiao Ingchun shook his head. "Wang Chongshan, can you please tell me how this silver ingot came into your hands?" Xiao Ingchun shook his head again. "What is your target price?" To be honest, most collectors of this kind of thing are in China. When Wang Chongshan asked the question, his expression was too serious, which made Xiao Ingchun serious as well. "Will it affect the price if we sell it in the UK? Ordinary silver ingots can definitely be sold in the country, but she doesn't want to sell things through Daihengxin anymore. She didn't want to contact other pawn shops, for fear that she might accidentally provoke another Lu Xiaomei and attract a robber." Wang Chongshan. Xiao Ingchuan's question was so honest that Wang Chongshan had to stop and move on to the next topic. "Ma'am, do you want to sell it directly to our auction house? Or do you want to put it up for auction?" Xiao Ingchun thought for a moment and said, "Let's just auction it." The main problem was that she wanted to know how much the silver ingot was worth. After all, she had another 50 liang silver ingot in her cash register system space. If she needed it, Fu Chainan could get her dozens of the same 50-tael silver ingots. "You should know how much your stuff is worth, right?" After confirming Xiao Ingchuan's demands, Wang Chongshan also became frank. "Although your 50 liang silver ingot has never appeared on the market or in major auctions, I am sure that it is a genuine ancient silver ingot. It's between the Tang and Song dynasties. I think it should be the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. If you are willing to trust us, you can entrust us to conduct the auction. There will be an auction of ancient Chinese artworks in a week. During this time, you can also take a look at other items in our auction house, or walk around London and wait for the auction to start." Xiao Ingchun thought about it and agreed without hesitation. Wang Chongshan had someone deliver the auction contract. Xiao Ingchun signed the contract and walked out of the door of Willite Auction House with Wang Yongjun. Can this Willie's auction house be trusted? In a foreign country, Xiao Ingchun felt a little nervous after handing over a silver ingot to the auction house he met for the first time. Wang Yongjun laughed. "You must know the top 3 auction houses in the world. Although Willite Auction House is not ranked in the top 3, it is also a long-established auction house." Wang Yongjun talked about the history of Willite Auction House, which actually has a history of nearly 100 years. However, in recent years, several other auction houses have developed very rapidly, and Willie's has been surpassed by them. But in terms of credit, several large auction houses are very good. No one would destroy their sign for such a small thing. Xiao Ingchun was inspired by what he heard. "You said I should go there again and auction off some more items, is that okay?" Wang Yongjun looked at Xiao Ingchun deeply and answered cautiously, "If we only look at it from the perspective of whether it is credible, it is possible." Xiao Ingchun felt relieved. She turned around and walked back to Willie's auction house. Wang Yongjun was stunned and hurried to catch up. In Willie's auction house, several ancient coin experts were pricing a 50 liang silver ingot. They have no dispute over the authenticity of the product. What they are arguing about now is what the starting price should be. Wang Chongshan wanted to start the bidding at £20,000, but the other two thought they could try starting at £25,000. Before I could make up my mind, I suddenly heard William in front of me say that the lady from before came again and said that she had more things to auction and wanted to find Wang Chongshan. Wang Chongshan was stunned for a moment, looked at the other two ancient coin experts, and then turned back to the previous room. "Ma'am, is there anything else I can help you with?" Wang Chongshan looked at Xiao Ingchun at this time. His expression had become much more complicated. Xiao Ingchun looked at Wang Chongshan and silently took out a ball of toilet paper from his backpack. Wang Chongshan. The toilet paper is not as big as the previous 50-tael silver ingot, so it should not be another 50-tael silver ingot. Could it be 10 taels of silver ingot? Wang Chongshan began to speculate in his heart, but when Xiao Chun opened the toilet paper and Wang Chongshan saw clearly what was in front of him, he stood up suddenly. This is actually Lingji gold. This thing. Wang Chongshan wanted to say, "Oh my God," but realized that the other party was a customer and he couldn't show his emotions like that, so he sat down again. Xiao Chun was a little embarrassed. "Could you please take a look at this and see if it can be auctioned?" Wang Chongshan first carefully picked up the Lingji gold and examined it carefully under the light with a magnifying glass. After the inspection, he was still not reassured, so he used professional instruments to test it again. After testing, it was confirmed that the gold was indeed more than 90% pure, and Wang Chongshan was shocked. He had just checked carefully and found that there was no dust or dirt left inside the Lingji gold, which meant that it was not unearthed from underground. He endured it again and again. "Where did you get this thing from?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I am selling this on behalf of others. I cannot tell you where it came from. You just need to tell me whether you can auction it here." Wang Chongshan believed it as soon as he heard it. After all, a girl in her early 20s, who doesn't look very noble and obviously isn't from a centuries-old aristocratic family, how could she have such a thing? "Ma'am, do you know what this is?" Xiao Chun nodded. "It is commonly known as the little golden shoes, also called the unicorn gold. Since you know this, you obviously also know how precious this thing is. Even in ancient times, this thing was not circulated on the market. These things were awarded by the emperor to important officials or royal relatives who had military merits. Even though this small ingot of gold weighs only 10 taels, its value is far beyond that of ordinary gold ingots." Wang Chongshan said solemnly, "A batch of unicorn gold was unearthed from the tomb of Marquis Hun before, but it is now kept in the museum and has not been released. This Lingji gold of yours was not unearthed from the ground, but it looks like Lingji gold." Xiao Chun laughed. "This is not from that batch. Just think of it as me picking up a vault." Wang Chongshan was choked and couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, he nodded and said, "You want to auction this Lingji gold too?" Xiao Chun, "Of course." "Okay, I'll get the auction contract for you right away." Wang Chongshan was about to call someone to bring in the contract and other things. Xiao Chun then said, "Please wait a moment. I have another item. Can you please take a look at it and see if it can be auctioned?" Wang Chongshan was confused. "Anything else?" Xiao Chun took out a larger ball of toilet paper from her backpack and carefully placed it on the table in front of her. Toilet paper again. When the toilet paper was opened, Wang Chongshan's pupils inevitably shrank again. 50 taels of gold ingots. No way out. Chapter 95, Buying a House in London. The two people in Willide's auction house had no idea that there was thunder and lightning in the office of Sugabi auction house, which they had visited before. An old man with a bald head and thick eyebrows is losing his temper at a blonde girl. "If you can't get through on the phone, why don't you try calling twice?" "I'm not awake yet." "You didn't leave her contact information? Where can you find her?" "What's wrong with you, girl? How come you don't have a backup plan for this kind of thing?" Shan shrank her neck, feeling the spit coming towards her face, but she didn't dare to dodge it. Her heart was filled with shit. Who would have thought that teacher Gu Yuanji would call back and ask in detail about the situation of this collection? After Shan explained, Gu Yuan hung up the phone and rushed over. After seeing the 50 liang silver ingot in Xiao Ingshuan's hand through the high-definition camera in the reception room, Gu Yuanji slapped his thigh in regret. This kind of silver ingot, which has never been seen before, if it is real, will reveal a new history, or even a new dynasty. You have to know that there were not many literate people in ancient times, and written records were difficult to preserve. Many dynasties that existed for a very short time did not even leave any written records and disappeared without a trace. Only when something from this dynasty appears again can it be proved that this dynasty once existed. Whether it's true or not, this is an opportunity. The opportunity that was right at hand was wasted. The most infuriating thing is that Shan didn't even leave the other person's contact information. Even if I want to regret it, it's not easy to find it. After Xiao Ingchun signed the gold ingot auction contract, he thought for a moment and asked cautiously, "Do you still auction red sandalwood furniture here?" Wang Chongshan's eyes almost popped out. "You have rosewood furniture to auction?" Xiao Ingchun paused. "You can't just take out a rosewood stool from your backpack?" She realized it in time and said with a wry smile, "I don't have it, but my friend does. I'll ask him later. If he's willing to entrust me with the auction, I'll tell you later." Wang Chongshan was naturally willing. Many of the items that can be auctioned here have already been sold abroad, and the chances of them being returned to the country are slim. He could only put aside his patriotic feelings and do his current job well. Xiao Ingchun said goodbye, and went shopping happily with Wang Yongjun. Buckingham Palace, go check it out. King's Cross, go check it out. Camden Market is also worth a visit. Wang Yongjun is not a good tour guide because he talks too little. But this did not prevent Xiao Yingchun from being happy. This German sausage tastes good. I'll buy some for Fu Chainan to try. This barbecue is not bad. Give some to Fu Chainan. This hamburger doesn't have that awful sauce. Buy one too. This vegetable salad. He probably won't like it. Forget it. Xiao Yingchun soon had several bags in her hands. But Wang Yongjun followed her closely, so she couldn't let him leave, and she didn't dare to stuff the food into the supermarket. After following him for 2 hours, Xiao Yingchun looked at Wang Yongjun awkwardly. Don't you need to go to the toilet? Wang Yongjun shook his head calmly. When I am on a mission outside, I will try to drink less water and reduce the time and frequency of going to the toilet. Xiao Yingchun. Abnormal. However, Wang Yongjun's words gave her inspiration. Xiao Yingchun treated Wang Yongjun to milk tea, fruit tea, and coffee. During this time, she bought a lot of miscellaneous food, and she could hardly hold it in her hands. When passing a toilet sign, Wang Yongjun finally couldn't hold it anymore. He looked around first, then told Xiao Yingchun, I'll be in for a minute and we'll be out soon. Xiao Yingchun was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Okay, go ahead. While Wang Yongjun was in the bathroom, she used an umbrella to cover herself, quickly put the food in her hands into the space, and placed it on the table in the supermarket. Wang Yongjun came out in just 1 minute, which was amazingly fast. Xiao Yingchun was shocked. You are too fast. Don't you even have time to zip up and take out your dick? Wang Yongjun was a former Special Forces soldier. He could tell at a glance that Xiao Yingchun was different. Where are the snacks you bought? Xiao Yingchun pointed to the corner and said, I gave it away. Wang Yongjun looked at the crowd walking towards the corner and said, let's go. The two of them ate and walked around, and Xiao Yingchun saw familiar silver earrings in Camden Market. That style and design are definitely a must-have for tourist attractions. Isn't this a hot item in Yiwu Small Commodity City? Do you also purchase goods from Yiwu? Xiao Yingchun asked curiously. Good lord, 19 bucks. Pounds. After coming out of the store, Xiao Yingchun whispered to Wang Yongjun, Wang Yongjun, your English is so good. You can make a fortune by selling this here. Wang Yongjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am living a good life now. I am not poor. Xiao Yingchun said, oh, with some disappointment. If you tell people how to make money, they won't pay any attention. As she walked, Xiao Yingchun saw a roadside shop selling strange and eccentric things. What's hanging there are obviously Chinese-style things. Xiao Yingchun led Wang Yongjun in curiously. Inside was a woman with curly hair, who looked to be in her 30s, but also 40 years old, with a beauty that defied age. The woman was wearing a bohemian suspender skirt, exuding the charm of a mature woman, and smiled. My beautiful lady, what would you like to see? Xiao Yingchun looked around and found many strange things here, including a lot of porcelain, as well as various ancient hairpins and hairpins. There are some cabinets and benches that look like antiques on the side. Are these antiques? Xiao Yingchun looked at the things in surprise and asked in Chinese. The woman smiled and nodded, and also responded in Chinese, yes. These are various collections from the Republic of China to the Ming and Qing dynasties. If you like, you can try it. There's not even a seat for the stools, so I can't try it out. She didn't dare try on the jewelry, for fear that it might have been dug out from some grave. After thinking for a while, she pointed to one of the unremarkable stools and asked, what is this stool made of? How much is it? The woman knew Xiao Yingchun was not an expert as soon as she heard it, but that did not stop her from being polite. This is made of Wangwali wood, a collection from the Qing dynasty. If you like it, you can buy it for 150,000 yuan. Xiao Yingchun was shocked. Just a chair without even a seat is asking for 150,000? After saying goodbye and leaving, Xiao Yingchun no longer had any interest in continuing shopping. Instead, she pulled Wang Yongjun aside and asked, I want to buy a house nearby. Can you help me look for one? Wang Yongjun looked at Xiao Yingchun and thought she was crazy. I came to the UK for a visit, and within a day I was already thinking of buying a house. Does she plan to live in England? But she obviously can't even speak English fluently, so why should she stay? Wang Yongjun stood still, thinking about how to make Xiao Yingchun return to normal. Chapter 96, Sending Antiques from Overseas Back to China. Xiao Yingchun was completely unaware and thought Wang Yongjun was thinking about which place to buy, so she made her request directly. Buy a place with good public security. The house doesn't need to be too big. 1 bedroom and 1 living room, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room will be enough. Wang Yongjun. He didn't move even when Xiao Yingchun pulled him. He stood there for a long time before looking at Xiao Yingchun with a complicated expression. What are you going to use the house for? Xiao Yingchun was stunned by the question. That's right, from Wang Yongjun's perspective, he is just here for a trip and his English is still halting, so why would he need to buy a house? You know, a one-bedroom apartment costs at least 5 million renminbi. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun had to explain half seriously and half falsely. You also know that I am currently doing some investment business, which may not be easy to operate in China at times. So I want to buy a house in London so that I can travel back and forth frequently in the future. Wang Yongjun reminded them seriously. But you have to know that as long as you are a Chinese citizen, no matter which country you are in, you must abide by Chinese laws. Even if you are in the UK, you cannot break Chinese laws. Xiao Yingchun was dumbfounded. This person obviously loves his motherland with a red heart and seems to be afraid that he will do something to let down his motherland. Xiao Yingchun also began to think seriously. Is it considered to be unfaithful to the country to bring things from the fictional era and sell them to people abroad? It shouldn't count, right? After selling the stuff from the fictional era, I try to bring the money back to my country to spend. Isn't that considered patriotism? Calculate. But I couldn't explain my inner certainty to Wang Yongjun. After all, the space-time supermarket cannot be announced publicly. What should I do if Wang Yongjun gets angry and leaves me to go back to his country? This made Xiao Yingchun stand still with a changing expression. After a while, Xiao Yingchun finally organized his words. Brother Jun, do you know the current domestic laws regarding antiques? Wang Yongjun nodded. I know a little. If you can't explain the origin of an antique, it may be taken away by the state, and then rewarded with 500 yuan and a banner. You know that, right? Wang Yongjun nodded. He had heard of this. If I were in China and I took out a collection comparable to that of the Forbidden City, and someone said it was a cultural relic and had to be handed over, and I couldn't clearly explain its origin, should I hand it over or sell it to someone else? Wang Yongjun said nothing. Legally speaking, of course it should be handed over. But few people would be willing to hand over things worth millions. Especially since Xiao Yingchun was still very young, came from an ordinary family, and had no one to rely on. But if I have auction certificates that clearly show the origin of the items I bought abroad, I can bring them back and exchange them with collectors in China without any problems. Wang Yongjun nodded again. So, Brother Jun, I need a reason to bring back the cultural relics that have been lost overseas. I want to buy collections from abroad, bring them back to China, and then resell them to domestic collectors. But I can't stay in the hotel all the time. I need a house to live in, to store some of the collections I've acquired, and then find a way to bring them back to China. Xiao Yingchun's righteous words were just excuses at first, but as she was talking, she suddenly thought, maybe it really could work. After all, there are many precious cultural relics looted during the Eight-Nation Alliance period in foreign countries, and some of them do not even exist in the country anymore. If you can buy it overseas and bring it back, it will undoubtedly be a contribution to the return of antiques. Domestic collectors will also welcome it. You can also transfer it legitimately. Xiao Yingchun's eyes lit up as she spoke. How about it? Take me to find a house first? Wang Yongjun's eyes were deep, but he finally nodded. After all, if he doesn't do this job, someone else will. Moreover, other people might not have the same conscience as him. If they were attracted by Xiao Yingchun's money, or both her and her money at the same time, her weak body would not be able to withstand it. He is responsible and willing to help others. On the way to buy a house with Xiao Yingchun, Wang Yongjun said the most words along the way, mainly making various phone calls to contact his friends. After all, Wang Yongjun was not familiar with the real estate market in London. Finally, Wang Yongjun stopped in the southwest area of London and opened the electronic map to show Xiao Yingchun. We are here now. This place is the city hall, and across the river is the embassy. Both are very close. After some explanation, the geographical location of this place is really great. There are also many young people nearby. Of course, a good location means a good price. A two-bedroom house is priced at 6.5 million. Xiao Yingchun looked at the house on the third floor and nodded decisively. Then this one? How about the formalities? Seeing that Xiao Yingchun was satisfied, Wang Yongjun confirmed it in English with his friends and the agent next to him. The agent smiled so hard that his wrinkles looked like chrysanthemums and hurriedly took Wang Yongjun and Xiao Yingchun to handle the formalities. The two of them completed the formalities and got the house. But the house hasn't been cleaned yet, so I have to wait another day. The next morning, Wang Yongjun left Xiao Yingchun at the house during the day and ran around mysteriously. After Xiao Yingchun finished cleaning the room diligently, she began to arrange the rosewood furniture and various small items stored in the warehouse. Now that we have the furniture and other things, we still need to buy curtains, bedding and other things. Xiao Yingchun called Wang Yongjun to ask him to help buy some household items. and at the same time asked Wang Yongjun to invite Wang Chongshan from Willite Auction House to come and take a look. As a result, Wang Yongjun bought a mattress and came over, with a shocked look on his face. Xiao Yingchuan's new house actually had a complete set of rosewood tables and chairs. The coffee table and chairs are a complete set of rosewood furniture. On the rosewood furniture, scattered around were various treasures that Xiao Yingchun had asked Fu Chainan to collect. Xiao Yingchun had tasted the sweetness of the mother-of-pearl jewelry box before, so she asked Fu Chainan to find a good pair at the pawn shop. At this moment, she placed one of them on the rosewood cabinet in the living room. On the treasure shelf were porcelain bottles and bowls that were obviously worth a lot of money. Wang Chongshan didn't come because Wang Yongjun didn't believe that Xiao Yingchun could decorate the house in one day, so he didn't notify her at all. Seeing the situation at home at this time, Wang Yongjun regretted not trusting Xiao Yingchun. I'm calling Wang Chongshan now? Xiao Yingchun looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon in London. Go ahead. When Wang Chongshan came in, he was shocked to see that all the furniture in the room was made of rosewood. He looked around eagerly before settling on Xiao Yingchuan's face. If the things in Miss Zhao's room are all genuine, they are priceless. Xiao Yingchun grinned, with a pure face. I want to ask if these things can be auctioned? Wang Chongshan was shocked again. Are you going to auction all these things? Chapter 97 Fu Chainan saves people on the street. After getting Xiao Yingchuan's confirmation, Wang Chongshan immediately became excited. After a careful examination, he looked at Xiao Yingchun again, but this time his eyes were burning. Miss Xiao, these things are enough to organize a special auction, but it will take some time. Are you willing? Xiao Yingchun naturally agreed. I need to call someone over to do a preliminary appraisal, then take these things away for further appraisal, and then shoot the materials after confirming that there is no problem. After looking at the rosewood furniture, Wang Chongshan's eyes fell on the rosewood mother-of-pearl jewelry box placed on the table. This box is slightly smaller than the one I gave to Dong Chunfeng last time, but it is just as exquisite. Miss Xiao, do you want to auction this mother-of-pearl box? Xiao Yingchun pointed at the rosewood furniture and said, yes, but let's get these sorted out first. Wang Chongshan nodded, retracted his attention, and explained the entire auction process in detail to Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun agreed to all of them, and then she and Wang Yongjun followed the items that were moved to Willite Auction House to sign the auction contract. A complete set of rosewood tables and chairs inlaid with mother-of-pearl, including an arhat bed, an 8 immortals table, a pair of rosewood inlaid with marble screens, a pair of rosewood square stools, 2 rosewood armchairs, and 2 coffee tables placed between the chairs. Xiao Yingchun thought they were coffee tables. Of course, there are also some small pieces of rosewood, which Fu Chainan collected from various pawn shops. The room that had just been filled with things by Xiao Yingchun was empty again in an instant. In order to express his gratitude to Xiao Yingchun for trusting Willite Auction House, Wang Chongshan applied to the auction house and directly sent a complete set of branded furniture. By the time the furniture was installed, it was completely dark. Xiao Yingchun and the other person had not had dinner yet. Wang Yongjun cleaned up the place while Xiao Yingchun prepared dinner. After cleaning up, Xiao Yingchun suggested, why don't we stay here tonight? We don't have to stay in a hotel. Wang Yongjun thought for a moment and said, that's fine. The 2-bedroom house can accommodate 1 person per room. After eating something and going to bed, Wang Yongjun lay on the bed with his hands under his head in a house in a foreign country, looking confused. I was only out for most of the day, but Xiao Yingchun quietly filled a room with rosewood furniture and various small items. He wasn't stupid enough to know that this wasn't logical. Xiao Yingchun has a secret, and it is a big secret. It took a lot of effort to move so many rosewood furniture today. How did a little girl like Xiao Yingchun manage to fill a room with rosewood furniture so quietly? Wang Yongjun didn't believe in metaphysics. He guessed that there must be someone helping Xiao Yingchun behind the scenes, and that this person had connections but didn't want others to know. But that person must be nearby. Maybe he was the one who took Xiao Yingchuan's snacks. That person must have been waiting in this neighborhood in advance, so he was able to place a whole room of rosewood furniture so efficiently without outsiders noticing. On the other hand, the things that Xiao Yingchun sold recently had already been lost abroad a long time ago. In this case, I have no right or ability to stop it. Wang Yongjun persuaded himself very clearly. Xiao Yingchun has so many secrets. Wang Yongjun used to think that Xiao Yingchun was an ordinary person not much different from himself. But this trip to London made him realize. The two of them are from completely different worlds. The girl who was shivering while carrying a clothes hanger on a stormy night was, after all, just my own illusion. Xiao Yingchun is terrifyingly powerful. After Xiao Yingchun returned to his room, the first thing he did was to look at the space-time supermarket. In the space-time supermarket, the snacks on the table had disappeared. It was obvious that Fu Chanan had been there and left a note. Delicious. Xiao Yingchun thought of the jewelry in the roadside antique shop, and after thinking about it, she left a note for Fu Chanan. I want 2 sets of ancient gold inlaid gemstone jewelry. This thing seems to sell well abroad. When she went there again the next morning, she saw 2 large boxes of gold and gemstone jewelry. We only want 2 sets, but they gave us 2 boxes. Good man. There is also a box of jade pendants and jade zone. There was a jade pendant in the shape of a jade dragon placed in a separate box, and Fu Chanan left a note on it. From the royal family of the previous dynasty. Xiao Yingchun left another note for Fu Chanan. Thank you. These things, together with the things Fu Chanan had given him before, including the set of the emperor's teapot, teacups, and 4 treasures of the study, were sent to Willite Auction Company. Wang Chongshan was stunned again. This could be an auction in itself. In the next 2 or 3 days, Xiao Yingchun traveled around London like an ordinary tourist under the guidance of Wang Yongjun. Before going home in the evening, Xiao Yingchun would buy all kinds of delicious food to bring back. Unfortunately, after bringing food to Fu Chanan for 2 days, Xiao Yingchun lost interest. There are actually not that many options for food here. Even Western food is just presented to impress. In terms of cuisine, taste, and innovation, it cannot compare to the richness and diversity of Chinese food. She took a boat trip on the Thames, visited almost all the tourist attractions, and visited many antique shops. This kind of shop is not uncommon in London, and it sells all kinds of things. For some precious items such as porcelain, the store owner will choose to put a photo for safety reasons. If they meet a customer they like and feel they are trustworthy, they will bring the product home to show the customer in order to close the deal. Xiao Yingchun didn't know much about antiques and didn't dare to buy anything rashly. He thought it would be better to wait a few days until those things were sold before making any decisions. Xiao Yingchun was busy making money, but Fu Chanan was a little overwhelmed. The 7th prince has suddenly been pestering him recently. Yesterday, Fu Chanan had just come out of Anxiang Street when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves and a commotion. Someone exclaimed, "Ah!" Bang! The sound of something being knocked over. Why doesn't this carriage have a driver? My child. When Fu Chanan turned around, he saw an out-of-control carriage speeding on the street and rushing towards him. The weird thing is, there is no driver on the carriage. Watching the crowd running away, some children were knocked to the ground by the crowd, crying loudly. A woman rushed over, hugged her child and burst into tears. While the carriage was passing by him, Fu Chanan rushed forward, grabbed the reins tightly and controlled the horse. The carriage stopped and everyone gathered around in shock. Whose carriage is this? Why is there no driver? Why are you running like crazy on the road without a driver? Is this horse crazy? Look, it's been pinned to the ground, but it still won't behave itself. Fu Chanan went to look at the horse and saw that it was already spitting out white foam mixed with blood from its mouth. This is poisoning. Fu Chanan directly tied up the horse's 4 hooves with reins to prevent the horse from making trouble again. Someone bravely stepped forward and lifted the carriage curtain and immediately screamed, "Oh, there is someone in the carriage." Fu Chanan was startled and hurried forward to take a look, only to see a child in a brocade robe and a jade crown lying in the carriage with blood all over his head, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 98. Fu Chanan angrily mentions the prince's apprentice. Oh my, whose young master is this? How did he become like this? Go get a doctor. Fu Chanan shouted and jumped into the carriage to check. The child looked to be about 10 years old. There was a cut on his forehead, and his head and face were covered in blood. He was unconscious. Fu Chanan first laid the person down carefully, then checked the bones and other parts of the body and found that there were no other fractures, so it should be only the head that was injured. At this time, the doctor from a nearby clinic also came over, cleaned the wound, and began to bandage him. Fu Chanan was waiting outside the carriage, and many curious people were also watching. Only then did they hear the chaotic sound of footsteps running towards this side, shouting as they ran, "7th prince! 7th prince!" Everyone was dumbfounded. Where is the 7th prince? For people ran to the front of the carriage and tried to climb on in a panic, crying and shouting for their parents. "Your Highness! 7th prince! My mother, please be all right." Everyone then looked at the unconscious child in the carriage in shock. The 7th prince, that was actually the current emperor's 7th prince? It was only at this time that Fu Chanan realized that the child with a broken head and bleeding was actually the 7th prince. Fu Chanan was dumbfounded. His Majesty the Emperor most hates the princes making friends with generals. If I say I didn't save the prince on purpose, can your Majesty believe me? A few eunuchs with shrill voices were still chattering, but were pulled away by Fu Chanan. Stop making noise. If you disturb the doctor while he's treating your wound, His Majesty will blame you later, and you will be held responsible." Several eunuchs immediately shut up. After the doctor finally treated the wound, Fu Chainan already had a solution. "Your Highness has encountered such an incident in a busy city, and I happened to run into him. Naturally, I cannot stand by and watch. I will escort your Highness to the palace and hand him over to your Majesty in person." Several eunuchs looked at each other in bewilderment, not wanting to cause trouble in front of His Majesty and being watched by so many people. With the presence of Fu Chainan, the butcher general, it would be impossible to keep it secret even if we wanted to. The eunuchs had no choice but to follow Fu Chainan to change carriages and go to the palace. Behind the carriage followed a large crowd of people who came to watch the fun, all the way to the palace gate. The scene frightened the guards at the palace gate, and they raised their spears from a distance. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Fu Chainan stepped forward to report what had happened and handed over his badge. The palace guards all knew the butcher general Fu Chainan. When they lifted the carriage curtain and saw that it was really the seventh prince, they all panicked. "Hurry up and send him in. Hurry up and call the imperial physician. Don't let anyone die at the gate of the palace. Otherwise, all these heads would have to be moved." Fu Chainan was able to send the seventh prince directly to the palace. "I will send the person back to you openly, but you can't accuse me of making friends with the prince in private." His Majesty the Emperor was also shocked when he heard the news and hurried to check on the seventh prince's injuries. The seventh prince was lying on the bed with a pale face and unconscious. The Emperor only took one look at him and fell silent. The seventh prince was only 12 years old, born to concubine Qi, who had fallen out of favor for many years. He was not smart enough, nor bold enough, and was even a little timid. Compared with the other adult princes, the seventh prince has little presence and is obviously not destined to be the emperor. Logically speaking, a seventh prince like this should not be targeted by anyone. But the fact is, he almost died. Being out of favor doesn't mean you can be bullied. As a prince, you can't lose your life in such an incredible way in public. How do people view royal family affection? His Majesty the Emperor was rarely soft-hearted and ordered a thorough investigation. Soon the news came. The seventh prince's horse had been poisoned, and it went berserk halfway through the journey. The driver could not control it and fell off the horse during the gallop. The person who poisoned the seventh prince had committed suicide by taking poison in the palace. Where are the secret guards? Where are the secret guards assigned to Old Seven? Each prince will be accompanied by at least 2 secret guards to protect him personally. The commander of the Imperial Guards was at a loss for words. The secret guards were temporarily assigned to carry out a mission. His Majesty the Emperor's voice suddenly stopped. Apart from himself and the Queen, the only ones who could transfer the seventh prince's personal guards were a few adult princes. The matter is obvious. If we investigate further, we will find that it is a story of fratricide. In order to avoid royal scandal, His Majesty the Emperor angrily kept his mouth shut. Since he was still in his prime, the princes wished that all his other brothers would die out and then pass away immediately to make room for him. And there are more than 1 or 2 people who have this idea. What a filial son. His Majesty the Emperor walked away in a huff, but after the seventh prince woke up, he took the initiative to ask to see His Majesty the Emperor. His son, with a thick gauze wrapped around his forehead, knelt in front of him and looked at the Emperor pitifully. "Father, I am weak and don't want to worry you anymore. I also want to get better and do something for my brother, the Crown Prince. I was saved by General Fu today. I want to take General Fu as my master in the future and let him teach me Kung Fu to strengthen my body." Looking at this face that looked similar to his own but was very thin, the Emperor didn't know what he was thinking and sighed, "All right." So Fu Chainan, who had just been glad that he had gotten rid of trouble, angrily proposed to be the prince's apprentice. He didn't want it and went to the palace to decline it. The Emperor was also a weirdo. He had been worried that Fu Chainan could make money and become the prince's teacher, and that this might lead to his own ambitions. Who would have thought that Fu Chainan would dare to come to the palace to resign in person? The Emperor's reward, thunder, rain, and dew are all grace from the Emperor. Can a butcher like you bargain? Even if you don't want it, I'll give it to you. The Emperor became tough and demanded that Fu Chainan must accept the seventh prince as his apprentice and teach him well. "Fu Chainan, I obey your command." 3 days later, the seventh prince felt much better and prepared generous gifts to go to the marshal's mansion to become his disciple. Because he already knew that Fu Chainan had come to the palace to resign, the seventh prince was a little uneasy. "General Fu, am I causing you any trouble?" Fu Chainan cursed harshly in his heart, but smiled warmly on his face. "No, your highness, don't think too much about it. The seventh prince looked at Fu Chang'an with great admiration. If General Fu hadn't reigned in the Mad Horse a few days ago, I would have been dead. Fu Chang'an thought about the thrilling scene that the seventh prince experienced yesterday and couldn't help but feel sympathy. This is also an unlucky guy. Have you found out what exactly happened? The seventh prince smiled bitterly, shook his head, and did not respond. That's just hard to talk about. The most likely possibility is that the princes framed each other. Someone wants the seventh prince dead. Fu Chang'an scratched his head. He absolutely did not want to be dragged into the dispute over the throne among the princes, but he couldn't push away the one in front of him. How to do it? After thinking about it, Fu Chang'an suggested, "Seventh prince, from now on you will study in the palace in the morning, and I will teach you martial arts for an hour when you come out in the afternoon. After you finish practicing martial arts, you can go back, okay?" Chapter 99. Acting competition with two princes. The seventh prince immediately agreed. "Thank you, General Fu. Can I start practicing martial arts today?" The palace specially arranged for ministers to give lessons to the underage princes in turn, explaining the classics, history, and literature. Of course, the crown prince has other classes on how to be a king, and the other princes are not allowed to attend them. Fu Chen looked at the seventh prince steadily. He was 12 years old and grew up in a palace with fine clothes and delicious food, but he was a little thin and frail. Obviously, he hasn't been treated well over the years. Not today. You need to prepare a set of clothes and bring 2 sets of clothes for you to change after you sweat. The seventh prince's eyes sparkled. "I brought them all." Fu Chang'an. "Okay then, we'll start in a moment." The first day is a physical fitness test. Fu Chang'an asked the seventh prince to stand in a fixed position and do boxing. Soon he was exhausted and sweating all over, and his legs were shaking like he was playing a pipa. "This physique is too weak. If you can't bear it, just tell me," Fu Chang'an reminded him. But the seventh prince clearly fell to the ground due to exhaustion. After gasping for a few times, he got up again and continued with gritted teeth. "Just don't say, I can't." Fu Chang'an saw it all, his eyes deep. He had led soldiers before, and knew very well that in many cases, resilience and persistence were more important than talent. This seventh prince is not a simple person. Although he was exhausted and less than an hour had passed, Fu Chang'an asked the seventh prince to change his clothes and return to the palace as soon as possible. After the people walked away, the captain of the guards came forward to ask, "General, the seventh prince will come to our marshal's mansion frequently in the future. What will happen to our business?" Fu Chang'an didn't care. "Usually we are in the front yard, so we don't let him go to the backyard. Besides, he only comes here in the afternoon and goes back in the evening, so it's not a big problem." The captain of the guard then started reporting other things. But things were not as simple as Fu Chang'an thought. On the second day, when the seventh prince came again, the third prince came with him. The third prince was 19 years old. He had already married, had children, moved out of the palace, and had his own palace. As soon as he saw Fu Chang'an, the third prince smiled as brightly as a morning glory. "General Fu, long time no see." Every pore on Fu Chang'an's body was screaming caution. The third prince is different from the seventh prince. His mother is a noble concubine, his grandfather is a prime minister, and he has many students and friends throughout the court and the country. He is a real contender for the throne. Now he is fighting openly and secretly with the second prince and the crown prince, and almost everyone in the capital knows about it. Last year, the third prince received a new assignment and usually stayed in the Ministry of Revenue and had no dealings with the Fu family. He actually came here today. It's definitely not a good thing. But the third prince had to find an excuse in all seriousness. "General Fu, when I went out today, I happened to meet my seventh brother who came to your place to learn martial arts, so I sent him over on the way." Fu Chang'an. "I'll act with you. Your Highness the third prince has visited my humble abode. It brings honor to my humble home." "Ha ha ha ha." The third prince. "Your smile is so fake." After exchanging a few pleasantries after entering the room, Fu Chang'an began to ask the seventh prince to stand in a posture. Today's seventh prince was obviously not as perseverant as yesterday. After a short while, he started playing the pipa with his legs. He fell to the ground and started wiping his tears, not getting up for a long time. Fu Chang'an was so upset that his teeth ached. This kid is also acting, but his aggrieved look and the tears that rolled down his cheeks clearly revealed his sincerity. He's a 12-year-old kid, but he's even more pretentious than me. Fu Chang'an felt frustrated. It happened that at this moment, the third prince saw Fu Chang'an's angry expression and thought that he was dissatisfied with the seventh prince, and he felt even happier. "I came here today to ask General Fu how to make money and fill the national treasury." Fu Chanan hurriedly knelt down in fear and trepidation and told the truth. Before, I only knew how to kill pigs. Now I opened Tao Tao Ji for the first time in the world. I was lucky enough to make some money, but it was because I saved that foreign boss sis by accident and got the unique convenience of his goods in the capital. The third prince had naturally heard this kind of talk before, but he asked about boss sis's supply channels. I wonder where boss sis's goods come from? How can one answer such a question? Fu Chanan laughed. Since he is a Western merchant, then these Western goods that I have never seen before must have been brought from the other side of the sea, right? My people were only responsible for picking up the goods at the border. They don't know how he got them here. If asked again, Fu Chanan would beg for mercy bitterly. Your Highness, I am only trying to earn enough money to support my family. You are in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, so why do you need to worry about such a small amount of money? The third prince had expected that Fu Chanan would not say anything. So after trying a few questions and seeing that he could not get any information out of him, he gave up asking any more questions. He just sat there idly drinking tea and watching Fu Chanan teaching the seventh prince how to fight. Today, after Fu Chanan had the seventh prince stand in a stance, he practiced two extremely simple moves, which were squatting and standing up repeatedly, and then punching left and right. Because he was constantly moving, the seventh prince was much more serious this time. But he couldn't last very long. He had to stop and drink some water to take a break after practicing for a cup of tea. The sight of her panting like a dog made the third prince frown. This is too weak. After the seventh prince finished his practice, he was drenched in sweat. His hands and feet were weak, and he looked as if he was exhausted. Fu Chanan asked the seventh prince to eat 2 pieces of dessert made with bailu, drink a cup of tea, and wash up before leaving with the third prince. After sending the 2 nobles to the door and watching them go away, Fu Chanan breathed a sigh of relief silently. The 2 ancestors of acting have finally passed away. Back in the yard, the captain of the guards reported to Fu Chanan in a low voice. The third prince's men used the excuse of considering the third prince's safety to check the backyard. Our people followed them the entire time and didn't let them enter your yard. Fu Chanan nodded lightly. After I recently bought the yard next door, the goods are naturally no longer in my own yard. Except for some placed in the front yard for concealment, the rest are placed in the yard next door. The next day, when the third prince was preparing to find an excuse to go to Fu Chanan's marshal's mansion again, he suddenly received an oral order from the palace, asking him to enter the palace. It turned out that his actions had aroused the vigilance of the crown prince and the second prince. Today, a censor reported the third prince to the police, saying that he was forming a clique for personal gain. The third prince was almost frightened to death. He just went to the marshal's mansion for an hour. How did it become forming a clique for personal gain? It would be fine if the party was about to be formed successfully, but it hasn't succeeded yet. The third prince felt wronged. His Majesty the Emperor was furious and asked the third prince and Fu Chanan to come to the palace to talk things out face to face. Fu Chanan chuckled, walked out the door, and then entered the palace with a panic-stricken look on his face. In the Golden Palace, in front of all the civil and military officials in the court, the emperor's face was extremely dark. Fu Chanan, third brother, are you really forming a clique for personal gain? Fu Chanan and the third prince both cried out for injustice. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Father, I am innocent. Each voice was more miserable and sad than the other. The whole court. Then tell me, when you went to Fu Chanan's house yesterday, what did you two say? What did you do? Without waiting for Fu Chanan to speak, the emperor waved his hand and 2 guards came up, pulling one on each side and going to the left and right side halls respectively.